Tang Lie awoke from his slumber. His bleary eyes beheld an unfamiliar, yet exquisite visage. Chestnut curls cascaded upon the pristine pillowcase, and her long, dark lashes curled elegantly upwards. Her arm remained draped around Tang Lie's neck, while her long legs lay atop his. He was acutely aware of her presence. Attempting to shift his somewhat numb arm, the lady uttered a soft murmur, her supple form pressing even more tightly against his chest. Tang Lie's head throbbed painfully, and he struggled to piece together fragmented memories of the previous night. It appeared that he had encountered this enchanting woman at a bar. They had conversed extensively and indulged in copious amounts of drink, leading to the inevitable events that followed. Upon glancing at the wall clock, he noted with dismay that it was already 10 in the morning. Panic surged within him as he realized he would undoubtedly be late again. Reluctant to disrupt the sweet dreams of the slumbering beauty beside him, he gently lifted the covers and quietly exited the room. With a deafening roar of its engine, a sleek black Lamborghini hurled into the parking lot of the Chunhui Pet Hospital, executing a stunning drift as it slid into the designated yellow parking space. The once tranquil atmosphere was shattered by the arrival of this unexpected visitor. The gust of wind generated causing a nearby girl's long dress to billow upwards. Startled, she instinctively shielded the front of her gown with her hands, yet it did little to quell the fabric's graceful ascent, reminiscent of a blooming lily. The scissored doors slowly lifted, revealing Tang Lie, who grinned at the slender figure of the young woman and let out a loud whistle. "Tang Lie, you scoundrel!" The girl, flustered and perhaps incensed, blushed a deep crimson. Tang Lie erupted into hearty laughter, striding down from the sports car. "Sophie, is this how you speak to your boss? Be careful, or I might just fire you." Sophie, undeterred, raised her fist defiantly. "Do you have any idea what time it is? Patients are queuing at the hospital, and here you are, the attending physician, frolicking about. Are you planning to squander Uncle Tang's legacy?" Tang Lie couldn't help but furrow his brow. "The tone of your voice reminds me of my mother. Then you might as well call me Mummy from now on. Mummy, I want to be cuddled." Tang Lie shamelessly pretended to reach out for Sophie. Startled, Sophie sidestepped, brandishing a canister of chili powder that had somehow appeared in her hand. "Beware or he'll spray you." Tang Lie merely feigned fright to tease her, taking the white coat from her hands as he donned it while striding towards the outpatient department. His long strides necessitated that Sophie jog to keep up. "Why aren't you in your nurse's uniform?" he inquired as they walked. "Have you forgotten? I'm on my day off. If the hospital weren't in utter disarray, I wouldn't have rushed over to assist you. You truly care for me. Have you ever considered becoming my girlfriend?" Sophie shot him a fierce glare. "Tang Lie, I already have a boyfriend." Tang Lie deliberately sighed. "What a pity, what a true pity. After all this time working together, have you truly developed no feelings for me?" Sophie resolutely shook her head. It was undeniable that Tang Lie was an exceptionally charming man in the eyes of any woman. Standing at an impressive height of 1.82 meters, with a well-built physique and a healthy bronze complexion, at merely 24 years of age, he had already attained the status of a doctor of veterinary medicine, enjoying considerable prestige both domestically and internationally. However, it was precisely his remarkable qualities that instilled a sense of danger in Sophie. As a traditional woman, she yearned for a partner who would be wholly devoted to her. Tang Lie, in contrast, was fueled by restlessness and wildness. Not only was he passionate about racing, but he also pursued women with relentless fervor. Unable to control her feelings, she resolved to maintain a respectful distance, a strategy she arrived at after much contemplation. Adjusting his collar and neatly affixing his name badge, he stepped into the outpatient hall, fully embracing the role of a doctor. Setting aside Tang Lie's personal habits, he is undoubtedly a rare gem among physicians. He has earned dual master's degrees in both Western and traditional Chinese medicine. Following the tragic demise of his parents in an aviation accident, he redirected his path towards veterinary medicine, swiftly attaining a doctoral degree. Given his capabilities and expertise, he ought to have been engaged with national research institutions or academia. However, he appears disinterested in such environments, choosing instead to manage the pet clinic inherited from his father. As he entered the outpatient hall, a striking young woman approached him. "Dr. Tang, you finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for a full 2 hours." Tang Lie nodded, somewhat impatiently. "Madam Liu, let us discuss this in my office." Yet, before she could respond, he strode towards the back door of the consultation room. Sophie hurriedly intercepted Madam Liu, saying, "Madam Liu, please follow me. I will assist you." Upon entering the consultation room, Tang Lie picked up the cup of coffee that had been prepared on the desk, took a sip, and stretched his arms. The door swung open, and Sophie, along with the attending nurse, Lulu, entered with a substantial stack of medical records. Seeing the volume of cases, Tang Lie smiled. "So many. It seems business is thriving today." Sophie helped him organize the consulting table. "Shall we begin?" Tang Lie nodded in agreement. "Just a moment. My dog is in the midst of relieving itself." Lulu glanced helplessly into the consultation room. Tang Lie tossed the medical records to Sophie, stating, "I never wait for patients. Tell her to come back tomorrow." Understanding Tang Lie's habits, Sophie chuckled as she handed the records out. The second individual is Lu Tai, who had just interrupted Tang Lie earlier. She cradled a fox dog in her arms, gazing at Tang Lie with a longing expression. Both Sophie and Luli stifled their laughter. Lu Tai exhibited a rather infatuated demeanor, frequently visiting this place under the pretense of caring for her dog, which was in no way unwell. What could possibly be wrong? Does it not often bark at night? Tang Lie felt increasingly uneasy under Lu Tai's ardent gaze and hastily prescribed 2 doses of medicine. "You should fetch the medication with the nurse." "Dr. Tang, I have trouble sleeping as well." Lu Tai's toes gently reached out from beneath the consultation desk, brushing against Tang Lie's inner calf. He inwardly cursed and raised the prescription. "I have prescribed 2 doses, 1 for you and 1 for your dog. It should prove effective for both of you." The medication was merely a standard sleeping pill, and Tang Lie found himself at a loss when it came to women like Lu Tai, who often indulged in self-delusion and fantasized about him. "Please, Lu Tai." Sophie stepped in to extricate Tang Lie from the situation, knowing that if she did not usher her out, Lu Tai would undoubtedly linger longer. Reluctantly, Lu Tai stood up. "Dr. Tang, I also have a Pekingese at home." Next, within a brief hour, Tang Lie managed to process all the accumulated medical records, exhaling a sigh of relief as he leaned back in his chair. His mind drifting to the image of Sophie's skirt billowing earlier, a coy smile gracing his lips. It was already 11:30 a.m., according to Tang Lie's routine. It was time for him to depart. Sophie and Luli arrived to tidy up the room. Tang Lie chuckled, saying, "Today, I shall count this as overtime. By the end of the month, I will reward you with a red envelope." "Thank you," Sophie replied as she organized the medical records. Seizing the opportunity while Luli stepped out to dispose of the garbage, Tang Lie grasped Sophie's arm, asking, "Shall we have lunch together?" Sophie shook her head, freeing herself from his grip. "I have plans with my boyfriend," she exclaimed. "That bespectacled fellow. I truly fail to comprehend what merits he possesses over me." Tang Lie protested with a hint of indignation. Sophie shot him a glare, retorting, "Feng Kai is far more principled and honest than you. Are you implying that I am hypocritical?" Tang Lie inquired with a smirk. Sophie nodded affirmatively. Tang Lie feigned a dramatic sigh. "Indeed. I may not be as honest as you claim. By the way, I forgot to mention, you look lovely in pink lingerie." Sophie's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. That insufferable man had clearly seen the color of her underwear. "If you dare to harass me again, I shall resign." Sophie's expression was decidedly serious. Tang Lie understood that jesting with Sophie required restraint, so he quickly adopted a playful demeanor. "I was merely joking. Why so serious?" "Fine. Let us pretend I never said that." Suddenly, a melodious roar echoed from outside. Tang Lie, particularly attuned to the sound of engines, recognized it as an SLR McLaren supercar. Peering through the floor-to-ceiling glass window of the consultation room, he beheld a striking red SLR McLaren parked alongside his own black Lamborghini. "Another patient has arrived," Sophie whispered. "What does it have to do with me?" Tang Lie casually remarked, glancing at the clock on the wall. "It appears to be a rather esteemed guest," Sophie reminded him, noting from the sports car's exterior that the individual must be quite affluent. Tang Lie chuckled. "I have always been a person of principles." Yet, his principles often wavered in the presence of beauty, and this occasion was no different. When Qin Yuanyuan gracefully entered the consultation room, Tang Lie promptly forgot his earlier words, unaware that he would encounter her again merely 2 hours later. Sophie quietly informed Tang Lie, "I will tell her to come back tomorrow. As a doctor, I am always prepared to serve my patients at any hour." Tang Lie's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. However, he found Qin Yuanyuan's words somewhat awkward, yet refrained from correcting her, smiling as he said, "Let me examine it first." The examination yielded swift results. Lai Feng's physical condition was entirely normal. This indicated that the issue lay within the realm of mental health. What methods could be employed to ascertain the precise nature of his psychological afflictions? Qin Yuanyuan's concern for Lai Feng was palpable. Tang Lie, with a mischievous smile, replied, "Miss Qin seems to be rather impatient. We have only conducted a preliminary examination of Lai Feng. To uncover the root of his condition, a comprehensive assessment will be necessary." "Then do it quickly," Qin Yuanyuan said, her impatience evident. Tang Lie pointed to the clock on the wall. "It is 12 o'clock. Surely, I cannot work on an empty stomach? There is a Japanese restaurant across the clinic. Why don't we go there for a meal? What about Lai Feng? We shall leave him here at the clinic. I will administer an injection, and once the effects take hold, we can monitor his hormone levels in the afternoon." After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yuanyuan finally nodded in agreement. Tang Lie administered a dose of spry to Lai Feng, a veterinary formulation he had developed, which, in appropriate dosages, would incite the animal's mating instincts and facilitate their breeding behaviors. Following the injection, he confined Lai Feng to the isolation room behind the clinic. Naturally, he would not leave Lai Feng there in solitude. Fortunately, the pet hospital was never lacking in various animals. Tang Lie selected a female Scottish Shepherd to accompany Lai Feng, curious to see if he would respond to her presence. Qin Yuanyuan gazed longingly at Lai Feng in the isolation room, while the female Scottish Shepherd seemed to take a liking to him, approaching with affection. However, Lai Feng suddenly growled, causing the female shepherd to retreat, visibly distressed. You see, he has no interest in the opposite sex. During their meal, Qin Yuanyuan appeared distracted. Even Tang Lie's typically engaging conversation failed to capture her attention. It was evident that the female Scottish Shepherd held great significance in her heart. Tang Lie had no choice but to shift the topic towards her primary interest. "It seems you have deep feelings for Lai Feng?" Qin Yuanyuan nodded, her eyes reddening. "Lai Feng is a relic left to me by my mother. She entrusted me to take good care of Lai Feng, to treat it as my own kin. Seeing it in this state makes me incredibly sad." Tang Lie seized the moment, handing a tissue to Qin Yuanyuan while gently clasping her delicate hand. "Miss Qin, rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to heal Lai Feng." He released her slender hand with a smile. "I apologize. I tend to lose my composure in the presence of such beautiful young women. I hope you can forgive me." At noon, the entire veterinary clinic was devoid of visitors. Tang Lie and Qin Yuanyuan stood before the isolation room, peering through the window. Instinctively, Qin Yuanyuan let out a startled scream, her face flushing a deep crimson. Tang Lie looked inside and saw Lai Feng enthusiastically engaged with a female Swiss Shepherd, its vibrant tongue hanging out, glistening with drool. Tang Lie chuckled. Indeed, the potency of the medication was remarkable. Earlier, he had increased Lai Feng's dosage by 20%, a quantity that would arouse even a bear, let alone a small dog weighing less than 100 pounds. "Quick, separate them." Qin Yuanyuan, in her panic, made a rather nonsensical request. Tang Lie shook his head. "I lack such abilities. It is currently in a state of excitement. Any interruption would turn it against you. Moreover, its physiology is entirely different from that of a human. It is not as simple as just separating them." Tang Lie stealthily approached Qin Yuanyuan, his body pressing assertively against her soft back. Leaning close to her delicate earlobe, he whispered, "How about we continue our discussion on the condition of the fierce winds in the back?" His hand rested flat against Qin Yuanyuan's slender abdomen, the warmth seeping through her dress causing her to tremble involuntarily, and she made no motion to resist. This only encouraged Tang Lie further. His hand boldly ventured to her ample and elastic bosom. Qin Yuanyuan grasped Tang Lie, exclaiming, "You are indeed not a good person." Yet, within her heart, she felt a peculiar thrill. It was merely the fault of Miss Qin's extraordinary beauty that even a law-abiding citizen like myself cannot help but entertain the notion of transgression. Crime often invites punishment. Do you, a habitual offender, not feel fear? Qin Yuanyuan's delicate form leaned back, surrendering into Tang Lie's embrace. Beneath her pomegranate skirt, death is but a flirtation. Tang Lie's hand slipped into the neckline of Qin Yuanyuan's dress, his fingers claiming her tender curves. As she turned her head, she initiated a kiss upon Tang Lie's lips, her warm, moist tongue darting in like a small fish into his mouth. Tang Lie fervently embraced Qin Yuanyuan's alluring form. his left arm encircling her slender waist while his right lifted her leg, cradling her entirely in his arms. The pristine white lab coat cascaded to the floor as Tang Lie gently urged Qin Yuan onto the dispensing counter. He caressed her back, then raised the hem of her dress, revealing the elegant curve of her hips. Her black lingerie accentuated the alluring contours of her form. Beginning with her earlobe, Tang Lie traced a path of kisses down to her enticing posterior, his fingers delicately teasing the fabric of her underwear, drawing it down her thighs. Qin Yuan emitted a soft moan, each kiss sending shivers through her. A symphony of exhilarating sensations coursed through her as the wind howled outside. With a surge of his hips, Tang Lie breached the threshold of her warmth, a sigh of contentment escaping his lips as he reveled in the embrace. Qin Yuan arched her back, her slender waist forming a graceful curve as she met Tang Lie's passionate assault. Waves of pleasure washed over her, and she desperately tried to suppress the cries that threatened to escape her throat, unable to quell the tremors that racked her body. Time seemed to blur as Tang Lie pressed himself against her, Qin Yuan clinging to his waist, seeking to eliminate any space between them. Their mingled cries echoed in the room as they surrendered to the conflagration of their desires. A polite knock at the door broke the spell, and Tang Lie turned, surprised by the untimely interruption. The door, which had been locked moments ago, was mysteriously opened, revealing a middle-aged man seated in a wheelchair, quietly observing the scene before him. His gaze was filled with sorrow and melancholy, yet devoid of any trace of anger. Qin Yuan's delicate face instantly drained of color, leaving her utterly bereft of the strength to don her clothing. Tang Lie quickly reacted, attempting to withdraw from Qin Yuan's body, only to hear a cold, hoarse voice command, "Do not move, let me savor this moment." Tang Lie obediently remained atop Qin Yuan, paralyzed by fear, for he noticed the glint of a handgun clutched in the middle-aged man's hand. Is she not alluring? Does she not scream with exquisite delight? The man inquired with unsettling calmness. Tang Lie inwardly lamented his predicament, attributing his current state to an excess of male hormones, which had now exposed him. His mind was in disarray, pondering whether this woman, Qin Yuan, had deliberately ensnared him in a trap. Regaining his composure, Tang Lie queried, "What is it that you seek? Name your price, and within my means, I shall acquiesce." The middle-aged man erupted into laughter, a chilling glint of malice crossing his features. "Tang Lie, it seems you are unaware of my identity. I am Yin Tianlong, and the woman you have so brazenly taken is my beloved, Qin Yuan." Tang Lie's head suddenly buzzed with a sense of dread. In this country, few were unaware of Yin Tianlong, the leader of the largest criminal organization, the Black Hawk Hall, known as the Dark Cloud Evil God. The realization that he had been involved with his woman and had been caught red-handed filled Tang Lie's mind with visions of his own tragic demise. Had he known in advance that Qin Yuan was Yin Tianlong's woman, even with the bravest of hearts, he would never have dared to lay a hand on her. Yin Tianlong approached them in his wheelchair, a cold smile playing on his lips as he regarded Qin Yuan. His hand gently caressed her violet curls as he spoke softly. "Yuan, why didn't you invite me to witness such a captivating scene earlier? It has been far too long since I beheld your alluring form." Qin Yuan trembled in fear, her delicate body shaking. "Uncle Long, I was wrong. Foolish child, when have I ever blamed you? You are still young and naturally have needs. Should you be expected to remain with this old man for eternity?" As Yin Tianlong's tone softened, Qin Yuan's fear only intensified. Tang Lie attempted to withdraw from her embrace, yet Yin Tianlong aimed his gun at his head, saying, "Thank you." Tang Lie could scarcely believe his ears. He had toyed with the man's woman, yet here was Yin Tianlong, expressing gratitude. Such a thing was inconceivable. Yin Tianlong spoke deliberately. "You have made me realize that I still possess jealousy, that I am still capable of impulse, that I remain a man." The gun's muzzle slid gently to the temple of Qin Yuan, the tension palpable. A deep, resonant sound echoed as the bullet mercilessly pierced the beautiful head of Qin Yuan. Blood blossomed before Tang Lie like a tragic yet exquisite flower. He stood in shock, his face and body drenched in her blood, while the warmth of her lifeless form lingered in his embrace. The lovely pupils of Qin Yuan gradually dilated in despair until they lost all semblance of life. Tang Lie's eyes glistened with tears as he unleashed a furious roar. "Bastard! Beast!" Yin Tianlong's cold gun barrel was aimed at his neck. "Death is not the most fitting punishment for a man. Your demise before my eyes will not quell the fury within me." For burly figures clad in black entered from the doorway. yanking the disheveled Tang Lie from the ground and binding his hands with ropes. Ying Tianlong gently caressed the icy visage of Qin Yuan. Do you know how much I cherished her? I was foolish enough to believe she loved me. Anyone in this world might betray me, but she would never. His gaze was suffused with unending sorrow, and his heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Tang Lie witnessed the vibrant life of Qin Yuan and extinguished before his very eyes. The guilt and anguish in his heart far eclipsed his fear of death. Had he not led her astray, she would still be alive in this world. Are you afraid of death? Ying Tianlong's icy fingers gripped Tang Lie's short hair. To hell with you. Tang Lie glared at him in fury. Ying Tianlong responded with a sinister smile. There is no one in this world who is not afraid of death, and you are no exception. His gaze settled upon the ice bar before him, within which lay an assortment of precious medications. You may be unaware, but I was once a physician of considerable skill. Declared, opening the ice bar and extracting a vial. Studying the label, a sinister smile crept across his lips, his eyes widened. Realization dawning upon him as he anticipated the impending events. He began to struggle vehemently. Sneered, if I am not mistaken, these are typically employed on animals. Given your predilection for such activities, I shall ensure you experience it to the fullest extent. Syringes pierced veins repeatedly. The precise quantity of injected into his system lost to him. His body temperature soared, and an indescribable aridity gripped his mouth and tongue. Beast, beast, he croaked, his voice growing faint and feeble. Discarded the syringe, his frigid fingers lifting his chin. I shall not grant you the luxury of a swift demise. Chapter 2. Burn. Part 1. Upon regaining consciousness, found himself within a helicopter. The frigid corpse of lay beside him, and several of his henchmen regarded him with icy glares. Where are you taking me? Rasped, his voice hoarse. We are nearly there, responded, gently caressing his pallid, cold face. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The helicopter began its gradual descent, and his two subordinates swung open the cabin door. One of them severed the ropes binding Tang Lie with a military knife. They hoisted Tang Lie and thrust him toward the open door. Before him lay an expanse of grassland, a chilling wind assaulting his face, nearly blinding him. Farewell, said Ying Tianlong, and with that, the two subordinates callously pushed Tang Lie out. Before he could rise from the ground, they flung down the lifeless body of Qin Yuan. Instinctively, Tang Lie spread his arms to catch her corpse, and upon seeing her face devoid of life's radiance, his heart ached, tears flowing uncontrollably. The helicopter circled above him for a moment before soaring into the distant sky, leaving Tang Lie alone in the vast emptiness. He gazed around, confronted by an endless sea of overgrown grass, instinctively aware that he had been cast into a desolate region, as Ying Tianlong intended for him to fend for himself. He pressed his cracked lips together, realizing that his body temperature was steadily rising, undoubtedly due to the substantial injected within him. Lowering his gaze to Qin Yuan's body, a primal urge stirred within his veins. Without control, Tang Lie suddenly embraced Qin Yuan, his hand reaching toward her chest. Ying Tianlong peered down through the cabin window. From this vantage point, Tang Lie appeared merely as a tiny black dot. Mr. Ying, will you truly let him go just like that? Ying Tianlong revealed a cruel smile. Once the effects of the drug fully manifest, he will become a complete beast, a creature driven mad by lust. Tang Lie exerted every ounce of willpower to banish thoughts of Qin Yuan from his mind as he ran desperately forward. The sun was on the verge of setting, casting a golden hue over the boundless grasslands, yet he found no solace in the beauty of the landscape. He repeatedly reminded himself to distance himself from this place, to steer clear of Qin Yuan's lifeless form, vowing never to commit an act that would desecrate the memory of the deceased. As night descended, an overwhelming sense of desolation enveloped the world around him. Tang Lie felt the blood within him boiling, visions of enchanting figures swirling before his eyes. Qin Yuan, Sophie, Lena. The women with whom he had once shared his life surged forth in his mind, their memories rising like a tide. In a frenzied attempt to divert his attention, Tang Lie tugged at his hair, seeking to replace his torment with physical pain. Yet, hallucinations began to echo in his ears. He fancied he could hear Qin Yuan's soft, alluring moans. Slowly, he turned to gaze behind him, certain that her body still lay there, like a feather teasing the depths of his soul, almost drawing him back. No, Tang Lie shouted in defiance, shame flooding through him for such thoughts. His voice startled a flock of birds, which took flight, their wings beating against the inky night sky. It was then that he discerned a dense thicket ahead, struggling with the weight of his emotions. He made his way into the forest. As he stepped into the trees, the gentle sound of flowing water reached his ears, and Tang Lie dashed madly towards the source of the stream. The brook shimmered under the moonlight, sparkling like the gentle gaze of a woman. Tang Lie, in a fit of desperation, tore at his clothing and plunged into the frigid waters, cupping his hands to drink deeply from the stream until he could consume no more. Yet, the cool water could not extinguish the fervent passions and desires simmering within him. Had a woman appeared before him, Tang Lie would have charged forward without hesitation. As the moral boundaries within him crumbled relentlessly, he found himself questioning how long he could endure this torment. Qin Yuanyu and seemed to glide toward him, her alluring smile radiating temptation. No, Tang Lie cried out in anguish, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. In a moment of despair, he struck his head against a nearby rock, plunging into darkness. When Tang Lie awoke, it was already the following morning. Half of his body remained submerged in the water, his skin pale from prolonged exposure. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled shadows upon him. Instinctively, he touched his forehead, discovering a wound from the impact that had long since dried. He rose to retrieve his discarded garments, now damp from the morning dew, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. I am still alive, Tang Lie silently reassured himself. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him. He looked up to see a procession of magnificent elk gracefully approaching the brook, where they lined up and bent their elegant necks to drink. Amidst his venomous curses directed at, unceremoniously unzipped his trousers. Should he traverse the urban landscape in such a manner, he would undoubtedly be perceived as an exhibitionist and promptly apprehended. As the temperature rose, the primal urges within him surged anew. Despite his fervent efforts to suppress these thoughts, vivid scenes of unbridled passion relentlessly invaded his mind. You are a man, not a beast, he repeatedly admonished himself, yet before him materialized a voluptuous, alabaster posterior. Initially, he believed it to be a mere figment of his imagination. But the enticing sight swayed before him with undeniable reality. This temptation was undeniably lethal in his current state. He let out a desperate cry and charged forward. His mind consumed by raw desire, all he sought was release. Yes, release. Nothing else mattered to him at that moment. The owner of the enticing form, keenly aware of the disturbance behind her, swiftly turned to confront the intruder. A pair of lustrous brown eyes, filled with avarice and malice, locked onto. She opened her mouth wide, emitting a low, menacing growl, her gleaming white teeth reflecting a chilling glimmer. It was a white leopard, its predatory gaze fixated on the human with ill intentions, refraining from immediate attack. Stood frozen, akin to a statue, as fear extinguished the fervor within him. After what felt like an eternity, he finally screamed, "Oh my God," and turned to flee into the depths of the woods. The leopard, with swift grace, pursued him, and its roar soon summoned another companion, a more robust male leopard, ready to join the hunt. Tang Lie exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. As the imminent threat of death effortlessly awakened his full potential, he leapt over the stream, which spanned more than 3 meters in width, startling a herd of elk that were drinking nearby. In a frantic rush, they fled into the depths of the forest, heedless of the danger. The attention of the cheetah was diverted by the fleeing elk. It charged towards them, and the male cheetah swiftly brought down a feeble fawn, while the female sharp teeth mercilessly tore into its throat. Seizing the opportunity amidst their feast, Tang Lie fled, disoriented and lacking the time to discern his direction. His skin was scratched in multiple places by thorns, and suddenly, he stumbled over a soft mass that caused him to lose his balance. Tumbling to the ground in a chaotic heap, gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose to find that he had tripped over a plump doe, whose bright, dark eyes gazed at him in a plea for help as her slender legs struggled beneath her. Drawing on his extensive medical knowledge, Tang Lie quickly deduced that this was a doe in the throes of labor. Unfortunately, the fetus was in a breech position, while the hind legs had emerged. The forelegs remained lodged within the mother. "Welcome to this world, little one," Tang Lie exclaimed as he grasped the fawn's forelegs and successfully assisted its delivery. The doe let out a mournful cry at the sudden pain. Cradling the wet, newborn fawn in his arms, a smile of profound satisfaction spread across his face. For the first time since being exiled to this desolate land, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent hoofbeats echoed behind him. Tang Lie turned to behold a male elk charging towards him with lightning speed, its antlers, resembling vicious branches, thrusting menacingly towards his abdomen. In a panic, Tang Lie sidestepped. Yet the male elk followed closely, seemingly intent on impaling him. At a critical moment, a female elk struggled to rise and positioned herself protectively in front of him. It was unclear how they communicated, but the male elk lowered its head and gradually approached Tang Lie, extending its tongue to gently caress the newborn elk's body. Tang Lie set down the recently born fawn, which wobbled towards its mother, its tender lips suckling at her ample udder. Even the sight of the mother elk's fullness was a temptation for Tang Lie. He forced himself to close his eyes. Yet the chilling roar of a leopard echoed in his ears. 2 leopards had silently crept closer, their predatory gazes fixated on the nursing fawn. The male elk immediately sensed the impending danger. Instead of fleeing, it bravely stood guard in front of the female and her offspring, attempting to protect them with its meager strength. The female leopard stealthily circled behind them, severing their escape route, while the male leopard approached with a leisurely stride, regarding Tang Lie and the 3 elks as easy prey, plotting how to savor this feast. With a heart-stirring roar, the male leopard sprang into the air, descending upon the elk from above, its sharp claws aimed at tearing into the elk's throat. A colossal shadow suddenly descended from the heavens, as a gigantic gorilla, towering approximately 2 meters high, leaped from the trees. With a powerful fist, it struck the cheetah's jaw, sending the creature sprawling. Witnessing the tide of battle turn, the female leopard let out a frantic roar and lunged from behind, aiming to sink her teeth into the gorilla's neck. However, the gorilla swiftly seized her throat, lifting her and violently flinging her against a nearby tree trunk. The female leopard spun through the air before colliding with the hard bark, producing a sharp crack, and subsequently crumpling to the ground like a mere puddle of mud. Her spine had evidently shattered upon impact, rendering her fate bleak. The male cheetah, witnessing the tragic demise of his mate, let out a mournful cry before retreating into the depths of the forest, tail tucked in fear. Tang Lie was taken aback by the unexpected arrival of the gorilla in such a perilous moment, standing there in astonishment. The gorilla seemed to share a camaraderie with the male elk, approaching it and affectionately patting its back, to which the elk responded by gently rubbing its antlers against the gorilla. As Tang Lie contemplated whether to leave, the gorilla crawled beside him, gesturing towards the recently born elk and then indicating its own paw. Upon inspecting the gorilla's foot, Tang Lie discovered a screw embedded within its sole. This screw, evidently unnatural, sparked a sense of wonder within him. Could there be traces of humanity in this desolate land? A flicker of hope ignited in his heart. Perhaps if he could find people, he might escape this barren expanse. The meaning of the giant gorilla's request was unmistakably for Tang Lie to assist in extracting a screw from its foot. Tang Lie nodded, gently cradling its paw, and whispered, "I can help you with this, but the process may be somewhat painful. You must endure." He tore a piece from his clothing to bandage the wound on the gorilla's foot and patted its furry thigh, saying, "This time, I shall not charge you for my services. If you possess any sense of gratitude, please lead me out of this place." Suddenly, the gorilla opened its arms wide and, catching Tang Lie completely off guard, embraced him, nimbly ascending the tree. Tang Lie, filled with a mix of astonishment and fear, shouted, "Put me down." The gorilla paid no heed to his cries, swiftly climbing to the top of the branches and leaping from one tree to another. Tang Lie's heart raced in terror, feeling as though he were flying through the air, ensconced in the gorilla's powerful embrace, with no chance of escape. "Release me, you ungrateful beast." For approximately 20 minutes, the gorilla soared through the treetops, eventually entering a lush, dense forest. For Tang Lie, those 20 minutes felt like an interminable century. The gorilla gently set him down on the grass, yet Tang Lie remained paralyzed with fear, unable to take a single step. From the branches, behind the trunks, and among the rocks, hundreds of gorillas of varying sizes surrounded him, curiously inspecting this unfamiliar visitor as they communicated amongst themselves in their primal tongue. Tang Lie's current appearance was utterly disheveled, his clothing torn in multiple places by branches, revealing his bronzed skin. His trousers were unzipped, and his modesty was defiantly on display. A few female gorillas curiously gazed at his lower body, their gleaming eyes betraying the most primal instincts. In a fluster, Tang Lie hastily covered himself, realizing that these gorillas possessed no concept of modesty. One of the gorillas gently touched Tang Lie's arm and led the way toward a large tree. After a moment of hesitation, he followed closely behind. This tree, with a girth sufficient for 5 people to embrace, bore the scars of time. Yet its branches and leaves remained lush, showcasing its robust vitality. The gorilla climbed up the trunk and soon descended carefully, cradling an aged white ape. It pointed to its own foot and then to the white ape, conveying a clear message. Tang Lie understood. The gorilla sought his assistance in healing the ailing creature. The white ape weakly opened its eyes. Though cloudy, its gaze remained piercing, as if it could see into the depths of one's soul. Tang Lie was taken aback by the intensity of its stare. Such eyes seemed unbefitting of a beast. The white ape managed a faint smile and inquired, "Are you a doctor?" Tang Lie nearly fainted, doubting his own sanity, as he was certain he had just heard a white ape speak to him. "If I am not mistaken, you are a doctor?" The white ape weakly reiterated. Tang Lie forcefully twisted his thigh, and the sharp pain confirmed his suspicion that the white ape could indeed speak human language. He steadied his emotions and quietly stated, "Indeed, I am a doctor." The white ape sighed. "I am prepared. You may commence your examination." Observing the white ape's labored breathing and the purplish hue of its lips, Tang Lie surmised that the creature was likely suffering from a cardiac affliction. He extended his hand. "May I have your wrist?" The white ape obliged, its right arm revealing twisted veins beneath its white fur, evoking an initial impression of varicose veins. Tang Lie possessed a profound understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, and the weak pulse of the white ape corroborated his initial assessment. Regrettably, he lacked a stethoscope and blood pressure monitor, hindering further diagnosis of the ape's condition. The white ape erupted into a severe coughing fit, which eventually subsided after a considerable duration. "Doctor, is there no hope for me?" Tang Lie managed a wry smile. "To be frank, your bodily functions are severely compromised. However, I presently lack the essential diagnostic tools to ascertain the full extent of your ailment." The white ape nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to the giant gorilla, murmuring something that prompted the gorilla to nod repeatedly before scooping Tang Lie up once more and leaping into the thicket to the right. "Welcome." With the experience just gained, Tang Lie no longer felt the initial fear towards the colossal gorilla. Carried aloft by the beast, he soared approximately a kilometer into the air. Ahead loomed a precipice. From its summit, he beheld the vast, unending expanse of the ocean. As he surveyed his surroundings, Tang Lie realized he was on an island surrounded by water on all sides. The gorilla finally descended to the base of the cliff, and due to overwhelming tension, Tang Lie found his clothes soaked with cold sweat. Upon setting him down, the gorilla revealed the wreckage of a downed aircraft. It became evident that the giant had brought him here to search for medical supplies. Tang Lie ventured into the debris of the plane, meticulously scouring the remnants until he discovered a first aid kit and several tools. Inside the cockpit lay the lifeless bodies of two individuals who had not managed to escape, their surroundings marred by soot, indicating a fierce fire had erupted upon impact. It was clear that both the captain and co-pilot had perished in the cockpit's blaze. Amidst the wreckage, Tang Lie unearthed a handgun, a G-Sauer P229, complete with a magazine holding 12 rounds. Remarkably, the firearm was in pristine condition, showing no signs of damage. Seizing the opportunity while the gorilla's attention waned, he concealed the pistol at his waist. Although he stumbled upon some communication devices within the aircraft, their age rendered them utterly useless. Gathering the essential items he could salvage, he placed them into a canvas travel bag before carrying the first aid kit back to the gorilla's side. The colossal creature, already growing impatient, lifted Tang Lie and began to ascend the cliffside. 100 or so gorillas formed a circle, safeguarding the white ape at the center, each emitting mournful howls, relentlessly beating their robust chests, creating a resonant sound that expressed their profound sorrow. The mighty gorilla let out a thunderous roar, casting Tang Lie aside, and began to weep loudly, pounding its chest in anguish. Disoriented from the fall, Tang Lie exerted great effort to rise from the ground, staggering towards the group of gorillas, finally managing to squeeze his way in. The white ape lay motionless on a mat of straw, seemingly lifeless. Tang Lie checked the pulse at its neck, discovering a lack of heartbeat. He placed his palms on the white ape's chest, commencing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The surrounding gorillas, misunderstanding his intentions, believed he was desecrating their elder, and they roared in anger, their fur bristling, yearning to rush forth and tear him apart. The great gorilla, possessing a spirit far superior to the others, issued a powerful roar, seemingly warning its companions against any rash actions. Under its intimidating presence, the group of gorillas obediently retreated, granting Tang Lie ample space to act. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. If he failed to revive the white ape, he feared for his own life. Clenching his right fist, he struck down with force. After 7 consecutive blows, the white ape finally began to slowly open its eyes, witnessing the miraculous revival of the white ape. The surrounding gorillas erupted in jubilant cheers, their gratitude towards Tang Lie reaching its zenith. Tang Lie opened the first aid kit, retrieving a stethoscope and a blood pressure monitor to conduct a thorough examination of the white ape. The creature's condition was even more dire than Tang Lie had anticipated. Its cardiac function was severely compromised, teetering on the brink of failure. Sensing the gravity of the situation from Tang Lie's expression, the white ape calmly inquired, "Doctor, please speak candidly. Am I beyond salvation? Your condition is quite critical. Multiple organs are showing signs of failure. If circumstances permitted, I could perform an organ transplant, which might extend your life. However, we are presently stranded on a deserted island. The white ape sighed, its gaze drifting into the distance as it fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, it finally spoke. I knew this day would inevitably arrive. I am weary, truly weary. Tang Lie felt a profound sense of sorrow for the fate of the white ape, for there were so few in this world who could understand human speech. Curiously, he asked, "Have you lived on this solitary island all your life?" The white ape nodded slowly. "Since my arrival in this world, I have resided on this desolate isle for a full 50 years. 2 streams of murky tears began to glide down its deeply wrinkled face. It gradually rose to its feet, and the giant gorilla hurried to its side, supporting its arm. "Follow me." The white ape gestured for the gorilla to lift it gently as they began to walk slowly into the forest. Tang Lie trailed behind, arriving at a stone dwelling. The gorilla carefully set the white ape down, and it turned to Tang Lie, saying, "This is the place where I first arrived." With a heart full of curiosity, Tang Lie followed the white ape into the stone chamber, and what he beheld left him utterly astounded. By the window stood a wooden cot, adorned with an exquisitely crafted blanket, while a small table before it held a delicate lamp and a fine tea set. Could these items have been salvaged from a fallen aircraft? Yet, the intricate patterns and the shape of the tea set appeared exceedingly peculiar. Unlike anything Tang Lie had ever encountered, the white ape seemed to perceive Tang Lie's bewilderment and settled upon the cot, stating, "All these treasures hail from my realm." "Your realm?" Tang Lie inquired. "I come from a land called Grandia, a continent replete with rivers and mountains, divided into eastern and western halves by the Yigulaba River. The eastern and northern parts of the continent are coastal, while my home, the Empire of Land, lies to the west of the Yigulaba River," the white ape elaborated. Tang Lie listened, entranced yet confused, feeling as though he had plunged into a fog. He had always prided himself on his geographical knowledge. Yet the names the white ape spoke were entirely foreign to him. Was it the excessive within him that clouded his mind? "Are you not of Earth?" Tang Lie asked. Perplexed, "Has no one ventured here in all these years?" The white ape shook its head. 5 years ago, a colossal airship plummeted from the sky. I had hoped to follow it away, but alas, all aboard perished here. After that incident, this island swiftly returned to its former tranquility. And no one has come here since. The spacecraft she spoke of was none other than that passenger plane. It seemed impossible. The surrounding expanse was nothing but ocean. Perhaps a ship might pass by. Tang Lie still clung to a glimmer of hope within. Bai Yuan, with a bitter smile, remarked, "I too was once filled with hope like you, but as time passed, that hope gradually faded until I fully accepted reality." Tang Lie's heart sank to the depths. Could it be that he was destined to spend his days on this desolate island? No, he could not resign himself to such a fate. Bai Yuan fumbled around on the bed for a moment, finally retrieving a blue diamond the size of a longan, and presented it to Tang Lie, opening his palm. Although Tang Lie had little knowledge of gemstones, he recognized the immense value of such a large stone, especially one with a natural blue hue, which was exceedingly rare. Its true worth would likely exceed imagination. Bai Yuan placed the blue diamond in Tang Lie's hand and stated, "I believe that encountering you at the end of my life is a divine intention. This gem can transport you to the continent where I reside." Tang Lie felt as though he were listening to a fantastical tale, remaining skeptical of Bai Yuan's words. He hesitated and asked, "This diamond is so precious to you. Why would you give it to me?" Bai Yuan sighed, "This gem exists in 3 pairs. Swallowing it can open the divine passage, allowing free travel between the continent of Grandia and this world." The king fortuitously obtained 2 pairs, entrusting the gems to me and General Fumigen. And we utilized the divine passage to escape, yet I never anticipated that I would find myself in such a predicament. The white ape gasped for breath and continued, "I have but little time left. You are still young, and I do not wish for you to spend your days in solitude as I have. This crystal may grant you a completely new world." Although Tang Lie did not wholly believe the white ape's words, he was nonetheless moved by its heartfelt sentiment. "Thank you." The white ape handed a parchment to Tang Lie. "I shall not have the opportunity to report back to His Majesty. If you manage to reach the continent of Grandia, please take this and apologize on my behalf." Tang Lie harbored no intention of venturing to Grandia. He believed that waiting would eventually present an opportunity for salvation. The white ape gently patted his shoulder. "Doctor, I advise you, do not linger in endless waiting for a fleeting hope. By the time you awaken to this truth, it may already be too late." Chapter 3. Towards a New World, Part 1. With a temperature of 39 degrees Celsius, blood pressure at 190-120 millimeters of mercury, and a heart rate of 130 beats per minute. Tang Lie anxiously recorded his physiological indicators. Should his condition continue to deteriorate without rescue, he would succumb to heart failure due to excessive left heart load, ultimately perishing on this desolate island. Although the first aid kit contained some medication, most had expired due to the passage of time. With a sense of desperation, Tang Lie took some, but regrettably, it offered no relief for his condition. He roughly estimated that Tianlong had injected himself with approximately 200 grams of spry, a dosage potent enough to incite the passions of 200 elephants. Yet, he was merely a normal man weighing 160 pounds. The mere fact that he still existed in this world was a stroke of fortune. Tang Lie incessantly doused his underwear with cold water, a method to alleviate the swelling discomfort below, having been marooned on this desolate island for a full day. His lower body remained steadfastly erect, akin to a javelin, and signs of edema began to manifest. Should this condition persist, the consequences would be dire. Even if recovery were possible in the future, one could not guarantee the absence of lasting repercussions, perhaps rendering him no longer a complete man. His mind was inundated with vivid images of his former life, a world replete with indulgence. As Tang Lie wrestled with the intense desires surging within him, nightfall had descended, and Tang Lie employed a small knife from his toolbox to chop down some branches, erecting a makeshift shelter beside the stone hut. The white ape held a position of high esteem among the troop of gorillas, and none dared to disturb its repose. Tang Lie spread out a blanket he had salvaged from the plane and settled in for a comfortable sleep. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Tang Lie to grasp his pistol and cautiously inquire, "Who goes there?" A voluptuous female gorilla entered his cramped shelter, gazing at him with soulful eyes, causing him to feel a tingle of unease while inappropriate desires surged within him. "Leave me be." Terrified, Tang Lie recoiled into the corner of the makeshift shelter. However, the female gorilla, impervious to his entreaties, misinterpreted his fear as some form of invitation. Her hirsute form, like a veritable mountain, bore down upon him. Tang Lie attempted to flee, but she obstructed the exit. Frantically, he shoved aside the withered branches, thrusting his head out into the open. "Release me." Tang Lie's resistance proved futile, his protest ringing hollow. Though his lips still voiced defiance, his heart yearned for immediate capitulation. The gorilla, baring its fangs, drew its face closer to Tang Lie's. "Welcome." With a surge of adrenaline, Tang Lie mustered all his strength, shoving against its face. "Release me." A guttural, vehement pant emanated from the gorilla's throat. Its gaze fixated upon Tang Lie's lower body, his physiological response having stirred its primal instincts. Bang! Just as Tang Lie's resolve teetered on the brink of collapse, his hand found the pistol at his waist. He discharged it into the ground. The resounding report startled the female gorilla, leaving it momentarily stunned. After what seemed an eternity, it regained its senses, emitting a piercing shriek as it fled from the shelter. Even in this dire moment, his mind remained consumed by memories of his passionate encounters with Qin Yuanyuan. Had his will not been so steadfast, he might have succumbed to bestial impulses. All of this stemmed from his reckless nature. Had he foreseen these consequences, he would never have indulged in the fleeting pleasures of fornication. His feelings for Qin Yuanyuan were predominantly guilt-ridden. Their relationship was devoid of genuine affection, characterized only by lust and impulsivity. Tang Lie placed a bouquet of fresh flowers at the grave of Qin Yuanyuan, murmuring an apology. "I am sorry. It was I who implicated you. If heaven grants me another chance, I shall endeavor to make amends." Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed through the air, as dark clouds swiftly enveloped the sky, heralding an impending storm. Tang Lie stepped onto an open meadow, and following the white ape's counsel, he meticulously packed the essential medical supplies from the first aid kit into the satchel gifted to him by the white ape, ultimately retrieving the blue diamond. A raindrop, no larger than a soybean, splashed onto his face and trickled to the edge of his lips. Tang Lie instinctively extended his tongue to taste it, finding it both salty and bitter, much like the turmoil within his heart at that moment. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Perhaps remaining here was not a poor choice after all. The diamond grew increasingly warm within his mouth, and just as he intended to expel it, he was taken aback as it began to melt rapidly, as though it possessed a life of its own, swiftly embedding itself within him. Startled, Tang Lie hastily thrust his fingers down his throat, attempting to extract the diamond. The sensation provoked a gag reflex, yet he failed to dislodge it. It felt as if a blaze ignited within his abdomen, scorching his very insides. In sheer panic, he shed his shirt and gazed down to find that the color of his lower abdomen had turned blue, faint glimmers seeping outward. The rain intensified, and a peculiar blue radiance enveloped Tang Lie, growing ever more potent, emanating from every pore of his being, as he was suddenly engulfed in excruciating agony. Feeling as though he were being torn into 1,000 pieces, rain commenced to swirl around his physique, weaving a diaphanous, aqueous veil about him. Azure luminescence radiated outwards, giving the impression that Tang Lie was enveloped in a cerulean and pellucid cocoon. Dismayed, Tang Lie found his surroundings becoming indistinct. He faintly perceived the sound of a ship's horn. Tang Lie was filled with acute vexation. Having just made his choice, he did not anticipate a vessel passing by. However, he no longer had the opportunity to rue his decision. Suddenly, darkness descended, and Tang Lie's body felt as though it were being drawn into an infinite abyss. Following a fleeting visual blackout, his sight returned to normal. Iridescent light and shadow swiftly swept behind Tang Lie. He surmised that he was in flight. Yet his ears detected no sound. A deathly silence surrounded him. Tang Lie was uncertain when, or if, this predicament would cease, and his heart sank into a painful state of anticipation and torment. After an indeterminable duration, darkness once more engulfed Tang Lie's vision. A faint glimmer rapidly rent the still, black expanse, and his hearing returned. Accompanied by a heart-rending scream, Tang Lie plummeted from a great height. His garments, due to the high-speed friction with the air, had begun to ignite in several places. "This is the end. I'll either be burned alive or crushed to death," Tang Lie exclaimed inwardly. Before he could prepare himself, his body plunged into a tepid pool of water. The immense force of the impact sent the spring water splashing in all directions. Tang Lie sank to the bottom of the pool before gradually resurfacing. After narrowly escaping death, the joy he felt momentarily obscured his awareness of his predicament. Convinced that his body had sustained no injuries, Tang Lie crawled from the water's edge to the shore. His garments had been reduced to ashes, yet the satchel gifted to him by the white ape remained securely draped around his neck. It seemed the material of this pouch was remarkably special, for the items within were intact. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have stripped himself bare and placed his clothes inside, thus avoiding his current state of nudity. A tantalizing fragrance wafted into Tang Lie's nostrils, igniting a primal desire within him that burned fiercely. He turned to behold a fair and radiant figure reclining on the grass not far from the water's edge. Tang Lie swiftly recognized that the effects of the spry medicine coursing through his veins had not diminished due to the change in environment. The allure of a woman was undeniably lethal to him at this moment, particularly one with such an enticing physique. His heart raced with exhilaration as he stealthily approached the enchanting maiden. She lay face down, her features obscured. Yet her exquisite curves were sufficient to send Tang Lie into a frenzy. The puddles surrounding her indicated that she had been bathing when Tang Lie had unexpectedly plunged from above, splashing her with water and causing her to faint upon hitting the shore. In the presence of such beauty, Tang Lie's moral compass crumbled, and he extended his trembling right hand, tracing the delicate contours of her alluring back, ultimately resting upon her generous form. The young woman remained motionless, seemingly still in a state of unconsciousness. Tang Lie gently turned her delicate form, her voluptuous and enchanting curves momentarily dazzling his eyes. The fervent desires that had long been simmering within him ignited anew. He seized her slender waist with both hands, attempting to pry apart her tightly closed limbs. At that moment, he noticed that the skin on his arms had taken on a dark blue hue, with the left arm being slightly lighter and the right arm considerably darker. However, the stirrings of passion within him rendered him oblivious to such details. With a fierce grip, he compelled the young woman to awaken from her stupor. Upon seeing the bloodshot eyes of the man before her, she was filled with terror, realizing his intentions to violate her. "Pervert!" she exclaimed in a sharp, indignant voice. With remarkable strength, she easily broke free from his grasp, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen that sent him crashing backward, landing several meters away on the grass. With a deft movement, she picked up the robe that lay beside her, a crimson blush blooming on her cheeks. As she gracefully spun around, she donned the red robe, and when she landed on the grass, she was already clothed. Her cold blue gaze fixated on the direction in which Tang Lie had fled, a trace of a cruel smile playing upon her lips. Suddenly, he recalled that in his haste to flee, he had carelessly left the satchel bestowed upon him by the white ape by the edge of the pond, while the remaining items were of little consequence. Within that satchel lay a pistol and 11 bullets. A wave of frustration washed over him. How unfortunate to encounter such misfortune upon his arrival here. Bound to the dwarf, Tang Lie found his tall frame cumbersome, necessitating that he stoop to walk. The dwarf exuded a pungent odor of sweat that nearly suffocated him. Yet, His eyes could not help but linger upon several alluring ladies, stirring a fervent desire within him. If heaven granted me a chance, I would indulge in their company. Tang Lie was taken aback by the sudden emergence of such base thoughts. How could a man of his scholarly stature entertain such shameless notions? On the riverbank, a statuesque woman in red was engaged in conversation with a rotund, opulently dressed middle-aged man, their dialogue punctuated by various gestures, presumably bargaining. As Tang Lie beheld the woman's face, terror gripped him. She was unmistakably the one he had nearly assaulted moments ago. What a disaster! He lowered his head, almost brushing against the dwarf's posterior. The stout man chuckled. Congratulations, Miss May. It appears our transaction has proceeded smoothly. A total of 172 biters. Not one less. Payment upon delivery. The woman in red replied with a serene smile. No wonder they say Boss Ma is exceptionally shrewd. Today, I, May Shi, have truly witnessed it firsthand. The stout, middle-aged man continued to smile broadly, saying, even if I, Ma Shinkong, am quite astute, I would not dare to play tricks on Miss May. The price remains the same. 2 gold coins for each of the 172 biters, totaling 344 gold coins. I shall not charge a single coin more. Ma Shinkong feigned a troubled expression. Miss May, however, I have expended considerable resources and funds to acquire this group of biters. Mei Qian coldly interrupted him. As for the 24 escaped slaves, I shall pay you 1 gold coin for each. Here are 320 gold coins. Please count them. With that, she tossed a purse filled with gold coins towards Ma Shinkong. He gleefully began to count the coins, his face betraying the greed of a cunning merchant. Mei Qian harbored a deep-seated disdain for this sly and self-serving individual, turning to walk towards the merchant ship. Suddenly, she heard Ma Shinkong exclaim loudly, "That's wrong. It's clearly 173. He rushed forward and seized Tang Lie's arm. Had Tang Lie not been shackled, he would have certainly delivered a couple of resounding slaps. The more he wished to remain incognito from Mei Qian, the more this opportunistic man, Ma Shinkong, exposed him. Mei Qian's gaze fell upon Tang Lie, despite his bowed head. She recognized him instantly as the man who had attempted to assault her while she was unconscious by the hot springs. To her bewilderment, despite the man's strikingly handsome features, his skin bore a faint blue hue that rendered him nearly unrecognizable. With her experience, she found it impossible to discern which race this man belonged to. Ma Shinkong triumphantly exclaimed, "This towering figure is worth at least 5 gold coins." Mei Shi raised her brows, her blue eyes fixated on Ma Shinkong. "If you fancy him, feel free to take him. However, as a business partner, I must caution you that trafficking in the people of the sacred land will result in severe punishment if discovered." Ma Shinkong's thick lips involuntarily twitched, clearly intimidated by Mei Shi's words. Yet he persisted. How could he possibly be from the sacred land? He is clearly an indigenous person from the highlands. Mei Shi chuckled lightly. Though Boss Ma is not old, his eyesight seems to have dimmed. Take a closer look at his hair and eye color, and then observe his facial features. Ma Shinkong leaned closer to Tang Lie, inhaling deeply, disappointment evident in his small eyes. Mei Shi coldly remarked, "Since this man is a resident of the sacred land brought by Boss Ma, I would prefer if you took him away to avoid any trouble." She turned to Yin Yu, untie him and hand him over to Boss Ma. Ma Shinkong hurriedly waved his hands. "Forget it. Let Miss May handle it." With that, he and his 6 warriors hastily departed. Mei Shi fixed her fiery gaze upon Tang Lie, her beautiful eyes almost ablaze with fury. She clenched her teeth and declared with palpable hatred, "Bring him to me. I shall entertain him properly." Yin Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback, bewildered as to how this man had offended their master to elicit such wrath. Over 100 biters were divided into 5 groups, confined within the lower hold. Before their descent, the ship's beautiful warriors unshackled the iron chains binding them, replacing them with individual leg irons. This arrangement ensured they could move within a limited range while rendering escape impossible. However, the leg irons were specifically crafted for the biters, and with Tang Lie's tall stature and long legs, they proved exceedingly cumbersome, allowing him to take only minuscule steps forward. The lower hold was relatively spacious, adorned with a skylight inlaid with colored glass, through which light streamed, illuminating the scene within. Once the hatch was sealed, the biters began chattering among themselves, their language incomprehensible to Tang Lie, who sat curled up beside the staircase, anxiously contemplating his unfortunate fate. Suddenly, a chorus of laughter erupted from several biters, their mirth reminiscent of croaking frogs, an irritating sound to the ears. A rotund biter abruptly rose, his small eyes glaring angrily at Tang Lie, while the surrounding biters pointed at his right eye and then at Tang Lie's lower regions, laughing uproariously. At last, Tang Lie grasped the source of their amusement. These ignorant fools deserved their fate as human traffickers. Rather than devising an escape plan under such dire circumstances, they chose to mock their own companion, a diminutive creature. Swaying its hips, emitted a sound akin to flatulence from its lips, subsequently pointing at the corpulent and rotund dwarf. The dwarf's face, a canvas painted with the hues of humiliation and anger, turned a deep shade of purple. Tang Lie inwardly lamented, pondering if this unfortunate dwarf had fortuitously detected the sound of his own flatulence. The dwarf's straw-like hair bristled in agitation, and with a sudden roar, he charged at Tang Lie like a cannonball. Witnessing their companion in distress ignited a fervor among the band of diminutive creatures. Over 30 of them sprang up simultaneously, rushing towards Tang Lie with fervent zeal. In an instant, the hold was enveloped in a cloud of dust, with the sounds of scuffling echoing throughout. Despite Tang Lie's towering stature, he found himself overwhelmed, reduced to merely enduring the onslaught from these petite assailants. In a moment of desperation, the numbness in his tongue dissipated, and he bellowed, "I curse your ancestors. Let each of you face me one by one." Before he could finish, the dwarf's fist struck him in the groin. The pain compelled Tang Lie to drop to his knees, as fists and feet rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. Shielding his lower body with his hands, he collapsed onto the floor, seeking to minimize the onslaught from his diminutive adversaries. Finally, when the throng of creatures grew weary, they ceased their assault. The rotund dwarf seemed to reclaim his dignity before his comrades, swaying his ample posterior as he settled atop Tang Lie's head. While the diminutive creatures observed his antics with curiosity, the stout-headed creature raised its short, thick fingers to signal silence, and with all its might, it released a thunderous and resounding flatulence. Tang Lie, overwhelmed by the noxious fumes, cursed vehemently, "May your ancestors be damned. If I ever lay my hands on you, I shall flay you alive and pull your tendons, to assuage the hatred festering in my heart." Flowers, collections, a pitiful few. Brothers and sisters unite to swiftly elevate the popularity of the medical beast. Chapter 4, difficult to speak of Part 1. When Tang Lie was brought before Mei Shi, almost no one recognized the disheveled figure before them, bruised and battered, as the same handsome and robust man from the day prior. "Welcome." The intense sunlight pierced Tang Lie's eyes, while the briny sea breeze invigorated his spirit. Yet his attention was soon captured by the fragrances wafting from the women around him. Ever since the copious injections of spry from Yin Tianlong, his sense of smell had become extraordinarily acute, enabling him to discern the source of each scent with ease. A delicate note of orchid particularly ensnared his attention. As if gentle hands were teasing his senses just right, igniting the passion he had only just managed to cool. Tang Lie followed the source of the alluring fragrance, only to behold Mei Shi elegantly seated upon a finely carved wooden bench. She was adorned in a delicate pink silk gown, from which a pair of exquisitely fair and slender legs subtly emerged through the gown's slit, their contours graceful and skin as smooth as milk. The sight left Tang Lie momentarily dizzy, and he inwardly scolded himself. "Tang Lie, oh Tang Lie, your mind is consumed with such base thoughts." Yet, despite his admonitions, his gaze involuntarily wandered toward Mei Shi's enchanting form. Mei Shi's feet were bare, revealing her rounded ankles without reservation, and her toes glimmered with a beauty that was simply breathtaking. Tang Lie's eyes traced from her toes to her calves, greedily lingering on her bosom. Although he could not glimpse her alluring curves, the hint of creamy skin and the soft contours of her neck that were exposed stirred a tumultuous excitement within him. Mei Shi regarded Tang Lie with palpable disdain. She had never encountered someone so lecherous, who, despite being ensnared in dire circumstances, remained unabashedly unchanged in his desires. As Tang Lie was lost in his reveries, Mei Shi unexpectedly hurled a parchment scroll at him, striking him squarely on the nose. Although the scroll bore little weight, the impact was both sharp and stinging, causing tears to involuntarily spring to his eyes. The other beautiful warrior maidens of Yin, you could not help but stifle their laughter. Mei Shi's voice rang out sharply. "Speak. From whence did you acquire this parchment scroll?" Upon seeing the sheepskin scroll, Tang Lie immediately understood that his belongings had been taken by Mei Shi. This scroll was a gift from the old white ape, intended for him to report back to the emperor of the Land Empire. However, noticing the unfriendly expression on Mei Shi's face, he decided to proceed with caution. Feigning ignorance, Tang Lie asked, "What is this?" Mei Shi, recognizing his pretense, gritted her teeth and said, "You had better confess honestly. Are you a spy sent by the Land Empire?" A wave of dread washed over Tang Lie. From Mei Shi's inquiry, he could deduce that he was not in the Land Empire, but rather in a territory hostile to it. This posed a significant dilemma. If they truly regarded him as a spy, he risked becoming a prisoner, or worse, facing execution. Meishi gestured. And Yin retrieved Tang Lie's pack, emptying its contents before him. Tang Lie felt a surge of relief upon seeing all his belongings intact. His eyes fell upon the G-Sauer P229 handgun not far away, igniting a flicker of hope within him. If he could successfully acquire the weapon, he believed he could turn the tide of his current predicament. Observing Tang Lie's eyes darting back and forth towards the peculiar firearm, Meishi's suspicions deepened. She rose and approached the handgun, seizing it without understanding the proper way to hold a firearm, inadvertently pointing it at herself. Tang Lie's heart raced in apprehension. Her careless handling of the weapon was tantamount to a death wish. The thought of such a beautiful woman perishing before his eyes was almost unbearable. What is this? Meishi inquired with curiosity. Fitness equipment? She pondered over this unfamiliar term, struggling to grasp its true meaning. Allow me to demonstrate. Tang Lie replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. Though disheartened, he felt that not all hope was lost. He shaped his fingers into the form of a pistol, extending and retracting his arm, saying, "Fitness is like this. It feels quite delightful." A female warrior beside Yin gasped in astonishment, only to realize her lapse in composure. She quickly covered her mouth, her lovely face flushing crimson. Tang Lie suddenly understood that his inadvertent gesture was somewhat ambiguous, likely leading the beautiful warrior to associate it with something more suggestive. A lecherous grin crept across his face. Indeed, women's imaginations could be quite vivid. What was clearly a weapon had somehow been interpreted otherwise. Upon witnessing Tang Lie's expression and glancing at the pistol, Meishi comprehended the implications, her anger flaring. "You shameless creature, how dare you toy with me? This is clearly an object of your lascivious desires. Do you think you can deceive me?" Embarrassed and furious, she pressed the gun against Tang Lie's forehead. Tang Lie, drenched in cold sweat, silently pleaded, "Dear lady, please do not pull the trigger. I have yet to live fully." Meishi forcefully tapped the gun against Tang Lie's forehead twice before lowering it, stating, "Since you are unwilling to speak the truth, I shall not press you further. Yin, he is robust, and it's a pity to confine him in the hold. Starting tomorrow, let him be responsible for cleaning the deck." After Tang Lie was taken away, Yin approached Meishi and whispered, "Master, did you not say he was a person of the Holy Land? If we keep him aboard the ship, it may invite considerable trouble." Meishi scoffed. "The reason I labeled him a person of the Holy Land was merely to deceive that cunning rogue, Ma Xinkong. Though his exterior bears a resemblance to the people of the Holy Land, his skin is far from their fair complexion, presenting a hue I have never encountered, an unusual shade of blue. Moreover, his accent is heavily laced with northern tones. Perhaps he has lived outside the Holy Land for an extended period?" Yin suggested. Meishi shook her head. "It is most likely that he is a hybrid, born of a union between a Holy Land dweller and another race. However, based on this parchment, it appears this individual has considerable ties to the Blue Empire. I shall ascertain the truth. Should I confirm he is a spy sent by the Blue Empire, I will not hesitate to eliminate him." A chill ran through Yin as a look of compassion flickered in her eyes. Meishi handed her a pistol. "Yin, dispose of this vile instrument into the sea." Yin nodded and took the pistol, preparing to leave, but Meishi changed her mind once more. "You should keep it for now. That scoundrel is exceedingly crafty, and this item may not be as innocuous as it seems." Though Tang Lie was burdened with arduous tasks daily, he was undoubtedly fortunate compared to the captives of the biters. At least he could breathe in the fresh air and, during his work, steal glances at the ship's enchanting warrior maidens. The enchanting female warriors under Meishi's command are predominantly spirited and flirtatious. As they saunter past Tang Lie, they seize the opportunity to surreptitiously caress him when no one else is around, leaving him in a perpetual state of arousal. Regrettably, these alluring warriors are merely indulging in fleeting pleasures. None dare to engage in clandestine affairs behind their master's back. The midday sun blazes mercilessly, with not a single cloud to diffuse its intensity, as its rays beat down directly upon the deck, rendering the sea breeze feeble and ineffective. Kneeling on the deck in his shorts, Tang Lie meticulously wipes away the dust trapped in the crevices, all the while cursing Meishi in his heart. "Damn that wretched woman. Should I ever seize the opportunity, I shall strip you bare and subject you to unspeakable humiliation until your demise." Suddenly, his arms came to a halt, startling even himself with the emergence of such venomous thoughts. As a man of higher education, a Ph.D., no less, how had he descended to such base vulgarity? His mind was besieged by malevolent notions. Had the excesses he indulged in insidiously altered not just his body, but also his very psyche? The mere contemplation of this notion sent shivers down Tang Lie's spine. With a sharp crack, he felt a searing pain sear through his back. As one of the beautiful warriors wielded a whip, striking him fiercely across the shoulder, Tang Lie cried out in agony, turning to glare at her in indignation. Her name was Luo Kai, the very same who had cried out during Tang Lie's demonstration of the pistol's functionality. Among the numerous female warriors, she was particularly fond of teasing and tormenting him. In the captivating depths of Luo Kai's azure eyes, waves of exhilarating excitement shimmered as she beheld the crimson blood slowly oozing from Tang Lie's skin. Unable to resist, she delicately extended her tender, scarlet tongue, sensually licking her upper lip. Faced with the woman's alluring demeanor, Tang Lie's defenses crumbled to nothing, and the hatred in his gaze swiftly morphed into a profound desire. Luo Kai leaned closer, her voluptuous figure creating a deep cleft across her chest, teasingly inquiring, "Do you long for me?" Tang Lie swallowed hard, though he remained silent. The yearning and passion in his eyes betrayed his answer. Noticing the absence of onlookers, Luo Kai gently lifted her long skirt, revealing her long, slender legs. Tang Lie's gaze followed the upward motion of her garment, and he could no longer suppress the surging desire within him. He lunged forward, enveloping Luo Kai in his arms. His cheek pressed against her soft, smooth skin, greedily inhaling her intoxicating fragrance. Yet, an unfamiliar scent wafted towards them. As Tang Lie opened his eyes, he found Yin Yu standing a short distance behind Luo Kai, observing their actions with a cold, discerning gaze. Luo Kai, acutely aware of Tang Lie's sudden shift, turned around, her face draining of color in shock. Swiftly regaining her composure, she raised her hand and struck Tang Lie's face with force, exclaiming, "You despicable, base creature! How dare you lay your hands on me?" The blow sent Tang Lie sprawling to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Luo Kai, brandishing a whip, prepared to strike again, but was unexpectedly halted by Yin Yu, who seized her wrist. "Sister, do not interfere. Today, I shall surely punish this shameless scoundrel. It is unexpected that your acting is truly remarkable." Yin Yu had already witnessed everything that transpired with utter clarity and coldly remarked, "Luo Kai, we have been sisters for many years. Why must you put on a fade before me?" With an expression devoid of emotion, Yin Yu continued, "From now on, do not approach that slave. As for how to proceed, I have my own measures." Tang Lie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured, "Thank you." He shook his head. "I am fine. I appreciate your concern." Upon seeing Yin Yu's demeanor, the emotions that had just subsided within him surged once more. He hurriedly gazed towards the sea, seeking to divert his attention, uncertain of when his tribulations would come to an end. Yin Yu softly inquired, "Are you truly not a spy for the Lander Empire?" Tang Lie replied in a hushed tone, "I am not. Yet, why do you possess a parchment personally inscribed by the Emperor of Lander, adorned with his seal?" Tang Lie turned away, unable to meet Yin Yu's gaze. "I have already stated that those items were given to me by others, yet you refuse to believe me." With a melancholic sigh, Yin Yu lamented, "It is a pity that the master holds no affection for you. I fear she will not trust your words." Unable to contain himself, Tang Lie exclaimed, "Women, regardless of their origins, are all large-breasted and mindless creatures. If I were truly a scurrilous spy for the Lander Empire, what schemes could I possibly conjure while hiding on a small island?" Upon hearing his crude remarks, Yin Yu's fair face involuntarily flushed, as Tang Lie beheld her enchanting appearance. A stirring arose within his heart. Fortunately, a flicker of reason lingered in his mind. Otherwise, he might have rushed forward to embrace her. "What is your name?" Yin Yu inquired softly. "Tang Lie. Tang from the Tang clan. Lie as in hunter." Tang Lie found himself developing a fondness for the gentle Yin Yu, pondering that had he encountered such a tender and charming figure in the hot springs, his fate might have been entirely different. Lost in his reverie, Yin Yu suddenly pressed her hands against her temples, her delicate brows knitting together in evident distress. Concerned, Tang Lie asked, "What troubles you?" Yin Yu replied in a low voice, "My headache has returned. It's nothing serious. I can endure it." This affliction had plagued her since childhood, recurring several times each year, and this episode proved particularly severe. Gripping the ship's railing, her forehead glistened with a sheen of perspiration. Noticing her flushed complexion and the faint traces of blood in her enchanting eyes, Tang Lie gently inquired, "Are you experiencing a throbbing headache and a dryness in your mouth?" Yin Yu nodded, enduring the pain. Mustering his courage, Tang Lie asked, "If Miss Yin trusts me, might you extend your wrist?" After a moment's hesitation, She extended her fair wrist towards him. As he clasped her delicate arm, his heart raced uncontrollably. Yet he managed to steady his thoughts and discern the fleeting pulse of her condition. In a hushed tone, he queried, "Is your tongue red, with a yellow coating? Is your urine a brownish hue?" Yinyue's delicate face flushed crimson, her ears tinged with an unexpected warmth upon hearing Tang Lie divulge such a clandestine matter. To her astonishment, his words echoed her own symptoms with uncanny precision. Embarrassed, she shyly nodded, murmuring a soft "hm." As he entered, a peculiar odor assaulted his senses, triggering an overwhelming wave of nausea that surged through his throat. His stomach churned violently, and moments later, the meal he had consumed was expelled with a forceful retch. Meishi had already turned away, unwilling to witness the chaotic aftermath. Luo Kai covered her mouth and nose, suppressing her revulsion as she examined the contents of Tang Lie's vomit. She reported, "Master, he indeed has recently eaten. Remnants of pancakes and beef are present." Impatiently, Meishi waved her hand, inhaling a breath of fresh, cool air as she coolly instructed, "Have this place cleaned up promptly and bring him to the flower chamber to see me." The so-called flower chamber was a room approximately 3 zhang in length and width, featuring a central support pillar stained with blood, alongside various types of whips hanging on the wall. Once Tang Lie was thrust into the flower chamber, the grim reality of its purpose as a torture chamber became evident. Luo Kai and another female warrior secured him firmly to the pillar. Meishi, poised and graceful, took her seat opposite Tang Lie, delicately lifting a cup of fragrant tea to her lips for a brief taste. Although Tang Lie was acutely aware of the impending calamity that awaited him, he found himself irresistibly captivated by Meishi's softly parting rosy lips. The thought of savoring Meishi's alluring cherry lips filled him with an exquisite longing. Conjuring vivid fantasies in his mind, images of Meishi, like a playful pup, sensuously caressing his skin. Upon noticing the lascivious gleam in his eyes, Meishi's heart ignited with indignation. This man was the epitome of base indecency. Under the weight of his lewd gaze, she felt utterly exposed, as though standing before him in a state of complete undress. Furious, Meishi demanded, "What are you thinking?" Tang Lie blurted out, "I want to do you." The words escaped his lips without passing through the filter of his mind, and he inwardly chastised himself for his shamelessness. Yet his gaze remained fixated on Meishi's prominent bosom. In a fit of rage, Meishi hurled her teacup to the ground, shattering it into pieces, and cried, "Luo Kai, silence his foul mouth." Luo Kai sprang into action, delivering several resounding slaps to Tang Lie's face without a hint of mercy, causing his cheek to swell dramatically. Meishi did not call for her to stop. Thus, Luo Kai continued her relentless assault, blood streaming from the corners of Tang Lie's lips, his fury boiling over as he cursed incessantly. Meishi waved her hand, signaling Luo Kai to halt, and with a fiery resolve, she demanded, "Now, tell me honestly. Who sent you the food?" Tang Lie replied with a cold smirk, "If I tell you, will you set me free?" To his astonishment, Meishi nodded. "Why should I trust you?" Meishi pointed at the various whips hanging on the wall and declared, "I assure you, you will confess. Rather than forcing you to speak, it would be better for you to admit it willingly now." Tang Lie turned his gaze toward Luo Kai and exclaimed, "It is her. This wretched girl sought to engage in an affair with me, enticing me with food." Once known for his broad-mindedness and eloquence, his demeanor had drastically changed since being subjected to excessive injections. Now, every utterance was laced with profanity, and his desire for revenge had intensified remarkably. Luo Kai, her face pale with fear, retorted angrily, "You insolent servant, how dare you slander me?" She seized a whip, poised to strike Tang Lie. Meishi coldly interjected, "Did I permit you to act?" Stopping mid-motion, Luo Kai hurriedly clarified, "Master, that food was clearly given to him by Yinyu. I had no part in it." Meishi had since regained her composure, her expression betraying no signs of anger or joy. She calmly stated, "Without concrete evidence, one ought not to cast suspicion upon others." Luo Kai protested, "I distinctly saw Yinyu stealing food from the kitchen." At this moment, Tang Lie realized that all the turmoil stemmed from this vile woman, and his contempt for her only grew. He scoffed, "Luo Kai, why do you not dare to admit your actions? Not only did you provide me with food, but you also promised that once the ship docked, you would find a way to take me away." Luo Kai retorted furiously, "You are falsely accusing me." Tang Lie chuckled, "I finally comprehend the situation. Last time, when you lifted your skirt to entice me and I declined, you must have harbored resentment for my rejection of your affections, leading you to concoct this scheme to ensnare me. I did not. You vile woman, with such a malicious heart. Even if you were to stand before me unclothed, I would not deign to acknowledge you." Luo Kai, incensed by his scorn, disregarded Mei Shi's presence and swung the whip viciously at Tang Lie. The whip struck, lacerating him from left shoulder to right abdomen, causing him to scream in agony, nearly losing consciousness. In truth, Mei Shi had already unraveled the intricacies of the matter. She merely wished for Tang Lie to confess, but instead, he had muddled everything with his evasive words. She softly commanded, "Lash him 20 times with fervor, then confine him to the water chamber for 2 days. By then, he shall divulge everything." "Master, please show mercy." Yin Yu's voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. Tang Lie looked up to see Yin Yu, her face streaked with tears. Entering the chamber, Mei Shi furrowed her brow slightly. "Yin Yu, have you come to plead for him?" With tears in her eyes, Yin Yu knelt before Mei Shi, saying, "Master, I was the one who delivered food to Tang Lie." Mei Shi struggled to suppress her rage, whispering, "Yin Yu, you are the one I have cherished the most. Since our acquaintance, I have regarded you as my own sister. You are aware of my temperament. No one is permitted to form attachments with slaves. Why then did you choose to act in such a manner?" Chapter 5, The Sudden Gunshot, Part 1. Yin Yu, sobbing, said, "Master, there is no romantic relationship between Tang Lie and me. I merely believe he does not resemble a spy from the Land Empire." Mei Shi scoffed at this juncture. "You still speak in his favor?" Yin Yu wiped her tears and replied, "Master, if he were indeed a spy for the Land Empire, why would he not venture to the critical border fortresses or the imperial capital to gather intelligence, but instead choose a desolate island? Moreover, the date on that parchment is clearly 50 years old, and he is only in his 20s. Would the Emperor of the Land Empire have sent him as a spy before he was even born?" These were words Tang Lie had once shared with her, and now her recounting bore greater persuasive weight than his own. Mei Shi's expression darkened. She was well aware that Tang Lie was no spy. Her animosity towards him stemmed from other reasons, though it was not suitable to disclose such matters to outsiders. With a skeptical glance at Tang Lie, she considered this lewd young man, who hardly appeared to be a benevolent doctor, likely just a scapegoat for Yin Yu's defense. Luo Kai, harboring jealousy over Yin Yu's favored status, seized the opportunity to add insult to injury, stating, "Master, since Yin Yu has already acknowledged it, this matter leaves no room for doubt." Mei Shi glared at Luo Kai, saying, "Do I still need your guidance in my endeavors?" Luo Kai sheepishly closed her mouth. Mei Shi then turned her gaze toward Yin Yu, her expression laden with complexity as she sighed. "Yin Yu, you have greatly disappointed me. There are laws governing the nation and rules dictating our profession. I cannot allow one individual to tarnish the integrity of our trade." She bit her cherry-red lip. Finally summoning the resolve to declare, "Deliver 20 lashes to Tang Lie, and cast both of them into the water tank. Once they resurface, we shall determine their fate." Tang Lie inwardly lamented, realizing that Mei Shi still harbored some mercy for Yin Yu. Otherwise, why would she solely punish him while sparing her? Yin Yu silently relinquished the key she had guarded to Mei Shi, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Welcome," Mei Shi said to Luo Kai. "This key shall remain in your custody for the time being. I do not wish for Yin Yu's predicament to repeat itself." The 20 lashes inflicted upon Tang Lie left him bloodied and bruised, causing him to faint multiple times, only to be revived by cold water. After the punishment, he and Yin Yu were both cast into the water tank. Tang Lie sighed. "Ever since I was injected with that substance, I hardly recognize myself." Yin Yu returned to Tang Lie's side, gently patting his arm as she reassured him, "Do not be disheartened. Everyone encounters misfortunes. I believe you will gradually recover." Was engulfed in a torrent of emotions, his mind consumed by thoughts of desire. This was his first experience being so intimately close to a woman since arriving in this world. The exhilaration was overwhelming, and had he not retained a flicker of reason, he would have succumbed to his impulses and taken Yin Yu by force. Yin Yu intended to offer him solace, but her delicate hand resting on his shoulder ignited the flames of lust within him. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he abruptly enveloped her in his arms, his lips hungrily seeking hers. Yin Yu, taken aback and panicked, struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "Tang Lie, you must not do this." Seizing the moment, Tang Lie, driven by an insatiable desire, spoke not a word as he slipped his hand beneath the collar of her garment, grasping her breast without a hint of tenderness. Yin Yu was caught in a tumult of shame and pain, her body rendered weak and unable to break free from his embrace. At that moment, Tang Lie's passion surged within him, poised to erupt like a bowstring drawn taut. Yin Yu, under the weight of his fervent advances, could only offer a token resistance, her voice issuing soft cries of distress. Just as Tang Lie was about to cross the threshold of no return, a sudden muffled sound pierced through the haze. Gunfire. The shock jolted him into a moment of clarity, and in that instant of hesitation, Yanwei seized the opportunity to break free from his grasp and delivered a sharp slap to his face. The air was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps, and the cabin door was flung open by two alarmed female warriors. Yanwei, there has been an incident with Luo Kai. You must come with me. Meishi turned and walked towards the storage cabin. Upon entering, Tang Lie immediately spotted Luo Kai lying on the ground, her lifeless eyes gazing upwards. Motionless and drenched in crimson blood, Tang Lie gasped sharply, approaching Luo Kai and reaching out to touch the artery at her neck. The skin had already grown cold. Noticing her dilating pupils, Tang Lie felt a pang of sorrow, despite having previously cursed Luo Kai to perish swiftly. The sight before him was indeed tragic. Her wounds must have been in the lower regions. This foolish woman had truly believed that the handgun was intended for self-defense. It seemed she had just taken possession of the key and sneaked in to indulge, only to unwittingly seal her own fate. She was already dead. Tang Lie sighed heavily. Meishi, her eyes reddened with anger, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "It is you who has brought about her demise." Tang Lie, sensing the murderous intent in her gaze, felt a chill run down her spine and hastily retorted, "What does this have to do with me?" Had she dutifully safeguarded such items without engaging in theft, this tragedy would never have occurred. Meishi nodded with bitter resolve. Hang him from the mast, and let him perish under the sun. How dare you? You heartless viper. Tang Lie spat. I should have slain you first, and had my way with your corpse. With that, Tang Lie was roughly shoved out. Meishi cast a sorrowful glance at Luo Kai's lifeless body and softly instructed, "Give Luo Kai a proper burial, and cast that iron object into the sea." Yinyu, witnessing Luo Kai's tragic fate, was equally filled with sorrow. Meishi approached her, deeply affected by the events surrounding Luo Kai. With a heavy sigh, she remarked, "This individual is certainly no good. You must remember this lesson." Tang Lie's body was suspended high upon the mast, his eyes wide open as he watched Yinyu and his men cast Luo Kai's lifeless body along with the pistol into the depths of the sea. With the pistol gone, his hopes of escape dwindled to near impossibility, leaving him in a state of utter despair. Under the relentless sun, Tang Lie wilted like a withering flower, devoid of spirit, closing his eyes and quietly awaiting death. It was only now that he truly comprehended he had entered an entirely alien world, yet lamentably, this realization came only as he faced the specter of death. A short, portly figure moved slowly across the deck. It was the individual who had clashed with Tang Lie. Since Tang Lie had been punished, the responsibility of cleaning the deck had fallen squarely upon him. Tang Lie weakly opened his eyes, the midday sun threatening to drain the last remnants of his strength. His lips, parched and cracked, bled from the harsh dryness. The worker glanced at Tang Lie's pitiful state and felt an involuntary pang of sympathy. "Help me," Tang Lie whispered, harboring a flicker of hope. The worker responded with a helpless smile, shifting his water bucket and resuming his labor, unable to offer any assistance. "It seems that I am truly on the brink of death," Tang Lie lamented, reflecting that had he known he would face such dire circumstances upon arriving in this world, he would have preferred to accept Wei Gang's kindness on the deserted island and marry that beautiful gorilla. At least it would have afforded him a few more years of life. It felt as though everyone had forgotten Tang Lie. He had been suspended from the mast for a full 2 days and nights, his consciousness beginning to blur, and his thoughts spiraling into chaos. Only during the depths of night did the bone-chilling cold wind bring him a semblance of clarity. Each time he opened his eyes, the same scene greeted him, the pitch-black sea and the deck, reflecting a profound gleam under the moonlight, revealing that the biters exerted themselves more diligently in cleaning the deck than he did. Why doesn't T and you come to see me? Could it be that she has been imprisoned by Meishi again? Tang Lie pondered endlessly, his gaze fixed on the flickering light 3 meters away, the orange glow providing him with a modicum of warmth. In that slight warmth, he drifted into a hazy slumber. In his dreams, a piercing pain surged through his right arm, penetrating swiftly into his body. Startled by the agony, Tang Lie opened his eyes wide and looked up. He suddenly noticed a large ship approaching rapidly under the cover of night. His eyes widened in alarm as he discerned the skull flag billowing in the wind. His heart racing with apprehension. Pirates. The ship remained shrouded in silence, indicating that most aboard were in slumber, unaware of the impending danger. Tang Lie exerted all his strength and shouted hoarsely, "The pirates are coming! The pirates are coming!" Meishi suddenly sat up in bed, clearly hearing the cries from outside. She swiftly donned her outer garments and rushed onto the deck, where her warriors, alerted by the commotion, hurried out from their quarters one after another. The pirate ship was less than 50 paces away, and Tang Lie continued to sound the alarm from atop the mast. Full speed ahead. Let us shake them off. Everyone, prepare to resist the pirates' assault at all costs. Macy commanded loudly. Accompanied by a resounding boom that echoed through the heavens, a cannonball traced a crimson arc across the sky, resembling a red fire dragon, hurtling towards their vessel. Fortunately, the distance between them was too great, and the cannonball missed their ship, plunging into the sea just 5 paces away and erupting into a towering column of water. The sailors exerted their utmost effort to maneuver the ship, swiftly fleeing eastward. The pirate ship relentlessly pursued them from behind. Unbeknownst to Tang Lie, his allegiance had completely shifted to Macy's side. He understood that if the pirates caught up, not only would Macy and her crew suffer, but he too would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. As dawn broke, a veil of mist enveloped the sea, which proved to be a fortuitous boon for Macy's side. With the thick fog shrouding them, they finally managed to evade the pirate ship. By the time the sun pierced through the mist, it was already afternoon. Drawing upon her vast experience, Macy had long since left the pirate ship in her wake. However, the prolonged standing and mental strain left her feeling exceptionally fatigued. Macy gazed at the western sky, feeling a profound sense of relief as she exhaled softly. Yet, a piercing pain gripped her lower abdomen, causing her to furrow her delicate brows and bite her lower lip, her hands instinctively tightening around the railing. Yin Yu approached Macy, accompanied by 4 warriors. "My lady," she began, "we have successfully evaded the pirates, and we are now in close proximity to the mainland. If all goes well, we shall soon reach the imperial capital." With a sigh, Macy remarked, "There has never been any record of pirate activity in these waters. It is indeed puzzling how they have suddenly appeared here." Yin Yu wore a look of bewilderment as well. Macy continued, "Last night, it was supposed to be Chuanyin's watch. Why did she fail to detect the pirates in time?" Yin Yu replied softly, "I have already inquired with her. When the pirates approached last night, Chuanying happened to be patrolling the lower deck, which is why she was unable to spot them promptly." Macy sighed once more, acknowledging, "This oversight was indeed my fault. I assumed we were nearing the imperial capital and neglected to assign 2 individuals for the watch, nearly resulting in a disaster." Seizing the opportunity, Yin Yu advised, "It is fortunate that Tang Lie was present. Had he not detected the pirates' presence in time, we might have struggled to escape their pursuit." Macy fell silent and turned her gaze toward the mast, where Tang Lie hung high above, his head bowed, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. After a moment, she nodded and said, "In light of his contribution, I shall let him off this time." Yin Yue was filled with an unexpected joy and hastily instructed someone to lower Tang Lie from the mast. After such a prolonged absence from solid ground, upon finally setting foot on the deck, he found himself unsteady and, with a resounding thud, fell awkwardly to the floor. A faint smile involuntarily crept onto Macy's face as she witnessed Tang Lie's comical struggle to rise. However, her amusement swiftly turned to concern when she noticed spots of crimson staining the hem of her long skirt, unaware of where the injury had occurred. Tang Lie, observing her gaze directed towards her own lower body, instinctively looked down as well. The moment he did, a deep blush flooded her cheeks. Since the previous night, she had been solely focused on commanding the ship, oblivious to the arrival of her monthly cycle. The mortifying situation, now witnessed by the despicable Tang Lie, extinguished any flicker of fondness she had recently developed for him. Angrily, she retorted, "Do you still not think you've had enough sun?" Tang Lie, fixated on the bloodstains upon Macy's skirt, swallowed greedily. Although she had intended to chastise him further, a sudden wave of pain akin to a knife twisting in her abdomen left her devoid of any inclination to scold. Accepting the shawl Yin Yue offered, she wrapped it around her slender waist to conceal the embarrassing scene. Noticing Macy's pale complexion, devoid of any color, and the beads of cold sweat cascading down her forehead, Yin Yue felt a surge of panic. She hurriedly fetched a warm towel for Macy, placing it gently upon her abdomen. Macy trembled as she spoke. "Being a woman is truly arduous, enduring this torment every month." Yin Yue, with genuine concern, inquired, "Do you feel any better, my lady?" Macy shook her head, overwhelmed by pain, and lamented, "I have never endured such agony before." Yin Yu, observing her suffering, softly proposed, "Perhaps we should summon Dr. Tang, whose medical skills are exceptional." Macy retorted angrily, "Do not dare to mention that scoundrel in my presence, or I shall punish you as well." Yin Yu, intimidated, fell silent. Witnessing Macy's frail state, she felt a deep unease brewing within her. In a moment of haziness, someone nudged her, and with considerable effort, Tang Lie opened his eyes, only to find the stout Pidian beside him, holding a bowl of water. Thanks to the reconciliation between Tang Lie and Oscar, the atmosphere in the lower deck had transformed, becoming notably harmonious. The Pidians, known for their straightforward nature and lack of guile, welcomed Tang Lie as one of their own friends. Some offered their secret stash of half a flatbread, while others presented pickled vegetables they had long cherished. Although Tang Lie was not easily moved, the sincerity of these simple-hearted Pidians stirred a deep emotion within him. During dinner, Yin Yu led a group to deliver meals. Approaching Tang Lie, she gently placed the food box before him and opened the lid. An enticing aroma captivated the gaze of all the Pidians present, revealing a roasted chicken, a plate of beef, and freshly baked, golden brown pastries. Under the dim light, the sound of salivation echoed as the Pidians struggled to contain their appetites. Tang Lie smiled and asked, "What is it? Are you not afraid of further punishment from Macy?" Yin Yu smiled gently and said softly, "I have a request to make. Is there any way I can be of assistance to you?" With a sigh, Yin Yu continued, "My master has been suffering from unbearable abdominal pain since this afternoon. We have exhausted all our options, yet there has been no sign of improvement. Since you possess the ability to remedy long-standing ailments, I am certain you are quite skilled. If you could alleviate my master's suffering, I would provide you with such food daily from this day forward." A stir arose among the surrounding biters. Such sustenance was undoubtedly a tremendous allure for them. Tang Lie chuckled, "Miss Yin, your affliction is upon your head, while Mei Shi's ailment lies within. I may be able to cure your headache, but her abdominal pain is a different matter altogether." In truth, he had already formed a preliminary understanding. Earlier that afternoon, he had witnessed the menstrual blood inadvertently staining Mei Shi's dress, leading him to deduce that she likely suffered from dysmenorrhea. Treating such a condition would be a mere trifle for him. "Is there truly nothing you can do?" Tang Lie feigned a sigh and replied, "At present, I possess no diagnostic instruments, and given Mei Shi's prejudice against me, she would certainly refuse my assistance. If I am not mistaken, you have come to seek my help without her knowledge, taking matters into your own hands." Yin Yu lightly bit her cherry lips. Tang Lie was indeed perceptive, rendering her intentions transparent before him. "Although I cannot directly treat her, alleviating her pain should not pose much difficulty." "Really? I imagine you must have ginger and brown sugar in your kitchen." "We have ginger, but I have never heard of brown sugar." "Do you have red dates and Sichuan pepper?" "We have plenty of both red dates and Sichuan pepper." "Please take an ounce each of red dates and Sichuan pepper, add them to a pound of water, bring it to a gentle boil. Then add 2 chien of Sichuan pepper, and simmer it on low heat for 20 minutes. Strain out the herb residue with a cloth, and let her consume the remaining decoction in 2 doses over 5 days. This should yield results." "Thank you so much. If you can heal my master, I will surely reward you handsomely." "How do you intend to reward me?" His gaze, filled with desire, lingered on her delicate form, recalling the moment in the water prison that nearly ignited his very being. "Since I have provided you with a prescription, would it not be reasonable for you to bring me some food as a token of appreciation?" Tang Lie laughed heartily, saying, "Miss Yin, rest assured. My life is now firmly in your hands. I would not dare to jest with my own existence." He stepped closer to Yin Yu, adding, "I possess a rapid method to alleviate her pain, and you must observe closely and remember it well." He pressed the tip of his index finger against the Higu acupoint, located between the first and second metacarpal bones on the back of the hand, and then applied pressure to the San Yin Jiao acupoint, situated 3 inches above the inner ankle along the posterior edge of the tibia. He instructed Yin Yu, "Press each of these points for 1 minute. You will experience sensations of soreness, numbness, heaviness, and swelling, which can swiftly diminish internal pain." Yin Yu looked at Tang Lie with a hint of skepticism, inquiring, "What exactly do you mean by a minute?" Tang Lie couldn't help but chuckle at her confusion, realizing that the world's method of keeping time differed from his own. He patiently explained, "When you count from 1 to 60, that constitutes a minute. The rhythm is as such." He demonstrated for her. Once Yin Yu grasped and memorized everything, she finally took her leave. In the 6th chapter, titled Rise, "You who do not wish to be slaves." Part 1, Yin Yu indeed honored her promise and brought Tang Lie 3 roasted chickens and several pounds of beef. Tang Lie, of course, could not consume such a large quantity himself. He was grateful for the selfless assistance of the biters during his time of need, and this served as his way of expressing gratitude. One by one, the biters ravenously devoured the delicacies that Tang Lie had shared with them. From time to time, Tang Lie cast appreciative glances at the others. He handed over his portion of roasted chicken legs to Oscar, who, despite a moment of hesitation, could not resist the allure of the delectable dish and accepted it with unabashed enthusiasm. The simple-hearted beings, momentarily forgetting their predicament in the face of such culinary delight, indulged themselves until they were sated, rubbing their round bellies and engaging in playful banter. They were keenly aware that this sumptuous feast was a gift from Tang Lie, to whom they expressed profound respect and gratitude. Unlike them, Tang Lie did not simply accept his circumstances. His mind was occupied with devising a swift escape from his current plight. Mei Shi's menstrual discomfort presented a fortuitous opportunity. If seized correctly, it might earn him her favor and alter his presently disadvantageous situation. However, while alleviating Mei Shi's discomfort seemed straightforward, controlling the tempestuous urges within himself proved exceedingly challenging. He felt akin to a lustful beast, where any reckless or uncouth act could easily transpire under the influence of his desires. Yin Yue's timely pressure gradually eased Mei Shi's abdominal pain, prompting her to release a relieved sigh. She picked up a warm towel nearby to wipe the sweat from her brow and softly remarked, "Yin Yue, I never imagined you possessed such a skill." Yin Yue smiled gently, presenting a bowl of ginger and jujube soup to Mei Shi. "My lady, drink this and rest well. Upon awakening, you shall feel much better." Mei Shi nodded gracefully as she sipped the ginger and jujube soup, feeling a warm, soothing sensation envelop her abdomen, the discomfort in her lower belly dissipating almost instantaneously. Given her understanding of her subordinates, she was certain that Yin Yue lacked such capabilities. Recalling how Yin Yue had previously recommended Tang Lie to diagnose her ailment, Mei Shi could nearly conclude that Yin Yue's method of treatment was indeed learned from him. Gently placing the empty bowl down, Mei Shi inquired, "Did he teach you these methods, or did you devise them yourself?" Aware that she could not deceive Mei Shi, Yin Yue hurriedly knelt before her, pleading. Yin Yue acted on her own accord. "I hope my master will forgive me." Mei Shi's deep blue eyes gazed quietly out the window, where night had fully descended. The sea had transformed into an inky black expanse, reminiscent of a boundless net. With a contemplative expression, she mused, setting aside his despicable character. "He is indeed a remarkable talent." Seizing the opportunity, Yin Yue suggested, "Master, perhaps we should grant him a chance to explain himself." Mei Shi furrowed her brows, replying, "I have my own plans regarding this matter." Suddenly recalling something, her piercing gaze fixed on Yin Yue's watery eyes as she asked, "There is something I have long wished to inquire about. What transpired between you two in the water chamber that day?" Yin Yue's delicate face flushed crimson, stammering, "Master, you think too much. Nothing occurred." Mei Shi's beautiful eyes glinted with an icy intensity as she coldly retorted, "Do you truly believe I cannot see through your deception?" Yin Yue bit her lower lip and spoke with great difficulty. He wishes to take liberties with me." Fortunately, the other sisters arrived just in time. Mei Shi unexpectedly posed a perplexing question. If the other sisters had not appeared, would something inappropriate have transpired between you and him? Yin Yue remained silent, memories of that day in the water chamber flooding her mind. She pondered, would she have resolutely rebuffed Tang Lie's brazen advances had no one else been present? Strangely, the answer was negative. She was acutely aware that had her sisters not intervened, she might have succumbed entirely to Tang Lie's aggression. Mei Shi keenly observed Yin Yue's expression, and from her countenance, she discerned the truth. With a soft sigh, she instructed, "You may go now, but from this day forth, no one is permitted to approach that man without my consent." In 3 days, they would reach the imperial capital of Longda in the Xuanwu Kingdom, which lay in the western part of the Grand Continent, separated from the Land Empire by the Ugulaba River. These two nations were the mightiest on the Grand Continent, perpetually at odds and harboring deep-seated animosity, engaged in unceasing conflict since time immemorial. Thus, upon glimpsing the sheepskin scroll in Tang Lie's satchel, Mei Shi had deemed him a spy of the Land Empire. In the early morning, Mei Shi stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant rising sun, quietly basking in the golden morning light. Her curvaceous figure was enveloped in a halo of gold, rendering her enigmatic and her beauty ineffable. Since consuming the ginger, pepper, and jujube soup, her menstrual discomfort had alleviated, and her body had returned to its usual state of comfort. Before her stood a handsome visage, the corners of Mei Shi's petal-like lips revealing a hint of bashful smile. Soft footsteps echoed from behind as Yin Yue approached her, bearing a bowl of medicine. Mei Shi spoke softly, "We shall soon arrive at the imperial city." Yin Yue chuckled, handing the bowl to Mei Shi. "The master seems to have recovered considerably." Yin Yue nodded, adding, "His medical skills are remarkably proficient, surpassing even those esteemed court physicians in the capital. Welcome to you." Mei Shi gazed at Yin Yue with profound meaning, teasingly asking, "Yin Yue, could it be that you have developed a fondness for him?" Yin hastily shook her head, insisting, Yin merely speaks the truth. I harbor no personal desires. With a sigh, Meishi remarked, his origins are shrouded in mystery. I cannot help but fear he harbors ulterior motives. Yin, her mood heavy, inquired, Master, do you truly intend to sell him at the market? Meishi fell silent, her gaze drifting back to the vast horizon where the azure sky met the sea, her enchanting blue eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from behind them. Both Meishi and Yin turned to see a thick wooden post, the width of a bowl, tumbling down from a nearby mast. Oscar, a bitter kneeling on the deck to clean, stood frozen in shock, forgetting to evade the impending danger. Move aside, Yin cried in alarm. Though she regarded these bitterns merely as commodities, she could not bear to witness a living soul perish before her eyes. At the critical moment, Oscar finally reacted, shifting his diminutive frame backward just enough to evade a catastrophic fate. The wooden stake struck heavily against his right leg, accompanied by a sharp cracking sound, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from Oscar as his leg succumbed to the brutal impact. Yin hurried over, witnessing Oscar's pain. Pallid face as he clutched his injured leg, wailing in agony. He must be treated, Yin implored as she looked up at Meishi for guidance. Meishi furrowed her brow. The fate of the creature was of little concern to her, as her primary interest lay in the integrity of her merchandise. Perhaps we should summon Tang Lie to assess the situation. Meishi conceded with a nod, recalling that Tang Lie had been the first to come to mind. Although she had heard Yin use repeated praises of Tang Lie's remarkable medical skills, she had yet to witness them firsthand. Now was an opportune moment. Yin swiftly brought Tang Lie to the deck, where Oscar continued to scream in distress. Upon seeing Tang Lie, he seemed to glimpse a savior, pointing desperately at his fractured leg and lamenting. Tang Lie approached Oscar, lifting the hem of his garment to inspect the injured thigh, which had already begun to swell ominously. After probing the site of the fracture, he swiftly made an accurate assessment. Oscar was fortunate. The displacement of the broken bone was not severe. With proper realignment and the application of a splint, coupled with 2 months of rest, he should recover fully. The biters possess short and stout lower limbs, with remarkably developed muscles, yet their femurs are notably brief, presenting considerable challenges for Tang Lie's manual realignment techniques. After familiarizing himself with the skeletal structure of the biters through tactile exploration, he conjured a vivid image of the fractured bones in his mind. In the absence of X-ray assistance, his exceptional judgment and imagination played a pivotal role. He could not help but feel a peculiar transformation had occurred within him, as his right hand's sense of touch had become extraordinarily acute. Oscar, a true man must endure the pain. Tang Lie handed Oscar a wooden stick to bite down on, a precaution to prevent him from inflicting injury upon himself during the excruciating process of realignment. Oscar nodded solemnly, tightly closing his eyes. Tang Lie inhaled deeply, supporting Oscar's ankle and the bend of his leg to prevent further displacement of the fractured bone. The fundamental technique for bone realignment involves traction, aimed at ensuring the fractured ends make the closest possible contact. Insufficient traction would fail to achieve this goal, while excessive traction, although potentially aiding in realignment, could lead to additional soft tissue damage or even cause soft tissue to become embedded within the fracture gap, resulting in delayed healing or non-union of the fracture. He swiftly secured Oscar's right leg with a pre-prepared wooden board, executing the realignment and fixation in one fluid motion. Although the entire process took less than 5 minutes, it encapsulated Tang Lie's years of rigorous study and profound understanding of medicine. Tang Lie gently wiped the perspiration from his hands with a clean towel, his thoughts drifting to the techniques he had demonstrated today, which had surpassed his own capabilities. The control and finesse he exerted with his right hand had reached a level of effortless mastery. Instinctively, he glanced at his right arm. The exposed portion of his forearm had mostly returned to its natural hue, yet several deep blue streaks remained, akin to indelible tattoos. The agony experienced during the realignment had caused Oscar to lose consciousness, and Tang Lie refrained from rousing him immediately, instead wiping the sweat from his brow and rising to his feet. Throughout the ordeal, Meishi stood aloof, observing with a dispassionate gaze. Only once Tang Lie had completed his healing process did she coldly inquire, "How long will it take for this bitman to recover?" Tang Lie dared not meet Meishi's eyes, fearing that her beauty might once again ensnare his senses. He lowered his gaze to the deck and replied, "If all goes well, he should recover in 2 months." 2 months? Meishi's eyes widened in disbelief as she cast a disdainful glance at the unconscious Oscar sprawled on the ground. Given his current condition, he held no value whatsoever. By the time he healed, She would have to cover 2 months' worth of food and lodging expenses. From a merchant's perspective, this transaction seemed a profound loss. Tang Lie could not help but steal a furtive glance at Mei Shi's expression, coincidentally catching a glimpse of the resentment flickering in her eyes. A sudden unease gripped him, though he could not articulate why. He murmured, "I have some medicinal supplies stored in my pack. If applied to Oscar, I believe he might recover sooner." Mei Shi coldly remarked, "I will consider this matter," and turned to walk into the cabin. An hour later, Oscar awoke, immediately spotting Tang Lie amidst the crowd surrounding him. He struggled to sit up, eager to express his gratitude to Tang Lie. Tang Lie hurriedly supported his shoulder, saying, "Do not move too hastily, should your bones shift again. It could lead to serious complications." Although Oscar could not comprehend Tang Lie's words, he could discern from his expression the deep concern he held for him, which moved him profoundly, prompting him to burst into tears. Tang Lie gazed at this simple-minded person, feeling a profound worry for his fate. Regaining his composure, he recalled the peculiarity of his right arm. He rolled up his sleeve completely, and in the dim light, he beheld a swirling dragon coiling around his arm, emanating a faint luminescence. The contours of the dragon were not clearly defined, and Tang Lie gasped in shock. He could swear he had never tattooed his skin in his entire life, yet the evidence lay before him. He recalled the experience of consuming that crystal, which had turned his skin blue. Could it be that the dragon on his arm was inextricably linked to the crystal? As the cabin door opened, Yin Yu descended accompanied by 4 female warriors. The biters surrounding Oscar quickly dispersed, leaving only Tang Lie standing there. Yin Yu did not cast a glance at Tang Lie, her gaze fixed on Oscar. "Take him outside," she commanded, as 2 of the female warriors approached Oscar, preparing to lift his bed. Tang Lie positioned himself in front of them, determined to shield them with his body. His recently mended bones were still fragile, and he could not afford to move for the time being. The 2 female warriors, incensed, swiftly drew their curved blades and shouted in unison, "You audacious fool! Step aside at once!" Tang Lie had intended to project an image of courageous heroism. Yet what emerged instead was the guise of a lascivious rogue. His lecherous eyes brazenly undressed the statuesque forms of the 2 warrior maidens. "I refuse to yield. What can you possibly do to me?" He harbored an intense desire to strip them of their garments and enact justice on the spot. Yin Yu, concerned that any conflict would bring unnecessary trouble to Tang Lie, approached him calmly and murmured, "Tang Lie, do not misconstrue the situation. My master finds the conditions in the lower deck utterly deplorable, detrimental to his recovery. He has graciously vacated a cabin for him to recuperate in peace." Tang Lie was not swayed by her deceitful words. With a smile, he replied, "In that case, let us escort Oscar upstairs to spare your delicate hands from any filth." Yin Yu's expression shifted, her tone turning frosty as she retorted, "There is no need for that. According to the rules, you are prohibited from moving about the deck at night." Tang Lie fixed his penetrating gaze upon Yin Yu's enchanting eyes and declared loudly, "Yin Yu, you are lying. It is evident that Mei Shi has seen Oscar injured. Not only is he of diminished value, but he would also become a burden to you. That is why you intend to abandon him." When Yin Yu was exposed by Tang Lie, she instinctively took a step back. Tang Lie, pointing at Oscar with fervent excitement, exclaimed, "Open your eyes and behold. He is a human being, possessing a vibrant life just like yours. What right do you have to enslave him? What authority do you possess to strip away another's freedom and life?" His words were filled with passionate fervor, causing Yin Yu's heart to tremble, as she realized she had never encountered a man with such heroic spirit in her life. The 4 beautiful warrior women accompanying Yin Yu, witnessing Tang Lie's audacity as a slave, swiftly drew their blades, and the atmosphere in the cabin grew tense. Yin Yu whispered, "Tang Lie, if you do not step aside, I fear I cannot protect you." Her declaration before everyone revealed her genuine affection for Tang Lie, as she could not bear to see him fall into distress once more because of a Bitian. Tang Lie glared defiantly at the beautiful warrior women, resolute in his determination not to allow them to take Oscar away. The Bitian around them cowered in the corners of the cabin, eyes wide with terror as they observed the unfolding scene. In their experience, they had never witnessed a slave daring to confront the master who dictated their fate so fiercely. Tang Lie had anticipated that upon seeing their companion in peril, the Bitian would rush forward to defend him. To his dismay, they all chose to retreat and cower instead, leaving him utterly disillusioned by their subservience. In a fit of anger, he shouted, "Is this a joke? Oscar is your brother, soon to be heartlessly abandoned by others. Can you truly remain indifferent?" Tang Lie's words seemed to have no effect. Those biters still cowered in the corners, their servility evidently cultivated over time, making it difficult to alter their disposition in the short term. Moreover, regardless of Tang Lie's fervent persuasion, these biters did not comprehend his language. It was akin to playing a lute to a cow. At last, Yinyu resolved herself, swiftly drawing the curved blade from her waist. The golden edge gleamed with a radiant arc. Step aside. Before Tang Lie could react, the blade had already pressed against his neck. A chill coursed through Tang Lie's heart, yet he maintained an outward calm, smiling as he said, "Yinyu, can you truly bring yourself to act so ruthlessly?" Yinyu's heart quivered, her eyes unexpectedly moistening. She had not anticipated that Tang Lie's seemingly mundane words would so easily dismantle her inner defenses. Forcing herself to harden her resolve, she declared, "If you do not step aside, I shall sever your throat with one strike." Tang Lie, undaunted, held her gaze. He believed he understood the complexities of the opposite sex. And Yinyu's every action unveiled her inner turmoil. She could not bear to harm him. From behind, a small biter emerged, approaching Tang Lie's side. With a gentle grip on his arm, the biter stood in front of Oscar beside him. Inspired by his bravery, more than 30 biters, moved by Tang Lie's fearless spirit, cast aside their cowardice, bravely stepping forward. "Welcome." Yinyu and several companions displayed a hint of panic on their faces, as in their eyes. The biters had always been timid and cowardly. They were astonished to see that under Tang Lie's instigation, these individuals were now rising up against them. The advantage in numbers emboldened the biters, who let out a thunderous roar, their pent-up anger from days of humiliation and enslavement erupting in that moment. Tang Lie spoke in a low voice, "I suggest you choose to depart. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what may unfold below." A cold laugh echoed from outside the cabin door. "Tang Lie, do you truly believe that you can threaten me with a mere 36 diminutive biter slaves?" Tang Lie looked up, only to see Mei Shi descending the gangway, flanked by 2 guards. The commotion had already caught her attention, and before entering the lower deck, she had surmised that the unrest must be related to Tang Lie. Beneath the flickering torchlight, Mei Shi appeared increasingly radiant and enchanting. It seemed her moment of discomfort had passed. Tang Lie greedily inhaled the subtle fragrance emanating from her delicate form, detecting an underlying hint of blood. A scent that stirred his primal instincts and ignited a deeper desire within him. Mei Shi cast a reproachful glance at Yinyu, for she believed this should have been a straightforward task, yet it had unexpectedly escalated into chaos. She fixed a cold stare upon Tang Lie, declaring, "You are indeed a source of trouble." Tang Lie grinned cheekily and replied, "Flattery, flattery. I merely possess a modicum of basic conscience and a sense of justice." Her retreat was entirely unexpected for Tang Lie. Once Mei Shi and her companions had departed and the cabin door closed once more, the biters erupted into jubilant cheers, their faces alight with ecstatic expressions. The notion of subduing their oppressor was something they had never dared to imagine. However, Tang Lie remained less optimistic. Mei Shi struck him as a woman of selfish and cold-hearted disposition. She would not easily yield, nor would she show any semblance of weakness or retreat in front of her subordinates and slaves. In the eyes of the biters, Tang Lie had undeniably ascended to the status of a towering hero, and each one expressed boundless respect for him. The first to step forward was a diminutive biter who approached Tang Lie with a stiff demeanor, stating, "Benefactor, please allow me to represent them and express our utmost reverence." He guarded his forehead with his left hand, while his right hand covered his heart, bowing deeply. The biters behind him mimicked his gesture, paying their respects to Tang Lie. The surprise in Tang Lie's heart was indescribable. He had not expected to find someone among the biters capable of communication. He grasped the biter's arms and exclaimed, "You can understand my words." The biter smiled and nodded, saying, "My name is Ada. These are our kin. I have been sold multiple times and endured great suffering before escaping from the hands of the slave owner. I learned this language while I was a slave." Despite the roughness of Ada's speech, his thoughts were coherent, revealing a clarity of mind that set him apart from the other dazed biters. Ada paused for a moment and continued, "We biters are the most despised people on this continent, enduring years of enslavement and humiliation." After Mei Shi and the others departed, the deck above fell into a profound silence once more. Tang Lie listened intently to the sounds from above. Ada leaned closer to him. "Are you concerned that they will not relent?" Tang Lie nodded. Individuals like Ada, possessing such wisdom, were indeed rare among the biters. He pulled Ada aside and whispered, "Ada, Mei Shi is a human trafficker. Her sole aim is to exploit and profit from the sale of human lives. Now that Oscar's leg is broken, he holds no market value, and as a merchant, she lacks any sense of humanitarianism." "Humanitarianism?" Ada repeated Tang Lie's words, perplexed. as many of his terms were beyond her current comprehension. Chapter 7. The Struggle of the Biters, Part 1. Meishi opted for the simplest yet most pragmatic approach. She cut off the fresh water and food supply to the slaves, unless they willingly delivered Oscar's corpse to the deck. Welcome. All the biters in the hold were suffering immensely from hunger and thirst. Although Tang Lie urged them to persevere, his own spirits began to weigh heavily. The pangs of hunger and thirst would soon shatter the fragile will of the biters, and at that point, the situation in the hold might spiral beyond control. A few biters had begun to secretly lament Oscar, blaming the overweight man for their plight, as he had led them all into this ordeal of starvation. Oscar leaned against the corner, his small eyes brimming with tears. Suddenly, he cried out, hot tears streaming down his cheeks. Ada quietly explained to Tang Lie that Oscar did not wish to burden others, wanting his kin to surrender him. The biters turned their gaze towards Tang Lie, for in their hearts, the ultimate decision rested with him. Absolutely not, Tang Lie declared resolutely. He stepped into the midst of the biters and pointed at Oscar, asserting, none shall surrender Oscar. Have you forgotten my words? We are a collective. Only through unity can we harness our greatest strength. If we allow ourselves to fracture over mere meals, how can we expect others to regard us with respect? Ada served as Tang Lie's translator, conveying his sentiments, and some biters bowed their heads in contemplation. However, a few obstinate individuals continued to voice their objections. Tang Lie, watching these ungrateful souls, felt an urge to confront them fiercely, lamenting the futility of his discourse on equality, freedom, unity, and camaraderie. As it seemed their foremost concern remained flatbreads and pickled vegetables. Ada sighed, relaying, they claim that sacrificing everyone for Oscar alone is not worthwhile. Tang Lie's fury ignited completely, and he roared at the selfish biters, nonsense. Do you believe that by handing over Oscar, you can alter your fated subjugation? Dream on. The young women would similarly sell you off like swine to others. Do you understand what we are striving for? We seek not only the life of Oscar but also our own freedom. Observing the darting eyes of several individuals, Tang Lie realized that his words had fallen on deaf ears. Damn it, had he known, he wouldn't have wasted so much breath. His saliva was already running low, and now he felt even more parched. Ada dutifully relayed Tang Lie's words, and the group of individuals spread their coarse hands, mumbling incoherently. Tang Lie, weary of further debate, raised his fist threateningly. Who dares to touch Oscar? I shall be the first to deliver his corpse. For these individuals lacking in team spirit, the most straightforward solution remained one of force. Despite their initial bravado, the group held a degree of respect for Tang Lie, obediently closing their mouths and squatting aside. Tang Lie was acutely aware that his authority might not endure for long. Once these individuals could no longer withstand the torment of hunger and thirst, more would rise against him, potentially leading to a repeat of the day he was besieged. Ada steadfastly stood by Tang Lie's side, whispering, benefactor, no matter what transpires, I shall always stand with you. A warmth filled Tang Lie's heart as he nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, we shall not yield. Oscar, behind the scenes, began to weep softly, his tears laden with sorrow for his kin's betrayal, yet simultaneously stirred by the spirit of solidarity displayed by Tang Lie and Ada. An enticing aroma wafted through the crevice of the cabin door, rousing the drowsy biters, who now stood in unison, their gazes fixated upon the door. Their broad, flat nostrils quivered as the sin of food tormented their already fragile nerves. Observing their expressions, Tang Lie sensed impending trouble. Meishi was indeed cunning, having devised every possible scheme. It seemed utterly impossible to expect these biters to endure adversity together. Casting a sympathetic glance at the pitiful Oscar, Tang Lie silently vowed, Oscar must not be surrendered, otherwise he would face certain doom. Yu Yan's voice resonated clearly from beyond the door. The master has agreed. As long as Oscar is handed over, all matters will be forgiven. This was echoed by one of the biters outside in their native tongue, inciting further unrest among those within the cabin. Ada, visibly anxious, remarked, benefactor, we are on the verge of losing control. Tang Lie nodded, contemplating his next move, and proclaimed loudly toward the door, Yu Yan, I demand to see your master. An ephemeral silence enveloped the outside, and after a brief moment, the cabin door swung open. Yu Yan spoke softly, Tang Lie, the master has consented to meet you. Meishi quietly scrutinized the man before her. She had never encountered a slave so brazenly arrogant. Tang Lie met Meishi's gaze fearlessly, his eyes unabashedly betraying his fury, having already ravaged her in his thoughts countless times. Do you realize your mistake? Had you known this would be the outcome, why act as you did? Meishi said disdainfully. Tang Lie erupted into laughter, and in that moment, Macy understood that this rude and insolent fellow was not there to concede to her. With a hint of menace, she declared, "Tang Lie, though you have aided me, it does not imply that I will endlessly tolerate your insolence." Unyielding, Tang Lie replied, "I did not come to cause trouble. Rather, I seek to negotiate a condition with you." To Macy, his words sounded utterly ludicrous. How could a slave devoid of personal freedom dare to propose terms? It was the height of absurdity. "What qualifies you to negotiate with me?" Macy retorted coldly. "I have neither the time nor the resources to squander on a lowly slave." Tang Lie maintained his smile and posed a question. "I would like to inquire, how much does a healthy pit slave fetch in the market?" 5 gold coins. Macy replied without hesitation. Tang Lie nodded and continued, "And what about someone like me?" Macy regarded him with curiosity, pondering the machinations within his mind. "If luck is on your side, you might fetch as much as 20 gold coins." Tang Lie deliberately sighed. "I have an account I would like you to calculate. If you abandon Oscar, I and those timid biter people will protest through hunger strikes. What would your loss amount to?" Macy glared at Tang Lie. "Do you think those cowardly biters would stand by your side? While I cannot assure you of their loyalty, I can guarantee my own. If you forsake Oscar, you will incur a loss of 20 gold coins. However, if you keep Oscar, not only will his 5 gold coins remain intact, but my 20 gold coins will also dutifully stay in your pocket." Tang Lie replied, "You should have experienced my medical skills to some extent. I can provide you with value far exceeding 20 gold coins. Keeping me is far more meaningful than selling me." His words struck a deep chord within Macy. And indeed, she found herself swayed by such thoughts. Tang Lie astutely perceived her wavering through the sudden softness in her gaze and whispered, "You may consider Oscar as payment for my medical services. I will thoroughly rid you of your ailments." Macy's delicate face involuntarily flushed, realizing that this cunning man had indeed seen through her intentions. As Tang Lie beheld the strikingly beautiful Macy, an insatiable longing surged within him. He murmured, "Although your monthly cycle has passed without incident this time, the next arrival will still bring pain. Without my assistance, you may find it difficult to truly experience the joys of womanhood." The words he had meticulously crafted in his mind transformed into something entirely different upon reaching his lips, his gaze fixated on Macy's pronounced curves, the fabric of her shorts accentuating a prominent peak. A faint smile graced the corners of Macy's lips as she unexpectedly raised her fist and delivered a sharp blow to Tang Lie's right eye. The unexpected strike left him seeing stars, causing him to tumble onto the deck. Macy let out a soft chuckle. "Tomorrow, I shall draft a contract. You owe me 1,000 gold coins, to be repaid within a year. Otherwise, I shall sell you to the most sordid of brothels, subjecting you to the torment and lashings of inferior beasts. My master, Oscar, shall ever remain at your side, willing to sacrifice his life, if necessary." Since Tang Lie had saved Oscar's life, he had wholeheartedly devoted himself to being Tang Lie's servant. Ada, another loyal follower of Tang Lie, served as both his secretary and translator. Tang Lie chuckled as he patted Ada's head. "Currently, I am akin to a clay idol crossing a river, struggling to maintain my own safety. However, I assure you, what is in my pot shall also be in your bowl." He lifted his head to survey the biters around him. Their actions during this critical moment truly chilled his heart. It seemed that a slave mentality could not be cultivated in a day, nor could it be altered swiftly. The speed of the vessel noticeably began to diminish, and most of the biters sensed something amiss, their faces filled with dread as they deeply contemplated the fate that awaited them. The hatch was pulled open from the outside, and a brilliant beam of sunlight flooded the lower deck. Tang Lie instinctively squinted, tilting his head upwards. Yin Yu and 6 beautiful warrior maidens appeared at the threshold. "Welcome home. You may step out for some fresh air." It was unclear who among the biters cried out first, but his emotions quickly spread to his companions, resulting in a chorus of sobs within the lower deck. For Yin Yu and her cohort, it was a return home. For the biters, however, it was a painful separation from their homeland. Tang Lie gazed at these biters with a twinge of pity, his prior disdain for them dissipating. They had grown accustomed to their subservient existence, and he felt little justification in casting blame upon them. All the slaves were escorted onto the deck, and it took Tang Lie a moment to acclimate to the blinding sunlight. Standing among the diminutive biters, he indeed felt like a crane amidst a flock of chickens. Ada supported Oscar closely behind Tang Lie. His greater experience made him aware that they were approaching the capital of the Xuanwu Empire, Longda. Upon reaching the large port known as Sun Moon Harbor, they would soon be auctioned off, destined for disparate futures. Yin Yu counted the number of individuals and then approached Mei Shi, whispering that excluding Tang Lie and the injured Bitren, 2 more Bitroun had succumbed to illness due to the unfamiliar environment, leaving them with only 169 healthy Bitrin. Yenyu nodded and shortly thereafter brought Tang Lie to Mei Shi's side. Tang Lie, having gone several days without a bath, appeared utterly filthy, with a thick stubble adorning his lips, adding an air of ruggedness and audacity to his demeanor. Mei Shi raised a sheepskin scroll in her hand, proudly declaring that it contained Tang Lie's own signature, which stated clearly that he was to repay 1,000 gold coins within a year, or else he would be condemned to eternal servitude. Tang Lie cast a disdainful glance at the scroll, noting his signature and fingerprint upon it, and thought to himself that, since it had not been notarized, he could easily escape given the chance. Only a fool would acknowledge such a contract. Mei Shi seemed to see through his thoughts and coldly warned him that in the kingdom of Xuanwu, signing a legitimate contract meant accepting its irrevocability. Should he attempt to flee, he would become a fugitive, living in constant fear of capture, which could lead to a gruesome fate of mutilation. Tang Lie's heart sank at the realization of the harsh punishments in Xuanwu. Mei Shi then turned to Yenyu and instructed him to take Tang Lie for a thorough bath and provide him with a set of clean clothes. Yenyu responded eagerly and exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Lie. Over 100 biters were lined up on the deck, while 6 warriors stood on the second tier of the ship, spraying cold water from hoses onto them, cleansing the grime from their bodies to present a favorable impression to prospective slave buyers. Tang Lie enjoyed a special treatment, soaking alone in a large wooden tub at the stern of the ship, comfortably rubbing his skin. Yenyu had secretly added 2 scoops of hot water for him. Although the temperature was not particularly warm, it was a luxury compared to the treatment received by the biters. Yenyu, noticing the surroundings were empty, whispered to Tang Lie, "Consider yourself fortunate. The master has decided to take you into the city. You must not provoke her further, with that contract in hand. Your fate rests entirely in her hands." Tang Lie smirked disdainfully. "Just her? Given the chance, I could swiftly earn 1,000 gold coins, and then we would part ways without any debts." Yenyu, however, did not share Tang Lie's optimism and sighed with concern. "Tang Lie, 1,000 gold coins is a fortune that an ordinary person could never amass in a lifetime." Implicitly, she meant that Tang Lie would be condemned to a lifetime of servitude to Mei Shi. Tang Lie smiled. "I didn't realize you cared about me." Yenyu blushed and retorted, "What nonsense are you speaking? I merely see your medical skills. It would be a pity if you were punished for opposing the master." Tang Lie lowered his voice. "My back itches. Could you scratch it for me?" Startled, Yenyu demurred softly. "The vessel is nigh to docking. We mustn't tarry long." Yet, a mere scratch is but a fleeting endeavor, stealthily surveying her surroundings to ascertain their solitude. Yenyu extended a delicate hand and gingerly scratched at Tang Lie's bronzed back. Unexpectedly, Tang Lie whirled around, seizing her slender hand with the intent of drawing her into his embrace. This brazen advance widened Yenyu's eyes with alarm, yet fearing to rouse attention. She stifled her cry. Tang Lie, standing bare within the wooden tub, felt a lascivious desire swell within him. He murmured, "Grant me but a kiss." Shame and ire mingled within Yenyu as she quavered, "Should the master be alerted, I fear I could not shield you." "Should you wish to spare me the reprimand of that odious wench, Mei Shi, then indulge me with a kiss, or I shall summon them all." Tang Lie issued this shameless threat. "Nay," Yenyu whispered. As Tang Lie's lustful mouth descended, Yenyu steeled herself, closed her eyes, and tremulously met his advance with her cherry lips. Their lips met, and Tang Lie's pent-up desire threatened to consume him. His tongue forced its way past Yenyu's petal-like lips, entwining with her fragrant tongue in a fervent, protracted French kiss. The kiss left Yenyu bereft of her senses, her lithe form nearly collapsing into Tang Lie's arms. Exploiting the situation, Tang Lie's audacious hand ventured into Yenyu's bosom. Startled, Yenyu abruptly awoke from her infatuation, exerted herself to break free from Tang Lie's embrace, and retreated several paces. Her eyes, however, seemed intoxicated as she murmured, "How could you?" When Tang Lie reappeared before Mei Shi, clad in a spirited brown warrior's attire, nearly all the beautiful female warriors couldn't help but steal glances at him. Yenyu, however, was an exception, her gaze fixed blankly on the distant sea, as if utterly lost. Following their cleansing, the bit folk, now uniformly adorned in white skirts, presented a much more pristine appearance. Mei Shi, true to her word, had not harmed Oscar, who was supported by Ada at the edge of the formation. The warship glided into the harbor. Gazing out, the tranquil azure sea was teeming with a dense array of sails, occasionally interspersed by small sailboats, which were promptly jostled aside by the waves generated by the colossal vessel. Such a vast port was a rare sight even in Tang Lie's original world. Moreover, The pristine purity of the sea, devoid of any pollution, was unimaginable in Tang Lie's past recollections. Although most of the bitfolk were also witnessing such a magnificent spectacle for the first time, they lacked the disposition to appreciate it, each one somberly praying for their uncertain fate. Finally, the ship slowly berthed at the dock. While the gangway was being lowered, Macy leisurely savored her freshly brewed fragrant tea. Musing with a hint of curiosity, Lizzie, the flavor of this tea seems somewhat different today. Standing beside her, the beautiful warrior chuckled. These tea leaves were sent by General Wolfibus. There are only a few left now. Perhaps there are slightly more impurities settled. If the master dislikes it, I can change it immediately. Upon hearing the name Wolfibus, Macy's delicate face blossomed with a hint of sweet smile as she gently replied, "It possesses a unique flavor that I enjoy." She tilted her head back to drain her cup, only to notice Tang Lie bending slightly at her side. Curiosity stirred within her. This despicable scoundrel rarely exhibited such courtesy towards her. Upon closer observation, she discovered Tang Lie's lustful gaze fixated on the open neckline of her garments. A surge of unnamed anger ignited within her, and she snapped, "What are you staring at?" Tang Lie replied with a grin. "It seems this tea may not be suitable for you." Meishi retorted with a cold laugh, "Do you claim to understand the art of tea drinking? While I may not grasp the nuances of tea, I can discern that these leaves are of impure quality, laced with senna. You will soon discover the consequences of indulging in it." Meishi shot him a resentful glare, instinctively covering her neckline with her right hand. In truth, this gesture was somewhat unnecessary. From Tang Lie's perspective, he could only glimpse the skin revealed by her collar. However, her covering action inadvertently transformed into an enticing gesture in his eyes. The passionate kiss he shared with Yin Yu had not alleviated his desires, but instead intensified them. Now, witnessing Meishi's provocative posture, he felt as if his veins might burst. As Meishi observed him still bent over, she could not contain her fury and exclaimed, "Stand up straight and get out of my way." Tang Lie immediately straightened his posture, causing the small tent in his trousers to rise prominently. The female warriors nearby could not help but stifle their laughter, their beautiful gazes fixated on Tang Lie's pronounced form. Meishi's charming face flushed crimson with embarrassment. This scoundrel had indeed descended to the depths of depravity. Just as she contemplated punishing him, a sudden pang of pain gripped her lower abdomen, prompting her to instinctively clutch her belly. Tang Lie, noticing her distress, quickly deduced that the effects of the medicinal leaves had taken hold and sighed, "Hurry along. If you delay, it may become quite troublesome." Meishi, filled with an urge to deliver a punch to Tang Lie's nose, found herself thwarted by her own rebellious stomach, which roiled with an insistent urgency that left her no room for other considerations. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort, she declared, "I need to step outside." Although she endeavored to maintain a facade of composure, she hastened her pace after merely 2 steps, breaking into a run towards the stern of the ship. Even Yin Yu's closest subordinates had never witnessed Meishi in such a state of disarray, casting curious glances at Tang Lie, as if seeking answers from him. Tang Lie, with a smile, remarked, "Nature has its demands, even the heavens cannot intervene." By the time the gangway was fully lowered, Meishi had made 3 frantic trips to the stern, her complexion growing increasingly pale, and her cherry lips parched from dehydration. Observing her disheveled appearance, Tang Lie could not suppress a sense of satisfaction. Meishi, clutching her abdomen, glared at Tang Lie and demanded, "Are you mocking me? I would dare not. My contract lies in your hands, and I would not presume to offend you, even with the greatest of courage." Tang Lie smiled and said, "That can be arranged. However, if I reveal the origin of this matter, I must receive a small reward in return." Meishi was already aware that Tang Lie was no saint, and seizing the opportunity, he would inevitably propose conditions. She replied coolly, "If you choose not to divulge, I shall toss that legless man into the sea to feed the fish." Seizing the moment, Tang Lie made his request. "That old man is rather frail and of little value. Do me a favor and let him stay, for he can at least look after Oscar." Meishi gestured towards the teacup, urging Tang Lie to explain the matter at hand. Tang Lie lifted the teacup and remarked, "In truth, there is nothing wrong with this tea. The addition of a suitable amount of senna leaves can effectively cleanse the body of toxins and assist in weight loss." At the mention of weight loss, nearly all the female warriors' eyes sparkled with interest, for it seemed that women in this world had an ardent obsession with shedding pounds. Meishi, perplexed, inquired, "But I have been drinking this tea for a while. Why has nothing happened?" Tang Lie chuckled, "You have already noticed that the tea is different from before. Your subordinates have also cautioned you that the tea leaves are running low. I suspect that the leaves in this container were not mixed well, causing the senna to settle at the bottom. Thus, The tea you have consumed is of a higher concentration. Meishi nodded but suddenly exclaimed in anger, "You scoundrel! If you knew all along, why did you not warn me sooner?" Tang Lie replied, "I assumed you were feeling unwell lately and needed assistance with your digestion, which is why you brewed tea with senna." Nonsense. Meishi was so enraged by Tang Lie that she couldn't help but unleash a torrent of expletives. Tang Lie feigned a sigh, remarking, "It is quite surprising that one as beautiful as you would utter such vulgar words." Meishi felt as though she might faint from anger. However, Tang Lie was no fool. He understood the wisdom of knowing when to retreat and smiled. "You should drink more hot tea to dilute the effects of the senna leaves. Rest assured, it poses no harm to your health. Occasionally cleansing the digestive system will only enhance your beauty." Yenue stepped forward to diffuse the situation, saying, "Master, it is time for us to disembark." Meishi nodded, temporarily letting Tang Lie off the hook, and, with Yenue's assistance, she proceeded towards the gangway. Tang Lie followed, being escorted alongside the other biters. Although he had donned a clean samurai outfit, Meishi had still shackled his ankles to prevent any escape, albeit not binding him with the others, which could be seen as a special privilege. Ada supported Oscar, who lagged at the end of the line. Due to Oscar's presence, they too were not secured with the rest. As they passed by Tang Lie, Ada whispered, "Benefactor, you must save me." His demeanor transformed, betraying a sense of panic, a stark contrast to his usual composed self. Tang Lie nodded in response, a trace of helplessness and bitter laughter crossing his handsome face. With his own fate uncertain, how could he offer assurances to anyone else? 8 beautiful warrior women closely monitored their every move. Vigilant against any potential escape attempts by the slaves, their golden crossbows often aimed at Tang Lie's back, indicating that Meishi had indeed taken special precautions. A colossal lion statue, standing approximately 20 meters tall, loomed directly ahead on the road, majestically positioned at its center. Its regal gaze surveyed the distant sea, exuding an aura of imperial authority and grandeur. Ada's expression betrayed an unusual sense of dread. This was not his first visit to this place. Upon passing the lion statue, they would arrive at the fateful transfer station, the largest slave market in the capital, the cycle gathering. Chapter 8. Auctions and Competition. The term cycle gathering signifies the relentless circulation of monetary goods, and indeed, this market epitomizes that notion. Initially, a myriad of commodities were traded here, but ever since the Emperor Xianxija of the Xuanwu Kingdom legalized the slave trade, the market became a magnet for numerous traffickers and slave owners from the continent of Grandia, while the transactions of other goods diminished significantly as the focus shifted entirely to the trade of slaves. "Welcome." Yenue stealthily positioned herself behind Tang Lie, intentionally whispering a cautionary note. "Once we enter the market, you must refrain from speaking indiscriminately. Should you provoke a master, you may find yourself auctioned off on the spot." Tang Lie chuckled. "If the one purchasing me happens to be an enchanting beauty, I would gladly embrace such a fate." Yenue retorted softly, "Given your physique and appearance, I fear it is the brothels that would show greater interest in you." Tang Lie eagerly nodded. "That suits me perfectly. Such a profession is my heart's desire." Yenue discreetly pointed to a nearby portly noblewoman and whispered, "If sold to a brothel, your patrons would predominantly be of such ilk." At that moment, the noblewoman turned her head, her goldfish-like eyes spotting the handsome Tang Lie, instantly igniting an unusual glimmer within them. Her thick lips curled into a smile, revealing a mouthful of decayed, yellowed teeth. Tang Lie shuddered, his head instinctively bowing down, a mere glance more, and he feared he might regurgitate his last meal. Ada's face went ashen, paralyzed by fear as he collapsed to the ground, resigned to his fate. Fu Longhai's expression grew awkward. He had intended to leverage this opportunity to curry favor with the powerful, only to inadvertently incite the ire of the Duke of Chongwon. Observing the sudden shift in atmosphere below, Tang Lie was about to rush forth when Yenue swiftly brandished a knife at his neck from behind, whispering, "This is not your concern. Dare to stir trouble, and I shall end you." At that moment, a diminutive figure struggled to crawl out of a wooden cage. It was the legless Oscar. He shouted desperately while straining against the grip of the warriors, attempting to reach Ada's side to protect him. Meishi was moved. She had never anticipated such profound camaraderie among the biters. The Duke of Chongwon, Zhu, wore a sardonic smile at the corners of his lips, coldly declaring, "Release him. I wish to see what he intends to do." The two warriors hesitated but eventually released Oscar, who laboriously maneuvered to Ada's side. He shielded Ada with his stout, diminutive frame, pointing to his own chest and then to Ada, willing to sacrifice his life for his friend. Even a mercenary like Fu Longhai cannot help but be moved by the bond between the two Bitcoin slaves, bowing his head in reluctant acknowledgement. Duke Chowen, Zhu Yi, sneered. Well, I never expected that you foolish and despicable creatures could possess a shred of affection. Today, I shall fulfill your wish. He swung his blade towards Oscar's head. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the auction stage. You, a man of noble rank, dare to disregard the law and attempt to take a life under the bright sun? Zhu Yi's dagger froze mere inches from Oscar's crown, the chilling aura of the blade having already severed his straw-like hair. Anger surged within him as he lifted his gaze. Few dared to speak to him in such a manner within the imperial capital. Yin Yu's delicate features drained of color, as she ultimately could not prevent Tang Lie from intervening. Tang Lie slowly pushed aside the curved knife at his neck and descended the steps, his identity as a slave evident from the chains on his ankles. The sunlight illuminated his handsome visage, exuding an air of pride and determination, devoid of fear or anxiety. Zhu Yi's complexion turned a deep shade of iron. To be reprimanded by a mere slave in front of a crowd was a humiliation that would surely become a jest throughout the empire. His red beard bristled with rage, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. May she felt a heaviness in her heart. The situation had spiraled beyond control. Though she harbored no affection for Tang Lie, she could not bear the thought of his unjust demise. She shouted in fury, Quickly, someone seize this audacious scoundrel. I shall see him beaten to death. Everyone discerned that although she was reprimanding Tang Lie, she was, in fact, subtly defending him. The esteemed Lord Chowen, Zhu Yi, let out a cold laugh and remarked, Does Boss May wish to shield him? Mei Qian was momentarily at a loss for words, but soon noticed Tang Lie had separated himself from the crowd and approached Oscar and Ada. He gently patted their shoulders and smiled. When the sky falls, it should be supported by someone tall. Lord Chongwan, Zhu Yi, advanced step by step towards Tang Lie, questioning, Are you admonishing me? Tang Lie nodded, yet remained vigilant of the short blade in Zhu Yi's hand. Although he had practiced a few combat techniques, he had never encountered the experience of disarming someone wielding a blade. On the auction stage, Yin Yu felt a wave of darkness wash over her and hurriedly leaned against a nearby pillar, relying on its support to avoid collapsing. Suddenly, Lord Chongwen, Zhu Yi, erupted into a maniacal laugh, glaring at Tang Lie and declaring, I will make you regret ever coming into this world. Before he could finish, the short blade darted towards Tang Lie's chest with lightning speed, eliciting gasps from the crowd. In an instant, Tang Lie's right hand had firmly grasped the blade's edge, which shimmered with an unusual blue light for a fleeting moment. Tang Lie gazed at his right hand in disbelief as an overwhelming force surged through his arm, accompanied by excruciating pain akin to his skin being torn apart. It felt as if his entire arm were shattering, and the agony compelled him to relinquish his grip on the blade. Lord Chongwan, Zhu Yi, bellowed in fury and thrust the blade towards Tang Lie's chest once more. A soft, ethereal sigh echoed behind him, delicate and melodious, as if it were caressing the depths of his heart. A seductive female voice floated from nearby, Boss May. Are those two women the ones you brought for me? A collective pause enveloped the crowd, which parted to reveal a stunningly beautiful young lady approaching with graceful strides. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, her long, purplish-red hair elegantly arranged in a petal-shaped bun atop her head. Her complexion was as smooth and delicate as milk, and her neck boasted an exquisite curve. Clad in a golden gown with intricate cutouts, her elongated figure was perfectly accentuated by the tailored design, which highlighted her alluring silhouette. The gown featured slits on either side, reminiscent of a traditional Chinese qipao, and as she moved with the grace of a lotus flower, her long, slender legs would occasionally reveal themselves, stirring the deepest desires within the hearts of men. Tang Lie's gaze hungrily traced every inch of her form. If there were to be any shortcomings, it would be that her bosom appeared slightly smaller. Nevertheless, her overall appearance was captivating, her contours exquisitely formed. Based on Tang Lie's estimation, she stood at least 175 centimeters tall, making her an exceptional candidate for a fashion model. As she walked, her movements were enchanting, exuding elegance and charm, her every glance radiating allure. Had she been born into Tang Lie's world, she might have ascended to the status of a world-class supermodel. While Tang Lie openly admired this enchanting lady, most others averted their gazes, clearly indicating her extraordinary status. The lady's ice-blue eyes, filled with a myriad of emotions, briefly met Tang Lie's, causing him to swallow hard. Momentarily forgetting the perilous situation he found himself in the presence of such an irresistibly alluring beauty, Lord Chongwan, Zhu Yi, was compelled to momentarily suppress his indignation. Bowing in unison with Falonghai, with utmost deference, they proclaimed, We were unaware of the esteemed princess's arrival. We implore your forgiveness for our impropriety. Indeed, this bewitching and peerless maiden was none other than Princess Xian Xiling, the direct sibling of Xian Xijia, the sovereign of the Xuanwu kingdom. Although Xian Xi possessed numerous brothers, she remained his sole sister, and he had always showered her with affection. Xian Xiling was once wedded to the empire's grand general, Batu, but shortly after their nuptials, Batu perished in conflict with the land empire. Xian Xiling has remained a widow ever since. It should be noted that Lord Chongwen, Zhu Yi, was initially merely a general under Batu's command, ascending to such an esteemed position through rapid advancement in recent years. He held Xian Xiling in even greater reverence than others. Mei Qian had not had extensive interactions with Xian Xiling, only having heard that since the esteemed princess became a widow, her private life had become highly scandalous, involving affairs with numerous ministers of the empire, her licentious reputation spreading throughout the imperial capital. A maidservant behind her presented Mei Qian with a purse containing 200 gold coins. Mei Qian was temporarily stunned. These fleeting moments had been nothing short of thrilling for her. She had never imagined that Ada was a slave who had escaped from Zhu Yi's manor, nor that Princess Xian Xiling would suddenly appear when a tragedy was about to unfold. Lord Chou and Zhu Yi's face had turned completely ashen. Princess Taiping was clearly antagonizing him by acting in this manner, but since her background was so formidable, how could he dare to offend her? He could only forcibly suppress his anger. Xian Xiling's gaze fell once more upon Tang Lie, and she gently inquired, "What is your name?" "Tang Lie." Tang Lie's gaze became ensnared within Xian Xiling's alluring and tender eyes, rendering him incapable of extricating himself. "You possess extraordinary audacity, daring to antagonize the Marquis. You should hasten to tender an apology to his lordship, lest I be compelled to punish you." Xian Xiling's pronouncement effectively nullified Tang Lie's prior offense of defiance. Tang Lie, being astute, had discerned that this alluring woman possessed considerable influence. Should he secure her patronage, his prospects for advancement here would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. He feigned sincerity and bowed deeply to Marquis Chongwen, Zhu Yi, offering his apologies. "Tang Lie, being newly arrived, was ignorant of your eminence. I implore your lordship to pardon my transgression." Marquis Chongwen, Zhu Yi, was naturally unacquainted with the idiom ignorant of Mount Tai, but he comprehended that Tang Lie was offering him an apology. Xian Xiling, perceiving the rigid expression on Zhu Yi's face, knew that he harbored resentment. She smiled and said, "The Marquis is of such high standing. Surely he would not deign to concern himself with the impudence of a callow youth such as yourself?" Maisie inwardly lamented her misfortune. Marquis Chongwen, Zhu Yi, possessed a narrow and vindictive nature. While he would undoubtedly refrain from offending the princess, he would likely vent his resentment upon her in the future. She inwardly blamed Tang Lie for his meddling, which had brought such significant misfortune upon her. Her bewitching eyes cast a spell as they met Tang Lie's gaze, igniting a fervent desire within him. Yet, mindful of the grave consequences of disrespecting the esteemed princess, he maintained his composure. With utmost reverence, he bowed deeply, proclaiming, "This humble subject, Tang Lie, pays homage to your highness, the Princess Royal. I am eternally grateful for your highness's benevolence in saving my life." A delicate smile graced Xian Xiling's lips as she playfully remarked, "It seems you possess a silver tongue." "Indeed." Turning her attention to Mei Qian, she inquired, "What is his worth?" The atmosphere shifted, each individual harboring their own thoughts. Yin Yu fervently hoped that Mei Qian would not sell Tang Lie. Yet she recognized the unlikelihood of such an outcome, given Mei Qian's reputation for prioritizing profit above all else. Tang Lie, on the other hand, felt a surge of elation at the prospect of accompanying the beautiful princess, considering it a stroke of incredible fortune. He anxiously awaited Mei Qian's decision. Mei Qian offered a graceful smile and respectfully addressed Princess Xian Xiling, "Your highness is mistaken. Tang Lie is no ordinary slave." Xian Xiling, assuming Mei Qian was attempting to inflate the price, responded with a gentle smile, "Name your price, Madame Mei," without hesitation. Tang Lie inwardly cursed, recalling the 1,000 gold coin contract he had signed with Mei Qian. He anticipated her seizing this opportunity to demand an exorbitant sum, perhaps doubling or even multiplying the original price tenfold. Mei Qian feigned a look of profound reluctance, stating, "Your Highness, I must confess that Tang Lie has already entered into a contractual agreement with another party." Xian Xiling smiled lightly, "I thought it was something of great significance. A mere contract. What could be so difficult to resolve?" She extended her delicate fingers, resembling spring onions, and declared, 2,000 gold coins, and I shall purchase his freedom." Xian Xiling held a deep admiration for Tang Lie's display of masculinity, resolutely deciding to acquire him. Naturally, Tang Lie was more than willing. The prospect of departing with this enchanting princess promised a far more favorable future than remaining with Mei Shi. Even if he were to become her servant, he would not mind. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he felt an involuntary surge of desire. A smile returned to her charming face as she mused, "It is rare for the princess to hold him in such esteem." At that moment, a beautiful warrior rushed towards Mei Shi, her face a mask of panic. It was Li Zhu, the one sent by Yin Yu to deliver gifts to the general's residence. With an expression of utter dismay, she leaned close to Mei Shi and whispered something in her ear. Instantly, Mei Shi's complexion drained of color, her delicate form swaying slightly. Clearly shaken by the grave news, Xian Siling's expression shifted subtly. Mei Shi's actions amounted to a public rejection of her, fueling her fury to its zenith. However, in front of the crowd, it would be unseemly to erupt over a mere slave. Coldly, she remarked, "Since you have pressing matters to attend to, I see no reason to keep you." She turned and, accompanied by her maidservants, departed, neglecting even the two purchased slave girls she had acquired. Tang Lie silently lamented, perplexed by Mei Shi's inexplicable madness, as she let slip a golden opportunity for immense profit. Watching Xian Siling's graceful silhouette, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Realizing he had missed a splendid chance to ascend the social ladder, Tang Lie, along with Oscar, was seated in a carriage. The two of them bound together by iron chains. Their journey from the port to the western suburbs took them along a relatively secluded path, adorned with picturesque scenery. However, Tang Lie's heart was far too troubled to appreciate the beauty around him, consumed by deep concern for his uncertain fate. At last, the horse-drawn caravan halted before a structure resembling a farmhouse. Tang Lie looked up to see that the farmhouse's walls soared to a height of 5 meters, with corner towers reaching approximately 15 meters, where several warriors patrolled, exuding an air of formidable vigilance. Gazing further, he beheld the orderly green fields of the farmhouse under the gentle sunlight, with winding paths crisscrossing the meadows. On either side of the pathways bloomed delicate white mustard flowers. Occasionally swaying in the breeze were goji berries, their pale yellow and tender green hues dancing amidst the fluttering butterflies and buzzing bees, presenting a vibrant spring scene. From the main gate to the residential cluster at the heart of the farmhouse stretched about a mile. Yin Yu dismounted from her horse and instructed the others, "Take these two men to the rear residence and settle them in." A beautiful warrior unlocked the chains binding Tang Lie and his companions, leading Oscar and Ada along a narrow path to the east. Tang Lie rubbed his sore hands and feet, observing that everyone had departed, leaving only Yin Yu in his company. His courage swelled, and he smiled. "Yin Yu, how do you intend to deal with me?" Yin Yu replied softly, "Dismount first. I have something important for you to do." Noticing the seriousness in Yin Yu's demeanor, Tang Lie anticipated that something unusual was afoot. He obediently dismounted from the carriage and followed Yin Yu toward the center of the farm. As he walked, he glanced around, mentally noting the paths he traversed, for they might prove useful to him in the future. Tang Lie was perplexed, uncertain of Yin Yu's true intentions for bringing him here. His gaze, however, was irresistibly drawn to Yin Yu's alluring figure, yearning to reach out and caress her. Yet, the presence of two menacing warriors outside compelled him to suppress his burgeoning desires. He admonished himself, "Tang Lie, you are in deep trouble. A single misstep could cost you your life. You must hold on, hold on." Despite his repeated self-encouragement, his resolve began to wane, and his body betrayed him. Glancing down at the tint forming in his trousers, he could not help but chuckle inwardly, bemused that what should remain subdued had instead risen in defiance. Unable to resist the allure of Yin Yu any longer, he furtively cast a glance over his shoulder, ensuring that the two warriors remained oblivious to the happenings within the room. With a resounding clap, his hand landed upon Yin Yu's remarkably supple form. She let out a piercing scream, swiftly covering her cherry lips, her face a blend of embarrassment and anger as she turned away. Yin Yu shot a furious glance at Tang Lie, who feigned indifference, fully aware that she would not betray him. Otherwise, she would not dare to provoke him. "I have stated before, no one is permitted to enter without my command." Yin Yu unleashed her ire upon the two innocent warriors, who, in turn, discreetly stuck out their tongues and retreated in shame. Yin Yu retrieved a pouch from the cargo, one that Tang Lie had originally acquired from the White Ape, containing essential medical instruments and survival supplies. "Are you truly going to return these to me?" Tang Lie asked, skepticism lacing his tone. Yin Yu replied softly, "Prepare yourself. I may take you out shortly." Tang Lie leaned in towards Yin Yu with an assertive demeanor, greedily inhaling her faint floral scent. "Are you suggesting that you wish to elope with me?" Yin Yu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she stepped back, whispering, General Wolfibus was struck by an arrow and was just returned to the imperial capital this morning. I wish for you to tend to his wounds. It was then that Tang Lie comprehended why Meishi had suddenly declined the princess's generous offer. She had learned from Li Zhu that General Wolfibus had sustained severe injuries and sought his assistance in healing. Tang Lie felt a secret delight within, yet outwardly feigned indifference. I am unacquainted with Wolf Yuan. Why should I come to his aid? Suddenly, Meishi's voice resonated from outside the door. Because you are my servant, bound by a contract that I hold. When I command you to go, you must comply. Tang Lie turned around, only to find Meishi's tear-stained, enchanting eyes appearing behind him. Her expression betrayed that she had recently wept, indicating that Wolf Yuan held a significant place in her heart. Welcome. Tang Lie seized the opportunity to impose. It is not difficult for me to make a house call. But you must first agree to a few of my conditions. Meishi fixed her icy gaze upon him. She was well aware of his character and anticipated that he would seize this moment to lay down demands. She quietly instructed, Yin Yu, you may leave us. Yin Yu cast a worried glance at Tang Lie, her eyes brimming with concern, silently praying that he would not provoke Meishi. Once everyone had departed, leaving the door slightly ajar, only Meishi and Tang Lie remained within the room. Meishi approached him with measured steps and inquired, What are your conditions? Tang Lie, inhaling the alluring fragrance that emanated from her, felt a surge of heat within him. His gaze greedily lingered on Meishi's ample bosom, and he swallowed hard before uttering, Bestow Yin Yu upon me. In truth, his mind had entertained a far bolder thought. Let me have you just once. However, he quickly reconsidered and altered his words. A subtle smile graced Meishi's lips, a smile that perplexed Tang Lie, prompting him to join her in a hollow laugh. Suddenly, Meishi delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen, toppling Tang Lie's towering figure to the ground. In a flash, she unsheathed a curved dagger from her waist. Its cold blade poised menacingly against Tang Lie's throat as she gritted her teeth and declared, Understand clearly what you truly are, a despicable slave who dares to propose such conditions to me. Should you provoke my wrath? I shall sever your head with a single stroke. Tang Lie, enduring the pain, let out a cold chuckle and retorted, Sanba, is Lang Yuan your old flame? Is that what has you so agitated? If you anger me further, I shall willingly cast aside my life and refuse to rescue him. If you possess the courage, then strike me down. After all, with Lang Yuan accompanying me in death, the journey to the underworld shall not be lonely. Though Meishi did not comprehend the meaning of Sanba, each of Tang Lie's words struck her at her most vulnerable point. Her anxiety was palpable. She and Lang Yuan had long harbored mutual affections, yet his parents, disdainful of her background and profession, had persistently opposed their union. They remained unable to come together, despite Lang Yuan's promise to propose to her upon his triumphant return. Instead, she was met with this disheartening reality. Earlier, she had gone to the general's residence with Li Zhu, but upon learning of her arrival, Lang Yuan's parents had refused her entry. The thought of this heartache brought tears to her beautiful eyes. Lowering the dagger from Tang Lie's throat, she began to weep softly. Though normally resilient, the imminent peril facing her beloved had rendered her vulnerable, and she found herself shedding tears in front of others. Upon witnessing Meishi's tears, Tang Lie felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he was a well-educated veterinarian. Saving lives was his solemn duty. Just as he was about to offer words of comfort to Meishi, she spoke. If you can help me heal the wolf's wound, I shall grant you your freedom, and I will even bestow Yin Yu upon you as your wife. Tang Lie nearly burst into laughter at such a generous proposition. Only a fool would decline such an offer. Nevertheless, he resolved to maintain his composure, ensuring that he did not appear overly triumphant in front of Meishi. He feigned a sigh, saying, To save a life is more meritorious than constructing a grand pagoda. Seeing you in such distress, I shall assist you this once. However, your previous words, do they truly hold weight? Wiping her tears, Meishi nodded solemnly. I, Meishi, am a woman of my word. Should I renege, may the heavens strike me down, and may I suffer a wretched fate. Tang Lie, taken aback by her fervent oath, thought, What a heavy vow to utter. I trust you implicitly. Accompanied by Yin Yu, Tang Lie hastened towards the general's residence in a carriage, with Meishi and several warriors trailing at a distance. Despite the generous terms Meishi had offered, she ensured that Tang Lie was restrained with handcuffs and shackles, wary of any potential escape. Tang Lie had managed to corner Yin Yu in the carriage, fully aware that this detestable fellow would seize any opportunity to harass her. As she pushed against him, she hissed softly, Get away. With a smug grin, Tang Lie replied, Do you know what Meishi just promised me? Feigned anger and remarked, What does her promise to you have to do with me? feigning an air of mystery, replied, "It is not only related to you, but the connection is indeed quite profound." Cast a perplexed glance at. Seizing the moment, proposed, "Free me from these shackles, and I shall divulge the information." Hesitated for a brief moment. "What are you afraid of? With so many people trailing behind and the vehicle speeding, there is no way for me to escape." She nodded, retrieved a key, and unlocked the shackles confining. He stretched comfortably, his arms carelessly draping over her delicate shoulder. Extricated herself from his embrace, urging, "Speak quickly." Leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Promised me that if I can heal the wolf's abyss, she will grant me my freedom and betroth you to me." Instantly, S cheeks flushed crimson, her heart secretly elated beyond measure. Observing her enticing demeanor, felt a surge of desire within him, subtly wrapping his arm around her slender waist. His hand slipping beneath her flowing gown, caressing her smooth, satin-like skin, igniting a fervor that quickened his breath. However, halted its advancing hand, softly interjecting, "I have heard that General was struck by a poisoned arrow to the heart and lung, sustaining grave injuries. The renowned physicians of the imperial capital are at a loss. If you fail to heal him, the consequences could be dire." Tang Lie's heart sank as Yin Yu reminded him, the fervor within him swiftly dissipating. He had always focused on the optimistic aspects of situations, neglecting their grave realities. If the injuries of General Wolf Yuan were indeed dire, it would be exceedingly difficult to ensure his recovery with merely the rudimentary medical supplies contained within the first aid kit. He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, his countenance turning somber. Yin Yu, with genuine concern, remarked, "The bond between you and General Wolf Yuan is profound. Should anything happen to him, I fear she would not let you off easily." The carriage began to slow, and Yin Yu suddenly took the initiative to grasp Tang Lie's large hand. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. "If General Wolf Yuan's injuries are beyond remedy, I will do everything in my power to help you escape." Unbeknownst to her, her heart had become entwined with Tang Lie's, unable to bear the thought of watching him tread the path of despair. Tang Lie felt a warmth spread through him. The depth of Yin Yu's affection in such perilous times moved him profoundly. He cradled her delicate face in his hands and leaned down to press a kiss upon her soft, moist lips, vowing earnestly, "Rest assured, I will regain my freedom and take you far away from this place." The residence of General Wolf Yuan was situated in the western district of the imperial capital, nearly a street away from the grand thoroughfare that traversed the city from east to west. This narrow lane, known as Merit Alley, was flanked by towering ancient cypress trees that shielded them from the blazing sun above, isolating the clamor of the nearby thoroughfare and rendering the general's estate a sanctuary amidst the bustling city. Yin Yu continued, "The old general and his wife have always held some bias against you, making it inconvenient for her to appear here." Tang Lie had long discerned the subtle hints in the behaviors of those around him and remarked with a sardonic smile, "If I were Wolf Yuan's father, I certainly would not favor a savage human trafficker as my daughter-in-law." Yin Yu, ever the staunch defender of her master, retorted angrily, "You shall not insult my lord." Tang Lie, unfazed, offered a nonchalant smile, disinterested in further debate. He adjusted his satchel and strode purposefully towards the gate of the general's residence. Nestled at the end of Merit Lane, the general's residence was far from the grandiose fortress Tang Lie had envisioned. Before the modest entrance, two flowering crabapple trees bore vibrant red fruits, their weight causing the branches to bow and obscure the plaque above the door. The entrance, merely 2 meters wide, featured unremarkable wooden doors, with only the peppered beast head at the top offering a hint of distinction. Had Yin Yu not provided prior context, it would have been difficult for Tang Lie to conceive that this unassuming abode was the dwelling of 2 generations of imperial warriors. A tall, slender, white-haired steward stood waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting Yin Yu and her companions, he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Miss Yin Yu, you have arrived." This was Wolfen, the steward of the general's residence, whose visage bore the weight of worry due to his master's grave injuries. Yin Yu inquired with concern, "How is General Wolf's condition?" Wolfen sighed deeply, shaking his head as he replied in a somber tone, "He is yet to awaken, and the lady has fainted several times from distress." Wiping away the tears that marked his aged face, he added with a note of gratitude, "It is truly fortuitous that you have come, Miss Yin. The lady has always held you in high regard. Your visit may bring her some solace." Yin Yu nodded sadly and introduced Tang Lie to Wolfen, saying, "This is the physician I specially invited from afar. His medical skills are exceptional. Lorden, it would be prudent to take him to examine General Wolf as soon as possible." Wolfen glanced at Tang Lie, taken aback by the youthfulness of the doctor. Remaining somewhat skeptical of Yin Yu's words, Tang Lie smiled and remarked, I have heard that General Wolf's injuries are quite severe. Lorden, it is imperative that you escort me to see him without delay. Any procrastination may exacerbate his condition. Only then did Wolf and hurriedly lead Tang Lie into the general's residence. The warm afternoon sunlight poured into the small courtyard, where the ground was paved with blue stones. On either side of the path, tall bamboos stood in neat rows, and many nameless yellow flowers, poised to bloom, adorned the entire courtyard with vibrant life. Get out of here, all of you! A heart-wrenching, aged voice roared. Following the sound, Tang Lie turned to see three men clad in long robes and tall hats fleeing in panic from the eastern chamber, presumably the doctors summoned to treat Wolf Yuan. However, judging by their attire, they resembled more of chefs from an inn. It appeared that many aspects of this world diverged significantly from the past. Tang Lie stepped aside, watching them rush past, while Wolf sighed softly, Doctor, please follow me. Upon entering the eastern chamber, Tang Lie immediately spotted a robust figure hunched over in sorrow at the bedside. It seemed he was the elderly man who had just sent those doctors away. Wolfen approached him cautiously and said, My lord, Miss Yin Yu has brought a physician. The elderly man suddenly turned around, revealing a figure of approximately 70 years. His once lustrous, curly hair now entirely white, gathered at the back of his head by a metallic hairpin, perhaps due to neglect over the days. His hair appeared somewhat disheveled. Beneath his white brows, a pair of gray-blue eyes, veined with blood, reflected an abyss of sorrow. He was none other than the father of Lang Yuan, the illustrious General Lang Xuanqi, who had once rendered countless services to the Xuanwu kingdom. Lang Xuanqi rose slowly to his feet. Despite his advanced age, his stature remained tall and imposing. Perhaps the grievous condition of his son had weighed heavily upon him, for his gait bore the slightest hint of frailty. Approaching Tang Lie, he fixed his penetrating gaze upon him, demanding assertively, Do you truly have the means to save my child? Unfazed, Tang Lie met the renowned general's stare with unwavering resolve, replying, I possess no assurance. For I have yet to lay eyes upon your son. How could I possibly guarantee anything? He handed his satchel to Lang Xuanqi without hesitation, bluntly instructing, Hold this for me. Langan silently felt a wave of anxiety for Tang Lie. He had never witnessed anyone display such audacity towards his master. To his surprise, Lang Xuanqi remained silent and stepped aside. As Tang Lie approached the bedside, he beheld a young man lying still, his complexion ashen and eyes tightly shut. It was undoubtedly General Lang Yuan. Tang Lie lifted the covers, only to be met with a pungent stench that assaulted his senses. Holding his breath, he unwrapped the cloth covering Lang Yuan's chest, revealing a half-broken arrow shaft embedded in the right side of his chest, trembling slightly with each faint breath. The edges of the wound were red, swollen, and festering, oozing a yellowish-white pus. Tang Lie shook his head and calmly inquired, How long have you been injured? Lang Xuanqi replied softly, A full 7 days. 7 days? And you have yet to extract the arrow from your body? Tang Lie could scarcely fathom that the medical standards of this world had deteriorated to such an alarming extent. Lang Xuanqi, with a somber expression, explained, The arrow's tip has penetrated the heart and lungs. All the physicians unanimously agree that if we remove this arrow, Yuano is certain to perish. Tang Lie sighed. The wound has already become infected. Lang Xuanqi, perplexed by the term infection, looked at Tang Lie with a face full of questions. Tang Lie took the satchel from Lang Xuanqi's hands, retrieved a first aid kit, and extracted a sphygmomanometer and stethoscope to examine Lang Yuan's physical condition. Fortunately, Lang Yuan was robust, with blood pressure and heartbeat within normal ranges, prompting a deep sigh of relief from Tang Lie. He then took out the surgical incision pack from the medical box and instructed Lang in Enbois, Please fetch me a stove and a large steamer. I need to sterilize these tools. Having traversed the battlefield for most of his life and endured countless injuries, Lang Xuanqi had never witnessed a physician treating wounds as Tang Lie did, filling him with both curiosity and concern. Tang Lie continued, In a moment, I shall assist your beloved son in removing this arrow. As his father, it is not fitting for you to remain here, lest you hinder my work. Please summon 2 strong assistants. Lang Xuanqi responded, There is no need to trouble anyone else. I shall remain here to assist you. Wolf Xuanqi was rendered speechless by his inquiry and had no choice but to summon 2 robust servants to assist Tang Lie. Chapter 10, Love or Desire, Part 1. Tang Lie led Wolf Xuanqi outside the room and instructed Wolf to secure the door from the inside. At that moment, the steam pot was billowing with vapor as the buns were cut open for disinfection. Welcome. Here, There were naturally no shadowless lamps, so a few more candles and oil lamps were lit to compensate. The golden chest fur of Wolf Yuan was excessively abundant. Thus, Tang Lie requested Wolf to shave it cleanly, a procedure referred to in medicine as preparing the skin, which is a prerequisite for surgery. The two temporary assistants, now dressed appropriately, stood beside Tang Lie, binding Wolf Yuan's limbs to the four corners of the large bed as per his instructions. Tang Lie also covered his mouth and nose with cotton cloth, advising them, "While I operate on Wolf Yuan, you must hold his limbs down firmly, ensuring that he does not move at all." The two assistants nodded solemnly. Wolfen had already stripped Wolf Yuan completely and, following Tang Lie's orders, wiped down his body 3 times with a clean towel. Upon noticing that Wolf Yuan's endowment was no less impressive than his own, Tang Lie could not help but think of Meishi. No wonder that woman was so infatuated with Wolf Yuan. His prowess in bed must be quite formidable. This thought inevitably stirred a twinge of jealousy within him, wishing he could wield the scalpel to sever Wolf Yuan's lineage. Tang Lie gestured for them to cover Wolf Yuan's lower body with a sterilized sheet, leaving only the injured section of his chest exposed after multiple layers of concealment. Tang Lie utilized alcohol and iodine for the final disinfection of the wound, grasping the scalpel firmly. Taking a deep breath, he prepared for what would be the first true surgery he had ever performed since entering this world. His future and fate were inextricably bound to this operation. He compelled himself to cast aside all distracting thoughts, immersing himself wholly in the treatment of Lang Yuan. As he gently incised the skin over the affected area, he immediately sensed that Lang Yuan's skin was considerably thicker than that of an ordinary human. The pressure applied by the blade had to be significantly increased. As Tang Lie's right hand began to move, he felt that familiar sensation of tearing return to his arm. Although this time it was much more tolerable, within the bounds of what he could endure. He forced himself to dismiss this strange feeling, dedicating his entire being to the surgery. Upon opening the skin, blood began to flow profusely. Tang Lie employed the sterilized cotton cloth in his hand to absorb the oozing blood while swiftly separating the fascia from the muscle. The typically resilient Lang Xuanqi was now overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Lang Xuanqi had come to trust Tang Lie completely, respectfully stating, "Dr. Tang, please feel free to command me as you wish." He then turned to Lang En, instructing, "Lang En, please go to the treasury and withdraw 500 gold coins for Dr. Tang to procure medicine." At this moment, Lang Yuan became aware of Tang Lie's presence. His gaze filled with confusion as he fixed his bright eyes on Tang Lie. "Who is this?" Lang Yuan struggled to sit up, eager to express his gratitude to Tang Lie. With a smile, Tang Lie gently restrained him, saying, "It would be best for you to remain lying down and rest. If you strain your wound, it will only complicate matters further for me." Wolf Yuan nodded gratefully and settled back onto the bed. Tang Lie retrieved a thermometer to measure his temperature, discovering that it had risen to a concerning 39 degrees Celsius, indicating that the inflammation within him remained severe. It was imperative to find an effective antibiotic for him. However, the first aid kit contained only expired anti-inflammatory medications. Administering these could lead to adverse reactions, a risk that would prove far worse than the ailment itself. Upon exiting the Alley of Merit, he was met by Meishi, who approached with tears in her eyes. She had been hiding there for much of the day, her heart heavy with anguish that she could scarcely bear. "How's Wolf Yuan?" she asked, her voice trembling. Yin Yu, filled with joy, responded to Meishi, "General Wolf has awakened. The poisoned arrow embedded in his chest has been removed by Tang Lie. You should be out of danger now." Meishi let out a quiet sigh of relief and turned to face Tang Lie, only to encounter his icy gaze. A shiver ran through her. "Why do you regard me with such eyes?" she inquired. Tang Lie extended his hand toward her, stating, "I have fulfilled the request you made of me, yet you have not honored a single promise of your own. What of our agreement?" At that moment, Meishi realized what Tang Lie was alluding to. She spoke softly, "Now that I have pledged my word, how could I go back on it? Once Wolf Yuan recovers, I shall return your freedom without delay." She approached Yin Yu, took her delicate hand, and drew her aside. The two women spoke in hushed tones. From a distance, Tang Lie observed Mei Qian's charming demeanor and inwardly cursed. The little vixen, who had just been wearing a mournful expression, transformed into a flirtatious coquette upon learning of Lang Yuan's well-being. He lamented that his chivalrous benevolence had inadvertently benefited the two lovers. Shortly after, Yin Yu, her beautiful face flushed, approached Tang Lie and softly said, "Let's hasten to procure the medicinal ingredients." Observing her ambiguous expression, Tang Lie grew even more curious about the content of their conversation. He quietly inquired, "What had made Qian confide in you?" A sweet smile graced Yin Yu's face as she demurely replied, "The mistress assures you that she will not break her promise." Overjoyed, Tang Lie opened his arms to embrace Yin Yu, exclaiming, "My good wife, allow me a kiss first." Anticipating his gesture, Yin Yu playfully dodged him, fleeing forward with a giggle. Tang Lie and Yin Yu scoured the nearby markets, both large and small. Although numerous apothecaries were present, the wares on their shelves were peculiar and diverse, consisting mostly of minerals and powdered dregs, bearing little resemblance to Tang Lie's notion of medicine. Tang Lie gradually abandoned the notion of procuring suitable medicines from the apothecary. Instead, he requested Yin Yu to escort him to the Kaiwei Garden in the city, abundant with a plethora of plants. Within the garden, he discovered honeysuckle, large-leaved bluegrass, dandelion, and fishy grass, herbs renowned for their anti-inflammatory properties. Although his knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was somewhat limited, he retained a considerable memory of common prescriptions. After blending these herbs in equal proportions, they exhibited effects such as clearing heat and detoxifying, purging the lungs and cooling the blood, reducing swelling and expelling pus, as well as promoting diuresis and alleviating dysuria. In the absence of effective anti-inflammatory medications, these herbal remedies became his sole recourse. Observing Tang Lie as he gathered the herbs, Yin Yu was filled with astonishment. In former times, she would never have believed that such wild plants could serve as medicine. However, having witnessed Tang Lie's exceptional medical skills on multiple occasions, her trust in him had deepened considerably. Upon returning to the general's residence, twilight had already fallen. Tang Lie personally prepared the herbs, simmering them over a gentle flame. His remarkable medical prowess had swiftly spread throughout the general's household, and Langan and his entourage of servants revered Tang Lie as if he were a deity. As Tang Lie beheld a sumptuous array of delectable dishes laid before him, he could hardly suppress his saliva, yet he feigned modesty, saying, "General Lang, there is no need for such courtesy. I am quite overwhelmed by your generous hospitality." This was the first time Tang Lie had received such respect since arriving in this world, and to be honored by a venerable general of the Xuanwu Empire, famed for his military achievements, filled him with a sense of pride. After a moment of humble refusal, he took his seat at the table. Lang Xuanqi raised his wine cup and proclaimed, "Dr. Tang, I toast this humble drink in gratitude for saving my child." Startled, Don Hunter hastily rose and reverently received the wine glass. "I am undeserving of such praise. To heal the wounded and rescue the dying is the duty of every medical practitioner. General Wolf, you need not be so courteous." "Excellent. Possessing extraordinary skills, yet devoid of arrogance. Young men such as yourself are indeed rare. No wonder Yin Yu speaks so highly of you." Wolf's words brought a blush to Yin Yu's fair countenance. Don Hunter finished the wine in his glass, noting its sweet and sour taste, reminiscent of wine. He surmised that its alcohol content was not particularly high and that he could indulge in a few more cups without concern, given his tolerance. Wolf then raised another glass to Yin Yu. "Yin Yu, my wife and I have always regarded you as our own daughter. We are deeply indebted to you for bringing Don Hunter here. I offer this toast on behalf of my wife to express our gratitude." Yin Yu quickly rose to decline. "General Wolf, please do not do this. Yin Yu played no part in this matter. There is something I have not yet disclosed. In truth." Yin Yu glanced at Don Hunter. "Don Hunter was invited by my master." Don Hunter immediately understood that Yin Yu was attempting to attribute the merit to Macy, hoping to alter the wolf's perception of her. Upon hearing Macy's name, the smile on Wolf's face instantly froze, and after a long pause, he managed to force a slight smile. "Today is a rare and joyous occasion. Let us not speak of others." Tang Lie found himself perplexed, questioning what misdeed Meishi must have committed to incite such a profound aversion from General Lang Xuanqi. Regardless, the matter bore no significance to him, and he had no inclination to inquire further. He discreetly signaled to Yin Yu, imploring her to refrain from continuing her defense of Meishi. The mood had soured considerably due to Meishi's presence, and Tang Lie, sensing the disquiet, hastily satisfied his hunger before bidding farewell to Yin Yu and making his way toward Lang Yuan's chamber, intending to check on his condition before retiring for the night. Upon exiting Zhuochungu, Tang Lie could not help but address Yin Yu. "You are well aware of General Lang's deep-seated disdain for Meishi. Why then do you speak on her behalf, provoking discomfort among us?" Yin Yu, having failed to defend Meishi, felt despondent and sighed softly. "I am astonished at how deeply General Lang harbors prejudice against my master." Tang Lie chuckled. "Such matters are beyond our concern. Meishi is merely a trafficker, while Lang Yuan is a scion of a military family, a talented general of the Xuanwu Empire. Were I in his father's position, I too would be opposed to my son marrying such a woman. Yin Yu retorted indignantly, "You must not denigrate my master. She harbors profound feelings for General Lang. I believe that one day, the true depth of their emotions will touch both General Lang and his wife." Tang Lie chuckled again. Recognizing Yin Yu's unwillingness to speak ill of Mei Shi, he decided to shift the topic, curiously inquiring, "I have observed that General Lang and his wife seem to share a remarkable camaraderie with you." Yin Yu smiled gently and nodded, softly stating, "When the old lady fell ill 2 years ago, I tended to her by her bedside. Subsequently, the master often summoned me to the estate to assist the old lady with her needlework. She and General Wolf regarded me as their daughter and repeatedly proposed to adopt me as their goddaughter. However, out of consideration for the master's feelings, I never acquiesced to their wishes. As they conversed, they arrived at the door of Wolf Yuan. Just as they were about to enter, the door swung open from within, revealing a robust man clad in a black leather cloak. The man stood slightly shorter than Tang Lie, yet due to his slender frame, he appeared taller. His dark blue hair was meticulously tied into a bun on top of his head, adorned with a purple gold hairpin. The collar and cuffs of his black leather cloak were embellished with cat-eye-sized dark red gemstones, signifying his noble status. Despite this, his complexion bore an unhealthy pallor. His narrow eyes and thin lips, coupled with his brown irises that glimmered with a chilling light, painted a rather ominous picture. Upon seeing him, Yin Yu appeared quite startled. Lowering her head and whispering, Yin Yu pays her respects to General Sima. The man's thin lips curled into an enigmatic smile as his gaze lingered briefly on Yin Yu's delicate face before shifting to Tang Lie. "I presume this is the esteemed physician who has healed Wolf Yuan," he remarked, extending his hand toward Tang Lie. "I am Sima Tianfeng, the closest friend of Wolf Yuan." Despite his reservations, Tang Lie politely extended his hand to shake with Sima Tianfeng, only to feel the latter's slender palm possess an astonishing strength. The force of Sima Tianfeng's grip caused Tang Lie to wince in pain, yet fortunately, Sima Tianfeng had no intention of further tormenting him. He gradually released his grip and smiled, saying, "I believe we shall meet again. You are most welcome." He then turned to Yin Yu, offering her a suggestive smile. "Miss Yin, please convey my regards to your esteemed master." As Tang Lie observed Sima Tianfeng's retreating figure, he murmured, "Who is this fellow? He seems to harbor ill intentions towards you." Yin Yu replied softly, "His name is Sima Tianfeng, the son of the current Prime Minister Sima Tai, and also the adopted son of General Lang." Tang Lie nodded, realizing that Sima Tianfeng was indeed a formidable individual. Upon entering the room, he found that Lang Yuan was peacefully asleep. After checking on him, Tang Lie noted that Lang Yuan's body temperature had returned to normal, with blood pressure and heartbeat also within acceptable ranges, indicating that the most perilous moment had passed. He then instructed Wolfen, who was on night watch. "General Lang's health is still quite fragile. It is best not to allow any unauthorized visitors." Wolfen nodded repeatedly. Tang Lie proceeded to impart the necessary precautions for nighttime care to Wolf and before retreating to the adjacent chamber for rest. Accompanying him to the door, Yin Yu softly urged, "You have worked hard all day. It would be wise to rest early." Noticing the absence of others around, Tang Lie seized her delicate hand and asked, "Will you not come in and keep me company?" Yin Yu hurriedly freed herself from Tang Lie's grasp, shyly stating, "Do not act foolishly. This is the general's residence." After uttering those words, she hastily made her way to her quarters. The servants had already prepared a warm bath and clean garments for her. Tang Lie, upon testing the water's temperature, found it to be just right. He undressed and sank into the wooden tub, indulging in a soothing soak. Yet the image of Yin Yu's bashful beauty lingered in his mind. The suppressed desires within him began to flourish under the gentle warmth of the water. Tang Lie felt restless, as if beset by 100 claws scratching at his heart. Muttering to himself, "I must not let this rare opportunity slip away." Clenching his fists, he silently encouraged himself, since Mei Shi had promised to betroth Yin Yu to him. She was destined to be his fiancée, and that day would inevitably come. Ever since being injected with a substantial dose of spry, Tang Lie's thoughts predominantly revolved around his own desires, seldom contemplating the moral implications of his actions. He dried himself off, donned a cotton nightgown, and awaited the moon to reach its zenith, confident that most of the inhabitants of the general's residence had succumbed to slumber. Only then did he stealthily exit his room. The light in Wolf Yuan's chamber still glowed, indicating that Wolfen was dutifully keeping vigil for his master. The night breeze sent a chill across his skin. Yet Tang Lie burned with desire as he bent low and quietly navigated to the adjoining chamber, only to discover that Yin Yu too had not yet fallen asleep. Tang Lie gazed through the crystal lattice and beheld Yin Yu, adorned in a delicate white linen nightgown, seated by a small table, lost in contemplation of the flickering candlelight. His gaze traversed her elegantly curved neck, descending to the smooth, exquisite skin upon her chest, causing his breath to quicken involuntarily. Yin Yu's long, dark eyelashes fluttered slightly, keenly sensing the subtle disturbance outside. Who is there? Tang Lie, casting aside his pride, whispered, "You are my fiancée. We shall share our days and nights together. Should we fear the idle gossip of others?" With a hint of shyness, Yin Yu retorted, "Who wishes to spend every moment with you? If you continue with your foolishness, I shall ignore you from this moment forth." After uttering these words, silence enveloped the space, and an extended pause followed without a response from Tang Lie. A wave of curiosity washed over Yin Yu, prompting her to peer through the crack of the door, only to find Tang Lie huddled at the threshold, trembling uncontrollably. Panic stirred within her heart. "What is the matter with you?" Tang Lie stammered. "I feel an unbearable heaviness in my heart. It seems I cannot endure much longer." Overcome with concern, Yin Yu scarcely considered whether Tang Lie was feigning distress. She hastily opened the door and rushed to his side. Unexpectedly, Tang Lie seized her in his arms. He chuckled softly. "If you are unafraid of others discovering us, then summon them all. How could you?" Yin Yu found herself at a loss, utterly confounded by Tang Lie's audacity. Yin Yu felt utterly weak in Tang Lie's embrace. With her martial prowess, she could easily free herself if she wished. Yet the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat and the intoxicating aura of masculinity enveloped her like a spell, filling her heart with sweetness. Before she knew it, she had wrapped her arms around Tang Lie's neck. Tang Lie, recalling the torment he had endured for days that was soon to be alleviated, spoke with a voice tinged with excitement. "My dear Yuer, wait for me to close the door." He gently placed Yin Yu's delicate form onto the soft bedding, swiftly turned to secure the door, and extinguished the light on the table before darting back to her side like a sprinter. His hands reached out to her, but Yin Yu seized them, teasingly saying, "You shameless rascal, weren't you just lamenting that you couldn't go on living? Why do you appear so vigorous now?" Tang Lie murmured, "My dear Yuer, you must have seen aboard the ship that I have been aroused for several days. If you do not come to my aid, I fear I may become a broken man." "What does that have to do with me?" Yin Yu replied shyly. Tang Lie leaned down, pressing his lips against her cherry-red ones, softly saying, "Mei Qian has already betrothed you to me. If I were to lose my ability, how could I ever fill your belly and have you bear my children? Who would want to bear your children?" Yin Yu's voice gradually trailed off. Tang Lie's kisses fell upon Yin Yu's delicate neck like raindrops. "Save me." A soft, melodious moan escaped Yin Yu's lips. Under Tang Lie's fervent kisses and gentle caresses, she finally cast aside the modesty of her youth. Her form resembled a pristine white orchid blooming shyly in the night, opening up to her beloved. After days of yearning, Tang Lie's desires were at last fulfilled, and the tempestuous passion within him made him forget any thoughts of cherishing her. As he assertively claimed her delicate body, the two had long since forgotten the constraints of societal decorum, indulging freely in their desires. After the fleeting pain of their initial encounter, Yin Yu gradually found herself stirred by Tang Lie's fervent passion, awakening the springtime of her heart. Her fragrant lips lingered upon Tang Lie's robust form, her sinuous body acting as an aphrodisiac, intensifying his already heightened arousal. Tang Lie chuckled softly, playfully smacking her soft posterior, murmuring, "To save someone is to save them completely. While there is still time, shouldn't we?" Yin Yu, frightened, shook her head repeatedly. "I'm afraid of you now. Will you still let me walk tomorrow?" Such words from a woman filled a man with immense satisfaction, and Tang Lie was no exception. He planted a deep kiss on Yin Yu's enticing lips, finally relenting. As he donned his robe, Yin Yu clung tightly to his arm, her voice soft. "I never noticed before. When did you get a blue dragon tattooed on your arm?" Prompted by her observation, Tang Lie also noticed the tattoo on his right arm becoming clearer, pondering secretly whether it became vivid during moments of emotional intensity. Could it possibly be related to the hormonal levels within the body? At this moment, clarity eludes me. Yin Yu reluctantly embraced his robust form from behind, lingering in their intimate contact for a considerable time. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She retrieved a leather pouch from her satchel and handed it to Tang Lie. "This may hold great significance for you. I secretly concealed it that day, and now I return it to you." In a heartfelt recommendation, the remarkable new work, Interstellar Skeleton Soldier, chronicles the fierce battles of mech knights traversing the cosmos. A youth longing to soar across the skies inadvertently stumbles into a realm of the undead, sealed for 5 millennia. The last undead warrior of the cosmic age is on the brink of confronting the vast expanse of the starry sky and an endless journey. Chapter 11. The Capricious Woman, Part 1. Qin Yuan, with her delicate form, appeared before him, tightly embracing his body as she softly moaned. "Why did you abandon me?" Tang Lie, taken aback, shouted, "Let me go." Suddenly, Qin Yuan's countenance turned a ghastly shade, and she shrieked in despair, "Tang Lie, if you harbor no feelings for me, why would you seek to harm me?" In an instant, her alluring figure morphed into a pile of white bones. Tang Lie was drenched in cold sweat, letting out a scream as he jolted awake, realizing he had just experienced a terrifying nightmare. Sunlight streamed through the window panes, casting mottled shadows upon the bed. Tang Lie inhaled deeply, having always maintained a rather liberal perspective on the dynamics between men and women, believing that physical intimacy and emotional connection were distinctly separate realms. The demise of Qin Yuan had prompted him to introspect upon his own worldview. He had never truly invested emotionally in her, yet bore the weight of her loss, which irrevocably altered the course of his life. He preferred to convince himself that Qin Yuan had harbored no genuine feelings for him either, perceiving each other merely as vessels for their own emotional release, thus finding a semblance of solace in this notion. Suddenly, he thought of Yin, who unmistakably had developed genuine affection for him. But what of his own feelings? Was it merely a means to satiate his own desires? Or had he genuinely fallen for her? In that moment of clarity, Tang Lie realized that his feelings for Yin were perhaps still predominantly of the former nature. A gentle knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, followed by Yin's tender voice from the outside. "Tang Lie, if you don't get out of bed soon, the sun will be upon your backside." A knowing smile crept upon Tang Lie's lips. One must seize the joys of life while they last. In this unfamiliar world, where the uncertainties of tomorrow loomed large, why burden himself with excessive contemplation? As I opened the door to the room, I beheld Yin adorned in a flowing blue gown, her golden locks shimmering with a radiant brilliance in the sunlight. Recently transformed into a delicate woman by Tang Lie, Yin exuded an alluring aura of languid charm. Tang Lie drew her into the room, unabashedly pressing his lips against hers, his hand venturing beneath the hem of her short skirt, igniting a flutter of springtime desire within her. Breathless and pleading, she implored, "The old wolf general and others are waiting for you in Wolf Abyss's chamber. The delay has been too long. Others will surely gossip." Reluctantly, Tang Lie released Yin, reminded of the need to attend to Wolf Abyss's wound. After a brief moment of tidying himself, he accompanied Yin to the chamber of Wolf Abyss. Wolf Abyss had long since awakened and was conversing with his parents. His hearty laughter revealed that he was on the mend, his spirits high. Tang Lie examined his injury. The infection was improving, and after disinfecting the wound, he dressed it with fresh linen. With tears welling in her eyes, Yin lamented, "Master, but I never consented." 2 streams of pearls cascaded down her cheeks. Indeed, she had uttered those words, yet she had never anticipated that she would bind her to a betrothal based solely on that statement, especially considering Tang Lie had not yet made his appearance. In a fit of rage, Tang Lie roared, attempting to tear the parchment asunder. However, the parchment's resilience thwarted his efforts. Frustrated, he cast it aside and pointed an accusatory finger at Mei Shi, exclaiming, "Mei Shi, do you not recall what you promised me? You said that if I healed Wolf Abyss, you would grant me Yin as my wife." Mei Shi nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I have spoken those words. However, the laws of the empire are immutable. A woman can only be betrothed to one family. The engagement between Yin and General Sima predates this. And even if I were to agree to betroth Yin to you, given her current status, she cannot wed you." Tang Lie's handsome visage contorted in anger as he recklessly charged towards Mei Shi. Yin, tears brimming in her eyes, interposed herself in his path, pleading, "Tang Lie, if you still hold any affection for me, then please withdraw." Encountering Yin's sorrowful and plaintive gaze, Tang Lie felt a sharp pang in his heart. He eventually nodded and silently exited the room. Although Mei Shi did not return the contract to Tang Lie, she evidently exhibited much more leniency towards him. He was permitted to roam freely about the estate, enjoying the same privileges as the other warriors. After some time away from Oscar and Ada, Tang Lie inquired about their whereabouts and sought to visit Oscar to check on his injuries. Upon arrival, he found Oscar had made significant progress, lounging lazily in the sun before the flower house. Ada was inside the flower house, tending to the plants. When she saw Tang Lie approach, Oscar hastily rose from his bench, awkwardly exclaiming, "Master." Tang Lie offered a faint smile, and Ada cheerfully joined him by saying, "Oscar has been diligently practicing the imperial language with me these past few days. He has repeated the word master thousands of times." Tang Lie placed a supportive hand on Oscar's shoulder, urging him to sit once more. Ada then brought over a tree stump, inviting Tang Lie to take a seat. Tang Lie asked, "Have they troubled you in recent days?" Ada shook her head and replied, "Miss Liju has visited before. She mentioned that Oscar and I are favored by the princess, and once Oscar's injuries heal, we shall be sent to her. They have not been difficult with us. Rather, they have entrusted us with some trivial tasks, such as guarding this flower room and tending to the pond behind." Tang Lie nodded and said, "It is best that you encounter no troubles. The princess should not be a harsh person, and I believe she will not treat you unfairly when you arrive at her estate." With tears in her eyes, Ada responded, "Master, Oscar and I would rather remain by your side. In our hearts, you are our only master." Tang Lie felt a surge of emotion and gently patted Ada's shoulder, whispering, "There will surely be a chance." As the moon reached its zenith and silence enveloped the night, Yinyu sat beneath the candlelight, tears in her eyes. Her heart was tumultuous, unable to find tranquility. The beautiful dreams she had once woven were ruthlessly shattered by Meishi, compelling her to confront the harsh reality before her. Meishi was right. Sima Tianfeng held a position of great power and influence, one she could not afford to offend. If she insisted on marrying Tang Lie, it would only bring him misfortune. Conversely, if she complied with Meishi's wishes and married Sima Tianfeng, the fact that she was no longer a maiden could lead to dire consequences if he were to discover it. Startled, Yinyu shook her head vigorously and declared, "No, if I were to flee, I would only bring trouble to my master." Meishi exclaimed, "As sisters, how could I bear to watch you tread the path of despair? Furthermore, this predicament arose from my own actions. Had I not presumptuously betrothed you to Sima Tianfeng, we would not have found ourselves in such dire straits." At that moment, a pang of regret pierced her heart. After a brief pause, she continued, "I shall find a way to address matters with Sima Tianfeng. Once you escape, I will absolve myself of this situation entirely. He lacks any evidence against me, so I doubt he will trouble me further. However, your escape must remain a secret, otherwise our lives may be forfeit." She emphasized, "Tang Lie is no exception." Tears glistening in Yinyu's eyes, she nodded, her heart shattered, realizing that she would likely never have the chance to meet Tang Lie again. Before dawn had fully broken, Tang Lie was jolted awake by a cacophony. As he prepared to rise from his bed, the door was forcefully kicked open, and Meishi stormed in, flanked by 4 fierce female warriors, her fury palpable. Sensing the unusual tension, Tang Lie, with a playful grin, quipped, "Do you possess any sense of civility? I am still unclothed. Are you intending something untoward?" Meishi retorted angrily, "Where is Yinyu?" A wave of dread washed over Tang Lie. What has happened to Yinyu? Panic surged within him as he flung off the covers, rushing towards the door, momentarily forgetting his state of undress. Meishi and the group of female warriors cried out in unison, hastily averting their gazes. Though some daring warriors stole glances in secret. "What are you looking at? Have you never encountered a man?" Tang Lie bellowed, hastily snatching his trousers from the bed to shield his modesty. Meishi, already burdened with guilt, had come merely to assert her dominance and had no intention of stooping to Tang Lie's level. As she turned to depart with her retinue of warriors, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Rushing outside, she beheld a fierce blaze illuminating the northeastern corner of the farmstead. Alarm surged through Tang Lie as he followed closely behind them toward the source of the fire. Upon arrival, they discovered that the inferno had consumed the barn where hay was stored. The barn's isolated position, coupled with its contents of dry fodder, had allowed the flames to wreak havoc. By the time the crowd arrived with buckets in hand, the structure had been reduced to ashes. Fortunately, the barn was not connected to any other buildings, preventing greater calamity. Tang Lie spotted Meishi amidst the throng, and she, in turn, recognized his presence. Casting him a cold glance, in a low voice, she commanded, "Investigate the cause of this fire." 2 warriors wielding spears began to sift through the charred remains, seeking clues amidst the debris. Suddenly, one of them paused, seemingly having unearthed something. She bent down and, reaching into the ashes, pulled forth a charred arm. Overcome with shock, she let out a piercing scream. Tang Lie yearned to rush forward, but he was restrained by Meishi's warriors. His emotions swirled in a tempest of anxiety, a foreboding dread enveloping his heart. Meishi approached slowly, her hand fumbling beside the charred remains, and at last she unearthed a platinum hairpin from the ashes. Instantly, tears welled in her icy blue eyes, and her delicate lips quivered uncontrollably. Tang Lie observed with clarity. This hairpin unmistakably belonged to Yin Yu. From this, he deduced that the burned corpse was undoubtedly Yin Yu's, and a profound anguish pierced his heart like a dagger as he cried out in despair. Yin Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed aside the warriors before him and rushed to the side of the corpse. Mei Shi attempted to halt Tang Lie, but he, driven by a wild fury, shoved her aside. Tang Lie lifted the charred skeleton, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He realized he should have been more vigilant when Yin Yu exhibited such unusual composure the day before. Why had he been so negligent? Qin Yuanyuan had perished because of him, and now it was Yin Yu's turn. Was every woman who shared a close bond with him doomed to a tragic fate? Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning streaked across the overcast sky, followed by a deafening thunderclap that reverberated through the low heavens. Raindrops, the size of soybeans, began to fall, quickly intensifying into a torrential downpour. In an instant, the heavy rain dispersed the crowd, leaving only Tang Lie and the cold, blackened remains amidst the ashes of the inferno. Even when he had witnessed Qin Yuanyuan's death before his eyes, he had not felt such sorrow. Yet now, cradled in his arms was a woman who had loved him deeply. Tang Lie caressed Yin Yu's once beautiful face, now unrecognizable, and the desolation within him defied description. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he forcefully pried open the jaw of the skeleton. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and within the skeletal mouth, there lay not a trace of ash. Tang Lie's pupils constricted suddenly, overwhelmed by an intense fury. Yin Yu did not perish in vain. This revelation rendered him cold as ice, his heart brimming with grief and indignation. The duration of Yin Yu's body engulfed in flames had been too prolonged. Her flesh and skin had been almost entirely incinerated, leaving it impossible to discern any fatal wounds from her exterior. However, deducing from the condition of her mouth, it was evident that Yin Yu had succumbed to death prior to the fire in the woodshed. Otherwise, she would have inhaled a significant amount of ash. In other words, the igniter of the woodshed must have been someone else, and Yin Yu had been placed there posthumously. Tang Lie solemnly vowed, "Yin Yu, rest assured, I shall not allow your death to remain a mystery. I will find the perpetrator who took your life and ensure that he faces a fate far worse than death. To appease your spirit in the afterlife." He cradled Yin Yu's remains and made his way to the pond, selecting a spot beneath a towering ancient tree to excavate her grave with painstaking care. His fingertips were soon lacerated by the jagged stones and soil. Yet Tang Lie felt as though he had become numb, mechanically digging, oblivious to any pain. Ada approached from behind, wielding an iron shovel, and softly said, "Master, allow me to assist you." Just as he reached Tang Lie's side, Tang Lie seized the shovel from his hands and hurled it far away, roaring in a near-manic fury. "No." Tears welled in Ada's eyes as he knelt on the ground, silently observing Tang Lie as he continued to excavate the grave, one handful at a time. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Beneath the ancient trees, a newly erected grave emerged at the edge of the pond. Ada gathered fresh flowers and wove them into a beautiful garland, which Tang Lie accepted with a heart heavy as stone, placing it gently atop the grave. Ada whispered, "Master, is the fair Yinwei truly buried within?" Tang Lie pressed his lips together, a bitter tear slipping into his mouth as he nodded slowly. Ada glanced behind him, ensuring no one else was present, before continuing in a hushed tone, "Last night, as I ventured out late to relieve myself, I happened upon Yin Yu and Mei Shi conversing by the pond." Tang Lie abruptly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes aflame with fury. "Did you see clearly?" he demanded. Ada nodded, then whispered, "I thought they were merely out for a stroll, so I paid little heed." Tang Lie clenched his fists, realizing that according to Ada, Mei Shi was the last to see Yin Wei. Why then had she not mentioned it? Could it be that she was indeed responsible for Yin Yu's demise? Yet, upon reflection, Mei Shi seemed to lack a motive for such an act. Was it possible that Yin Yu's refusal to marry Sima Tianfeng had incited her wrath, leading her to contemplate murder? Perhaps the relentless rain was clearing Tang Lie's mind. This was a matter he could not disclose nor confront Mei Shi directly. Given his current position, should he truly provoke her, she would not hesitate to strike against him. Although he possessed a firearm, the mere 10 bullets could hardly contend with the nearly 100 warriors at Mei Shi's command. Moreover, the true culprit behind Yin Yu's death remained a mystery. Tang Lie forced himself to remain calm, regardless of whether Yin Yu's demise was a result of suicide or foul play. Both Mei Shi and Sima Tianfeng bore undeniable responsibility. The power and influence of these two individuals were beyond his current capacity to confront. To seek vengeance, he must learn the art of patience and await the most opportune moment. Otherwise, he would merely sacrifice his own life in vain. Tang Lie spoke softly. Ada, without my permission, you must not mention last night's events to anyone. Ada nodded repeatedly, assuring, rest assured, Master, I understand what should and should not be said. Mei Shi stood atop the small building, silently gazing at Tang Lie in the distance, feeling an unexpected surge of sympathy for this lecherous and indulgent man. She had not anticipated the depth of his feelings for Yanyu. This scene inevitably reminded her of the smile of Lang Yuan. If one day misfortune were to befall her, would Lang Yuan exhibit such sorrow? Li Zhu quietly approached Mei Shi from behind and whispered, Master, everything regarding Yanyu has been taken care of. Mei Shi abruptly turned, her beautiful eyes filled with a chilling expression. Startled, Li Zhu hurriedly lowered her head, forgetting the remainder of her words entirely. Mei Shi articulated each word with clarity. From this moment forth, I wish for you to refrain from mentioning anything about her. Chapter 12. Who Knows First in the Warm Lotus Tent. Part 1. The sorrow exhibited by Tang Lie was far less burdensome than Mei Shi had envisioned. After falling ill from the rain for 3 days, he seemed to have completely forgotten about Yanyu, returning to his usual jovial self. Indistinguishable from the roguish demeanor he had previously displayed. Welcome, you heartless creature, Mei Shi muttered under her breath as she observed Tang Lie from a distance. He approached her with a smile, having begun to pay attention to his attire and grooming. The 500 gold coins that Lang Xuanqi had procured for his medicines constituted a substantial fortune, sufficient to adorn Tang Lie like a scion of a wealthy family. Not to mention his already remarkable charisma. Donning a dragon robe cannot alter your essence as a slave. Mei Shi maintained a smile towards Tang Lie. Yet her heart brimmed with disdain for him. Ah, Tang Lie, you rise so early. Where do you intend to meander? Mei Shi inquired, for since his recovery, he had taken to wandering the imperial city almost daily. Tang Lie responded with a grin. Does Miss Mei forget that today marks the day General Lang Yuan removes his stitches? I am precisely on my way to the general's residence. Mei Shi could hardly forget such a significant occasion. She nodded gently. I commend you for keeping it in mind. The carriage is already prepared for you, and you may depart at any moment. Do you have any messages for your beloved elder brother that you would like me to convey? Tang Lie teasingly remarked, causing Mei Shi to blush and softly retort. If you dare to speak nonsense again, beware that I shall tear your mouth apart. Tang Lie playfully stuck out his tongue with such wildness. I wonder which man could endure you. Had it not been for her need of Tang Lie, Mei Shi would have promptly delivered a punch to knock out his front teeth. With a frosty expression, she declared, this has nothing to do with you. Tang Lie burst into laughter as he stepped onto the carriage and closed the door, his smile vanishing instantly, replaced by an intense hatred reflecting in his eyes. He silently vowed, you little wretch, I will settle this score with you one day. The entire wolf family eagerly awaited Tang Lie's arrival that morning. Among them was a person he despised deeply, Sima Tianfeng, the son of Prime Minister Sima Tai, who was one of the principal culprits behind Yanyu's demise. In Tang Lie's heart, he had long regarded him as a sworn enemy. Wolf Xuanqi nodded repeatedly. If it weren't for Yanyu recommending Dr. Tang, your life would be in grave danger. At the mention of Yanyu, Tang Lie's expression suddenly darkened, fortunate that the attention of the others was not focused on him. The old lady of the wolf family had always regarded Yanyu as her own daughter, and upon recalling her death, she couldn't help but weep sorrowfully. Welcome. Sima Tianfeng's face darkened, revealing that he indeed harbored some feelings for Yanyu. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Wolf Yuan hastily changed the subject. Today is a day of great joy. Let us refrain from speaking of sorrowful matters. He was exceedingly filial, fearing that his parents would be saddened by thoughts of Yanyu. Wolf Xuanqi nodded in agreement. Indeed. Yuana is indeed correct. We should celebrate properly. He turned to Wolfen and said, Wolfen, please prepare a feast, as I wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Tang. Wolf Yuan chuckled. Father, I believe we should forego the banquet today. Wolf Xuanqi gazed at Wolf Yuan in bewilderment, but Sima Tianfeng rose. Godfather, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. I have come today to celebrate my elder brother's recovery and to extend my thanks to Mr. Tang. Wolf Xuanqi laughed. It appears that you young folks are reluctant to spend time with this old man. Wolf Yuan playfully draped his arm over his father's shoulder and said, Father, I have been cooped up at home for many days. Please allow me to go out and enjoy some fresh air today. Wolf Xuanqi, possessing a remarkably open-minded nature, laughed heartily and nodded. Very well. You may go out to celebrate, but be sure not to cause any trouble. Wolf Yuan assured him, Rest easy, father. We will not create any disturbances. Tang Lie followed Wolf Yuan and Sima Tianfeng out the door, only to find Sima Tianfeng's carriage already waiting outside. At first glance, the carriage appeared quite ordinary, drawn by two white steeds. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the peculiarities of these horses. Each bore golden horns atop their heads, and the junction of their manes and necks was adorned with delicate scales. Their hooves were covered in golden fur, resembling the mythical unicorn. Tang Lie, intrigued, inquired, "What are the names of these two horses?" Wolf Yuan and Sima Tianfeng exchanged glances and could not help but burst into laughter. Wolf Yuan remarked, "Indeed, Mr. Tang possesses a delightful sense of humor. These two are unicorns, entirely distinct from ordinary horses." Tang Lie felt somewhat embarrassed and replied, "I grew up in the countryside and have never encountered such creatures." Yet, he harbored a sense of indignation. After all, when he was driving a Lamborghini, they were likely unaware of its existence. He mused that one day he would procure a supercar to broaden the horizons of these unsophisticated folks. However, it remained merely a thought, as acquiring a supercar in this world seemed implausible. The three of them boarded the carriage, which was rather cramped given their tall statures. The seats were upholstered in soft, brown animal fur, reminiscent of fox pelts. Tang Lie reached out to touch it, finding it exceptionally smooth and luxurious. He contemplated inquiring about it, but refrained, fearing ridicule, and suppressed the thought instead. Wolf Yuan explained, "The Empire has stringent regulations regarding mounts. Ordinary horses are designated for common folk and lower officials, while unicorns are reserved for royalty and high-ranking officials." Tang Lie nodded in understanding. Sima Tianfeng shifted slightly to the side, smiling as he said, "My godfather prefers to keep a low profile, so today I deliberately chose the most humble carriage. I hope, Mr. Tang, that you do not feel slighted." Wolf Yuan chuckled. "Ah, Tianfeng, your astuteness is truly remarkable. It is no wonder my father holds you in such high regard." Sima Tianfeng then turned his gaze towards Tang Lie with a smile, asking, "Where would you like to explore today, Mr. Tang?" Although Tang Lie had been in the imperial capital for several days, he had only meandered through the marketplace and remained quite unfamiliar with his surroundings. With a smile, he remarked, as a newcomer, "I am unaware of the delightful attractions in the imperial capital. I shall defer to your guidance." Sima Tianfeng's gaze shifted once more to Lang Yuan, who let out a hearty laugh and declared, "The most entertaining venue in the imperial capital is undoubtedly Huayufeng. How could I possibly convey my intentions without inviting Mr. Tang to experience its charm?" Sima Tianfeng responded with a grin, "Let me make this clear. I shall cover all expenses for today." Huayufeng is located in the northern part of Longda in the imperial capital, a district notably more serene compared to others. The residents here are predominantly affluent merchants and officials, akin to the upscale residential areas of Tang Lie's previous world. Establishing such an entertainment venue in a prestigious neighborhood demands considerable influence and connections. Upon their arrival at Huayufeng, it was approximately noon, and the streets were conspicuously devoid of pedestrians. Tang Lie couldn't help but feel perplexed, given that Huayufeng was purportedly a high-end brothel. One would expect it to be bustling with activity at night, making its daytime quietude seem rather uninviting. As the carriage gradually came to a halt before Huayufeng, Tang Lie was the last to disembark. The sight before him left him momentarily speechless. A broad, straight road led towards a magnificent structure crafted from white marble, with each stone weighing at least a ton, meticulously arranged to form a castle-like entrance. The gate's presence here seemed somewhat abrupt, failing to evoke aesthetic pleasure and instead instilling a sense of psychological oppression. Two stunning, azure-haired maidens greeted Sima Tianfeng and Lang Yuan with delicate laughter. Adorned in form-fitting miniskirts of moderate cut, their bosoms were daringly exposed, revealing the majority of their ample assets. Their waists were slender, their hips curvaceous, and their long, crystalline legs were displayed immodestly before the guests. The abundance of flesh caused Tang Lie to feel lightheaded as the flames of desire ignited within him, spreading like wildfire. "General Sima, it has been quite some time since your last visit." Judging by their familiar tone towards Sima Tianfeng, he must have been a frequent patron of this establishment. Sima Tianfeng nodded nonchalantly, gestured toward the vehicle behind him, and tossed 2 gold coins to one of the maidens. Tang Lie couldn't help but steal a few more glances at the blue-haired maiden before noticing that their ears differed from those of normal humans, resembling apricot leaves protruding from the sides of their heads. Such a beautiful woman having such prominent ears was indeed regrettable. Sima Tianfeng remarked, "These are mixed-blood elven maidens, holding the lowest status in the Flower Moon Pavilion, responsible for welcoming guests and handling such menial tasks." Lang Yuan chuckled. Tianfeng is a first-rate expert in the art of dalliance. I fear we shall never attain his level of expertise. Tang Lie recalled Yin Yu's death, his heart filled with extreme hatred for Sima Tianfeng. There were countless women in the world. Why did he have to set his sights on Yin Yu? Following behind the two men, they passed through the marble gate, and a bright and open vista unfolded before them. Before him lay a small plaza. At its center stood a circular fountain, from which crystalline jets of water arched gracefully towards the middle, appearing from a distance like shimmering silver chains enveloping the basin. Four enchanting maidens, their hair aflame like fire, frolicked within the fountain, their forms becoming ethereal and elusive beneath the surface, occasionally striking alluring poses. Ever since Tang Lie had been infused with an abundance of spry, his will had diminished significantly. The vibrant scene before him stirred his blood and caused an involuntary reaction below. The four nude, crimson-haired nymphs possessed an acute awareness of male desire, emitting irresistibly seductive sighs as they caressed their bosoms with delicate hands. Tang Lie's face flushed with excitement, yearning to plunge into the waters and revel with these four beauties. Wolf Abyss and Sima Tianfeng exchanged knowing glances, a playful smirk gracing their faces, recognizing that this skilled physician, Dr. Tang, was not immune to the allure of temptation. Unable to resist, Tang Lie approached the fountain for a clearer view, only for the four red-haired nymphs to suddenly dive beneath the surface. When they resurfaced, their slender legs had transformed into magnificent, crimson tails. Tang Lie's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, they were mermaids. Before him, everything evoked in Tang Lie a sense akin to Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, a spectacle overwhelming the senses. Reluctantly, he traversed the square, his feet sinking into the lush green grass. After walking along a narrow path for approximately 50 meters, he beheld a crystal corridor emerging ahead. Upon entering the corridor, he was greeted by an array of portraits of beautiful women adorning both sides, each accompanied by names and detailed descriptions of their physical attributes and exceptional skills. Tang Lie, who considered himself quite seasoned in the realm of romance, could only marvel at the scene before him. Sima Tianfeng, well acquainted with the surroundings, introduced Mr. Tang. Should you find any of these ladies to your liking, I shall summon her forth to keep you company. Despite his inner eagerness, Tang Lie feigned reluctance and replied, Today, we are here to drink. Other matters can wait for another time. Lang Yuan erupted into hearty laughter, throwing an arm around Tang Lie's shoulders. A youth devoid of romance is a youth wasted. Since we have arrived at Huayufang, both wine and women are indispensable. It appeared that Lang Yuan was also a man of indulgence. Reflecting on Mei Shi, who harbored deep affections for him, Tang Lie could not help but feel a sense of vindication. This little vixen, so devoted to Lang Yuan, was blissfully unaware that he had only just recovered from his injuries and was now out seeking pleasure. He chuckled at the thought that in due time, this young lady would likely face the fate of being cast aside. After traversing the crystal passage and passing through a delicately crafted small garden, they arrived at the heart of Huayufang, where a 5-story building, entirely constructed of wood, stood majestically. A captivating woman stood before the small building, her figure alluring and enchanting. Her long green hair was elegantly arranged atop her head in a lotus-shaped bun, adorned perfectly with a serpentine silver hairpin. Her eyebrows matched her hair in hue, while her dark, enchanting eyes narrowed into a beguiling crescent shape beneath her radiant smile, casting a mesmerizing gaze that swept across everyone present. Her tall and slender physique, though reminiscent of Tang Lie's rough estimation, possessed delicate curves that gave no impression of towering height. She wore a pair of red wooden clogs, her bare feet unapologetically exposed, with toes gleaming and ankles rounded and full, evoking a desire to playfully caress them. The lady remarked, This morning, I awakened to the melodious calls of orioles perched in the branches, and I anticipated the arrival of esteemed guests. I never expected it would be General Sima and General Lang both gracing us with their presence. Sima Tianfeng smiled and replied, Boss Du, you are quite the charmer. Today, I am hosting, so you must present us with your finest food and drink, and summon the most delightful ladies to accompany us. Lang Yuan had already discreetly informed Tang Lie of the lady's identity. She was Du Shasha, the proprietor of this establishment, Huayufang. Welcome, Du Shasha-chan. Her laughter light and inviting. The Yihong Pavilion has been prepared for you. Esteemed guests, please ascend to the upper floor. Tang Lie had already adjusted his mindset. Since today was Sima Tianfeng's treat, regardless of what awaited him next, he would gracefully accept it. This scoundrel had indirectly caused Yin Yu's demise, and squandering his wealth could be seen as a form of revenge. Du Shasha accompanied them toward the Yihong Pavilion. Among the three, She was most unfamiliar with Tang Lie. Observing the courteous demeanor of Sima Tianfeng and Lang Yuan towards him, she surmised that Tang Lie's status was undoubtedly extraordinary, as their words exuded profound respect. As a woman engaged in such business, she was acutely aware that securing a distinguished guest equated to an unceasing source of wealth. "I have yet to make your acquaintance. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Du Shasha inquired softly, drawing near to Tang Lie, a beguiling fragrance wafting into his senses. Tang Lie felt his body stir, convinced that this alluring aroma contained aphrodisiac properties. Although his medical skills were renowned in the general's residence, he remained largely unknown in the imperial capital. Du Shasha, evidently unaware of his reputation, regarded him with disdain, perceiving him merely as an ordinary physician. Nevertheless, she maintained an outwardly warm demeanor, understanding that any display of contempt could incite displeasure from Lang Yuan and Sima Tianfeng, who held him in high regard. Upon entering the Yihong Pavilion, they were greeted by an exquisitely arranged interior, with tables and chairs crafted from carved boxwood, each piece a masterwork of fine craftsmanship, undoubtedly of significant value. Du Shasha gestured for them to be seated as two young girls, around 12 or 13 years of age, approached with green glazed tea sets, pouring fragrant tea adorned with delicate pink blossoms floating atop each cup. Tang Lie lifted the teacup, and a rich, aromatic fragrance wafted toward him. The subtle floral notes seemed to carry hints of jasmine, yet were far more intoxicating. He cautiously sipped the tea, which glided smoothly onto his palate, cooling and refreshing as it trickled down his throat, offering immense comfort. Tang Lie quickly discerned that the brew likely contained ingredients such as mint and camphor. Outside, the beaded curtain stirred gently as three enchanting ladies entered the red-leaning pavilion with graceful poise. Tang Lie raised his gaze and beheld these three women, all adorned with light makeup, their features resembling delicate paintings. Each one was a rare beauty, captivating in their purity, devoid of any traces of the worldly allure typically found in such establishments. It was precisely this innocence that stirred primal instincts within men. The three beauties took their seats beside Sima Tianfeng and his companions, with a voluptuous lady designated to attend to Tang Lie. Though her face bore a youthful innocence, her figure was strikingly sensual. With her high bosom and rounded hips, she nestled closely against Tang Lie's side, and even through the layers of clothing, he could feel the supple, elastic softness of her skin. Her hair blazed a fiery red, and as she smiled sweetly, her enchanting gaze ensnared Tang Lie, leaving him entranced. His attention was drawn irresistibly to her ample chest, his heart fluttering as if teased by a feather. The lady spoke softly, "Mr. Tang, my name is Paris." Her voice dripped with languor, further igniting the imagination. Sima Tianfeng chuckled, "Mr. Tang is my esteemed guest. You must attend to him well." Belle Iris gently nodded, pouring tea for Tang Lie and presenting the cup before him, saying, "Mr. Tang, please enjoy the tea." Tang Lie, with a dazed expression, received the cup but felt a sudden tightening in his lower body, nearly spilling the tea from his mouth, as Belle Iris's delicate hand brushed lightly between his legs. Since arriving in this world, he had never experienced such treatment. It was undoubtedly a formidable test of his willpower. His hands trembled, and after several attempts, he failed to bring the cup to his lips. Sima Tianfeng embraced another lady and chuckled, "Boss Du, we can serve the dishes now." Four blonde maidens entered in succession, bringing the prepared food and wine to the round table. Tang Lie, flushed and distracted by Belle Iris's gentle touch, paid no heed to the dishes laid out before him. He longed for the banquet to conclude swiftly, wishing to retreat to a secluded room with Belle Iris to indulge his desires. Wolf Yuan noticed Tang Lie's unease and smiled. "Belle Iris, why not pour some wine for Mr. Tang?" Only then did Belle Iris release Tang Lie and fill his cup with a delicate, rosy wine. Simultaneously, Sima Tianfeng and Wolf Yuan raised their glasses, declaring, "This toast we dedicate to Mr. Tang." "Thank you for saving." Tang Lie hurriedly interrupted. "If you consider me a friend, let us not speak of this matter again." Sima Tianfeng and Wolf Yuan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Very well. Let us drink to that." At first, Tang Lie merely perceived this as an ordinary fruit wine. However, after consuming half a caddy, a wave of dizziness washed over him, clearly indicating that the alcohol had begun to take effect. It seemed that the alcoholic content of this fruit wine was rather substantial. Fearing a loss of composure due to intoxication, he silently reminded himself to regulate his consumption. Sima Tianfeng smiled and inquired, "Mr. Tang, with such exceptional medical skills, to whom do you owe your tutelage?" Naturally, Tang Lie would not divulge the entirety of his background. With a sigh, he replied. My medical expertise is passed down through generations. Initially, I merely tended to the ailments of those in my village. However, after the outbreak of war, both my village and family perished in the flames of conflict, and I was left to wander aimlessly. It was only later that I encountered Miss Mei and Yin Yu. He was well aware that Wang Yuan was intimately acquainted with Mei Shi, and that his own circumstances would eventually come to light, so he fabricated a seamless narrative. Wang Yuan nodded and remarked, given Mr. Tang's medical prowess, it is indeed a pity to be wandering aimlessly. What are your aspirations for the future? Should you require assistance, I shall exert myself to the utmost. Tang Lie responded, the capital is vast, with a populous citizenry. If possible, I aspire to establish a clinic here to sustain my livelihood. A clinic? Both Wang Yuan and Sima Tianfeng echoed in astonishment. They were unfamiliar with this novel term. It's a place for medical consultation, a locale for diagnosing ailments, commonly referred to as a clinic, Tang Lie elucidated. The wolf abyss chuckled, remarking on Mr. Tang's ever-flowing stream of novel expressions. In a modest tone, Tang Lie responded, having come from the countryside, I often speak in the vernacular of my origins. I hope you gentlemen will not jest at my expense. The three accompanying courtesans were charmed by Tang Lie's words, erupting into laughter. Berries. Her delicate form leaning closer to Tang Lie, cooed, Mr. Tang speaks with such delightful wit. Sima Tianfeng suggested, why not entertain us with a song, the three of you? Tang Lie and the wolf abyss heartily agreed. Berries and the other two ladies rose gracefully, instructing a maid to fetch their instruments, and took their seats by the floral window across the table. Observing the instruments in their hands, Tang Lie noted one resembled a hammered dulcimer, while another combined elements of a pipa and a guitar. In Berries' grasp was an object akin to a bamboo flute, though he pondered how this otherworldly orchestration might differ from the melodies he had known. As Berries gently parted her cherry lips, a soft and enchanting flute melody wafted through the air, soon accompanied by the harmonious strumming of the other two ladies as they plucked the strings of their instruments. The music swelled from delicate whispers to a crescendo, intertwining beautifully with the flute's ethereal notes. The melody, gentle and flowing, caressed Tang Lie's heart like the gentle spring rain, reminiscent of the folk music from the ethnic minorities of Yunnan. Throughout her performance, Berries occasionally cast alluring glances toward Tang Lie. Enraptured by the enchanting sounds, Tang Lie found himself lost in the moment as Sima Tianfeng smiled and remarked, Mr. Tang, I possess an idle estate on Panlong Avenue that would serve splendidly as a clinic. If it pleases you, you are welcome to make use of it. Tang Lie was momentarily taken aback. Today, Sima Tianfeng was excessively cordial towards him. Given his status and position, such behavior was unexpected. When one lowers their courtesy to another, it typically signifies a request. Could it be that Sima Tianfeng sought assistance from him? However, Wang Yuan did not perceive the situation as Tang Lie did. He believed that Sima Tianfeng's actions were entirely a result of gratitude for Tang Lie saving him. With a smile, he declared, I shall provide all the necessary funds for the clinic's opening, considering it my fee for Dr. Tang's services. Such an unexpected stroke of fortune left Tang Lie with no reason to decline. Establishing his own clinic would liberate him from Mei Shi's control, freeing him from her prison-like estate. Ever since Yin Yu's demise, Tang Lie's desire to escape the estate had intensified. Each sight of Yin Yu's grave filled him with profound sorrow. Reflecting on this, he nodded and said, very well. Since both generals have offered, it would be ungrateful of me to refuse. However, I must clarify that the estate and funds are merely a loan from you. Once I earn enough, I will repay you in full, with interest. Sima Tianfeng and Wang Yuan burst into laughter simultaneously. Raising their glasses, they exclaimed, cheers to Dr. Tang's forthcoming clinic. Tang Lie, laughing heartily, lifted his glass to clink with theirs, exclaiming, cheers. Inadvertently, he let slip a phrase in English. Wang Yuan and Sima Tianfeng stood momentarily stunned, and Wang Yuan, seemingly grasping something, called out, Dr. Tang wants stir-fried eggplant strips. Quickly, prepare and send them over. Tang Lie, upon hearing the novel rendition by Wolf Abyss, could only respond with a bemused chuckle, cheers, cheers. In the 13th chapter, titled There is No Free Lunch in This World, Part 1. Under the fervent persuasion of Wolf Abyss and Sima Tianfeng, Tang Lie found himself consuming yet another pound of an unidentified fruit wine. Although his mind remained lucid, the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, and he feared that if he continued, he would soon be utterly inebriated. Thus, he decided to feign drunkenness, lifting his glass with a smile, exclaiming, cheers. As his body grew weak, he collapsed onto the lap of Paris. Welcome, Paris giggled as she embraced Tang Lie's form, and he seized the opportunity to indulge, pressing his cheek tightly between her bosom. Mr. Tang is quite intoxicated, Wolfibus remarked. Sima Tianfeng nodded in agreement, saying, we should escort Mr. Tang to rest. The two men took Tang Lie from Paris's grasp, supporting him as they ascended to the third floor of the small building. Tang Lie staggered with an unsteady gait, a testament not to his pretense but to the potent after-effects of the fruit wine, which left his hands and feet warm, his head heavy. Dazed, he was gently placed onto a soft, large bed without even having removed his shoes or socks, sprawling out in a most undignified manner. Sima Tianfeng and Wolfibus exchanged wry smiles, astonished at Tang Lie's poor tolerance for alcohol. Sima Tianfeng discreetly slipped 10 gold coins to Paris, smiling. He is in your capable hands now. Paris pouted playfully. He sleeps like the dead. Who knows when he will awaken? Sima Tianfeng, with an ambiguous smile, remarked. With your abilities, you could even make a corpse rise. Ballas let out a shriek. For Sima Tianfeng had playfully pinched her rear before he and Wolf Yuan laughed heartily and exited. The two ladies remained in the red-leaning pavilion, while Wolf Yuan paused at the threshold, turning to Sima Tianfeng. Tianfeng, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Mr. Tang is in your care now. Sima Tianfeng shook his head with a wry smile. Brother, are you not seizing this opportunity to rendezvous with your beloved, Boss Mei? Aware that nothing could escape this astute sibling, Wolf Yuan silently nodded and cautioned, do not disclose this to anyone else. Sima Tianfeng sighed, given your status and standing. Why entangle yourself with a slave trader? If you truly harbor affection for her, you may take her as a concubine after your formal marriage. Why provoke discontent from our benefactors? Wolf Yuan whispered, no other woman can occupy a space in my heart. Sima Tianfeng, helpless, patted his shoulder and replied softly, rest assured. I will keep your secret, but you must exercise caution. Do not allow others to catch wind of it. Inside the carriage, Tang Lie sat anxiously, pondering the silence from Sima Tianfeng since their departure from Huayufang. What could he possibly want from him? Had he uncovered the secret affair between himself and Yen Yu, seeking revenge in the process? Tang Lie's heart raced with unease as he pondered the implications of Sima Tianfeng's actions. It was evident that the general harbored some unspeakable secret, for why else would he dismiss the driver and venture forth alone with him? As he lifted the curtain of the carriage, he beheld dense thickets flanking either side, indicating that Sima Tianfeng had steered the vehicle into a secluded wilderness. A sense of foreboding enveloped him, leading him to suspect that the general harbored ill intentions. Tentatively, he inquired, General Sima, where exactly are you taking me? Sima Tianfeng responded with a chilling tone, we shall arrive shortly. The coldness of his voice intensified Tang Lie's apprehensions, solidifying his belief that the general meant him harm. Quietly, he retrieved a scalpel from his medical kit, knowing it could serve as a means of self-defense should Sima Tianfeng indeed seek to do him harm. After approximately half an hour of travel, the carriage finally came to a gradual halt. Sima Tianfeng dismounted swiftly, opening the carriage door for Tang Lie while murmuring, Mr. Tang, please step down. Hearing this, Tang Lie felt a modicum of reassurance. Sima Tianfeng assisted him in retrieving the first aid kit and continued in a hushed tone. I have brought you here to ask for your help in saving someone. As Tang Lie descended from the carriage, he realized they stood within an expansive, desolate farmstead. The dilapidated, crumbling fences surrounding them suggested that this estate had long been abandoned. The only structure in sight was a massive granary ahead, where a towering windmill, approximately 20 meters in height, continued to turn languidly. Sima Tianfeng led the way, and Tang Lie hastened to follow him into the granary. As I entered the barn, I beheld 2 armored sentinels standing silently in wait. Upon the arrival of Sima Tianfeng, they hastily bowed in deference. Each stood over 2 meters tall, exuding an aura of strength, their faces obscured by metallic masks, revealing only their piercing emerald eyes, rendering their true identities a mystery. Sima Tianfeng nodded slightly and gestured to them. They immediately comprehended his intent and turned to exit. Inside the barn, a solitary oil lamp hung from the beam, casting a dim glow that rendered the surroundings rather somber. Sima Tianfeng's handsome visage appeared increasingly enigmatic in the flickering light, his profound eyes shimmering with inscrutable emotions. Tang Lie followed him as they navigated around the haystack blocking the entrance, only to discover a young couple sprawled upon the thatch. The young woman lay on her back amidst the grass, seemingly in a deep slumber. Her dark hair was the only discernible feature, while her form exhibited a captivating elegance. The young man, bare from the waist up, trembled incessantly, his eyes reflecting a gaze of panic and helplessness. Sima Tianfeng's gaze towards the young woman was filled with tenderness. as he softly implored Tang Lie, "Please, check on her condition." Tang Lie approached the young woman, gently turning her delicate form around. A stunningly beautiful face, reminiscent of a shy flower or a moon obscured by clouds, appeared before him. This young lady possessed the quintessential features of an Eastern beauty. Her long black hair cascading like satin, remaining impeccably smooth despite lying amidst the weeds. Her complexion was pallid, her lips tinged with a bluish-purple hue, and her eyes tightly shut, the skin around them bearing a faint darkening. Tang Lie retrieved his stethoscope and carefully unfastened her outer garment, placing the chest piece delicately upon her remarkably resilient left breast. He found himself momentarily distracted, his thumb and forefinger pressing down on the stethoscope while the other 3 fingers inadvertently grazed her delicate form. However, the instincts of a physician swiftly dispelled any inappropriate thoughts. The young woman's heartbeat was weak yet rapid, reaching a staggering 120 beats per minute. He lifted her eyelids and shone a flashlight into her pupils, noting their slight dilation, though the light reflex remained intact. As he gently parted her cherry lips, he observed that her tongue had taken on a bluish-purple tint, and a strong odor of acidosis permeated her breath. Tang Lie was nearly certain that she had been poisoned. He had encountered similar cases before, where such symptoms were common among individuals who had overdosed on drugs. He murmured, "Has she ingested something harmful?" Sima Tianfeng bit his lip, seizing the young man's collar with urgency, his voice laced with cold intensity. "What exactly did you give her?" The young man trembled, stammering, "Cousin, I merely gave her some carefree pills." It became evident that the young man shared a familial connection with Sima Tianfeng. With a thunderous roar, Sima Tianfeng struck the man squarely on the bridge of his nose, causing it to collapse under the force of the blow. The man, clutching his face, emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as blood gushed forth from between his fingers like a fountain. Although Tang Lie was unaware of the precise composition of the Shiyu pill, he surmised that it bore resemblance to narcotics such as marijuana or cocaine. The primary distinction seemed to be that the Shiyu pill was absorbed through the digestive tract. To rescue the young girl who had succumbed to poisoning and lost consciousness, it was imperative to eliminate the toxins within her system. The foremost step in this endeavor was to perform gastric lavage, cleansing her stomach of the remnants of the Shiyu pill. Lacking a gastric lavage machine, Tang Lie contemplated and turned to Sima Tianfeng, requesting, "Please fetch me a large basin of warm water. And do you have any cream or similar substances? Bring me some." With a readiness to assist Tang Lie, Sima Tianfeng soon returned with a large basin of warm water and a generous bowl of butter. Preparing the gastric tube and a sizable syringe, Tang Lie resolved to perform the gastric lavage manually due to the absence of proper equipment. He softened the butter over the fire and applied it to the tip of the gastric tube, then dissolved the only piece of soap he possessed into the basin of water, signaling Sima Tianfeng to lift the young girl. He skillfully inserted the gastric tube into her delicate nostril. Sima Tianfeng, seemingly unable to bear the sight, closed his eyes and turned away. Tang Lie swiftly succeeded in inserting the gastric tube into the girl's stomach, using the large syringe to draw up the soapy water and inject it into her abdomen through the tube. After administering 15 vials of soapy water in succession, Tang Lie utilized a syringe to extract the soapy liquid, which had now turned an inky hue, indicating that the young girl had ingested a substantial quantity of the tranquilizing pills. Tang Lie diligently performed multiple gastric lavages, and just as he was nearing the end of the basin of soapy water, the girl suddenly emitted a series of retching sounds. Her beautiful eyes fluttered open, and with a sudden gasp, she opened her lips, expelling the soapy water from her stomach. Tang Lie was caught off guard and was splashed thoroughly, his face and hair soaked. The color of the soapy water had returned to normal, suggesting that the remnants in the girl's stomach had been effectively cleared. Tang Lie withdrew the gastric tube. The girl pushed aside Sima Tianfeng and leaned over, continuing to vomit. Although her stomach was already devoid of the soapy liquid, the overwhelming nausea tormented her to the point of despair. Initially, she could still manage to expel some bile, but eventually, only dry heaves emerged. Sima Tianfeng, upon witnessing the girl regain consciousness, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Tang Lie, who wiped his face dry and exhaled deeply, saying, "It seems there is no major issue." Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as Sima Tianfeng advanced towards his sister, brandishing a curved blade. Sima Feifei, seemingly aware of his intentions, was gripped by terror, her delicate face reflecting her fear as she retreated hastily. "Brother, what are you planning to do?" she exclaimed in alarm, with a heart full of anguish. Sima Tianfeng replied, "Feifei, do you not understand? His Majesty has already discussed with Father the imminent intention to take you into the palace as a consort. Your actions have brought shame upon our family. Have you not driven the Sima clan to the brink of ruin? It was only then that Sima Feifei realized the gravity of the situation, her voice trembling as she said, "Brother, do you truly intend to kill me?" Tang Lie, equally filled with trepidation, had never anticipated that matters would escalate to such an extent. Although he had been summoned by Sima Tianfeng to rescue someone, he had inadvertently learned all the family's secrets. The thought of killing his own sister to safeguard this unspeakable secret left him shivering with dread, contemplating how to extricate himself from this perilous situation. With tears in his eyes, Sima Tianfeng stated, "You are no longer the perfect jewel you once were. Once you enter the palace, this matter will inevitably be exposed. If I do not kill you, it will surely bring ruin to the Sima clan. Accept your fate." Aware of her impending doom, Sima Feifei surprisingly felt no fear, retorting coldly, "I have long ceased to be the perfect jewel. Over the years, you have been preoccupied with your own ambitions and glory. Who has truly cared for me?" She raised her porcelain-like neck defiantly, declaring, "Go ahead and kill me. If there is a next life, I refuse to be reborn into the Sima family." Two streams of crystalline tears slowly cascaded down her delicate face. "Do not!" Tang Lie shouted vehemently. Sima Tianfeng, stealing his resolve, abruptly raised his curved blade. Trembling with rage, he slowly turned around, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, and coldly asked, "What did you say?" At that moment, Sima Tianfeng had already made up his mind. He would not spare anyone who knew the truth tonight. And Tang Lie would be no exception. Sima Feifei fixed her gaze upon Tang Lie, utterly astonished that this man dared to step forward in such a perilous moment. A newfound admiration for him blossomed within her heart. However, Tang Lie was not motivated by a sense of chivalry. Inwardly, he cursed, blaming her for the predicament he found himself in. Cautiously eyeing the curved blade in Sima Tianfeng's hand, he spoke softly, "General Sima, she is your compatriot's sister. Should you choose to take her life, you may forever bear the weight of your conscience." Sima Tianfeng remained silent, his lips pressed into a thin line. Tang Lie continued, "I have a solution that benefits us all." What solution? Had Sima Tianfeng not witnessed Tang Lie's extraordinary medical skills with his own eyes, he would have dismissed his words outright. Yet, given the circumstances surrounding the wolf abyss, he found himself wavering. He led Tang Lie to a secluded corner of the barn and whispered, "Before the consort enters the palace, she must undergo a rigorous physical examination. Do you believe you can deceive the imperial physicians?" With no other options available, Tang Lie smiled and replied, "After I modify Miss Sima's body, you may certainly invite a female physician to examine her. If any discrepancies are discovered, you can devise alternative plans then." Sima Tianfeng pondered for a long while before finally nodding. "Mr. Tang, the fate of the Sima family is now inextricably linked with yours. If anything goes awry, the consequences will be dire." Tang Lie assured him with unwavering conviction, "Rest assured, General Sima. I vow that I shall not reveal a single word of today's actions to anyone." Sima Tianfeng nodded in satisfaction, patting Tang Lie's shoulder as he spoke. "This farm is the property of my family. You may find solace here as you attend to Feifei's ailment." At this juncture, Sima Tianfeng hesitated, realizing that the term attend to her ailment felt somewhat inappropriate. "Without my permission, no one shall disturb you." The two warriors stationed outside were his trusted confidants, tasked with ensuring your safety. Tang Lie understood the veiled meaning behind the word safety. In reality, it was a means to prevent their escape. He inwardly lamented, having barely escaped the jaws of the wolf, he was now ensnared in the clutches of the tiger. "I require certain items to perform the surgery on her," Tang Lie stated. "Not a problem. I shall prepare them at once." Tang Lie requested ink and pristine white silk from Sima Tianfeng, upon which he sketched various instruments, including a gynecological examination chair for lithotomy and essential dilators for the operation. Sima Tianfeng gazed at the diagrams in Tang Lie's hands, perplexed. What purpose do these serve? With a sigh, Tang Lie realized that Sima Tianfeng would likely struggle to comprehend the function of these instruments solely through the illustrations. After contemplating, he asked, "General Sima, could you assist me in finding a skilled craftsman? I fear I must personally oversee the crafting of these items." Sima Tianfeng hesitated, naturally. He preferred to keep the involvement of additional individuals to a minimum. Tang Lie swiftly discerned his sentiments and quietly suggested, "If General Sima has reservations, you could accompany me personally to procure these items." Sima Tianfeng nodded, instructing two armored warriors to remove the corpses from the barn and to keep a close watch on Sima Feifei. Only then did he depart the farm with Tang Lie. Tang Lie was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. A single misstep could lead to his demise without a trace. Even if he successfully aided Sima Feifei in her repairs, it was uncertain whether Sima Tianfeng would grant him mercy. The secrets he now harbored had become the gravest threat to his life. In the imperial capital, when it came to the mastery of craftsmanship, Jinggong Workshop was the first name to be mentioned. The proprietor, an elderly halfling named Jinggu, had once been a lowly slave. However, fortune smiled upon him when he encountered a benevolent master, granting him freedom. After his master's passing, the workshop was bequeathed to him. Through his exquisite skills and virtuous character, Jinggu gained the respect of the nobility within the capital. Tang Lie meticulously explained the designs and approximate dimensions he had sketched to Jinggu, who appeared to grasp Tang Lie's intent, nodding earnestly. Tang Lie then retrieved a hemostat and tweezers from the first aid kit. Jingji's narrowed eyes suddenly gleamed with interest as he took the hemostat from Tang Lie, examining it closely while exclaiming in wonder. "I have never encountered such a material before." Tang Lie inquired, "Could you forge an identical set using the finest steel, modeled after these instruments?" Jinggu nodded and remarked, "Although the materials differ, I should be able to replicate the shape with utmost precision." Chapter 14. To untie the knot, one must tie it first as the night deepened. Sima Feifei rested her delicate chin on her hand beside the fireplace, lost in thought as she gazed into the flickering flames. Her dreamy eyes became increasingly entranced by the hazy steam rising from the fire. "Welcome." Tang Lie approached her, offering a thin pancake he held in his hand. Sima Feifei shook her head, her gaze lingering on Tang Lie's handsome visage, and she bestowed upon him a sweet smile, saying, "You truly are a peculiar fellow." Tang Lie feigned a stern expression, replying, "Given that you are my patient, I shall temporarily forgive you this once." Sima Feifei laughed. "Not only are you a strange individual, but you are also quite foolish." "Why do you say that?" Tang Lie inquired. A hint of sorrow flickered in Sima Feifei's beautiful eyes as she continued, "My brother, in order to preserve our family's honor and their status, will undoubtedly seek to end my life. Why must you accompany me to a futile demise? Unexpectedly. This little one possesses a semblance of conscience." Tang Lie chuckled. "I am confident I can cure you." However, as Tang Lie noticed her sudden closeness, he felt a twinge of panic and instinctively shifted to the side, increasing the distance between them. Yet, Sima Feifei continued to draw nearer, her voice soft and teasing. "You appear so robust, yet your courage is so minuscule. Have you truly never been with a woman?" Her collar slipped from her left shoulder, revealing her smooth and delicate skin. Tang Lie's breaths began to quicken. This little minx was clearly enticing him. He placed the instruments into the tray, picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and smiled, "All done." Sima Feifei remained lying there, feeling no pain throughout the procedure, oblivious to the manipulations Tang Lie had performed within her. She playfully scolded, "You rascal, have you seen enough? Hurry and let me up." Tang Lie, with a grin, unfastened the straps binding her limbs. As Sima Feifei rose from the operating table, she playfully struck him on the head, exclaiming, "You pervert." Tang Lie rubbed his head and cautioned, "You must refrain from any vigorous movements, otherwise all our efforts will be in vain." Seeing his anxious demeanor, Sima Feifei dared not move a step, whispering, "What exactly did you do to me?" Inside, Tang Lie gently lifted her petite frame, laying her down on a makeshift bed beside a pile of grass, covering her with a blanket. He leaned closer, speaking softly in her ear. "I merely repaired the damaged parts within you. Now your body is indistinguishable from that of a young maiden." Even Sima Feifei, known for her open-mindedness, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she softly inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Tang Lie nodded affirmatively. "How come I've never heard of such peculiar medical practices?" Tang Lie pondered silently, contemplating the innovative technology of the 21st century, cognizant that such concepts could scarcely be conveyed to Sima Feifei. Gently, he caressed her cheek and said, "What you need most right now is rest. As for everything else, I shall gradually elucidate it to you later." Sima Feifei, obediently nodding, unexpectedly clasped Tang Lie's large hand, playfully insisting, "If you want me to sleep, you must stay by my side at all times." Sima Feifei, with her fiery temperament, harbored a vigorous desire for intimacy. Although Tang Lie had painstakingly aided her in recovery, he found himself resolutely maintaining his boundaries to prevent impulsive actions that could lead to complications. Yet, facing Sima Feifei day in and day out, he truly felt as though time dragged on interminably. He mused that perhaps it would be wise to postpone her subsequent surgery by a couple of days, seizing the opportunity for a more gratifying experience. Finally, after enduring 5 long days post-surgery, Tang Lie began the morning by removing the stitches from Sima Feifei's body. The healing process appeared remarkably promising. With roughly a month of recovery, her physique should resemble that of an untouched maiden, showing no external signs of her previous condition. Clad in a long dress, Sima Feifei's typically alluring visage now bore a hint of elegance. Tang Lie marveled internally, wondering if the transformation of her body had also influenced her psyche, leading this spirited young woman to undergo a change in temperament. Sima Feifei gazed intently at Tang Lie and inquired, "Tang Lie, will my brother come today?" Tang Lie nodded affirmatively, "Yes." Sima Feifei let out a soft sigh, her delicate hand gently caressing Tang Lie's heroic visage, hesitatingly saying, "Do you not realize that regardless of the outcome of this surgery, my brother will not spare you?" Tang Lie had been preoccupied with this very concern. Although Sima Tianfeng had made a promise to him, once he discovers that Sima Feifei's predicament has been resolved, it is uncertain whether he would resort to silencing him. He replied with a smile, "It was my own choice to treat you. If this endeavor leads to my demise, I shall not hold anyone accountable." His only solace lay in the firearm he grasped, for if Sima Tianfeng was determined to eliminate him, he would be prepared to fight to the bitter end. Sima Feifei's heart was in turmoil. Although she had been intimate with many men, the sensation Tang Lie evoked in her was entirely unique. It was not only the satisfaction derived from his powerful physique that captivated her, but also a rare aura he possessed, one that ordinary men could not hope to attain. The thought of Tang Lie being killed by her brother and silenced was a profound sorrow she could not bear. Sima Feifei continued, "You and father wish to use me as a means to attain wealth and glory. If I were to defy your wishes, it would be an act of filial piety undone. Since I have acquiesced to your desires, I shall not waver. However, should you resort to coercing me, I cannot guarantee how I will respond." Tang Lie remained outside the door, unaware of the exchange between the siblings within the barn. Oblivious to the fact that in this brief span of time, he had traversed the spectrum from death to life. Upon witnessing the Sima siblings emerge from the barn in succession, Sima Feifei cast an indifferent glance towards Tang Lie. As she ascended into the carriage under the protection of two armored warriors, Sima Tianfeng closed the carriage door behind her and then approached Tang Lie with a smile. Murmuring his gratitude, "Thank you, Mr. Tang." Tang Lie concealed his hand within his robe, gripping his pistol to guard against any sudden attack from Sima Tianfeng, while feigning a look of confusion and replying, "What do you thank me for? I have done nothing." His words were intended to convey to Sima Tianfeng that he harbored no intention of disclosing the matter, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride within. After all, he had been intimate with Sima's sister, yet Sima Tianfeng still felt compelled to express his gratitude. What a ludicrous situation. Unbeknownst to him, he had narrowly escaped a perilous fate. It was only under the threat posed by his sister that Sima Tianfeng abandoned the thought of silencing him. Upon hearing this, Tang Lie realized that Sima Tianfeng indeed bore no murderous intent towards him, and a sense of relief washed over him. He nodded repeatedly, saying, "Understood, General Sima. Safe travels." Sima Tianfeng then turned and boarded the carriage, which swiftly vanished at the end of the road. Since Tang Lie had performed a reparative surgery on Sima Feifei, he had been confined within that farmhouse for a full 5 days. Observing from the sidelines, Li Zhu quietly remarked, "Master, that insufferable servant is far too arrogant. Should we not teach him a lesson?" Meichi smirked and replied, "What is the rush?" He believed he had attained freedom. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the contract binding him was still firmly in my grasp, regardless of the wealth he amassed. According to the laws of the empire, it would ultimately belong to me, his master. One day he shall pay dearly for his insolence. Panlong Street, the most bustling commercial district of the imperial capital, was a place of which Tang Lie had heard many tales despite his short time in the city. Yet he had never found the opportunity to visit. After receiving the key from Mei Shi, he borrowed a carriage from her and set off, transporting his belongings and medical instruments directly towards Panlong Street. Upon his arrival at dusk, the street was alive with activity, the most frenetic time of the day. The throngs of pedestrians surged back and forth, flanked by numerous shops displaying a dazzling array of goods, while the sounds of haggling customers and street vendors calling out intermingled in a chaotic symphony, in contrast to the bustling atmosphere surrounding it. His chosen location on Panlong Street was relatively secluded, largely due to its position at the end of the thoroughfare. This suited Tang Lie perfectly. Once his reputation spread, he would have no shortage of patience. The tranquil environment would aid in maintaining his composure. The residence appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. He unlocked the rusted copper lock and pushed open the heavy door, revealing a courtyard paved with blue bricks. To the north stood 2 large rooms, with 2 additional smaller rooms flanking them to the east and west. The roofs were overgrown with reeds, stretching a foot long. The thick gable walls bore witness to years of exposure, and the doors and windows had darkened from relentless rain. As he stepped into the main room, a pungent mustiness enveloped him, and upon surveying the walls, he noticed patches of green moss creeping across the surfaces. Moss, weathered by the elements, clung to the walls, resembling patches of dark blemishes. Tang Lie felt no disappointment. Possessing his own independent space filled him with immense contentment. The 500 gold coins Lang Xuanqi had given him for medicine remained unspent, a considerable fortune for an ordinary person. Tang Lie used this sum to purchase essential provisions and hire someone to clean the long-abandoned residence. By the time he had completed these tasks, twilight had descended. A profound silence enveloped everything, and a sense of profound solitude washed over Tang Lie. Unbeknownst to him, it had been nearly a month since he had arrived in this unfamiliar world. He wondered if anyone would remember him. Tang Lie pondered silently. He had 2 uncles and 3 aunts, but aside from their appearance at his parents' funeral, he had not encountered them since. They likely would not notice his absence. The weeds on the roof and in the courtyard had been cleared, the dilapidated bricks and tiles replaced, and the moldy walls freshly painted. The sign for the Chunwei clinic was now displayed outside. Tang Lie sat in the courtyard, basking languidly in the sun. It had been 3 full days since his arrival. Yet not a single patient had come to his door. Aside from meals, Tang Lie spent his time exercising and engaging in physical activities to while away the tedious hours. Suddenly, the sound of a child's wailing echoed from the neighboring inn. Tang Lie yawned, rising from his recliner. The cries grew increasingly plaintive. Tang Lie slipped on his newly purchased wooden clogs and strolled leisurely out the door. The entrance of the moonlit pavilion was thronged with onlookers, many shaking their heads in a display of profound sympathy. In Chapter 15, Emotions Are a Double-Edged Sword, Part 1, Tang Lie, filled with curiosity, approached the scene and chanced upon a physician, adorned with a tall hat, who emerged from the pavilion with his head bowed. "Welcome." But he had not walked far when a portly middle-aged man cried out, hastening to catch up, and grasped the physician's sleeve, falling to his knees. "Dr. Huang, I implore you, please save my son. Our Li family has had only one heir for 3 generations. He is our sole child. If you can save him, I shall sell all my possessions to pay you as your fee." The physician sighed and replied, "Mr. Li, it is not that I wish to refuse your plea, but rather that I lack the ability to assist." Tang Lie quietly inquired among the crowd and learned that Mr. Li's son, in his youthful folly, had swallowed a nail. Initially lodged in his throat, the boy's mother, in a moment of desperation, attempted to extract it with tweezers, but the tool slipped, allowing the nail to descend further. Seeing the physician's reluctance to help, Mr. Li collapsed in a fit of despair. Tang Lie furrowed his brow. As a doctor, witnessing such anguish stirred in him an innate desire to aid others. Moreover, with so many witnesses present, if he could save the child, his reputation would undoubtedly flourish. Tang Lie pushed through the crowd and approached Bosley, patting him on the shoulder. "Your son's affliction has yet to be alleviated. As a father, what good does it do to weep here? You must seek a remedy." Bosley, wiping away his tears, looked up. He had seen Tang Lie coming and going these past few days and was aware that he was a physician. With tears in his eyes, he lamented, "Dr. Huang is the most skilled physician on Panlong Street, yet even he has been unable to help. What more can I do?" Tang Lie scoffed and replied, "Have you not heard the saying, there are always greater talents beyond the horizon? Take me to see your son." Bosley regarded Tang Lie with skepticism, unable to believe that this young man possessed any extraordinary abilities. However, with his son's condition growing dire, he had no choice but to adopt an attitude of cautious hope and allowed him to proceed. Following Bosley into the inn's courtyard, Tang Lie was greeted by the sound of heart-wrenching sobs emanating from the eastern room. Upon entering, he found Mrs. Li cradling her 2-year-old son, weeping uncontrollably. Tang Lie braced himself for the worst. If the child had indeed swallowed a large iron nail, surgery might be the only option. He first assessed the child. Noting that the boy's spirit seemed relatively intact, he instructed Bosley to fetch a similar iron nail. Upon inspection, he discovered that the nail was only about 1 centimeter in length, the kind used for fastening shoe soles. Relieved, Tang Lie concluded that the nail was not excessively large, and with appropriate treatment, it should be expelled naturally without the need for surgical intervention. He had previously encountered similar cases in medical texts and smiled, reassuring them. "Do not panic. Within 2 hours, I shall return your son to you, lively and well." He instructed Mr. Li to procure magnet and Glauber's salt from a nearby apothecary, while he himself gathered lard and honey from the inn. Tang Lie directed Mr. Lie to grind 1 penny of magnet and 2 pennies of Glauber's salt into a fine powder using a stone mortar, then to blend it with rendered lard and honey to form a paste for the child to ingest. Although Mr. Lie's family found Tang Lie's methods rather peculiar, their anxiety rendered them compliant. They followed his instructions without hesitation. The child, enticed by the sweetness of the honey, consumed the entire bowl of Tang Lie's specially concocted remedy without needing persuasion. Nearly half an hour later, he released 2 resounding farts and expelled an oval object the size of a taro from the chamber pot. Mr. Lie carefully examined the mass and discovered it encased the very iron nail the child had mistakenly swallowed. His voice quivered with excitement as he exclaimed, "It worked! It worked!" Tang Lie secretly chuckled, for this method of expelling foreign objects had been employed by the renowned physician Zhang Jingwei during the Ming Dynasty. The 4 components, Glauber's salt, magnet, lard, and honey, were intricately linked, each indispensable. Without the magnetic pull of the magnet, the Glauber's salt could not adhere to the iron nail. Conversely, without the purging action of the Glauber's salt, the magnet could not facilitate the expulsion of the nail. The lard and honey primarily served to lubricate the intestines, easing the passage of the iron nail and preventing intestinal damage, while honey remained a favorite treat for the child. Only through the harmonious combination of these 4 ingredients could the successful extraction of the nail from the intestines be achieved. Boss Lie, along with his wife and son, knelt before Tang Lie, exclaiming, "Divine Doctor, you are a great benefactor to our Lie family." Tang Lie hurriedly assisted them to their feet, saying, "It is the duty of a physician to save lives. There is no need for such grand gestures over a trivial matter." Boss Lie produced 100 gold coins from the counter as payment for Tang Lie's medical services, but Tang Lie steadfastly refused, stating, as the saying goes, "Distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. Discussing money among neighbors feels rather inappropriate." He bid farewell to Boss Lie and left the DU building with a smile. As soon as Tang Lie stepped out the door, he was immediately surrounded by the townsfolk. The advertisement created by Boss Lie's son had an extraordinary impact. Tang Lie's deeds swiftly became the talk of the town, and he had seemingly transformed into a legend. "Welcome," Tang Lie said cheerfully. "Please remain calm. My name is Tang Lie, and I practice at the Chunwei clinic next door. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to visit me at the clinic. I assure you, I will provide the best care for the most challenging ailments at the least expense." Tang Lie now understood the fleeting nature of success and failure. His clinic had been deserted, but ever since he healed Boss Lie's son, patients flocked to him, nearly overwhelming his doors. His staff was woefully inadequate, and it was only thanks to Boss Lie sending over a helper from his shop that Tang Lie managed to address the pressing situation. Unbeknownst to him, another busy day had passed. Tang Lie rubbed his sore shoulders and muttered to himself, "Damn it, I truly am inviting trouble upon myself." Despite the numerous patients he had seen, the majority were merely common folk, and the consultation fees were pitifully low. Tang Lie's earnings for an entire day's toil amounted to a mere 120 silver coins, which converted to only 6 gold coins. If this continued, Tang Lie's clinic seemed destined to evolve into a charitable institution, a notion far removed from his original intent. Nonetheless, this was a crucial time for building his reputation. Only by treating a multitude of patients could he swiftly establish his name. As he prepared to close up for the day, a middle-aged woman hurried in with her son, for a mosquito had just flown into the child's ear. For Tang Lie, this was a trivial matter. He retrieved a flashlight from his pocket, illuminated the ear canal, and the insect, attracted by the light, promptly escaped. The grateful woman expressed her heartfelt thanks before departing, watching the mother and son retreat into the distance. Tang Lie couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. This was not the life he had envisioned for himself. Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted his thoughts. "Doctor, can I still receive treatment?" Tang Lie replied curtly, "We're closed. Come back tomorrow." Yet, a melodic laugh reached his ears. Startled, he turned to find a dark-haired youth clad in blue warrior attire, standing in the night with a beaming smile, a hint of familiarity gracing his features. "What? Have you forgotten me after just a few days?" It was then that Tang Lie recognized the youth before him as Sima Feifei, who had disguised herself as a boy. Despite her masculine garb, her delicate charm was unmistakable, only enhancing her striking presence. Her limpid, obsidian eyes fixed on Tang Lie with alluring intensity. "It seems my presence is unwelcome?" Tang Lie responded with a smile. "With such a distinguished guest gracing my humble abode, I am beyond honored. How could I possibly be unwelcoming?" Sima Feifei gently patted the unicorn behind her, which, with remarkable sentience, turned and ambled towards the stream. Tang Lie respectfully ushered Sima Feifei through the gates, inquiring with a hint of curiosity, "What brings you to my dwelling, miss?" Truthfully, he wished to avoid her. Her noble status meant she was destined to become a consort of Emperor Xianxia, and he hoped their past would remain forever unspoken. Even a whisper could prove fatal. Yet, here she was, seeking him out. Sima Feifei retorted, "This is my family's property. I merely passed by for a casual inspection. Must I seek your permission?" Tang Lie offered an awkward smile. Sima Feifei proceeded directly to the main hall to the north, pushing open the door to find the table already laden with dishes. A small pewter pot sat atop a nearby stove, emitting the rich aroma of wine. Sima Feifei remarked with a smile, "Tang Lie, it seems you have quite the penchant for indulgence, hiding away here to feast. These victuals were sent by the owner of the Eula, Mr. Li." As a token of gratitude for Tang Lie's rescue of his son, Tang Lie responded with a smile, "If the fare is not too humble for your taste, miss, please join me." Sima Feifei unceremoniously seated herself at the table, deftly wielding a silver fork to spear a slice of cantaloupe and bringing it to her lips. Her cherry-red mouth moved gently, a sight that stirred Tang Lie's imagination. He had never envisioned a woman eating could be so alluring. Noticing Tang Lie still standing there, Sima Feifei shot him a glance and commanded, "Go and close the door, lest we be disturbed." Tang Lie inwardly lamented, wondering if this little vixen had come to unleash her frustrations upon him. If that were the case, he would be in dire straits. After all, she remained a virgin, albeit with some counterfeit elements, and was soon to become a consort of the Xuanwu kingdom. A single misstep on his part could lead to a most unfortunate demise. Sima Feifei playfully kicked Tang Lie's calf and declared, "I merely seek someone to converse with. Do not misconstrue my intentions." Hurry. Resolute, Tang Lie steeled himself, reminding himself that he was indeed a man and should not fear her. He turned and approached the entrance, cautiously peering outside to ensure no suspicious figures lurked nearby before securely closing the door. Upon returning to the main room, he also locked the door behind him. Sima Feifei, observing Tang Lie's cautious demeanor, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Look at you, trembling like a frightened mouse. Whatever happened to the courage you had when you assaulted me?" Startled, Tang Lie rushed forward to cover her mouth, admonishing, "Miss, such words cannot be carelessly spoken. They could be fatal." Sima Feifei pried his fingers away, her wild gaze teasingly challenging Tang Lie's restraint. "If you obediently heed my words, I shall refrain from speaking indiscreetly. Otherwise, I will reveal all that transpires between us." Tang Lie was aware that she was merely frightening herself. With a smile, he poured a glass of exquisite wine, consuming half before pushing the remainder towards Sima Feifei. To his surprise, Sima Feifei genuinely lifted the cup and drank it all in one go. Tang Lie felt a sense of secret delight. It was deeply satisfying to have the daughter of the prime minister, the future princess of the empire, partake in his leftover drink. He settled across from Sima Feifei and inquired, "When do you intend to enter the palace as a bride?" Upon mentioning this matter, Sima Feifei's expression dimmed instantly. Grasping the teapot, she filled her cup once more and tilted her head back to drink, her face reflecting a hint of anguish as she remarked, "Having witnessed my mother endure humiliation since childhood, I vowed never to become a mere plaything for any man." Tang Lie regarded her with curiosity, pondering the reason behind her poignant sentiment. Sima Feifei continued, "Why is it that men are permitted to have multiple wives and concubines, while women must remain loyal to a single partner? Why can men roam freely through brothels, while women are confined to solitary homes?" Tang Lie chuckled. "Many beliefs are not formed overnight, nor can they be altered in a short span of time. However, with the passage of time, all things undergo transformation. The life you aspire to achieve will eventually become a reality." Sima Feifei replied, "I heard from my elder brother that you hail from jailing." Tang Lie did not refute this. He merely smiled gently. Sima Feifei, filled with curiosity, asked, "What are the women like in your region?" Tang Lie accepted the wine cup handed to him by Sima Feifei, taking a gentle sip before remarking, "In my homeland, women are predominantly independent, savoring life and embracing existence, enjoying equal standing with men across most domains." A vision of contemporary society unconsciously surfaced in Tang Lie's mind. Sima Feifei whispered, "How do they perceive emotions?" Tang Lie drained the goblet of exquisite wine and replied, "If there exists mutual affection between a man and a woman, even if it is merely a fleeting encounter, they may engage in intimacy. This is what we call a casual liaison, with both parting ways at dawn." Tang Lie silently lamented the numerous instances of hymenal rupture caused by horseback riding, and considering her dubious authenticity, it seemed her efforts were in vain. "Welcome." Sima Fei said. I am experiencing excruciating pain below, and I have been bleeding profusely. I dared not confide in others until the day before yesterday, when my brother departed for the military camp outside the city for training. And I seized the opportunity to slip away. In 10 days, I shall be sent to the Tianlu mountain for purification and fasting. I fear there may be no chance of return. Tang Lie exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, fortunately, there is still time. Follow me, and I shall examine you. He gestured towards a recliner, indicating for Sima Fei to disrobe and lie down. Blushing, she protested, I want you to carry me. Tang Lie chuckled wryly. Have you lost your senses? I am a doctor now, and you are the patient. Your request exceeds the boundaries of a proper doctor-patient relationship. Sima Fei sweetly insisted, considering our previous encounter. Enough. Upon hearing her words, Tang Lie's head began to swim. He carefully lifted Sima Fei's delicate form and placed her upon the chaise lounge. Noting that her garments remained perfectly in place. Remove them, she instructed. Sima Fei nodded, loosened her belt, and with a subtle tremor, allowed her attire to cascade from her shoulders, revealing her upper body in its entirety before Tang Lie's gaze. Startled, Tang Lie averted his eyes. I meant remove your lower garments. The words escaped his lips, and he immediately regretted his phrasing, realizing the young vixen was toying with him. Sima Fei purred. I am prepared. Come hither. Tang Lie slowly turned back to find Sima Fei gracefully divesting herself of her trousers, presenting her alluring, crystalline legs. Tang Lie clasped her ankles, positioning her exquisite feet upon the lounge's supports. Though the scene was undeniably tempting, Tang Lie knew that peril lurked beneath the surface. He steeled himself, repeatedly reminding himself, I am a physician of impeccable ethical standing. His fingers gently parted the warmth, and Tang Lie attempted to observe the area under the light. Abruptly, Sima Fei's legs snapped shut, ensnaring his hand between her thighs. What are you doing? Tang Lie questioned. Bewildered, Sima Fei encircled his neck with her alabaster arms, forcefully drawing his body towards hers, her cherry lips sealing passionately over Tang Lie's mouth. Tang Lie's remaining rationality struggled. This is forbidden. We must not compound our error. Yet, this meager sense of reason was swiftly extinguished by Sima Fei's torrent of fervent kisses. Are you even a man? Sima Fei forcefully tore away the garments enveloping Tang Lie. Of course, Tang Lie was a healthy and normal man, one whose instincts consistently overpowered reason. He bravely surged forward, casting aside any thoughts of consequences or fears which had long been discarded into the abyss. As Tang Lie gazed vacantly at the crimson marks adorning Sima Fei's delicate, jade-like form, his mind, slightly numbed from the fervor, gradually began to awaken to reality. He could scarcely believe that Sima Fei had chosen this method to bestow upon him her second virginity. There is a saying that goes, what succeeds can also lead to downfall. Tang Lie, with one hand, restored Sima Fei's innocence while simultaneously seizing her artificial chastity. Heaven had played a rather whimsical jest upon him. Sima Fei gently pressed her lips against Tang Lie's, exclaiming, You were truly remarkable. In that moment, Tang Lie realized that she was indeed formidable. This woman was born for schemes and intrigue, meticulously calculating every move. What ulterior motives could she possibly harbor to bring them to this juncture? As he observed Sima Fei, who appeared utterly content in his embrace, a sense of revulsion stirred within him. He was not fond of women with such cunning minds. Even in matters of intimacy, she seemed to weave plots and schemes. Capable of anything. Tang Lie lightly caressed her cheek. While he felt a warmth in his heart at her words, a pang of disappointment accompanied it. Did Sima Fei hold in her heart another man of greater significance? With a smile, Tang Lie nodded. If you wish, we could become eternal partners. Sima Fei blushed and began to laugh. Both she and Tang Lie were acutely aware that their relationship could only reach this point. Taking a deep breath, Sima Fei said, Tang Lie, you must take responsibility for your actions. Before I marry into the palace, you need to perform the surgery on me once more. Yet, Tang Lie swept Sima Fei into his arms, whispering, Before the operation, I must examine your body again to ensure that you meet the surgical criteria. Sima Fei tightly wrapped her arms around Tang Lie's neck, her cherry lips brushing against his ear. Prove to me that you are the finest doctor in the world. Chapter 16. The Marshal's Dilemma, Part 1. A sudden, urgent knocking at the door jolted Tang Lie awake. Yawning, he glanced out the window to find that the sun was already high in the sky. He realized that the wild night he had just experienced had delayed his clinic hours, and there were likely many patients waiting outside. Tang Lie quickly dressed, washing his face and brushing his teeth in the shortest time possible. After tidying the bed and erasing any traces left by Sima Feifei, he finally approached the door and opened it. To his surprise, he found Sima Tianfeng and Lang Yuan standing outside. Tang Lie momentarily froze, feeling a pang of guilt, silently lamenting that their clandestine affair had perhaps been discovered. Sima Tianfeng chuckled. What's the matter? Does Mr. Tang not welcome us inside? The exterior of Wolf Abyss reveals no signs of pain, indicating that his injuries have fully healed. With a hearty laugh, he declared, we were already aware of Mr. Tang's opening. However, Grand Marshal Haidier unexpectedly assigned us to the military camp outside the city for training. We have been confined to the barracks for the past few days, unable to break free. In a moment of panic, he grasped the unicorn's long horn with one hand and clutched its golden mane with the other. The unicorn emitted a pained cry and bolted forward with lightning speed. Tang Lie felt the rush of wind roaring past his ears as the surrounding flora swiftly receded behind him, rendering the scenery before him a blur. As Wolf Abyss and Sima Tianfeng approached Tang Lie, they noticed his sudden acceleration and immediately sensed something was amiss. Abandoning their contest, they urged their unicorns to pursue Tang Lie at full speed, their steeds far swifter than the young, divine creature he rode. Gradually, they closed the distance between themselves and Tang Lie. With a large hand attempting to grasp the unicorn's long horn, Wolf Abyss forcefully tugged backward, shouting, "Stop!" Alas, Tang Lie was so engrossed in the unicorn that he failed to heed his words. The unicorn, feeling the touch on its horn once more, executed a sharp 90-degree turn. Before Tang Lie could steady himself, it surged forward again. Ahead loomed a crimson mountain, the very destination Tang Lie and his companions sought today, Mengshan. Tang Lie's eyes widened suddenly, revealing an expression of profound terror. 200 meters away, the road came to an abrupt halt, revealing a deep trench approximately 20 meters wide. "Stop! Stop!" Tang Lie shouted hoarsely. The unicorn showed no sign of slowing down, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the precipice. Tang Lie clearly observed the trench's perilous depth of at least 100 meters, filled with jagged red rocks. A fall would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic demise. "Hurry, stop!" Tang Lie's voice trembled with fear. To his astonishment, the unicorn kicked back with all its might, folding its front legs as it leaped towards the opposite side. "It's over. I never imagined Tang Lie, would meet my end at the hands of this beast." Tang Lie tightly shut his eyes. At that moment, Lang Yuan and Sima Tianfeng arrived simultaneously at the edge of the cliff, their unicorns instinctively halting, who's firmly planted on the rocky surface, unwilling to proceed. The two men stared in astonishment at the unicorn's graceful arc through the air, their faces etched with disbelief. Tang Lie's body jolted as he opened his eyes, only to witness the unicorn successfully clear the trench, landing steadily upon the rocks on the other side. After this frantic dash, the unicorn seemed to have calmed, standing still and refraining from further advance. Tang Lie, still shaken, glanced back and saw Lang Yuan and Sima Tianfeng waving at him from a distance, relieved to see him unharmed. "Mr. Tang, remain where you are. We shall come to fetch you shortly." They turned and maneuvered along a nearby path to reach Tang Lie's location. Tang Lisheng, filled with trepidation, cautiously dismounted from the unicorn, recalling the earlier scene with a mix of dread and exhilaration. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve and patted the warm back of the unicorn, exclaiming, "You beast, why do you not understand the art of hospitality?" Suddenly, the unicorn's golden mane bristled, its leaf-shaped ears quivered momentarily before erecting themselves, and its eyes were filled with an inexplicable terror. Tang Lie was taken aback, questioning, "What is the matter with you?" The unicorn abruptly turned and galloped towards the hillside on its right, leaving Tang Lie isolated and forlorn. Unable to restrain himself, he cursed, "Delirious creature." Finding a red, round stone, he settled down to patiently await the arrival of Wolf Abyss and Sima Tianfeng. The grass and foliage around him began to tremble. Initially thought to be a figment of his imagination, but soon the ground shook in tandem. A tremendous sound erupted from the woods behind him, reminiscent of trees snapping and falling. In Tang Lie's memory, he had never encountered such a colossal rhinoceros. Its length exceeded 5 meters, towering around 2 meters high. Its thick armor gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, smooth and polished. The sharp, pointed horn at the end of its snout was capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, while its small eyes glowed crimson, clearly consumed by fury. Tang Lie cursed his misfortune for encountering such a behemoth. The rhinoceros, realizing it had no path to retreat, let out a thunderous roar, swinging its massive head to fix its gaze intensely upon Tang Lie. Tang Lie, gripped by fear, instinctively recoiled, exclaiming, I bear no grudge against you. Please do not trouble me. The rhinoceros, its massive head bowed low, aimed its formidable horn directly at Tang Lie's chest and abdomen, launching a sudden assault. In a panic, he fled toward the woods, fully aware that should he be impaled by this beast, it would spell his doom. His speed was no match for the rhinoceros. After merely a few strides, the monstrous horn was already less than a foot from his rear. Realizing escape was futile, Tang Lie steeled himself, raising his right fist to strike at the rhinoceros's horn. A familiar sensation of tearing coursed through his arm, as if his sleeve had been inflated by an unseen force. With his eyes tightly shut, he could not help but think of the phrase a mantis attempting to stop a chariot to describe his predicament, an utterly absurd notion to contend with a creature the size of a tank. The coarse, unyielding horn pressed heavily against his fist, yet it did not budge him an inch. The overwhelming force shredded his sleeve into countless fragments, which danced like butterflies in the mountain breeze. His right arm, illuminated by the sun, showcased a sculpted physique, resembling a vibrant blue dragon coiling around his limb. Power surged within him, yet he felt an unsettling inability to harness it, as if his entire right arm were being wrenched from his body, threatening to tear away. In agony, Tang Lie let out an uncontrollable roar, his vision clouded by the gruesome sight of his own mangled flesh. At a critical moment, a colossal red figure descended from the sky like a bolt of lightning. Tang Lie was momentarily blinded by the crimson flash, only to be struck by an enormous wing. The force of the gust it created sent him soaring through the air, and he crashed heavily onto the distant grassland, rubbing his sore backside. Tang Lie rose from the ground, only to find a red monster perched upon the rocky outcrop. It bore a black horn upon its head, with an elongated snout and a neck that constituted nearly a third of its 2-meter length. Its flesh-colored wings unfurled, spanning approximately 10 meters, with the upper edges adorned in black scales. Its forelimbs were short and stubby, while its hind limbs were remarkably robust, with sharp claws firmly gripping the red rock. Tang Lie immediately associated this creature with the dragons of Western mythology. However, despite some superficial similarities, its appearance was far from admirable. Curiosity overcame his fear, prompting him to hide behind the rocks and observe the battle between the two titanic beasts. The rhinoceros appeared to be greatly intimidated by the dragon, attempting to turn its massive body to flee. At that moment, an arrow shot forth from the woods with lightning speed. The velocity and power of the shot were astonishing. Yet, regrettably, it missed the rhinoceros and embedded itself into a nearby rock, the arrow's tail still quivering, testament to its formidable force. Subsequently, 2 more arrows were released. But alas, their aim was woefully inaccurate. Despite the vast target, they failed to inflict any harm upon the rhinoceros. The beast's fierce spirit was reignited by this barrage, and it let out a thunderous roar, charging towards the direction from which the arrows had come. A furious roar resonated through the forest, revealing a robust elder straddling a formidable azure wolf, who surged forth with the swiftness of lightning. With his hands raised, he wielded a battle axe, unflinchingly confronting the enraged rhinoceros. Tang Lie felt a surge of concern for the elder as the azure wolf, just moments away from the rhinoceros, leapt into the air, narrowly evading the beast's thunderous charge. The elder's axe descended upon the rhinoceros' crown, eliciting a pained cry from the creature. Its momentum momentarily halted, however. The weapon failed to penetrate its armor-like skin. The azure wolf gracefully landed behind the rhinoceros, swiftly pivoting around. The elder patted the wolf's nape and dismounted, discarding the axe to the side. He then drew forth a sharp, blunt piercing sword from behind, a colossal blade resembling an iron spike, designed specifically for foes clad in armor. Its triangular cross-section lacked an edge, permitting only the singular method of thrusting, rendering it the most suitable weapon against the rhinoceros' resilient hide. Seizing the moment while the rhinoceros remained unaware, the elder raised the piercing sword, its tip aimed at the creature's vulnerable underbelly, and charged forward with a fierce roar. From Tang Lie's vantage point, he had a clear view of the entire attack. The angle of the piercing sword appeared slightly askew, suggesting that, should the thrust proceed, it would likely strike the rhinoceros' left flank. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the rhinoceros desperately twisted its massive body, its rear veering to the side. The old man's penetrating sword accurately pierced through the beast, eliciting a mournful cry from the rhinoceros, which desperately struggled to free itself from the cold blade. The sword continued to delve deeper into the creature's body until it was fully embedded. The massive form of the rhinoceros trembled in agony, stumbling forward a couple of steps before collapsing onto the rocky terrain, crimson blood gushing from its wound. The old man retrieved a towel from his breast pocket, wiping the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He turned towards Tang Lie and called out, "Young lad, you may come out now." Tang Lie emerged from behind the rocks, genuinely awed, exclaiming, "Old hero, your strength is unparalleled, your spirit soaring high. I am truly impressed." The old man extracted the sword, flipping the hilt towards Tang Lie, tossing it his way, "Hold this for me." However, Tang Lie anticipated receiving it, only to find the old man had thrown it aside. A full meter away. Utterly useless. The old man lamented. He then took out a dagger and severed the horn from the rhinoceros's head. The red dragon, which had been waiting nearby, slowly approached, its claws grasping the carcass of the rhinoceros, its wings unfurling as it took to the skies. Tang Lie marveled in silence. The rhinoceros must have weighed at least 3 tons, yet the red dragon not only lifted it effortlessly but soared gracefully into the air, showcasing an astonishing level of strength. In the distance, laughter echoed as Wolf Abyss and Sima Tianfeng, accompanied by over 10 armored warriors, approached. Wolf Abyss chuckled, "The great commander grows stronger with age. Able to slay a rhinoceros with his bare hands. It truly puts us younger men to shame." Tang Lie was taken aback, not anticipating that the elder who had slain the rhinoceros and saved him was none other than the Grand Marshal, Heidier. Heidier burst into a hearty laugh, tossing the still dripping rhinoceros horn towards Wolf Yuan, exclaiming, "Let this horn be a gift for your father." With swift reflexes, Wolf Yuan adeptly caught the horn as it veered off to the side. Simultaneously, Sima Tianfeng approached Tang Lie, smilingly inquiring, "Are you all right, Mr. Tang?" Tang Lie, without a hint of modesty, nodded affirmatively. Heidier laughed boisterously, remarking, "Who would have thought we share such a connection?" The group arrived at a temporary encampment, where, under Wolf Yuan's guidance, Tang Lie entered Heidier's tent. Heidier had just emerged from a bath, his upper body bare, revealing well-defined muscles and gleaming dark skin that belied any semblance of age. Upon noticing Tang Lie's entrance, he quickly donned a brown fur cloak, gesturing towards a nearby chair. "Please, have a seat." Tang Lie respectfully complied, while nearby warriors served him and Wolf Yuan 2 cups of milk wine. Wolf Yuan then asked, "Are you prepared, Grand Marshal?" Heidier turned his gaze towards Tang Lie, inquiring, "I trust Wolf Yuan and the others have briefed you on my condition?" Tang Lie nodded, replying, "General Wolf and his companions have mentioned some details. However, I have a practice of personally examining the patient before reaching a diagnosis." Heidier raised his cup of milk wine, downing it in one gulp before tossing the silver bowl aside with a hearty laugh. "Come closer." Tang Lie approached Heidier with measured steps. Before him stood a robust figure, his head crowned with tightly curled hair, now completely white, yet it only served to enhance his vibrant demeanor. Beneath his pronounced brows, a pair of fierce amber eyes exuded an intimidating presence. Tang Lie inquired, "May I examine you, Commander?" Heidier nodded. Gently, Tang Lie lifted his eyelid, revealing that the commander's eyelashes had all curled inward, a condition known in medicine as trichiasis. No wonder his eyes were often plagued by irritation and blurred vision. With a smile, Tang Lie remarked, "The source of your affliction lies within your eyelashes." Heidier responded, "Indeed, other physicians I consulted have stated the same." Following their advice, I plucked out my eyelashes. Initially, it brought relief for a couple of days, but soon they grew back, causing even greater pain than before. Damn it. Not only do my eyes itch and hurt, but my vision has worsened, becoming more blurred than ever. In a fit of rage, I severed the head of that quack doctor. Tang Lie was taken aback. Heidier had actually killed the physician who attempted to treat him, a fact he had not previously heard from Lang Yuan and the others. Heidier chuckled, "Fear not. Since you are a friend of Lang Yuan and Sima Tianfeng, I have no intention of harming you." With his nerves steadied, Tang Lie smiled and said, "In truth, your condition is not as dire as it seems. Do you have confidence in restoring my vision?" Heidier proclaimed loudly. Tang Lie had gained a comprehensive understanding of Heidier's condition. He recognized that the old man suffered not only from entropion but also from presbyopia. The issue of entropion was manageable. A simple incision on his eyelids to create double eyelids would suffice. However, the problem of presbyopia was far more complex. Given the current circumstances, there were no conditions suitable for intricate ophthalmic surgery. The most straightforward solution would be to provide him with a pair of reading glasses. With this in mind, Tang Lie stated, "The commander requires surgery." Surgery? Heidier was perplexed by this unfamiliar term. Lang Yuan clarified, "It is the art of healing with one's hands." Heidier, only partially grasping the concept, exclaimed, "That sounds splendid. Hurry and perform the surgery for me. This affliction is driving me to madness. Heidegger, known for his impatient nature, could not contain his frustration and cried out, "What a contrived mystery!" Upon seeing Tang Lie approach, he hastily abandoned his previous task and greeted him warmly. "The esteemed official has arrived." Tang Lie responded with a smile, "I am no esteemed official. I have come today seeking your assistance." Jinga nodded and inquired, "What intricate device do you require of me this time?" Tang Lie produced a pre-drawn blueprint. Drawing from their previous experience, Jinga felt confident in fulfilling Tang Lie's request. He smiled and said, "I believe I can create it, though the surface may not be as polished as those instruments you provided." Tang Lie reassured him, "That is of no consequence. The appearance is not what matters. The instruments you crafted for me last time were quite satisfactory." He retrieved a map from his bosom, depicting a peculiar object known as glasses. Jinga had never encountered such an item before and turned the map upside down to examine it. Tang Lie assisted him in orienting the map correctly, explaining that this object was called glasses, with a metallic frame surrounding two circular glass sections. Glass. Jingu echoed this unfamiliar term. Tang Lie glanced around before pointing to the colorful glazed window. "That's it." Jinga nodded in sudden understanding. Tang Lie then indicated the specially crafted lenses. "This glass requires an exceptionally high level of transparency, preferably colorless, with a thick center and thin edges." He produced a small magnifying glass from his pocket to demonstrate to Jingu. "It seems the most suitable material for your requirements would be crystal," Jingu suggested. Tang Lie chuckled. "Indeed, crystal is the best." He then requested Jingu to create a pair of black lenses. Once all the instructions were imparted, he patted Jingu on the shoulder and inquired, "How many gold coins might this cost?" Jingu offered a naive smile and shyly replied, "I wouldn't need any gold coins. Wouldn't that be quite disadvantageous for you?" Tang Lie asked. Gathering his courage, Jingu ventured, "Could you possibly give me a pair of pliers?" He was captivated by the chrome finish of the hemostatic forceps, nearly to the point of obsession. Tang Lie burst into laughter. "That should be quite simple." He retrieved a hemostatic clamp from the first aid kit and handed it to Jingu, who cradled it in his palms as if it were a treasured possession. With heartfelt gratitude, he assured Tang Lie, "Rest assured, Mr. Tang, by noon tomorrow, I shall have everything you require completed." However, another challenge loomed before Tang Lie. After performing surgeries on both Wolf Abyss and Sima Feifei, the sutures in the first aid kit had been depleted. Tang Lie placed an order for a batch of cotton thread at a nearby fabric store, where the proprietor crafted the thread to be as resilient and fine as possible, following Tang Lie's specifications to produce a selection of gauze and bandages overnight. For Tang Lie, all was in readiness, awaiting only the arrival of the east wind. Once Heidegger arrived at the clinic, he could truly showcase his skills and elevate his reputation. Curiously, despite frequent updates, recommendations had oddly diminished. Chapter 17, Double Eyelids and Reading Glasses, Part 1. Heidegger arrived at Tang Lie's clinic as promised. In the days leading up to this moment, Tang Lie had made ample preparations. This surgery would significantly impact his future in the imperial capital, determining whether he could establish a foothold and ultimately achieve fame and fortune. To avoid any external disturbances, Heidegger discreetly departed from the main camp in the early morning hours, accompanied by Wolf Abyss and Sima Tianfeng. Upon entering the modest premises of Chunhui Clinic, Heidegger furrowed his brow at the simplicity of the surroundings, and his expectations of Tang Lie diminished yet further. Sima Tianfeng, adept at reading the room, discerned the displeasure of Heidegger and, with a smile, remarked, "General, Tang Lie has just arrived in the imperial capital and has no place to stay. This residence is temporarily provided for him." Heidegger nodded. "It seems your friendship is quite extraordinary." The speaker was oblivious, but the listener took heed. Sima Tianfeng recalled Tang Lie's profound understanding of his family's affairs, and a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. At that moment, Tang Lie, alerted by the commotion outside, hurried out with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "I was unaware that the general had arrived so early. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Heidegger, with a cold expression, merely nodded. "Are you prepared?" Tang Lie confidently countered, "Are you prepared, General?" A flicker of a smile finally graced Heidegger's face as he replied with interest. "From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I have been ready." With that, he led the way into the central hall. As Lang Yuan passed by Tang Lie, he solemnly advised, "This operation is of utmost importance. Mr. Tang, you are permitted only success, not failure." Sima Tianfeng, his expression grave, patted Tang Lie on the shoulder. Despite their unwavering confidence in Tang Lie's medical skills, The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them, for they were about to treat the esteemed General Hydier, a man of considerable military power within the empire. Any mistake on Tang Lie's part could jeopardize not only his own life, but also implicate both of them. Tang Lie smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Observing the smile on Tang Lie's face, Sima Tianfeng felt an involuntary tremor in his heart. It was at that moment that he realized, subconsciously, he did not wish for Tang Lie's surgery to succeed. Should Tang Lie fail in this operation for Hydier, given Hytier's volatile nature, he would undoubtedly kill Tang Lie to vent his frustration. In doing so, the secret of the Sima family would remain unknown, effectively silencing Tang Lie, allowing Sima Tianfeng to rest easy in the future. Tang Lie, noticing Sima Tianfeng's grave expression, assumed he was concerned for him. He mused to himself that had Sima Tianfeng not driven Yanyu to her death, they might have indeed become friends. However, recalling Yanyu's tragic demise, the nascent goodwill he felt towards Sima Tianfeng vanished instantly. He said in a low voice, "Generals, please wait outside. When I am treating the commander, I need to be single-minded and focused. It is imperative that no one disturbs me." Lang Yuan nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, Mr. Tang. We will stand guard here to protect your operation. We will not allow anyone to interfere." Tang Lie fetched warm water and asked Hydier to wash his face. Then, he helped him change into the clean clothes he had prepared and lie on the operating table. He smiled and said, "Commander, during the surgery, you may experience some pain. Can you endure it?" Hydier scoffed. "This old man has traversed battlefields for decades. What pain have I not suffered? Enough of your idle chatter. Just proceed. If I so much as furrow my brow, I would not deserve to be called Hydier." Tang Lie chuckled as he waved the scalpel in front of him. Hytier's eyes widened in fury, his demeanor imposing as he exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? What do you intend to do?" Hydier burst into laughter, retorting, "Are you afraid? I am yet to learn how to write those two words." His stern gaze fixated on the small knife in Tang Lie's hand. For him, this scalpel was a novel curiosity. Though slender, its blade was exceptionally sharp, and if Tang Lie truly harbored malicious intent, this would undoubtedly be the opportune moment to strike. Resuming his position on the operating table, Hydier declared, "Proceed. I trust you." With Hytier's consent, Tang Lie felt emboldened to commence the disinfection of Hytier's eyes, all the while outlining the precautions to be taken during the procedure. In the absence of anesthetics, Hydier would undoubtedly endure considerable pain, and Tang Lie's lengthy explanations were intended to mentally prepare him for what lay ahead. Having performed numerous entropian surgeries in the past, he noted that his previous patients differed from Hydier. The majority afflicted with this condition were typically Jingba dogs. Little did he know, upon arriving in this world, the nature of his patients had gradually begun to change. Taking a deep breath, Tang Lie grasped the exquisitely crafted scalpel. The craftsmanship of Jinggu was truly commendable. In addition to the flawless forging of surgical instruments, the handle bore a shield emblem, a hallmark of the Jinggu workshop, and a testament to their artistry. For patients like General Hydier, who suffer from sagging skin on the upper eyelids, the most effective remedy is the surgical incision and suture method. Tang Lie, skilled in this procedure, deftly made the incision on Hydier's upper eyelid. Although Hydier was known for his bravery, this was his first experience with the sensation of a scalpel gliding across his eyelid, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Yet his body remained perfectly still, demonstrating an extraordinary calmness. Tang Lie admired this composure. While he was not familiar with Hydier's illustrious achievements, the poise he exhibited beneath the blade vividly suggested a commanding presence on the battlefield. It is evident that a leader capable of guiding thousands must possess a resilient mental fortitude. Hydier's skin was heavily wrinkled, with enlarged pores and puffy lower eyelids. Though one might presume that at his age, such concerns about appearance would be negligible, they nonetheless detracted from his aesthetic appeal. Resolute, Tang Lie proceeded to address the issue, surgically removing the excess fat from his swollen lower eyelids, excising the sagging skin, and then meticulously restitching the area. This effectively amounted to a complimentary cosmetic enhancement for Hydier, who, upon recovery, might scarcely recognize his own reflection. The more Tang Lie contemplated the procedure, the more satisfied he became. As a patient, Hydier was exemplary. Throughout the entire operation, he remained remarkably cooperative, enduring the process without any anesthesia and maintaining a silence reminiscent of Guan Yu's legendary fortitude during his own trials. Tang Lie completed the final knot, meticulously wrapping Heidi with unsterilized gauze, assured that the entire procedure had been executed flawlessly. He smiled contentedly as he tossed the instruments into the tray. "General, The surgery is finished. You may rest, and then rise, he announced. Though the operation lasted less than half an hour, for Heidi, it felt as though he had endured an eternity. His back was drenched in cold sweat. It was evident that Tang Lie harbored no ill intentions, and only after the procedure did Heidi's taut nerves begin to unwind. He found himself admiring his own courage and fortitude, pondering how many in the world would dare to wield a knife upon another's face. Tang Lie invited Lang Yuan and Sima Tianfeng into the room. The two approached Heidi, inquiring after his well-being and expressing concern for his post-operative condition. Tang Lie chuckled. The gauze covering your eyes must not be removed. You shall remain in darkness for the next 2 days. There are several important matters to heed. First and foremost, keep the wound clean. If the wound is contaminated, it may easily become infected, leading to unsightly scarring. Therefore, be cautious not to wet the bandage when washing your face. Though Heidi was unfamiliar with the concept of infection, he certainly wished to avoid ending up with disfigured eyes. I shall refrain from washing my face, he declared loudly. But how many days must I endure this blindness? I shall visit the military camp the day after tomorrow to change your dressings and, at that time, assist in removing the gauze from your eyes. Then you will be able to see, Tang Lie assured him. Heidi nodded with skepticism. And Tang Lie proceeded to outline several precautions to Wang Yuan and Sima Tianfeng before sending the three of them on their way. Wang Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, secretly worrying for Tang Lie. While his thoughts were occupied with hopes of Tang Lie gaining fame in the imperial capital, he overlooked the perilous risks that accompanied such aspirations. Should Heidi's eyesight fail to recover as anticipated, Tang Lie's fate could be quite dire. As Heidi's carriage disappeared into the distance, Sima Tianfeng patted Wang Yuan on the shoulder, seemingly aware of his concerns. With a reassuring smile, he said, "Brother, there is no need for worry. Tang Lie possesses exceptional medical skills, and risks are negligible." Wang Yuan silently nodded and murmured, "I hope so." He then mounted his unicorn and closely followed Sima Tianfeng in pursuit of Heidi's carriage. Tang Lie greeted him with a bright smile. "Boss Jing, I was just about to visit your shop, yet here you are." Jinggu raised the delicate wooden box in his hand and replied, "Mr. Tang, I have brought what you requested." Noticing a hint of hesitation on Jinggu's face, Tang Lie guessed there were more words he wished to share. He gestured invitingly for Jinggu to enter his clinic and take a seat. As Tang Lie opened the wooden box, he discovered 2 exquisitely crafted pairs of glasses within. One pair, tailored specifically for Heidi, were reading glasses, while the other were sunglasses. Indeed, Jinggu's craftsmanship was impeccable. Both pairs of glasses showcased superior materials and workmanship. Tang Lie donned the pair of sunglasses, their frames meticulously crafted from platinum. Although the material itself was somewhat heavy, the intricate hollow carvings by Jinggu significantly lightened the overall weight. The lenses, fashioned from deep green crystal, were polished to perfection, rendering them both smooth and transparent. The craftsmanship of these sunglasses could easily be regarded as a work of art, even in contemporary society. The craftsmanship of the reading glasses was equally impressive, and Tang Lie marveled at them repeatedly, expressing his admiration. "Are you satisfied, Mr. Tang?" Jinggu inquired. "Absolutely. Your skills are truly unparalleled, Boss Jing," Tang Lie exclaimed, removing the sunglasses from his nose and folding them with a smile. "Please, do name your price." Jinggu shook his head, saying, "Mr. Tang, I had previously stated that in exchange for the pliers you would provide me, I would craft these items for you free of charge. A gentleman's word is his bond. How could I go back on my promise?" "Thank you, Boss Jing," Tang Lie replied with a smile as he closed the wooden box. Jing Ji's face flushed slightly as he continued, "I have one more matter I wish to discuss with you, Mr. Tang. Do not hesitate, Boss Jing. Please speak freely." Jinggu hesitated before saying, "The tools you have created are truly ingenious and masterfully designed. Without your permission, I took the liberty of crafting a pair of lenses based on your designs. I hope you can forgive me." He produced a pair of glasses from his pocket, which indeed resembled the ones Tang Lie had commissioned, albeit with slight modifications to accommodate his own facial features, as his facial contours were somewhat smaller and his nose flatter. As Tang Lie observed the elderly gentleman donning his reading glasses, he couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Does Boss Jing also suffer from presbyopia?" Jinggu, unfamiliar with the term, replied softly, "After putting on this lens, I suddenly perceive the world with much greater clarity. Crafting items has become significantly easier than before." He gestured towards the intricate patterns on the frame, adding, 2 years ago, I was incapable of carving such delicate designs and textures, But now I can finally resume this work. Tang Lie nodded in understanding. Jinggu continued. I have an unusual request. There are many individuals in the capital afflicted with similar vision ailments. If we could mass-produce these lenses, I believe we could yield considerable profits. To Tang Lie's surprise, Jinggu displayed a certain business acumen. With a smile, Tang Lie inquired, Are you suggesting? Jinggu earnestly proposed, I hope Mr. Tang will permit me to manufacture these lenses and introduce them to the market. I am willing to share 40% of the profits with you. Tang Lie let out a hearty laugh, asking, What must I do? You need not concern yourself with anything. I will handle all the arrangements. You merely await your earnings. Tang Lie readily nodded. Very well. Given such advantageous terms from Boss Jing, how could I possibly refuse? However, I do have one stipulation. Please, do not hesitate to express it. Could we delay the market launch of these reading glasses by 2 weeks? I would like General Heidi to be the first person in the capital to wear them. 2 days later, Tang Lie donned his medicine box and traveled to the Lomba military camp, situated on the western outskirts of the imperial capital. This formidable army, numbering approximately 80,000, is responsible for maintaining order in the vicinity of the capital and stands as one of the most powerful forces of the Xuanwu Empire. As he entered the grounds of the Longba army, he beheld the majestic and imposing fortifications from a distance. The walls, constructed from towering logs intricately interlocked, stood approximately 9 meters tall, their pointed tops resembling a multitude of arrows aimed at the heavens. Every 20 meters or so, a 15-meter-high watchtower rose, each manned by 4 archers who vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Not a whisper of movement within a mile could escape their keen gaze. Atop the gatehouse, Sima Tianfeng spotted Tang Lie's arrival from afar and called out loudly, Open the gates. 2 imposing, dark-skinned barbarian warriors wielded whips, urging a massive white yak forward, coaxing it in a clockwise motion to operate the mechanism. The heavy alloy gates, driven by a series of colossal gears, creaked open. Upon witnessing the solemn and awe-inspiring scene, Tang Lie felt a surge of trepidation as he guided his cart through the entrance. However, 6 armored warriors blocked his path, one of whom quietly instructed. Those entering the military camp must dismount. With no choice left, Tang Lie sighed and, shouldering his medicine box, leapt down from the cart. Mr. Tang, you have arrived quite early. Sima Tianfeng descended from the gatehouse, a smile gracing his features as he approached Tang Lie. Tang Lie smiled at Sima Tianfeng, yet his gaze remained fixed on the 2 barbarian warriors and the yaks. Each of the warriors towered at approximately 3 meters, a height that would undoubtedly secure a place in the Guinness World Records in Tang Lie's former world. Their robust limbs and well-defined musculature were partially covered by steel armor, leaving much of their bodies exposed. Perhaps due to their imposing stature, their skin appeared coarse, and their thick body hair lent them an air of ferocity. The yak, too, was of considerable size, comparable to that of an adult elephant, with a pristine white coat and sturdy limbs. Its large, red eyes gleamed with a menacing ferocity. With each step it took, the ground beneath Tang Lie trembled violently, and witnessing such a formidable scene at such proximity filled him with profound awe. Sima Tianfeng, smiling, patted Tang Lie on the shoulder and led him toward the tent of General Haitir. The general's tent, situated at the heart of the military camp, spanned approximately 10 meters in diameter, its apex adorned with gold leaf, crowned by a statue of a golden tiger with wings unfurled. Under the sunlight, the entire tent shimmered magnificently, exuding an air of opulence that reflected Haitir's noble and extraordinary status. Before the entrance of the tent lay a massive azure wolf, coiled and watchful, its yellow eyes glinting with a chilling light as it fixated on Tang Lie, the unexpected visitor. Tang Lie recognized the wolf, knowing it to be Haitir's steed, and offered a friendly smile, saying, Hello. You don't remember me? We've met before. The azure wolf suddenly rose to its full height, its massive head drawing near to Tang Lie, emitting a deep, rumbling growl as its cold, gleaming teeth caught the sunlight with a dazzling brilliance. With a swift shake of its sleek, azure-hued fur, resembling waves, it seemed largely indifferent to Sima Tianfeng, continuing to advance menacingly towards Tang Lie. Suddenly, a series of melodious laughter echoed from behind, as a stunningly beautiful female general clad in golden armor rode swiftly towards them on a black unicorn, her golden hair billowing like satin in the breeze. Beneath her gilded helm lay a captivating face, akin to a blooming rose, seemingly adorned with glistening dew. Her lips, slightly fuller yet exquisitely shaped, curved upwards in a manner that effortlessly stirred a yearning in the hearts of men. Her form was enchanting, with proportions so flawless that even the most discerning aesthetic critic would find no fault. A pair of legs, mostly exposed, revealed skin as delicate and smooth as milk, unblemished in its radiance. Tang Lie's gaze became entranced by this female general, the earlier trepidation he felt towards the azure wolf having vanished without a trace. He found himself pondering the exquisite sensation that might accompany the indulgence of those enchanting legs. The female commander seized a white lamb from her saddle behind and hurled it towards the azure wolf. Heidegger, filled with curiosity, observed the floral spectacles in Tang Lie's hands. Following his guidance, he placed the 2 golden legs of the glasses upon his ears. Miraculously, the once indistinct world before him transformed into clarity. Overcome with excitement, Heidegger abruptly rose to his feet, his vigorous movement causing the spectacles to slide down his nose. Heidegger extended his index finger to adjust them, adopting a comical posture. Tang Lie couldn't help but chuckle internally, surprised to discover that this old fellow possessed a knack for wearing glasses. Sima Tianfeng and Feina were startled by Heidegger's sudden action, fearing that his condition had not improved and that he might pose a threat to Tang Lie. They exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a hint of alarm. Heidegger scanned the surroundings of the tent, then erupted into a hearty laugh. Striding towards Tang Lie, he grasped his shoulders with great fervor and shook him vigorously, exclaiming, "Divine doctor! Truly a divine doctor!" It was then that Sima Tianfeng realized that Tang Lie had indeed restored Heidegger's sight. Rather than feeling gratified, a wave of indescribable disappointment surged within him. Tang Lie could hardly endure Heidegger's vigorous shaking, feeling as though his shoulders were on the verge of shattering. With a pained expression, he uttered, "Commander." Upon seeing his suffering visage, Heidegger finally recognized his own excessive force and hastily released Tang Lie's shoulders, laughing heartily. "Though your medical skills are extraordinary, your constitution is rather frail." Feina approached with a bronze mirror and presented it to Heidegger. Upon gazing into the reflection, Heidegger could not help but furrow his brow. Indeed, his visage was quite unappealing. His eyelids were marred by dark sutures, and the swelling from his wounds rendered him exceedingly unattractive. Though not particularly vain, the abrupt transformation of his appearance was difficult for him to accept. Tang Lie reassured him. "Rest assured, my lord. The sutures on your eyelids are merely temporary. In 3 days, once your wounds have fully healed, I shall remove them, restoring your formidable and majestic countenance." Feina nodded with a gentle smile. At that moment, a panicked voice erupted from outside. "My lord, something terrible has happened." Everyone looked up to see a short-statured black-armored commander rushing in frantically. It was Besson, the vice-commander of the Great Sword Camp, who had earned Heidegger's trust due to his remarkable strategic acumen. He typically handled communications and hospitality within the military camp. Heidegger despised disruptions to his good mood, and with a furrowed brow, he scolded, "Silence your crowing. You've spoiled my merriment. Get out." Feina, knowing Besson to be a prudent man, sensed that his disarray indicated a matter of great significance. She gently urged, "My lord, perhaps Commander Besson has something of importance to convey. It would be wise to hear him out." Heidegger glared menacingly at Besson, demanding, "Speak quickly." Breathless, Besson recounted, "This morning, Marquis Chongwenju was sent to inquire about the state of our military equipment." He continued, "Commander Julian and I initially suspected that the Marquis's visit was merely a formality. However, to our astonishment, he subjected us to various vexations. In a fit of anger, Commander Julian engaged in a dispute with him." Besson added, "Yet, one of the masked golden-armored warriors by his side suddenly stepped forth, challenging Commander Julian to a duel." "What?" Hythar's eyes widened, and the stitches from his recent surgery pulled painfully. Tang Lie could not help but worry that Hythar's fury might rip open his wound. Besson speculated boldly, "I surmise that the golden-armored warrior must be a prince, hence his reluctance to act independently, seeking the commander's judgment instead." Hythar, despite his outwardly rough demeanor, was not devoid of strategy. Otherwise, he would not have attained his current standing. He coldly remarked, "If I am not mistaken, he must indeed be the crown prince." Chapter 18. The Insidious and Cunning Crown Prince. Simultaneously, Sima Tianfeng arrived at the same conclusion. The warriors of the empire were categorized into 5 ranks. Upon reaching adulthood and participating in selection contests, one could attain the title of warrior, the lowest rank of commoners. Through diligence, a warrior could aspire to ascend to the ranks of iron-armored warrior or bronze warrior, with Julian being the latter, which represented the highest attainable level for an ordinary citizen. To become a golden warrior, one must possess noble lineage. After years of arduous training, he, along with Lang Yuan and Feina, has achieved such a level. Within the empire, the total number of golden warriors does not exceed 100, and only these select few have the opportunity to ascend to the esteemed rank of Dragon Warrior. However, such opportunities are exceedingly rare. At present, aside from Emperor Xianxija, only High Tier and 3 others have attained the status of Dragon Warrior. Even Lang Yuan's father, the renowned military hero Lang Xuanqi, remained merely a golden warrior until his retirement from the battlefield. Lower-ranked warriors seldom possess the audacity to challenge their superiors, and those who dare to directly confront a dragon warrior like High Tier are exceedingly scarce. With a beaming smile, Feina grasped his arm and teased, "Mr. Tang, are you not afraid?" High Tier, with a fierce glare, fixed his eyes on Tang Lie and said, "If you're to go, then go. Why all this fuss?" Tang Lie inwardly lamented and, with great reluctance, followed Feina out of the tent. Turning back for a moment, he noticed that Sima Tianfeng had not followed. Tang Lie immediately deduced that Sima Tianfeng, considering the prince's unique status, had wisely chosen to evade the situation. Long ago, a unicorn was brought to Tang Lie, who was now riding it for the second time, feeling much more at ease than before. He and Besson followed closely behind Feina, racing towards the arena. Feina appeared deep in thought, contemplating how to resolve the impending trouble, remaining silent throughout the journey. The fragrant scent emanating from her delicate form occasionally wafted into Tang Lie's nostrils, somewhat alleviating the frustration brewing within him. Before they even reached the entrance of the arena, the clashing of weapons echoed, accompanied by the wild roars of beasts and the cheers of the crowd. The 3 of them charged into the smoky battlefield, and the sight before Tang Lie left him momentarily speechless. A masked warrior clad in golden armor rode atop a magnificent golden leopard, wielding a golden spear against a burly figure in black leather armor, locked in fierce combat. Through Besson, Tang Lie learned that the black-armored warrior was none other than Julian, the commander of the Greatsword Camp and one of the 4 formidable generals under Black Tier. Renowned for his immense strength, Julian, though a bronze warrior, possessed true prowess that rivaled even some golden warriors. He raised his massive sword, tirelessly defending against the gold-armored warrior's relentless onslaught. His defensive tactics indicated that, although he was forced into battle, he was cautious, refraining from unleashing his full power against this golden adversary. The golden warrior, with one hand gripping the reins of his steed, commanded the leopard, which let out a thunderous roar, arching its back before leaping nearly 5 meters into the air. As the spear in the warrior's hand aimed directly at Julian's face, Julian deftly flipped his colossal sword, using its broad blade to block the tip of the spear, which struck the spine of the sword, causing countless golden sparks to scatter as it grazed downwards. Beneath him, the white unicorn fiercely pressed its hooves into the earth, straining to support its master against the immense pressure from the adversary. The leopard, with a chilling glint in its serrated teeth, lunged towards the unicorn's throat with lightning speed. Sensing the malevolent intent, the unicorn swiftly twisted its elegant neck to evade the lethal strike. Simultaneously, the golden-armored warrior released the reins, drawing a trident dagger from his waist and thrusting it deeply into the unicorn's neck from below. Blood erupted from the wound like a fountain, glistening ominously in the sunlight. The unicorn let out a mournful cry, its head drooping feebly as its body surged forward for 2 desperate strides before its horn pierced the earth, collapsing heavily to the ground. Julian's formidable frame was thrown 2 meters away, and before he could rise, the golden-armored warrior rushed at him once more. The dagger was sheathed, and the warrior now gripped a spear with both hands, aiming down at Julian's heart. In an instant, everything transpired. Feina screamed in horror, "Stop!" The spear tip halted mere 2 centimeters from Julian's chest, the cold gaze from behind the golden mask betraying a ruthless demeanor. Suddenly, he adjusted the angle of the spear, flattening it against Julian's chest, which contorted in pain as the blow shattered his rib. Feina charged into the training ground, only to be met with the disdainful smile of Marquis Zhuyi, who obstructed her path. "Ah, General Feina," he remarked, "they are merely engaging in a casual spar. Nothing more. No one will be harmed." Feina cast a cold glance at Marquis Zhuyi, retorting, "Your Excellency certainly possesses a keen interest. Had I known such a lively spectacle would unfold, I would have summoned the commander to witness it." Zhuyi feigned a sigh. "Alas, the commander is indisposed, otherwise. Witnessing this thrilling duel would undoubtedly bring him immense delight." The golden-armored warrior gave Julian a thumbs up, then directed his finger towards the ground, an insulting gesture that incited a roar from the soldiers gathered in the camp. Yet, none dared to step forward. Each understood that their prowess paled in comparison to Julian's, and to challenge this golden warrior would be an exercise in humiliation. Although Fina discerned from the warrior's stature and movements that he was undoubtedly Prince Xianyuan, it was inappropriate to expose his identity while he remained concealed. A triumphant expression adorned Marquis Zhu Yi's face. His long-standing animosity towards Heidegger fueled his delight as he witnessed the prince publicly vanquish his favored champion, Julian, within Heidegger's ranks, a satisfying reprisal indeed. The golden-armored warrior nodded, chin held high, patiently awaiting Fina's advance. Fina detached the long blade from the saddle, her delicate hand grasping the ivory hilt as she gently drew forth the crystal sword. The blade was entirely transparent, crafted from crystal, and from a distance, it resembled thin ice. Under the refraction of sunlight, it cast a myriad of colorful rays, breathtakingly resplendent. A flicker of unease passed through the gaze of the golden-armored warrior, for he was acutely aware of the sharpness of the crystal blade in Fina's hand. Engaging in combat with a spear against such a weapon would likely result in the inevitable shattering of his spearhead. He directed his spear towards the ground, its tip lifting the colossal sword beside Julian. His arm trembled slightly as the massive sword erupted from the earth, gripping the sword firmly with his right hand. He hurled the spear far behind him with his left, sending a golden arc through the air. The spear penetrated the target with precision, striking true at the red center, its tail still quivering in place. The soldiers gathered around could not help but change color, their expressions reflecting the extraordinary prowess of this golden-armored warrior, which only heightened their concern for Fina. Fina nodded appreciatively, while Xianyuan evidently recognized the formidable power of the crystal blade in her hands, thus opting to abandon his spear in favor of wielding the hefty great sword against her weapon that could slice through steel as if it were nothing. Besson hurriedly commanded his soldiers to remove Julian and the nearly lifeless unicorn from the arena. Tang Lie examined Julian's injuries. Although his ribs were fractured by Xianyuan, fortunately, they remained in place. With a few days of rest and avoidance of strenuous activities, he should recover without significant issues. In contrast, the unicorn fared far worse. Its carotid artery had been severed by Xianyuan, leading to excessive blood loss and rendering it beyond salvation. Tang Lie sighed with deep sorrow, closing the unicorn's dimming eyes, and shook his head in helplessness at Julian. This unicorn had accompanied Julian in countless battles over the years, sharing the blood-soaked fields of war with its master. It was unimaginable that it would meet its end at the hands of their own. Julian's heart ached profoundly, tears glistening in his fierce eyes, filled with hatred as he gazed towards the training ground. Fina, like a golden arrow, darted swiftly towards Xianyuan. Xianyuan raised his gigantic sword with both hands and roared, striking with all his might to counter Fina's assault. No one anticipated that their duel would disregard the very essence of life and death from the outset. The expression on Marquis Chong and Zhu Yi's face drained of color, his lips twitching uncontrollably. If anything were to happen to Crown Prince Xianyuan today, the consequences would be unimaginable. The clash of swords echoed as they intertwined, the immense force of the giant sword meeting the crystalline blade, neither gaining a clear advantage. Xianyuan understood the gravity of the confrontation better than anyone. At the moment their blades met, the sharp edge of the crystalline sword had already penetrated the body of the giant sword, its sharpness surpassing his wildest expectations. Fina whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Your Highness, why not withdraw before this matter reaches the general's ears?" Xianyuan felt a stirring within, instantly realizing that her true identity had been exposed. Fina's words were exceptionally astute. They not only unveiled Xianyuan's identity, but also conveyed that Heidi was unaware of the current events. Duke Zhui of Chelwen also sensed that the situation was amiss and hurried into the arena, laughing heartily. "Everyone, let us prioritize friendly exchanges. We must not disturb the harmony. I propose we conclude today's gathering here." Xianyuan, silent, approached Duke Zhu Yi's camp and exchanged a knowing glance with him. After bidding farewell to Fina, they departed with purpose. Julian erupted in a fit of uncontrollable rage, striking the ground with his fist, which sank half an inch into the earth. Fina sighed softly. "Please tidy up and disperse. Today's events end here. No one is to discuss this matter. Should I learn that anyone has leaked this incident, they will face military law without mercy." Tang Lie secretly lamented, surprised by the abundance of strong, capable women in this world, observing that the prevalence of femininity over masculinity seemed to be a natural phenomenon. On their way back to the camp, Fina appeared burdened with thoughts, prompting Tang Lie to gently advise her. A young lady should not frown all day, for it may hasten the onset of age. "Welcome." Fina turned to Tang Lie with a smile and said, "Thank you for today." Tang Lie replied, "What have I done to deserve thanks? I hardly contributed anything." Fina gently responded, "I am grateful for your healing of the general's eyes. It was then that Tang Lie understood her reference and chuckled. To be honest, I was quite anxious before coming here. Had I failed to restore the general's sight, I feared for my very life. Faina seemed to be lost in thought, letting out a soft sigh as she remarked, the general's temperament is fierce, and he has offended many powerful figures. If his vision can indeed be restored, it would be a significant boon. Perhaps the emperor might allow him to return to the battlefield. Tang Lie countered, given the general's advancing years. Why should he continue to engage in the chaos of war? Retiring to a peaceful life would be a commendable choice. A look of concern spread across Faina's face as she cautioned Tang Lie. You must never mention such a thing in the general's presence. He is particularly averse to the notion of retirement. Tang Lie felt a warmth in his heart at Faina's evident concern for him and summoned the courage to inquire. The general seems to treat you exceptionally well. What is the nature of your relationship? As soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them. Fearing that if there were any hidden ties between Heidier and Faina, he might be courting disaster. Fortunately, Faina did not seem to take offense and smiled as she replied. The general is a sworn brother to my father. After my parents passed away, he took me under his wing in the army, treating me as his own daughter. One could say that without the general, there would be no Faina as we know her today. The enigma lingering in Tang Lie's heart finally found resolution, filling him with an unusual sense of tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed an intense fascination for the female general. Though his needs were met within the confines of the military camp, it was a far cry from the capital, where vigilance was paramount. Following the incident involving Shen Yuan, the atmosphere in the camp grew increasingly heavy and oppressive. Fearing the potential for trouble, Tang Lie opted to recline within his tent, spending the entire afternoon in a state of ennui. Displaying utmost chivalry, Tang Lie presented a bouquet of wildflowers to Faina, remarking, a modest gift, yet a token of my regard. Faina was momentarily taken aback by his seemingly romantic gesture, for in the Empire, a man offering flowers to a woman typically signified a public declaration of love. With a hint of surprise, she inquired, are you truly professing your love for me? Tang Lie, unaware of the cultural implications of gifting flowers, quickly realized her misunderstanding. While he indeed intended to win her favor with his gesture, he had no audacity to boldly declare his affections. He hurriedly clarified, in my homeland, presenting flowers to a lady is merely a matter of basic courtesy, devoid of any romantic intention. Faina smiled and nodded, lowering her gaze to inhale the fragrant blooms, softly declaring, I truly adore them. She then handed the flowers to Rong Xiaoqing, instructing, please place them in my vase. I shall take Mr. Tang to see Heishue. Upon arriving at the makeshift shelter behind the wooden cabin, they found the unicorn, Heishue, curled up amidst the hay, its head drooping in apparent lethargy. Upon noticing its owner's arrival, it weakly raised its long neck, only to subsequently rest its head once more on the hay, emitting a soft whimper. Faina gently caressed the silvery mane of the black snow, her heart heavy with concern. It has been like this since this afternoon. Tang Lie, following the light, meticulously examined the hay within the shelter and discovered several purple bean-like fruits among the fodder. Upon squeezing one open and bringing it to his nose, a rich aroma of alcohol wafted forth, and he immediately discerned the cause of the unicorn's condition. This bean-like plant, known as the intoxication fruit, contained a high alcohol content. It was evident that the unicorn had inadvertently consumed it within the fodder. In essence, it was merely intoxicated, not afflicted by any ailment. Faina, noticing the object in Tang Lie's hand, expressed her curiosity with a slight gasp. This plant does not grow in the vicinity of the capital. How could it have found its way into the fodder? Who provided this hay? She inquired. All the fodder in the military is sourced from designated suppliers, so there should be no error. I will have someone investigate thoroughly tomorrow to ascertain who delivered it. Doubt began to cloud Tang Lie's mind. Could it be that someone intended to harm Faina? Yet, he refrained from voicing his suspicions, smiling instead and assuring her, the black snow should be fine. A good sleep will suffice. Once it sobers up, it will be as good as new. You need not worry, General Faina. With a sigh of relief, Faina summoned 2 female soldiers to completely replace the hay in the shelter, ensuring that no intoxication fruit remained mixed within. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Tang Lie rose to take his leave of Faina. Faina smiled, Mr. Tang must not have had supper yet. I truly regret making you go hungry until now. I've instructed my subordinates to prepare a banquet in the lakeside pavilion. If you don't mind, would you care to dine with me? Tang Lie nodded, delighted by the invitation, and accompanied Faina to the wooden pavilion by the lake. They sat facing each other, and upon the table were arranged 4 exquisite dishes. In the center, a crystal vase held the wildflowers Tang Lie had given Faina. Tang Lie smiled with a hidden intent, thinking that the might bring an unexpected delight. Even if it didn't lead Fina to offer herself willingly, it could at least lower her guard. Rong Xiaoqing filled their glasses, and Fina raised hers, saying, "We owe Mr. Tang a debt of gratitude for the marshal's matter. I offer this toast on his behalf." Tang Lie, flattered, lifted his glass, remembering his previous drunken experience. He was naturally more cautious this time, as losing composure in front of a beautiful woman was hardly a glorious thing. Fina said, "There is a matter for which Fina seeks your assistance." Tang Lie smiled. "I wonder what matter General Fina is referring to." Fina set down her glass and said, "The Marshal greatly admires Mr. Tang's medical skills and today expressed to me his intention to invite you to stay and practice medicine within the army. I wonder what Mr. Tang's inclination is." Tang Lie was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that his efforts to treat Heidier would inspire a desire to claim him as his own. Logically, given Heidier's esteemed position and influence, becoming his personal physician would undoubtedly offer numerous advantages. Had it been before the appearance of Prince Shen Yuan, Tang Lie might have acquiesced to his request. However, now he hesitated to agree impulsively. Those in power inevitably navigate the treacherous waters of political tides. And with Heidier's advancing years, it was likely that his days of glory would be fleeting. Moreover, having offended the future ruler of the empire, the outcome remained uncertain. Being associated with Heidier as his personal physician would render Tang Lie a confidant in the eyes of others. Should Heidier fall from grace, Tang Lie feared he might suffer the same fate, perhaps even jeopardizing his life. It would be far wiser to establish a modest clinic in the capital and lead a peaceful existence. Fina smiled gently, sensing a newfound admiration for the principal Tang Lie. She softly remarked, "Very well. A gentleman does not impose upon others. I believe the Marshal will understand your choice, Mr. Tang." As she gazed into Tang Lie's clear eyes, her heart inexplicably quickened, a sensation she had never experienced before. Could it be that she was developing feelings for this seemingly unassuming physician? Immediately, she dismissed the notion. In countless daydreams of her future partner, she envisioned a man brimming with masculine vigor and heroic spirit, far removed from the likes of Tang Lie. Little did Fina realize that the true dilemma lay within the wildflowers before her. For reasons unknown, Fina's breathing became increasingly labored, eventually leading to a sensation of suffocation. She pressed her delicate hand against her chest, her fair complexion suddenly draining of color. Tang Lie immediately noticed her distress, and his first thought was that the food might be poisoned. However, having dined alongside her, he felt no signs of illness himself. Rong Xiaoqing hurriedly supported Fina's fragile frame, her eyes filled with a plea for help as she trembled and said, "Mr. Tang." Tang Lie gestured for her to remain calm and approached Fina, carefully unfastening her bodice. His palm distinctly felt the astonishing force of Fina's body breaking free from its constraints. "Go fetch my medicine kit," he commanded loudly. Rong Xiaoqing dashed toward the wooden cabin in a flurry. Tang Lie removed his outer robe and gently laid Fina on it, leaning down to listen to her heartbeat. It raced at approximately 130 beats per minute, and her complexion gradually took on a flushed hue that spread down to her chest. All signs indicated that Fina was experiencing a series of reactions due to an allergy. Fina clung tightly to Tang Lie's arms, her eyes wide with terror, the overwhelming sensation of suffocation robbing her of the ability to breathe. Tang Lie inwardly lamented, realizing that the likely cause of Fina's allergic reaction was the wildflowers he had presented to her, initially intended to evoke her affection and quickly endear her to him. Instead, it had triggered her asthma. Alas, how the tables had turned. If this stunning beauty were to perish due to an allergy, he would be the unwitting architect of her demise, burdened with an unshakable guilt for the rest of his days. Tang Lie comforted Fina, saying, "Fina, try to relax. I will surely heal you." Yet, in his heart, he harbored little confidence, for the medical standards in this place were woefully inadequate. Where could one procure antihistamines in an instant? All he could rely on was symptomatic treatment and leave the rest to fate. As he heard Fina's throat emit faint sounds, the urgency of the situation compelled Tang Lie to act without further deliberation. Taking a deep breath, he leaned down, pinching her delicate nostrils with his thumb and forefinger, while sealing her tempting lips with his own, forcefully transferring air from his lungs into hers. Under Tang Lie's assisted respiration, Fina's suffocating sensation in her chest eased slightly. Yet an overwhelming sense of embarrassment flushed her cheeks a vivid red. She never anticipated that her first kiss would be forcibly taken by Tang Lie under such dire circumstances. Simultaneously, several piercing screams echoed from behind. The female soldiers, alerted by the commotion, had arrived and, upon witnessing Tang Lie's actions, assumed he was assaulting their commander. "Scoundrel! How dare he lay hands on our general? Before Tang Lie could rise to explain, a heavy blow struck the back of his head, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed into Feina's soft embrace. Chapter 19. The Principles of Honor and Unfulfilled Desires. Part 1. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Tang Lie gradually regained consciousness from his stupor, feeling an excruciating pain in his head. Upon opening his eyes, the world spun around him, prompting him to quickly shut them again. "Welcome back," came Feina's delighted voice. "Mr. Tang, you are awake." Tang Lie gradually stabilized himself and slowly opened his eyes, the beautiful contours of Feina becoming increasingly clear in his view. Her ice-blue eyes reflected a caring gaze, which enveloped Tang Lie with warmth, though it was tinged with a hint of guilt. For his ill intentions had nearly led to her untimely demise. Feina, oblivious to the true circumstances, felt a profound sense of remorse for her subordinates' misguided actions that had harmed her savior. She spoke softly, "I'm sorry, it was my subordinates who misunderstood the situation." Believing you as memories of Tang Lie's kiss flooded her mind, Feina's cheeks flushed with warmth. At that moment, she too was perplexed by the peculiar method he had employed to save her. Was it truly necessary, or was there something else? Tang Lie's laughter interrupted her thoughts. "Under the circumstances, you had lost the ability to breathe, and I could only resort to artificial respiration to save you. It is no wonder your female soldiers misunderstood." Feina nodded gently, her heart swelling with embarrassment, astonished that such an unusual method of saving someone existed. She reached for a soft cushion to place behind Tang Lie and picked up a bowl of still steaming bird's nest porridge from beside the bed, softly saying, "You have a serious injury to the back of your head and have lost a considerable amount of blood. Please eat some porridge first." Tang Lie then recalled the injury on his head, gingerly touching it to find that it had been wrapped in gauze. Peering into the mirror before the bed, he resembled a Japanese samurai, with a prominent bump on the back of his head. One could only imagine that the female soldier had exerted all her strength when striking him. With a sigh of lingering trepidation, Tang Lie asked, "General Feina, how long have I been unconscious?" "1 day and 1 night." Tang Lie nodded, accepting the bird's nest from Feina's hand, consuming it with remarkable speed and wiping his mouth clean. "I find myself feeling somewhat hungry now. General Feina, could you possibly bring me some more food?" "Welcome," Feina replied with a charming smile. "No problem at all." Seizing the opportunity to flatter, Tang Lie remarked, "It is primarily due to the exceptional constitution of the commander, allowing for an extraordinary recovery. Otherwise, I would not have achieved such results." "Flattery is always welcome," Heidegger nodded with satisfaction. Tang Lie, regarding the matter Feina mentioned, "Could you reconsider it?" Having witnessed Tang Lie's exceptional medical skills, Heidegger had developed a genuine appreciation for his talents and thus broached the idea of employing Tang Lie as his personal physician once more. Tang Lie chuckled. "Thank you for your kind words, General. However, I have long harbored the ambition to save countless lives and do not wish to stray from my original intent." Heidegger responded with a smile, "That is not an issue. You may still practice medicine for others within the army, and I shall not restrict your freedom. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but your cultivation is up to you." Tang Lie possessed a natural talent for this vocation, and after closing the doors of his clinic early, he set off towards Huayufang, guided by the routes etched in his memory. Upon his arrival at Huayufang, the night had already enveloped the landscape. The small square in front was filled with an array of opulent carriages, making Tang Lie's modest carriage appear somewhat shabby. He found a secluded spot to stop, alighted from the carriage, yet noticed no one approaching to greet him. The mixed-blood elven hostesses were preoccupied, charmingly bantering with esteemed patrons. A sense of disappointment washed over Tang Lie, but he soon reconciled with the reality. He secured his carriage at the hitching post, adjusted his attire, and strode confidently towards the imposing entrance of Huayufang. Before the rather oppressive door, 2 alluring hostesses clad in red net-patterned attire greeted him with enchanting smiles. One of them said playfully, "It seems this young man is a newcomer." Tang Lie returned the smile, replying, "Indeed. I have not had the pleasure of meeting either of you before." His gaze fixated on the glistening skin beneath the 2 women's fishnet attire. A carnal desire stirring within him, an irrepressible urge to plunge into the House of Blossoms and seek solace with a captivating beauty. As he was about to step through the entrance, a maiden gently intercepted him, her voice like honey. "It seems, young sir, that you are unfamiliar with the customs of our establishment." The 2 welcoming ladies erupted in giggles, amused by the naivete of the handsome youth before them, for they knew that status and prestige were often beyond the reach of mere currency. Tang's comprehension dawned upon him, recognizing the derision woven into their laughter. Unable to suppress the mounting fury within, or rather, the rampant lust that consumed him, he bellowed, What manner of business is this, where a paying customer is denied entry? Open your doors and welcome my patronage. What is this House of Blossoms but a mere brothel? Are you the only such establishment in the imperial city? Consumed by his lust, Tang cared little for the consequences of his words. The two welcoming ladies, hearing his outburst, exchanged glances of disdain. Four burly men with formidable beards emerged from the sides of the entrance, encircling Tang. One of them spoke with a frigid tone, "If you possess any sense, you will depart from the premises of the House of Blossoms immediately." Tang, now thoroughly enraged, and with an audience gathering around, refused to back down. Pride forbade him from retreating. Clenching his fists, he retorted, "What is this? Are you resorting to ganging up on me? Does the old man fear you?" At the height of tension, a hearty laugh suddenly resonated through the crowd. A rotund middle-aged man, elegantly attired, squeezed his way forward. His small eyes squinting into mere slits as he jovially remarked, "The steps of Hua Yufeng have indeed grown steeper. Even my business at Falonghai seems to be turned away at the door." Tang Lie's acquaintance with Falonghai was limited to his initial arrival in the imperial capital, when he had accompanied Lord Chongwan, Zhu Yi, to the port to select slaves. Owing to a matter involving Ada, he had nearly met his demise at the hands of Zhu Yi. Logically, Falonghai should have been at odds with him. Thus, he was perplexed by this sudden appearance to offer assistance. Nevertheless, regardless of his motives, he had come to Tang Lie's aid at a critical moment. With this thought, Tang Lie bestowed upon him a friendly smile. An alluring fragrance wafted through the air, and with his extraordinary sense of smell, Tang Lie swiftly identified the presence of Dishasha, the proprietor of Hua Yufeng. Raising his gaze, he beheld her lithe and seductive figure emerging before the throng. Her green hair was whimsically styled into a cascading bun atop her head, adorned with a golden serpentine hairpin that glimmered among the locks, its pendants radiating brilliance. Encrusted with sapphires of varying sizes, her enchanting eyes sparkled like a crescent moon, and her smile seemed to gently dispel the anger that lingered in the hearts of those present, akin to a soothing breeze on a tranquil night. Dishasha smiled playfully. "Boss Fu, you affluent yet heartless fellow, it has been ages since you graced my establishment. Upon your arrival, you bully my subordinates, particularly the young ladies. Be wary, for I may no longer conduct business with you in the future." Her feigned ire only amplified her captivating allure. Falonghai gazed at Dishasha, his expression revealing a blend of admiration and trepidation. "Even with the greatest audacity, I would not dare to offend Miss Shasha. The previous disturbance was merely due to your subordinates preventing my friend from entering, which led to some unpleasantness. I appreciate the flowers from my brothers." Dishasha rose and said, "You two continue your conversation. I shall fetch some lovely companions for you shortly." Tang Lie, intending to rise and see her off, found himself in a predicament as his lower body, having been stimulated by Dishasha's earlier presence, was now exceedingly aroused. Standing would inevitably expose his condition. So he merely smiled and nodded, saying, "Safe travels, Boss Fu. I shall await you here." Soon after, Paris arrived at Luyan Pavilion. After a few days apart, her alluring curves seemed to have blossomed even further. Her crimson hair cascaded like a cloud over her bare shoulders, and her purple mini-skirt barely concealed her enchanting allure. Spotting Tang Lie, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she approached him, wrapping her arm around his. "Mr. Tang, it is indeed you. I thought you might be upset with me after our last encounter and would not come to see me again. How could this be happening?" A surge of elation coursed through Hunter Tang, his voice trembling with excitement as his hand ventured presumptuously upon the voluptuous contours of Burles' bosom. His touch, driven by an overwhelming fervor, bordered on roughness, eliciting a sharp cry of pain from Burles. With a playful smile, she gently grasped Tang's wrist, suggesting, "The hour is still young. Perhaps I could first entertain Mr. Tang with wine and song before we retire to bed." However, Tang's eagerness superseded any desire for such leisurely pursuits. Enfolding Burles' alluring form within his arms, he declared, his voice quivering with anticipation, "Each moment is precious beyond measure. This time, I shall not permit any intrusion, come what may." Burles' cheeks flushed a delicate crimson as she recalled the previous occasion when their passions were nearly consummated, only to be thwarted by Simon, her ardor rekindling within her. With a playful nibble upon Tang's earlobe, she whispered, "What do you have in mind?" Tang's eyes, ablaze with desire, were riveted upon her. His hand, having already ventured beneath the hem of her skirt, explored the very core of Burles' being, his somewhat indelicate caresses eliciting soft moans from her lips. Tang lowered his head, his lips meeting Burles in a passionate kiss, his mouth seizing her delicate tongue in a fervent embrace. Burles reciprocated, her arms entwining around Tang's robust frame, her fingers clutching at the fabric of his attire, tearing it asunder with a sudden, forceful tug. Entwined in each other's embrace, they tumbled and writhed upon the carpet in a passionate dance of desire. Upon the wall, a pair of captivating eyes peered through a minuscule aperture of crystal, stealthily observing the unfolding scene within the room, her gaze growing increasingly intense. Falong Hai chuckled lightly, placing the teacup on the table. If the patrons of Hua Yufeng knew that Boss Du had a penchant for eavesdropping, they would surely vacate the premises immediately. Du Shasha turned her head reluctantly, casting a resentful glare at Falong Hai. You fat fool, do not forget who the true owner of Hua Yufeng is. Falong Hai sighed at this point. I am convinced that you are indeed the rightful proprietor of Hua Yufeng, while I am merely an outsider. Bai Lisi and Tang Lie exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of profound disappointment. Mr. Tang, I urgently require your assistance. Du Shasha's voice was fraught with panic, clearly facing an urgent matter. Tang Lie sighed, lingering in the moment as he gently squeezed Bai Lisi's chest, then reached for his robe, only to discover it had been torn during his earlier tussle with Bai Lisi. Bai Lisi softly reassured him, there is no need to rush. We have spare clothing here. She rose and approached the wardrobe, opening its doors to reveal an ample supply of garments, indicating that Hua Yufeng was indeed well prepared. Tang Lie could not help but wonder if Bai Lisi had intentionally shredded his robe, knowing he would need to change before leaving. It was, after all, a rather astute business strategy. Selecting a blue robe, he donned it and stepped outside, only to find the corridor filled with a throng of people, each whispering anxiously, their faces betraying unease. As soon as he emerged, Du Shasha rushed forward, seizing his wrist. Come with me. Upon entering the door of the red pavilion, Tang Lie's gaze was immediately drawn to the crimson stains upon the floor, a weight settling in his heart. Not from fear, but from the audacity of one who would dare to commit such a heinous act within the Flower Moon Tavern. As he drew back the curtains, he beheld a young maiden lying on the ground, her breath faint and labored, blood gushing from a wound in her abdomen where a dragon-embellished dagger had been cruelly plunged, its hilt fully embedded. Even more appalling was the deep gash that marred her exquisite face, running from her forehead to the corner of her lips. The sheer brutality inflicted upon such a beautiful girl revealed the merciless nature of her assailant. Tang Lie hastened to the side of the young lady, gently probing the artery in her neck, where he could still detect a faint pulse. Upon inspecting the wound, it became evident that the blade had likely pierced her intestinal cavity, necessitating immediate surgical intervention to cleanse, staunch the bleeding, and suture the injury. The usually composed Du Shasha found herself gripped by panic. Was there still hope for Li Qi? Tang Lie responded resolutely, prepare a carriage at once. We must transport her to my clinic post-haste, or she will surely perish. Soon, the distraught Virus arrived, having heard the news. She had always shared a close bond with Li Qi, and upon witnessing her friend's dire condition, her emotions spiraled out of control as she cried out, Li Qi. How could this happen? Who could have done this to her? Du Shasha bit her lip in a valiant effort to suppress her sorrow, declaring firmly, Virus, you must escort Li Qi to Mr. Tang's clinic. I will attend to matters here and shall join you shortly. Chapter 20. The Crown Prince's Hidden Affliction, Part 1. The Marquis of Chongwen sat at the side with a broad smile, while the Crown Prince Xian Yuan sat quietly in the main seat, delicately trimming his nails with an exquisite small knife. His fingers were long and strong, yet his complexion bore an unnaturally pale hue, reminiscent of a sickly pallor. His gaze had yet to return to calm. The recent outburst of madness had left him feeling neither exhilarated nor fulfilled. Welcome. Where is that wretched woman? Xuan Yuan's voice was cold, akin to ice on the verge of freezing. Marquis Zhui forced a smile, replying, I fear she may already be dead. With a resounding clap, Xian Yuan struck the tea table, causing the teacup to leap suddenly, shattering upon hitting the ground, shards scattering in all directions. Zhu Yi's heart involuntarily quivered, and he lowered his gaze to the floor. Bring her to me. Xian Yuan spat through clenched teeth. Zhu Yi whispered, Your Highness, perhaps we should leave. Meanwhile, Paris poured a cup of hot tea and presented it to Tang Lie. He drank it in one gulp, taking a brief respite before continuing to tend to the other wounds on Li Qi's body. The burns on several parts of her body were not severe. Strangely, there were no signs of violent violation to her lower body. As Paris observed Tang Lie examining Li Qi's form, a flush crept over her cheeks, and her heart raced. Memories of last night's passionate entanglement with Tang Lie flooding her mind. Suddenly, Tang Lie stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, She is still a virgin. Paris gently nodded. Is that so surprising? Yesterday marked the first day of Li Qi officially receiving clients. Chong Wen-ho presented Boss Du with 2,000 gold coins, and we, her sisters, rejoiced, believing she had encountered a distinguished patron. Little did we anticipate that he would turn out to be such a beast. Speaking of sorrow, Bai Si shed tears once more. Tang Lie was perplexed to an extreme degree, pondering the identity of the person who inflicted harm upon Li Qi. Why did he merely resort to beating and wounding her physically, without engaging in any genuine sexual assault? Could it be that he was a perverse individual incapable of sexual function? Convinced that all of Li Qi's wounds had been adequately treated without any oversight, Tang Lie entrusted the subsequent care to Bai Si. You stay by her side and tend to her. I will step out for a moment. Du Sha had waited in the clinic's courtyard for an entire night. Upon seeing Tang Lie emerge with a weary countenance, she hurriedly approached him. Mr. Tang, how is Li Qi now? Tang Lie stretched his arms and yawned, declaring, her life should be no longer in jeopardy. But whether her appearance will be marred depends on her will and future recovery. He harbored little fondness for the madam of this brothel. Had she not coerced Li Qi into prostitution, this tragic event would never have transpired. Tang Lie firmly opposed. Her condition is still not entirely stable. It is inappropriate for her to be moved about. Are you intent on causing her demise? Du Sha replied coldly, you need not worry about the medical fees. I must take Li Qi with me. Tang Lie was infuriated by her indifferent actions. Do you possess any humanity? You not only coerced this girl into prostitution, but now that trouble has arisen, you disregard her well-being. Truly, you are heartless. I assure you, today you shall not take her from my clinic. Du Sha sighed. Although Tang Lie berated her, he remained oblivious to the truth of the matter. She softly explained, the individual who harmed Li Qi holds a position of considerable power. If we keep Li Qi here, he might discover her whereabouts and return to eliminate her, potentially endangering Mr. Tang as well. Only then did Tang Lie grasp the gravity of the situation. The person whom Du Sha dared not offend must indeed be formidable. However, taking Li Qi away now would undeniably place her in peril. After contemplating, Tang Lie proposed. Let us do this. I shall discreetly send Li Qi to a nearby inn to hide. Even if that person comes searching, he will surely leave empty-handed. Du Sha still harbored concerns, responding, but resolutely, she declared, very well, we must keep this matter confidential, regardless of who inquires. We shall say that Li Qi has already perished. Once she has recovered, I will devise a plan to escort her out of the capital. At least you possess some semblance of conscience. Tang Lie scoffed. While darkness still enveloped the sky, Du Sha summoned a carriage to take Bai Li away, intentionally circling in front of Tang Lie's clinic a few times before departing, ensuring to mislead any potential followers. Tang Lie quietly escorted Li Qi through the back door, delivering her to the nearby Diyu Lu for recovery. The proprietor, Mr. Li, regarded Tang Lie as a benefactor, readily agreeing to his requests without a moment's hesitation. He arranged for Li Qi to rest in the courtyard and handed Tang Lie the key to the back entrance, facilitating his daily visits to tend to her condition. For several consecutive days, peace reigned. In order to avoid suspicion, Du Sha refrained from visiting the clinic. Li Qi had awakened, displaying remarkable fortitude. Upon realizing the perilous nature of her situation, she did not shed a single tear. Perhaps due to the overwhelming shock, she remained silent since regaining consciousness. Tang Lie understood that the trauma she endured would not heal swiftly, thus he refrained from pressuring her, allowing her the space necessary for self-recovery. However, certain matters inevitably come to light. Just as Tang Lie believed the storm had passed, Lord Chongwen, Zhu Yi, sought him out. Upon encountering Zhu Yi, Tang Lie was taken aback. He had not crossed paths with him at Huayufeng and was unaware of the connection between Li Qi and Zhu Yi. Presuming he had merely come for a consultation, with a smile, he inquired, is there something troubling you, my lord? Zhu Yi recognized Tang Lie at first glance. He had not anticipated that this recently renowned physician was the same slave who had once dared to confront him at the Circulation Collective. Welcome, he exclaimed with a chilling sneer. I have long heard of a miraculous doctor who cured the eyes of General Heidi, but I never imagined that the person would be you. Zhu Yi let out a cold laugh, remarking, it seems that General Heidier's fortune is indeed remarkable. His gaze fluctuated as he fixed it upon Tang Lie. I have heard that a few days ago, you intervened to save a courtesan from Huayufeng. What a pity. With a sigh, Zhu Yi refrained from probing further and smiled. I have a cousin who has been afflicted with a peculiar ailment since childhood. Upon hearing of your esteemed medical expertise, he has come seeking your treatment. Tang Lie replied with a smile. May I inquire where the Lord's cousin is at present? Right outside. Zhu Yi stepped out and shortly returned, accompanied by a man clad in a black cloak. As they entered the clinic, 2 warriors secured the door from within, while 6 others stood guard outside, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Zhu led the mysterious figure into the consultation room and then turned to Tang Lie with a smile. "I shall not impose further," he said, turning to exit and closing the door behind him. The visage of the enigmatic man was largely concealed by his cloak, save for a pair of cold, gray-blue eyes that were exposed. As Tang Lie met his gaze, he felt an unsettling sense of familiarity, though he could not recall where he had encountered him before. "What seems to be the matter, young sir?" Tang Lie inquired with a smile. The man slowly rose, unfastened his trousers, and revealed his lower body. Illuminated by the light, gazed upon the peculiar state of the man's lower anatomy. The foreskin was excessively elongated, the tip shrunken, causing the entire structure to arc like a bow. A scar was visible at the base, indicative of a past trauma, while the area just beyond the foreskin exhibited signs of redness and swelling. Everything before him could only be described as ugly. Donning gloves, conducted an examination and discovered several claw marks, resembling those made by fingernails, on the man's thighs and lower region. He quietly inquired, "Have you sustained any injuries recently?" The man's voice was cold and dry, resonating with an unsettling sharpness. Surmised that this individual possessed a remarkable identity, far more complex than merely being's cousin. Recalling the events that transpired within the military camp, he suddenly realized why the man's gaze felt so familiar. It mirrored that of the golden-armored warrior. He was none other than the prince. This astonishing revelation plunged into a chasm of trepidation. The fact that harbored such an affliction posed a grave danger. If the prince feared the exposure of his malady, he might resort to silencing him permanently. Sneered, "If I were normal, why would I seek you out?" His disdain for the renowned physician before him became evident. As it appeared, the celebrated healer of the imperial capital was merely a figure of empty renown. Smiled and asked, "Is it possible for you to achieve a normal erection?" In an instant, a glimmer of murderous intent clouded his eyes, causing his heart to tremble. Would such a blunt inquiry provoke thoughts of violence? After a considerable time, Xian Yuan finally nodded slowly. This was indeed the source of his true anguish. He possessed the typical responses of a man, yet found himself unable to indulge in the pleasures of intimacy with women, while others beheld his outward demeanor of respect and glamour. Who could fathom the depths of his inner torment? Tang Lie had thoroughly comprehended Xian Yuan's condition. It was not excessively grave. At the very least, his male functions remained intact, and with a simple removal of excess foreskin and a minor adjustment to his anatomy, he could once again reclaim his status as a normal man. Observing Tang Lie's prolonged silence, Xian Yuan, growing impatient, inquired, "Will you be able to treat me or not?" Tang Lie, with a calm assurance, nodded and replied, "I am fully confident in my ability to heal your ailment. However, prior to commencing treatment, you must completely abstain from all female distractions." He elaborated, "For a duration of 7 days. You must not only refrain from physical contact with women, but also banish any thoughts of them from your mind." To proceed with the surgery for Xian Yuan, it was imperative to first eliminate the inflammation affecting his lower region, hence Tang Lie's recommendation. Although Xian Yuan harbored some skepticism regarding Tang Lie's medical expertise, the physician's unwavering confidence ignited a flicker of hope within him. He nodded and declared, "I shall return to seek your assistance after 7 days." With a casual gesture, he tossed a pouch of coins onto the table, stating, "This is my advance payment for your services. One thing you must remember, the matter of my seeking treatment must remain confidential. If it is disclosed to anyone, your life will be at stake." Tang Lie smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, my lord. As a physician, I would never divulge a patient's condition. This is a matter solely between us. I will reveal it to no one else." After bidding farewell to Xian Yuan, Tang Lie recalled that he still needed to change Li Qi's bandages. Quietly locking the clinic's front door and ensuring he was not being followed, he stealthily slipped through the back entrance into the courtyard of Diyu Lu. He lightly tapped the door 3 times before stepping inside. Li Qi was lost in thought by the window, her beautiful eyes as still as a tranquil lake, as if she had long forgotten the world outside. Tang Lie set down the medicine box beside him and gently said, "It's time for a change of dressings." He had grown accustomed to Li Qi's silence and reached out to untie the gauze covering her face. However, Li Qi recoiled slightly, evading his large hand. "Why won't you let me die?" A poignant glimmer of tears shone in her clear, dark eyes. Tang Lie responded with a warm smile. "Living is infinitely more joyful than dying." He tenderly grasped the end of the gauze, stating, "Your life does not belong solely to you. Having saved you, I will not allow you to perish so easily." Gradually, the gauze was unwound from Li Qi's face, and she slowly closed her eyes. As Li Qi's delicate visage was fully revealed before Tang Lie, an involuntary tremor coursed through his heart. What a stunning face it once was. Alas, a grotesque scar had utterly marred this exquisite beauty. In his lamentation, Tang Lie noted with astonishment that Li Qi's wound was healing at an extraordinary pace. Within merely 3 days, it had already closed. After a meticulous examination, he resolved to remove the stitches adorning her face. It seemed that Li Qi's constitution was entirely unlike that of any human he had previously encountered. Xin Yuan broke into a cold sweat as he beheld Tang Lie brandishing a glimmering pair of scissors, exclaiming in horror, "What do you intend to do?" Tang Lie replied, "If you continue to interfere with my work, I fear I shall be unable to treat you." Summoning his resolve, Xin Yuan closed his eyes tightly and uttered, "Proceed." A flicker of triumph graced Tang Lie's lips. What was a prince, after all? Lying upon the operating table, he was but another ordinary patient, entirely at Tang Lie's mercy. With Xin Yuan's anguished cry, the procedure for circumcising the prince commenced. What was initially a straightforward operation extended for a full 2 hours. Enduring the ordeal without any anesthetic, Xin Yuan gritted his teeth against the relentless pain, his body drenched in cold sweat that soaked the linens beneath him, while blood flowed forth in copious amounts. Tang Lie could not help but admire the prince's remarkable fortitude. Had it been any other patient, they would have surely succumbed to fainting long ago. The torment endured is one thing, yet when it comes to healing, one must not be careless. If I fail to meet Xin Yuan's expectations, it is likely that my life will be forfeit. Xin Yuan glanced at his lower body, noticing it appeared considerably more tolerable than before, and the pain had diminished from its initial intensity. Tang Lie handed him a towel and said, "Come back the day after tomorrow for a dressing change, and I shall also examine your wounds. You should be able to return to your normal state in 7 days." Xin Yuan nodded, his complexion paling. Tang Lie supported him as he descended from the bed, and he couldn't help but chuckle internally at Xin Yuan's gait. Surprisingly, this rascal with bowed legs walked rather adeptly. Xin Yuan, however, did not forget to remind Tang Lie, "You must not let anyone know about my treatment." Tang Lie replied with a smile, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall not even disclose this matter to your cousin." Xin Yuan appreciatively patted Tang Lie's shoulder, saying, "If I recover this time, I shall certainly remember your kindness." Tang Lie inwardly mused, "If you spare me from being silenced, I shall be eternally grateful." Yet he responded aloud, "Healing and saving lives is the duty of a physician. My lord need not dwell on it." Just as Tang Lie had prepared everything for Li Qi's cosmetic surgery, she suddenly vanished without a trace, with no forewarning. Even Li, the owner of Diyu Lu, was unaware of when she had departed. By the time Tang Lie arrived, the place was already deserted. Mr. Li gestured towards the table. Tang Lie approached and saw the inscription, "To live is invariably more joyous than to perish." Tang Lie exhaled with relief, deducing that Li Qi was unlikely to take her own life. A pristine white feather rested serenely upon the immaculate bedding, perhaps left behind by Li Qi. Tang Lie carefully pocketed the feather, intending to keep it as an enduring memento. Chapter 21. The Ingrate, Part 1. Tang Lie arrived at the Flower Moon brothel and chanced upon Xin Yuan and Zhu Yi. Xin Yuan appeared momentarily surprised. Then his face blossomed into a smile. "I was planning to visit Mr. Tang in the next few days," he said with a smile. "I didn't expect to encounter you here. Welcome." Tang Lie mentally calculated that more than half a month had passed since Xin Yuan's stitches were removed. He surmised that Xin Yuan had recovered substantially. His demeanor suggested that the surgery's outcome was quite satisfactory, to the extent that he was visiting a brothel to validate his restored virility. Zhu Yi was also more courteous to Tang Lie, smiling faintly and said, "Today, the Flower Moon brothel's proprietress, Du, has invited us for a drink. Mr. Tang, if you don't mind, please join us." Amidst the pleasantries, Du Sha, having heard the news, hastened to greet them, exclaiming with a charming laugh, "My lord has indeed honored me by arriving so early." Upon seeing Xin Yuan beside Zhu Yi, Du Sha felt a jolt of surprise within her. Her invitation to Zhu Yi was, in fact, a suggestion from Fu Longhai, aimed at fostering a closer relationship and mending the discomfort from their previous encounter. However, she did not anticipate that Zhu Yi would bring along the ominous presence of Xin Yuan. The complexity of emotion swirling within Du Sha reached an extreme. Had she known Xin Yuan would be present, she would have refrained from extending the invitation altogether. Oddly enough, Tang Lie was also standing with them, leaving her perplexed as to how they had all intertwined. Although Du Sha was not particularly pleased, Her years of experience in the realm of pleasure and entertainment allowed her to maintain a smiling facade as she welcomed them into the garden of the Huayufang courtyard. Seizing an opportunity, she called Tang Lie aside and quietly inquired, "Mr. Tang, how is it that you are with them?" Tang Lie chuckled and replied, "I specifically came to share something with you." He glanced around to ensure their privacy before leaning close to Dushash's ear, revealing, "Li Qi has left without a word." Dushash's expression shifted slightly. While Li Qi's departure was not a significant matter, if it were to be discovered by others that she was still alive, it would bode ill for both her and Huayufang. Tang Lie continued, "I happened to encounter those two by chance. It was not a prearranged meeting." "Welcome." Dushasha, filled with concern, nodded and cautioned, "Mr. Tang, please exercise caution. The one accompanying Zhu Yi has a tempestuous temperament and is prone to unpredictable moods." Tang Lie was already aware of Xin Yuan's true identity, yet he deemed it inappropriate to disclose this to Dushasha. Nonetheless, he felt grateful for her warning and smiled, assuring her, "Rest assured, Miss Du, I know how to handle the situation." Returning to the table laden with delicacies and fine wines, the atmosphere was imbued with joy. Since his recovery, Xin Yuan had been in particularly high spirits, exuding a newfound brightness and warmth. He enthusiastically beckoned Tang Lie, "Mr. Tang, please take a seat here." As Tang Lie settled beside him, Xin Yuan leaned in and whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Tang. I will never forget your kindness." Tang Lie merely smiled in silence, for such sentiments are best understood rather than spoken. Dushasha, with a playful laugh, raised her glass, proclaiming, "Today, we are graced by esteemed guests." Illuminating the grandeur of Huayufang, "It is a privilege for me." Xin Yuan, ever courteous and humble, replied with an air of calm, "I have intruded without invitation. I hope Miss Du does not take offense." Dushasha felt a twinge of curiosity. For the Xin Yuan before her was entirely different from the wild and twisted individual she had encountered previously. It was hard to believe they were the same person. The banquet thrummed with conviviality as Dushasha frequently toasted the guests. Zhu Yi chuckled, "Miss Du, your capacity for drink is astonishing. At this rate, we might all find ourselves quite inebriated." Dushasha replied with a grin, "Since we are drinking, we must enjoy ourselves. Do you fear a mere woman like me?" "My lord?" Zhu Yi savored her words, responding playfully, "Fear you?" Quite the contrary. Not wishing to linger any longer, Tang Lie seized the opportunity to rise, stating, "I, Tang Lie, cannot hold my liquor. I fear. I must retire." He stood unsteadily, swaying slightly. Zhu Yi was unwilling to let him off so easily, reaching out to grasp his sleeve, saying, "Mr. Tang, do not dampen the spirits. We shall all remain intoxicated until we return home tonight." Xin Yuan laughed heartily. Raising her wine cup, "Mr. Tang, I have yet to toast you." Dushasha, unaware of Xin Yuan's intentions towards Tang, felt quite astonished by the respect Xin Yuan showed him. At that moment, a petite elven girl approached from behind Xin Yuan, holding a wine jar and pouring exquisite wine into Xin Yuan's empty cup. A flicker of surprise crossed Dushasha's eyes as she realized she had never seen this elven girl before. Her beautiful pupils suddenly constricted. Just as she was about to sound a warning, a glimmer of cold light flashed from the base of the jar, striking swiftly towards Xin Yuan's heart. The elven girl suddenly produced a dagger, driving it forcefully into Xin Yuan's chest. The abrupt turn of events left everyone unable to react in time. Xin Yuan instinctively recoiled, yet the dagger found its mark precisely within his chest, encountering a layer of resilient resistance. The blade slid downward, tearing through Xin Yuan's silk outer robe, revealing the glimmering soft armor beneath, with sparks flying from the path of the blade's descent. Xin Yuan swiftly grasped the elven girl's slender wrist, attempting to crush her bone, only to find her skin remarkably smooth, allowing her to slip effortlessly from his powerful grasp. The dagger's edge narrowly avoiding a cut to his palm. Zhu Yi immediately reacted, roaring with fury as his iron fist struck towards the girl's delicate figure with tremendous force. The elfin maiden's body resembled a delicate feather, gracefully propelled backward by the force of the iron fist. From her hand, a transparent thread shot forth, targeting none other than Tang Lie, ensnaring his robust form in a secure knot. Tang Lie cried out in terror, exerting all his strength to free himself from the binding threads, only to find them tightening further, digging deeply into his flesh. The elfin girl moved with astonishing swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, she had soared to the rooftop, leaving Tang Lie curled up, trapped within the threads as she ascended into the air. Zhu Yi raised his right arm. 7 crossbow arrows poised for release, but just as he was about to pull the trigger, Xin Yuan seized his arm, coldly admonishing, "Do not harm Mr. Tang." Dushasha, Her fair visage drained of color, was utterly unprepared for the unfolding events, her mind racing in search of a solution. Zui fixed his icy gaze upon Du Sha, declaring, "Boss Du, you have indeed orchestrated an exquisite banquet." In a state of alarm, Du Sha knelt, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I assure you, even with the boldest of intentions, I would never dare to entertain thoughts of harming you." In her panic, she disregarded the need to conceal Xian Yuan's identity. Yet, Xian Yuan remained remarkably composed, returning to her seat to delicately sip from her wine glass. Zhu Yi seethed, "If I do not raise this flower moon pavilion tonight, my wrath shall remain unquenched." Xian Yuan slowly set her glass down and replied calmly, "If you truly wish to harm me, why not poison my drink?" Though phrased as a question, her words seemed to serve as a defense for Du Sha. Tears welled in Du Sha's eyes as she lamented, "The prince is indeed wise. I have never encountered that elfin girl, and I am unaware of when she infiltrated Huawei House." Xian Yuan sighed, expressing his disappointment as the proprietor of Huawei House. "How could you be so negligent as to allow an assassin to infiltrate?" He then rose and addressed Zhu Yi, "Let us depart." Zhu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Xian Yuan would so readily absolve Du Sha. However, seeing that Xian Yuan had already exited, he had no choice but to follow. Once inside the carriage, Zhu Yi, perplexed, inquired, "Does the prince truly wish to let this matter go unexamined?" A sinister smile crept across Xian Yuan's lips as he replied, "Even if Du Sha harbored intentions to harm me, she would not dare to act in such a setting." Zhu Yi whispered, "Is the prince suggesting that it is Tang Lie?" His reasoning was understandable, considering the few individuals present if Du Sha were to be exonerated. Tang Lie would undoubtedly emerge as the primary suspect. Xian Yuan coldly retorted, "If he intended to harm me, he should have acted while treating me, rather than waiting until now." Zhu Yi fell silent, contemplating. Xian Yuan fixed his gaze upon Zhu Yi and remarked, "It seems that only you, Lord Ho, were aware of my visit to Huawei House tonight." Zhu Yi was taken aback, unable to fathom that Xian Yuan would cast suspicion upon him, nearly collapsing to his knees. Yet Xian Yuan, with a smile, patted his shoulder and reassured him, "There is no need for explanations, for I trust in your loyalty. Even if all others were to betray me, you would remain steadfast." With tears of gratitude, Zhu Yi nodded, "Thank you, Your Highness, for believing in me." A trace of doubt unexpectedly arose within me. The events leading to my visit to Huayufang were orchestrated by Falonghai. Has Falonghai betrayed me? It seems imperative that I thoroughly investigate this matter. Tang Lie initially yearned to cry out for help, yet his mouth was bound by silken threads, rendering him utterly voiceless. As he lowered his gaze, he beheld the twinkling lights below, reminiscent of fireflies dancing in the night sky, revealing his lofty position. The wind whistled past his ears, suggesting an exhilarating speed of flight. Looking up, he spotted the ethereal elven girl soaring 10 meters above him, her pristine wings unfurling like a lily blossoming against the nocturnal canvas. It appeared she had reached her destination, her delicate form executing a swift turn before plunging downward. Tang Lie was seized by terror. If she continued her descent at such velocity, his landing would surely result in a catastrophic demise. Upon entering the humble hut, he was met with the sight of a graceful figure reclining on the bed in slumber. The elven girl gestured for him to approach the bedside. As Tang Lie leaned closer, his heart skipped a beat upon recognizing the slumbering maiden, Li Qi. Understanding dawned upon him, illuminating why Li Qi had vanished without a trace, and clarifying the elven girl's motive to assassinate Xian Yuan. Clearly, there existed a profound connection between Li Qi and the elven maiden. Li Qi remained in deep repose, oblivious to Tang Lie's presence. The elven girl pointed to the scars adorning Li Qi's face, inquiring, "Did you assist her in stitching these wounds?" Tang Lie nodded in affirmation. The elf girl's beautiful eyes radiated with fury. "Indeed, it was you who harmed her." Tang Lie, bewildered, could not comprehend how he had transformed from being Li Qi's savior into the villain in this girl's eyes. The elf girl continued, "Li Qi possesses an innate ability for self-healing. Had she received the holy source water in a timely manner, she could have returned to her former self. You, in your arrogance, severed parts that belonged to her body and stitched her wounds together, resulting in her current state." Tang Lie, feeling unjustly accused, retorted, "She lost too much blood, and her wounds were profound. If I had not sutured her, the injuries would never have healed. You, a mere country doctor, understand nothing." The elf girl's scorn nearly caused Tang Lie to erupt with indignation. After all, he was a medical doctor in a civilized society, and this was the first time he had been so disdainfully treated in this medically backward world. The elf girl remarked, "Sister Xianer went missing a year ago. and our kin have been searching for her ever since. When I finally found her, I was shocked to see her in such a state, all thanks to your foolishness." Seeing her furious expression, Tang Lie realized that she had unjustly placed the blame for Li Qi's plight upon him. He pondered, "Why does that little girl insist that I am the one who harmed you?" Eliza uttered softly, "This matter is unrelated to Mr. Tang." The little princess was merely impulsive and, in her agitation, wrongly blamed Mr. Tang. Hunter Tang nodded with skepticism and murmured, "Where do you intend to go from here?" The little princess hastily grasped her arms, attempting to lift her from the ground. "Sister Xian, with my royal father's medical expertise, he can undoubtedly restore your countenance to its former beauty. Moreover, since your departure, he has regretted his actions and vowed not to compel you into matrimony with him." A white feather, its gleaming tip glinting menacingly, materialized in her hand, poised at her heart. The little princess sighed somberly. "But how will you manage to subsist alone in this perilous environment?" Eliza's beautiful eyes radiated a resolute light. "Rest assured, little princess, I have already experienced death once. I shall not seek it again under any circumstances." The little princess nodded tearfully, turned, and walked towards the door. Upon reaching the threshold, she abruptly turned back. Fixing Hunter Tang with a fierce gaze, "You, come with me." Though repulsed by her expression, Hunter Tang was nonetheless intrigued by her intentions. After a moment's hesitation, he followed her out. In the night breeze, the little princess's white robes fluttered, resembling a celestial nymph. Even now, she possessed such grace. One could only imagine the allure she would exude upon reaching adulthood. The little princess handed a white jade bottle to Tang Lie, coldly stating, "This bottle is the treasure of our elven clan. The liquid within possesses the remarkable ability to rejuvenate skin. Although it may be too late to restore Sister Xianer to her former beauty entirely, it should at least diminish her scars." Tang Lie scoffed. Recognizing that this was likely the sacred source water she had just mentioned, the little princess continued, "Had it not been for your interference, Sister Xianer would have regained her former appearance by now." Inwardly, Tang Lie mused that she might not even survive, and questioned the significance of restoring her beauty if that were the case. However, he refrained from further engaging in a dispute with the headstrong princess, smiling instead. "Why do you entrust her to me when we are not even related?" The princess retorted angrily, "You have caused her to be in this state. If you possess any semblance of conscience, you ought to make amends." Tang Lie found her self-righteousness amusing. Just as the little princess was about to speak again, she suddenly gazed upward at the sky, where faint blue lights flickered in the western night. Sighing, she said, "They have arrived. I must take my leave." Before departing, she fixed a threatening gaze upon Tang Lie, declaring, "Tang Lie, you must remember, if anything happens to Sister Xianer, I will not let you off easily." Tang Lie felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. When he looked again, the little princess's delicate figure had already soared into the distance, her pristine wings unfurling gracefully at her sides, leaving behind a white trail as she darted towards the vast night sky. Tang Lie stood in astonishment, realizing that indeed there were people in this world who could fly. Upon returning to the cottage, Li Qi remained seated with her back turned, the moonlight streaming through the window, accentuating her exquisite silhouette. The stark scar marring her delicate visage evoked a profound lament within Tang Lie. He pondered the unfairness of fate, bestowing upon her such unparalleled beauty while cruelly stripping away so much. "I have done nothing for you," Tang Lie murmured, placing the jade bottle beside Li Qi. "What are your plans for the future?" This marked the second occasion Tang Lie had posed this inquiry to her. A knowing smile graced his lips, for if Li Qi truly comprehended the essence of his words, she would not forsake her life. Her gaze fell upon the jade bottle, her long black eyelashes fluttering gently as she softly uttered, "Tears of the elves." "Tears of the elves?" Tang Lie echoed in astonishment. Li Qi nodded, explaining, "This bottle contains the sacred healing essence of the elven race, capable of rejuvenating the skin." Tang Lie felt a flicker of skepticism regarding the existence of such miraculous substances in the world, softly responding, "If it possesses such extraordinary properties, then surely the scar upon your face could be effortlessly removed?" Li Qi sighed softly, stating, "But the tears of the elves possess remarkable healing properties. They must be applied to the wound within a fleeting moment. The scar upon my face has long since aged, rendering it ineffective for me." Li Qi did not wish for Tang Lie to feel guilty. In truth, her regenerative abilities were quite formidable. Had Tang Lie not severed a portion of her intestines, she could have healed by her own extraordinary means. Although the scars on her face were severe, the assistance of the elven tears could still facilitate a gradual recovery. What had truly caused her irreversible harm were the fine threads Tang Lie had used to stitch the wound. Tang Lie remained engulfed in profound shock. Possessing such a miraculous substance as the elven tears would certainly simplify the treatment of any injury. Suddenly, a bold thought struck him. With the aid of this vial, he could completely assist Li Qi in removing her scars, thereby transforming her visage. He excitedly grasped Li Qi's arm, exclaiming, "I have finally conceived a method to heal you." However, Li Qi did not share in the excitement he anticipated. She slowly shook her head and replied indifferently, "I would rather continue living this way. I wish to never remember the past." Li Qi looked at Tang Lie with skepticism, asking, "Is that truly possible?" Tang Lie nodded earnestly, "Give me a chance, and I will prove it to you." The humble dwelling where Li Qi resided was exceedingly remote, seldom visited by anyone. Tang Lie felt assured that she would not depart. Thus he left a dagger with her for protection. At dawn, he set off on foot towards the imperial city. The sun swiftly ascended to its zenith, casting a brilliant light across the sky devoid of any clouds. The scorching rays bore down upon the pedestrians on the road, causing Tang Lie to sweat profusely. He promptly shed his long robe, donning only a short top, while rolling up the cuffs of his trousers. In that moment, he resembled nothing less than a peasant. It appeared that the people of Xuanwu Kingdom lacked any semblance of compassion, as numerous horse-drawn carriages passed him by, yet none offered to invite Tang Lie aboard. He waved multiple times in hopes of hailing a carriage, but his efforts were met only with a cloud of dust from the departing vehicles. Damn it! Not an ounce of sympathy. Tang Lie cursed vehemently, and in frustration, he cast aside his short top onto the ground. Suddenly, the sound of jingling bells reached his ears, and he beheld a procession of silver-helmed and silver-armored, alluring female warriors escorting an opulent carriage. This troop of warriors, all strikingly beautiful young women, wore silver armor that covered only the most essential areas, leaving their arms boldly exposed, exuding an air of both majesty and sensuality. The lavish carriage was drawn by 8 white unicorns, their saddles crafted from pure silver, adorned with exquisite patterns and embedded with various gemstones, indicating that the occupant within was undoubtedly of noble stature. Observing such a grand display, Tang Lie hastily stepped aside, wary of provoking the formidable procession, fearing the potential for unforeseen calamity. As the horse-drawn convoy thundered past him, the swirling dust caused him to cough violently. However, to his surprise, the luxurious carriage slowed its pace and came to a halt approximately 5 meters away from him. A curtain of pearls was parted by a delicate hand, revealing a charmingly enchanting face that peered out of the carriage, her smile radiant as she exclaimed, "Mr. Tang, under the blazing sun, do you truly intend to walk into the city?" This narrative touches upon themes of rejection, self-repair, and diverges significantly from authentic medical principles. It is merely fiction, and I hope that the discerning readers will not delve too deeply. Chapter 22. Looking Up. How Noble It Is. Part 1. Tang Lie was taken aback as he lifted his gaze. Through the dust and haze, he faintly discerned the lovely visage before him, and his heart involuntarily quickened. This stunning lady was none other than Princess Xianxi Ling, whom he had encountered at the cycle gathering. It was no wonder such grandeur and majesty surrounded her. Welcome. Tang Lie had always held a favorable impression of this princess. Had it not been for her timely assistance, he and Oscar, Ada, and the others might have perished at the hands of Zhui. Furthermore, Tang Lie had once entertained the notion of seeking refuge under Xianxi Ling's wing, a thought that was ultimately abandoned due to matters concerning the Wolf Abyss. Xianxi Ling smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Do you not recognize me?" Tang Lie laughed heartily. "I, a humble commoner, pay my respects to your highness, the princess." Xianxi Ling shot him a flirtatious glance and playfully urged, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry and get in the carriage." Tang Lie was somewhat taken aback. His current appearance indeed lacked refinement, clad in a disheveled manner, with his trousers rolled up as if he were a fisherman returning from a day's catch. His shoes were caked with dust, and he was drenched in perspiration. Nevertheless, he had always possessed a bold disposition, and the alluring presence of Xianxi Ling had already set his heart racing. Now, with her inviting him so openly, how could he possibly decline? Without hesitation, he approached the carriage, opened the door, and stepped inside with purpose. Xianxi Ling gazed at him with a playful smile and remarked, "You hardly resemble a scholar. You are clearly a rugged farmer." Her eyes remained fixed on Tang Lie's well-defined chest, stirring a delightful flutter within her. With a smile, Tang Lie settled into his seat as the carriage resumed its journey. Xianxi Ling giggled, "You seem quite afraid of me. Why do you sit so far away?" Tang Lie had long heard of the infamous reputation of the eldest princess, and upon meeting her, he found the tales to be true. He replied with a smile, "I fear my foul sweat may offend the princess." Xianxi Ling playfully crinkled her adorable nose in mock annoyance, her expression both charming and delicate as she said, "Indeed, it is a bit pungent." but that only adds to your masculine allure. She covered her lips with a silk handkerchief and let out a light, tinkling laugh. Tang Lie found himself irresistibly drawn to her provocative demeanor, and had it not been for her noble status, he would have already seized her in his arms. Xianxi Ling offered her handkerchief to Tang Lie, encouraging him to wipe the sweat from his brow. I never expected, when I first saw you at the circulation gathering, that you possessed such remarkable skills, becoming a revered healer of the nation. Tang Lie humbly remarked, it is merely a trivial skill. Your Highness is excessively generous in your praise. Xianxi Ling smiled gently, immediately sensing that Tang Lie was reluctant to delve into this topic. She softly said, your two-bit companions are indeed diligent. They have managed my garden exceptionally well. Recalling the long-absent Oscar and Ada, Tang Lie felt a warm sensation in his heart. Seizing the opportunity, Xianxi Ling extended an invitation. If you have the time, Mr. Tang, why not accompany me to my residence to visit them? Upon seeing the eager light in Xianxi Ling's beautiful eyes, Tang Lie finally nodded in agreement. Xianxi Ling gestured toward a nearby chair, softly saying, please, take a seat. Tang Lie smiled but did not heed her words. Instead, he moved beside Xianxi Ling, standing shoulder to shoulder with her as they gazed down upon the garden's splendor. He sighed softly, no wonder your Highness enjoys standing by the window. The view outside is indeed so enchanting. Xianxi Ling let out a wistful sigh, replying, even the most splendid scenery, when observed alone day after day, only deepens the sense of solitude. You are most welcome. Tang Lie discerned the underlying meaning in her words and boldly stated, if your Highness does not mind, I would be honored to accompany you in appreciating the beauty. Suddenly, Xianxi Ling burst into a fit of delicate laughter, leaving Tang Lie bewildered. Just then, he noticed her charming face turned cold as she retorted, do you believe yourself worthy? Tang Lie did not anticipate that what was once the gentle warmth of early spring would suddenly transform into the chill of deep winter. After a fleeting moment of panic within, he swiftly regained his composure and, with a serene smile, remarked, I am uncertain of the esteemed princess's intent. Are you suggesting that I am unworthy of appreciating the scenery before us, or that I am unworthy of your noble status? Boldly, Xianxi Ling's delicate brows furrowed, and a glimmer of lethal intent flickered in her gaze. Although Tang Lie possessed only a superficial understanding of Xianxi Ling, he had gleaned enough from hearsay to know that she was a woman of rather libertine inclinations. Yet, due to her exalted lineage and her inflated self-regard, she regarded the men she took pleasure in as mere playthings, never allowing herself to invest any genuine emotion. Tang Lie's conjecture proved accurate. While Xianxi Ling held a certain admiration for him, she still perceived him as a lowly slave. Her invitation to him was merely a desire to have him as a companion for her amusement. Thus, it was with unexpected ire that she reacted to his audacious words of equality. Employing a strategy of retreat to advance, Tang Lie performed a courteous bow. Expressing his gratitude, I thank the princess for her generous hospitality, but I must take my leave. Xianxi Ling was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Tang Lie would remain unfazed by her imposing presence. As she watched him prepare to depart, a twinge of regret for her earlier words crept into her heart. Biting her cherry lips, she inquired, what do you truly think of me? Tang Lie halted, a faint smile gracing his lips. I dare not say. His evasiveness only served to heighten Xianxi Ling's curiosity. Speak freely, she urged. I shall not hold it against you. Tang Lie smiled and said, although I am well aware of your status as the princess each time I encounter you, I am first captivated by your unparalleled beauty, and what occupies my thoughts the most is that you are a woman. At this juncture, Tang Lie paused, discreetly observing Xianxi Ling's expression. He noticed her delicate face flush with 2 shades of crimson, and he felt a surge of joy within, realizing that her anger had dissipated and her heart had been touched by his words. Sensing something, Xianxi Ling softly replied, over the many years, you are the first person to utter such words before me. Had you not reminded me, I might have nearly forgotten that I am indeed a woman. Tang Lie boldly stepped closer, gently taking Xianxi Ling's slender hand in his, and whispered, if you regard me as a friend, do not hesitate to share any grievances that weigh upon your heart. His voice, imbued with genuine concern, evoked a long-forgotten warmth within Xianxi Ling. As her delicate hand was enveloped by Tang Lie's warm and strong grasp, her heart began to tremble uncontrollably. She softened, leaning into his embrace, and said softly, there are matters I fear I could speak of for an entire day and night. Tang Lie leaned closer to her ear and whispered, then I shall remain by the princess's side for a day and a night. The true realm where Xianxi Ling could relinquish her identity and status lay upon the bed. Tang Lie's bold and unrestrained advances led her to believe that she was merely a woman entwined beneath him, while he was the one who held dominion over her. Yet, Tang Lie understood that his sphere of influence was confined solely to that limited space. Tang Hunter was astounded by Xian Si Ling's ardor for matters of the heart. In times past, he would have undoubtedly retreated in disarray before her. However, the copious dose of sprui had evidently transformed his physique entirely. After a day and night of amorous entanglement, Tang Hunter was still able to stride out of the princess's manor, brimming with vigor. Upon his departure, Sima Tianfeng presented Tang Hunter with a gilded invitation, announcing Sima Feifei's impending nuptials in 7 days, and requesting Tang Hunter's presence at the Sima residence to witness the ceremony. The realization that Sima Feifei was about to enter the imperial palace brought a sense of closure to Tang Hunter. Yet, the thought of no longer savoring Sima Feifei's alluring and uninhibited charms evoked a tinge of regret. Donning the azure dress brought by Tang Hunter, Xian exuded a peerless beauty that left Tang Hunter utterly dumbfounded. Despite having foreseen the transformative effects of the cosmetic surgery, he had not anticipated that her countenance would attain such exquisite loveliness. Tang Hunter couldn't help but lament his decision to enhance Xian's beauty to such an extent, as it clearly tested his fragile resolve. With considerable effort, he managed to calm his racing heart and softly inquired, "Xian, what are your plans for the future?" Xian responded with a captivating smile, radiating infinite grace. "My life was saved by you, Mr. Tang. From this day forward, you are my master. Whatever you command, I shall do." Tang Lie carefully scrutinized Xian, silently reflecting that her appearance had undergone a complete transformation. No one would ever unearth her original identity. Keeping her by his side as a nurse was not a bad idea. "Tang Lie, how despicable you are." As Xian swept the floor, her movements were graceful, causing Tang Lie's gaze to blaze with an intense longing, wishing to rush forward and undress her, to revel in the allure of her figure. However, recalling the suffering Xian had endured, he realized that behaving inappropriately towards her would render him no better than that scoundrel Xian Yuan. Life is challenging, and being a man is even more so. To be a man who can resist temptation in the presence of beauty is an arduous task indeed. Tang Lie forced his attention back to the book before him. Recently, he had begun to delve into the medical text of the Xuanwu Kingdom. After perusing these works, he discovered a complete lack of merit within them. The foundational medical concepts were fundamentally flawed. Before long, his gaze involuntarily drifted back to Xian's delicate form. Just as she turned around and, with a charming smile, asked, "Brother Tang, what are you thinking about?" Tang Lie cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and replied, "I was pondering why, despite having a history spanning 3,000 years, the medical standards of the Xuanwu Kingdom are so abysmal." Xian, with her delicate hands now clean, poured fresh tea into the empty cup before Tang Lie and smiled. "It appears that Brother Tang is not well acquainted with the history of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Welcome." Tang Lie, with a cheerful smile, moved a chair beside him and said, "Xian, why not sit here and recount the history of the Xuanwu Kingdom in detail?" Xian shifted the chair slightly further away before sitting beside Tang Lie, and softly began, "The continent we inhabit is known as Grandia, divided into eastern and western parts by the Ugulaba River. The eastern and northern regions are coastal, with the east characterized by gentle terrain and vast plains, which is where our Xuanwu Empire lies. The people of this empire hold strength in high regard, and becoming a warrior is the dream of every citizen. A millennium ago, there was an emperor of the Xuanwu Kingdom who, upon the severe illness of his empress, summoned renowned physicians from every corner of the continent. However, despite his relentless efforts, he could not save her life. In his grief, the emperor ordered the destruction of all medical texts within the empire." Xian paused for a moment, her beautiful eyes reflecting sorrow. After experiencing such a profound change, he became a different person entirely and ordered the execution of all physicians in the Xuanwu Kingdom. Tang Lie gasped in shock, recalling similar events in Chinese history, such as the Qin Emperor's book burnings and the persecution of scholars intended to subjugate the populace. Yet, this emperor's actions stemmed from a desire to vent his resentment. In comparison, the motivations of the Qin Emperor seemed far more calculated. Tang Lie lamented, as a result, the medical advancements accumulated over 2,000 years in the Xuanwu Kingdom were entirely obliterated by this tyrant. However, it has been 1,000 years since his destruction of texts and slaughter of physicians. Logically, even if medicine were to start from scratch, it should have reached a certain level of development by now. Why then does it remain so woefully behind? Xian spoke. "Brother Tang makes a valid point. In the ensuing millennium, the Xuanwu Kingdom faced a significant calamity, its medical standards plummeted to alarming lows, inevitably undermining the nation's strength. The populace, suffering from ailments, received no timely treatment, resulting in a tragic loss of life. Logically, one would expect a revival of medical practices. However, the healers, traumatized by the massacre of the past, were too frightened to step forward. Who then would dare to practice medicine? It was during this turmoil that alchemists seized the opportunity, gaining the trust of the emperor. Consequently, alchemy flourished throughout the Xuanwu kingdom. It was only later that the emperor realized that this so-called alchemy held no medical efficacy. It was merely a deception. The alchemists soon found themselves facing yet another massacre. Tang Lie interjected, "It is no wonder that the medical standards in Xuanwu are so dismal. Yet, physicians from other nations have not faced such slaughter. Is there truly no exchange between nations?" Xian'er replied, "The divergent races possess varying demands for medical practices. To the west of Xuanwu, in the region of the Yugulaba River, lie vast mountains and forests, home to numerous tribes that have existed here for ages, unaffiliated with either the Xuanwu Empire or the Land Empire." A cold mist clouded Xian'er's beautiful eyes as she continued, "From ancient times to the present, both empires have relentlessly pursued the invasion and extermination of these tribes. The innocent blood of countless victims has stained the waters of the Yigulaba River a deep crimson." Tang Lie vaguely speculated that Xian'er's homeland might lie within the Yigulabajiang River basin. Unable to bear witnessing her continued immersion in sorrow, he deftly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What is the Blue Empire truly like?" Xian'er replied, "The Blue Empire is the only nation on this continent capable of contending with the Xuanwu Empire. It is said that two tigers cannot share one mountain, and the strife between these two nations has persisted throughout history." Tang Lie chuckled. "Which of the two great empires is more formidable?" Historically, the two nations had exchanged victories and defeats. However, in recent years, the Blue Empire's strength had steadily increased while the Xuanwu Empire found itself in a relatively weakened position, suffering several consecutive defeats. Having heard of the Xuanwu Empire's string of losses, Tang Lie smiled and remarked, "It is quite normal for the Xuanwu Empire to face defeat, given its significantly low standards in both healthcare and technology." Xian'er responded, "Despite this, the dragon warriors of the Xuanwu Empire are exceptionally powerful. They possess the ability to command flying dragons, which has enabled them to dominate this continent. However, as the number of dragon warriors gradually dwindles, the nation's strength has begun to wane." At that moment, the wind chimes outside stirred gently, indicating a visitor's arrival. Xian'er stood and said, "I shall go and answer the door." Tang Lie nodded, donning his physician's robe in preparation for the incoming patient. Chapter 23, The Invincible Bust Enhancement Technique, Part 1. Upon first glance, Xian Xiling was captivated by the beauty of Xian'er. Her exquisite face appeared devoid of any flaws. Even as a woman herself, Xian Xiling could not help but be enchanted by her allure. In the imperial capital, she had never heard of such a stunning beauty. Noticing Xian Xiling's regal demeanor, Xian'er instinctively lowered her head, sensing that her identity was likely extraordinary. Xian Xiling coldly scrutinized Xian'er and inquired, "What is your name? How is it that I have never seen you before? Did the princess visit my Chunhui clinic previously?" At that moment, Tang Lie, hearing the commotion, laughed heartily and emerged from the consultation room. Only then did Xian Xiling release her gaze from Xian'er, her enchanting eyes flickering towards Tang Lie with a meaningful glance. "Had I not come here, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that Mr. Tang harbored such a captivating beauty." Tang Lie chuckled heartily, detecting a hint of jealousy in Xian Xiling's tone. The realization that he could elicit such feelings from the princess filled him with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He guided Xian Xiling into the consultation room, personally removing the delicate shawl from her shoulders, which was as light as a cicada's wing. Xian Xiling extended her slender hand and playfully tugged at Tang Lie's right ear, pouting, "No wonder you kept making excuses when I asked you to come. It turns out you were hiding away in the clinic, indulging in merriment with this little enchantress." Tang Lie lamented, "Your Highness, the princess, I must implore your understanding. These past few days, I have been inundated with patients, tirelessly attending to them from dawn until dusk. It is only today that I find myself with a modicum of leisure, planning to pay my respects to you tomorrow. Yet unexpectedly, you have graced us with your presence." Xian Xiling remained skeptical of his excuses and, releasing her grip on Tang Lie's ear, declared, "Tomorrow, you shall seek me out, but alas, I shall be unable to carve out time to meet with you." This was the first time Xian Xiling had heard of the notion that even one's stature could be artificially altered. While she had long been aware of Tang Lie's remarkable medical prowess, she still held a degree of disbelief, offering a soft chuckle. I shall await your return. Xian'er gently interjected, allow me to handle these tedious matters, Brother Tang. You have toiled immensely. It would be best for you to take a moment to enjoy some tea and rest. Tang Lie felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Indeed, he had worked tirelessly. Yet all his efforts had been focused on Xian Ling. It seemed he must be more mindful of the implications of such endeavors. Considering he was not the sole practitioner in the clinic, he prepared a gift, entrusting it to a courier for delivery to the Sima residence. As the entire capital rejoiced in the celebration of a grand wedding, he and Xian'er remained at the clinic, engaging in a game of cards. This deck had been crafted by Tang Lie from wood during moments of ennui, previously stowed away beneath his bed. However, upon Xian'er's arrival, he was inspired to retrieve it, utilizing it to pass the time during their lulls in activity. At noon, an unexpected visitor arrived, Feina, whom Tang Lie had not seen in quite some time. He was taken aback, exclaiming, General Feina. Feina responded with a radiant smile, what is this? It seems, Mr. Tang, that you do not appear to welcome my presence? A warm welcome. Tang Lie hurriedly invited Feina into the courtyard. The two sat face to face beneath a grand tree. As Xian'er served them 2 cups of fragrant tea and softly remarked, Brother Tang, I will prepare the meal. Tang Lie smiled and replied, please procure some fine ingredients from the market and, while you're at it, acquire a good bottle of wine. I wish to enjoy a hearty drink with General Feina. Xian'er nodded, grasped the basket of provisions, and stepped outside. Feina observed Xian'er's retreating figure with curiosity, exclaiming softly, she is truly beautiful. Is she Mr. Tang's beloved? Tang Lie shook his head and explained, her name is Xian'er. She was once my patient. Her circumstances are quite tragic, both parents deceased, and she has no relatives in this world. Moved by her plight, I offered her a position at my clinic. Feina sighed, indeed, Mr. Tang possesses a heart of compassion befitting a healer. Tang Lie chuckled, I merely strive to assist others within my capacity. It is not as noble as you suggest. He recalled their previous agreement and smiled. Is General Feina here to fulfill her promise to teach me the art of combat? With an apologetic tone, Feina responded, I have come this time to bid farewell to Mr. Tang. Tang Lie's heart sank. He blurted out, where is General Feina headed? She replied, the armies of the Land Empire are advancing, and I have been ordered to the front lines to engage in battle. I shall depart the day after tomorrow, and regrettably, the promise made to you must be postponed. Tang Lie's intention was never to master the art of combat. He merely sought to create opportunities to spend time with Feina. Upon hearing of Feina's impending departure, a wave of disappointment washed over him. With a sigh, his gaze fell upon Feina's voluptuous figure. This parting left him uncertain of when they might meet again, and he lamented missing the perfect chance to win her heart. Had he known, he would have lingered a few more days within the camp of high tier. Noticing the despondency in Tang Lie's eyes, Feina mistakenly assumed it stemmed from a fervent desire to learn martial arts. She gently reassured him, Mr. Tang, there is a martial arts academy in the imperial capital known as Blood Dance. I am acquainted with the instructors there. Since you have never been exposed to combat techniques, it would be prudent to start with the basics. I have already informed the steward, Jixian, of your situation. He will welcome you with open arms, regardless of when you decide to visit. Tang Lie inquired, will General High Tier be attending? Feina nodded affirmatively. The general will indeed be present. Suddenly, a terrified scream from Xian'er pierced the air. The two exchanged a glance and hurried outside, only to find Xian'er fleeing towards the clinic, her face etched with fear, pursued closely by 5 or 6 elegantly dressed youths. A surge of anger welled up within Tang Lie. He had come to regard Xian'er as family, and anyone daring to harass her was a direct affront to him. He drew his dagger and strode forward, but Feina grasped his arm, softly imploring, let me handle this. Chapter 24. The Indomitable Art of Enhancement. Part 2. Xian'er hurried to Tang Lie's side, her voice trembling with fear. Tang Lie responded with a reassuring smile. Do not be afraid. With me here, no one shall harm you. His declaration was resolute, brimming with an indomitable spirit. Feina could not help but steal a glance at Tang Lie, astonished that such formidable courage could emanate from a seemingly frail physician. Welcome. The group of ruffian youths erupted in laughter, evidently unfazed by Tang Lie's fierce demeanor. A haughty voice proclaimed, I have set my sights on this girl. The speaker was the most imposing youth among them, his robust physique complemented by long, brown hair woven into numerous braids cascading behind him. Though his features were handsome, an undeniable air of brutality surrounded him, every gesture exuding strength. Feina retorted coldly, Lester, Do you not regard the laws of the Empire? Only then did Lester acknowledge Fena's presence, a flicker of unease flashing in his gray-green eyes, quickly replaced by a smug expression. General Fena, it seems this matter does not fall within your jurisdiction. Fena slowly approached Lester, standing defiantly before him. Your father, Adams, is one of the Empire's most esteemed generals, held in high regard by the Emperor. As his son, how can you shamelessly engage in such lewd behavior in public? One individual had already rushed towards Fena, extending a hand resembling a large fan towards her shoulder. A frigid glint emanated from her ice-blue eyes as Fena deftly seized the assailant's fingers. With a sudden twist, a sharp crack echoed through the air as she mercilessly shattered two of her opponent's fingers, causing him to kneel on the ground, clutching his hand in agony. This display of prowess left the others momentarily stunned, their intentions to swarm her dissipating as fear compelled them to retreat. Lester clenched his fists, his gaze filled with resentment fixed upon Fena. With a hint of disdain, Fena remarked, I offer you a chance. Take your companions and swiftly vacate this place, or I shall not spare the face of General Adams. Her right hand rested upon the ivory hilt at her waist. Lester nodded gravely, gritting his teeth as he vowed, I shall remember this day. He then turned, leading his companions away into the distance. Fena smiled, adding, if you truly wish to thank me, prepare a lavish lunch for me. After leaving the imperial capital, it may be challenging to dine peacefully. Welcome, she continued. Shinra's culinary skills were exceptional, and both Fena and Tang Lie offered their praises, with Fena exclaiming, her cooking can rival that of the imperial chef. Mr. Tang, you are indeed fortunate. Tang Lie chuckled. Indeed, ever since Shinra arrived here, my weight has increased significantly. It appears I must commence a diet. At this, both Fena and Shinra burst into laughter. Tang Lie recalled the earlier conversation and murmured, who exactly is that Lester? General Fena seems quite familiar with him. Fena nodded and replied, Lester is the son of General Adams of the Empire. He has long been spoiled and has gained a notorious reputation in the imperial capital. Were it not for Adams' considerable influence, he would have been imprisoned long ago. Tang Lie, intrigued, asked, I've heard of Adams. Is he truly formidable? Fena sighed, placing her cup down. In the military realm of the Empire, Adams is currently the most powerful and trusted by the Emperor. Although he holds the title of general, his actual power far surpasses that of General Hydear. Following the death of General Badu, no one within the military possesses the capability to rival him. Tang Lie gasped, realizing that offending his son could lead to considerable trouble. Fena continued, Adams is a man of profound cunning, known for his ruthless treatment of adversaries, governing the military with an iron fist. Is he a Dragon Knight? Tang Lie inquired. Fena chuckled and nodded. There are 5 Dragon Knights in the Empire: the Emperor, General Hydear, General Adams, the late General Batu, and one whose identity remains shrouded in mystery, known to no one. Tang Lie smiled, General Fena, please feel free to speak your mind. He then added, somewhat awkwardly, do you truly believe such street gossip, General Fena? Tang Lie was no fool. Before Fena, he would certainly not admit to having had an ambiguous relationship with another woman. Chapter 25. Who dares to provoke me? The miraculous effects of the tear of the elves left Tang Lie in awe. The cerulean liquid, applied to the incision, swiftly closed and healed, leaving no trace on the restored skin. Xian Xiling gradually opened her beautiful eyes, only to find Tang Lie's gaze fixated upon her bosom, causing her to involuntarily lower her eyes. A wave of astonishment followed by an indescribable ecstasy surged within her. The prominent, snow-white curves came into view, so strikingly real, devoid of any flaw. Tang Lie smiled and proclaimed, mission accomplished. He gently took Xian Xiling's arm, guiding her to stand before the dressing mirror. As she beheld the voluptuous, firm contours of her breasts reflected back at her, she could hardly believe that the person in the mirror was indeed herself. Tang Lie wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, his hands delicately supporting her chest, whispering, just 2 days of rest, and everything will return to the way it was for the princess. Xian Xiling even began to regret having dozed off earlier, missing the opportunity to witness how Tang Lie had magically enhanced her bosom in such a short span. She examined her skin closely, finding no signs of injury. Yet she had distinctly felt the sharp pain of the incision earlier. Meanwhile, Tang Lie was gripped by a profound panic as he hurried towards Shinra's room, only to find the door had been forcefully kicked open, lying in ruins on the floor. It immediately dawned upon him that someone had taken advantage of his absence from the clinic to abduct Shinra. A cacophony of coughs and gasps echoed at the entrance. Revealing Bosley from the moonlit pavilion, bruised and battered, standing before him. In a state of panic, Tang Lie rushed forward, seizing Li's arm, and bellowed, "Where has Shiena gone?" With tears welling in his eyes, Boss Lee replied, "Moments ago, over 10 ferocious warriors stormed into the clinic, forcefully abducting Miss Shiena. My neighbors and I attempted to intervene, but we were swiftly overpowered." Fury ignited within Tang Lie, and he shouted, "Do you know where they have taken her?" I recognized one of them. He is Lester, the son of General Adams. "Mr. Tang, you cannot contend with him." Boss Lee gazed at Tang Lie with profound sympathy. Xian Si-Ling, taken aback, uttered a soft "oh." Tang Lie had never exhibited such fervor in her presence before. After a brief contemplation, he murmured, "Silently follow him. I shall see what he intends to do." The general's residence stood as the most imposing structure in the imperial capital, second only to the palace itself. Its architecture, predominantly in shades of bluish gray, exuded an air of grandeur and solemnity. Towering walls enclosed the estate, and a magnificent entrance was flanked by statues of formidable lions, instilling a sense of reverence from afar. Upon reaching the gates of the general's residence, Tang Lie witnessed a dozen burly warriors grappling with Shiena, attempting to force her through a side entrance. Raindrops cascaded from the heavens while Shiena cried out helplessly. In a flash of lightning, Tang Lie, astride a gaunt, aging steed, roared into the fray before the assembled crowd. Tang Lie dismounted from the old horse with a swift motion, gripping the glimmering long knife tightly, and roared, "Release her." Lester slowly turned around, a mocking expression adorning his face, as he disdainfully remarked, "It appears I underestimated you. I never anticipated you would dare to pursue me. Coward! What skill is there in bullying a girl? Have the courage to face me in a one-on-one duel." Tang Lie pointed the tip of his blade at Lester. "Do you even deserve it?" Lester retorted, and with the agility of a leopard, he lunged forward. Before Tang Lie could react, a powerful punch struck him in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Tang Lie's body fell into the muddy ground, eliciting a chorus of laughter. Lester fixed his gaze on Xuanyan's beautiful eyes and declared, "Your brother Tang is utterly useless. He cannot withstand even my lightest blow." He raised his fist, the size of a vinegar jar, boasting triumphantly before Xuanyan. Struggling to rise from the ground, Tang Lie spat out a mouthful of blood and picked up the long knife from the earth. "Lester, why do you strike like a woman, lacking any strength? Are you merely scratching my back?" Lester's eyes widened in fury as he turned around. Astonished to see Tang Lie standing once more, his body smeared with mud and lips stained with blood, his appearance undeniably disheveled. Yet his expression remained that of a victorious general. "Die!" Lester bellowed, unleashing a furious roar as the violent wind tore through the pouring rain. Channeling all his strength into a single punch aimed to reduce Tang Lie to nothing but dust. Before his arrival at the general's manor, Tang Lie had already resigned himself to whatever fate awaited him. For life without the woman he sought to protect held no significance. With both hands firmly gripping his long blade, he roared, bringing it down with all his might upon Lester's head, a desperate gambit, heedless of his own safety. He made no attempt to evade Lester's fist, nor could he have. A cruel smile played upon Lester's lips, for he deemed Tang Lie's current speed and strength utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Shiena, as if foreseeing Tang Lie's impending doom, cried out in heart-wrenching sorrow. Fueled by rage, Tang Lie felt himself ablaze with renewed vigor. The long dormant ache resurfaced in his right arm, and the fabric of his sleeve ignited with azure flames. His powerful arm, now unbound, was revealed to the rain-soaked world, adorned with the vivid image of a shimmering, cerulean dragon, its scales catching the light as it seemed to writhe upon his skin. The blue fire surged up his arm, enveloping the long blade. And with the force of 1,000 weights, it tore through the rain and mist, hurtling towards Lester. The severity of the situation dawned upon Lester's face in an instant. Hastily, he raised his arm, using the azure dragon shield at his elbow to parry the blow of Tang Lie's furious strike. Blade met shield, and a dance of intertwining azure and cerulean light erupted. The immense force of the impact sent Tang Lie staggering backward. Lester's feet sank deep into the mire as he inhaled sharply, mitigating the pain caused by deflecting Tang Lie's all-out assault. With a murderous glint in his dark eyes, Lester drew the serrated greatsword from his back, intent on cleaving the audacious Tang Lie in twain. The recent strike had depleted all of Tang Lie's strength. He leaned on his long blade to maintain his stance, his body trembling uncontrollably. The blue flames of his right arm, accompanied by the dragon-shaped tattoo, had long since vanished, leaving him utterly fatigued and unable to continue the fight. Yet, within his furious eyes flickered an indomitable light. Grasping the grip of his gun, he found himself with no choice but to proceed, The consequences were of no concern to him now, as the bullets within the chamber were poised to erupt like his pin-up rage. Before Tang Lie could pull the trigger, a flash of green lightning shot towards Lester with astonishing speed. Lester's pupils constricted suddenly. The threat posed by this arrow forced him to abandon Tang Lie. He bent his elbow, raising the Azure Dragon shield to deflect the incoming projectile. The green light struck the shield with pinpoint accuracy, erupting in a dazzling brilliance that radiated outward from the point of impact. The intense glare instinctively caused Tang Lie to shut his eyes. He swung his long knife once more, but only met emptiness. Lester looked up and beheld a tall, slender figure standing silently atop the distant arch bridge. From his vantage point, the figure appeared to be at least 200 meters away. Yet the precision and force of the arrow shot from such a distance spoke volumes of the archer's skill. A sense of caution enveloped him, prompting a discreet step back to guard against any sudden assault. 2 emerald rays pierced through the rain and missed once more, darting with the swiftness of lightning. This time, their quarry was not Lester, but rather the 2 warriors who had seized Shienner. Alas, these 2 were not blessed with Lester's fortune. Though they beheld the arrow's path, they were powerless to evade them. The feathered projectiles pierced their breastplates, emerging from their backs, and the towering figures succumbed to the earth in succession. Shienner, freed from their grasp, sobbed as she sought solace at Tang Lie's side. The remaining warriors, witnessing their comrade's wretched fate, were overcome with terror, none daring to advance. Tang Lie, clasping Shienner's delicate hand, gently reassured her, "Fear not, I shall not allow them to harm you." He then led her stealthily towards the direction of the old horse. Seeking an opportune moment to flee, Lester bellowed, "If you dare oppose me, why conceal yourself?" A chilling laugh echoed from the figure upon the bridge, traversing the distance and resonating clearly in the ears of all present. "Dare to perpetrate further wickedness, and they shall serve as your example." 7 emerald flares erupted forth, diverging mid-flight into distinct trajectories, some spiraling, some advancing directly, others meandering, each aimed unerringly at Lester's warriors. Piercing cries rent the night as each of the 7 warriors fell victim to his marksmanship, the arrows finding their mark in their hearts with unerring accuracy. The peacock feathers at their ends quivering gently in the tempestuous wind. Lester's countenance drained of all color. Had his adversary unleashed such a septet of arrows upon him initially, his own prowess might have proven insufficient to evade their deadly embrace, and he might now be counted among the unjustly slain. The tall, slender silhouette suddenly spun and soared into the air, emitting a sharp cry that echoed through the misty rain, vanishing into the night in an instant. Lester, with his head bowed, beheld the lifeless body strewn across the ground, his heart brimming with both anger and profound trepidation. The gates of the general's residence creaked open, and over 20 warriors clad in black leather armor surged forth. Clenching his fists tightly, Lester's gaze fixated on Tang Lie and Shienner, who had yet to escape, and he nearly screamed in frenzy, "Seize them!" A stately elder adorned in golden armor, riding a silver unicorn, galloped across the arched bridge with remarkable speed. He yanked on the reins, causing the unicorn to rear its front hooves high, emitting a thunderous neigh as its powerful hooves struck the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Wolf Xuanqi, with his white eyebrows raised, surveyed the scene with formidable intensity, roaring, "Who dares to harm my benefactor?" Though Lester wielded his father's influence to act with impunity, he still harbored a deep respect for the illustrious general, Wolf Xuanqi, who had once saved his father's life. Biting his lip in determination, he approached Wolf Xuanqi and respectfully declared, "Uncle Wolf, I am in pursuit of the murderer responsible for slaying my warriors." Wolf Xuanqi glanced at the scattered corpses, unable to suppress a frown. "Who is responsible for this carnage?" Lester pointed an accusing finger at Tang Lie, declaring, "It was him." Shienner retorted fiercely, "You lie. Brother Tang would never commit such an atrocity." Lester gestured derisively towards the 24 or so black-armored warriors behind him, asserting, "Nearly everyone here can attest that he murdered my subordinates and even attempted to assassinate me." Retorted with a cold laugh, "I am astounded by your audacity. You lie without even a blush? It seems your father's genetic inheritance serves you well." Though the term genetic inheritance was lost on Lester, he discerned the pejorative nature of his words, and he ground out, "Uncle, it is not that I disrespect you, but he has slain so many of my men. I must demand recompense." Responded frigidly, "If you possess the courage, challenge me to a duel. I fear you not." Faced with Lester's relentless aggression, the intention to kill stirred within him. Clad in a simple gray cotton robe and black leather boots, exuding an air of unassuming humility, Adam smiled, saying, "Brother, it has been long since I beheld you in armor. Seeing you now evokes memories of our shared battles and days of yore." This man was none other than General Adams, the foremost figure in the empire. Felt a tinge of awkwardness. Realizing the impropriety of arriving at Adams's doorstep in full battle regalia in the dead of night. Dismounting from his unicorn, he said, "I heard that my benefactor, Mr. had a misunderstanding with your household, and I came to investigate." Adams nodded with a gentle smile and waved his hand lightly, commanding, "Stand down, all of you. Brother is my most esteemed friend, my dearest comrade. Disrespect towards him is disrespect towards me." In an instant, the black-clad warrior retreated completely. Adams turned to Lester. Fury evident in his voice. "You are perpetually embroiled in trouble, and now you have instigated such a calamity. If I do not punish you, my resentment shall not be assuaged." Lester replied loudly, "It was he who killed my knight. That is why I silence." Adams interrupted fiercely. Lester, who had always held a deep-seated fear of his father, obediently closed his mouth. Adams's gaze finally rested upon Tang Lie, his penetrating eyes piercing through the night in the curtain of rain, as if seeking to unveil Tang Lie's innermost thoughts. In his heart, Tang Lie mused, Adams, who has ascended to the rank of Grand General of the Empire, must possess extraordinary qualities. Upon noticing Shinner, who was hiding behind Tang Lie, Adams grasped the situation. He knew his son all too well. It was evident that Lester coveted the girl's beauty and sought to forcibly bring her into their household, which had led to this tragic incident. He bent down, extracting an arrow from the heart of the corpse, gazing intently at its gleaming tip, and softly inquired, "What connection do you have with the elven kin?" Suddenly, he turned around, his cold gaze fixated on Tang Lie. Taken aback, Tang Lie deduced from Adams's question that the archer who had shot down the warriors of the general's residence must have been an elf. Shinner's delicate hands trembled slightly, her head bowing even lower. Tang Lie surmised that the mysterious archer may have come for Shinner. Although Lang Xuanqi has always regarded Tang Lie as his savior, he remains oblivious to Tang Lie's origins. The elven race recently forged an alliance with the Land Empire, conspiring to unite against the Xuanwu Kingdom, which has already deemed them as foes. Should Tang Lie indeed have ties with them, this matter could prove rather troublesome. The carriage, long shrouded in darkness, began to move slowly, and a light laugh emanated from within. "I didn't expect that amidst tonight's wind and rain, you all would find such high spirits. Standing in the rain to converse. Be cautious not to catch a chill." Adams had long sensed the presence of this concealed carriage and smiled, saying, "I too did not anticipate that this tempest would not only bring me the long-missed General Lang, but also the noble and beautiful princess." Shin Siling lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing her flower-like visage, and playfully remarked, "I happened to pass by the Grand General's residence and witnessed some matters that were not meant for my eyes." She turned to Lester, asking, "Lester, would you like me to recount the entire affair to serve as testimony for you?" Lester, somewhat flustered, shook his head hastily, saying, "No need." Shin Siling let out a sweet, tinkling laugh. "A beauty is indeed a source of calamity. This young lady is simply too enchanting. As a woman myself, I find my heart swayed. No wonder Mr. Tang and Lester are willing to go to such lengths for her." As she uttered these words, she cast a fierce glare at Tang Lie, inwardly lamenting that her own significance in Tang Lie's heart likely paled in comparison to that of the Shinner. A hint of bittersweet amusement crossed Adam's face. The unfolding of events had exceeded his expectations, as this itinerant doctor had managed to capture the attention of so many prominent figures. Xian Xiling continued, "The pursuit of a graceful and elegant lady is, in essence, a pursuit of exquisite refinement. However, it is lamentable that such endeavors have devolved into chaos and bloodshed, marring the beauty of the occasion. The enigmatic archer who felled 9 warriors must surely be captivated by the charm of this young lady. Had you arrived even a moment later, I fear that both Mr. Lester and Mr. Tang would have fallen victim to his malevolence." Her words were crafted with remarkable subtlety, effortlessly dispelling any suspicion linking Tang Lie and the elven archer. Wolf Xuanqi seized the opportunity to assert, "Indeed, it is imperative that the general promptly dispatches someone to locate this mysterious archer. If he remains within the capital, he poses a significant threat." Regardless of the unfolding circumstances, Adams maintained an unwaveringly calm and humble demeanor, rendering his true thoughts inscrutable. With a smile, he remarked, "I shall take this matter seriously. Now that Bland de Gua has instigated war against us, we are undoubtedly in a precarious situation. And I suspect that numerous external foes have infiltrated the capital." He gazed into Tang Lie's eyes and sincerely expressed, "Tonight's events were instigated by Lester. I extend my apologies on his behalf to this young lady." Tang Lie was taken aback by the realization that such a formidable general could lower himself to apologize to a mere girl. which diminished his animosity towards him by a fraction. Xian Xiling chimed in. Youthful exuberance often leads to impulsive errors. The general need not hold any grievances against him. Wolf Xuanqi nodded in agreement, feeling somewhat embarrassed as more than a dozen of his guards caught up from behind, making him acutely aware of the breach of decorum. Fortunately, Adams bore no ill will, smiling as he remarked, let today's events be forgotten. The hour is late, and I cannot insist that you all stay to reminisce. Moreover, the Empire is in a critical state, and I must strategize against external threats. I bid you farewell for tonight, and I shall certainly host a banquet in the future to atone for my shortcomings. As the group departed from the general's residence, Tang Lie was the first to express his gratitude to Lang Xuanqi, acknowledging the old general's willingness to risk offending Adams on his behalf, which demonstrated his sincere regard. Tang Lie then approached Xian Xiling's carriage with Xianu in tow, offering his thanks. Xian Xiling cast a cold glance at Tang Lie and said, Tang Lie, I may assist you this once, but I cannot be your perpetual ally. While the capital appears serene on the surface, danger lurks everywhere. If you wish to survive in the imperial city, mere brute courage will be of no aid to you. Take care of yourself in the future. With that, she lowered the carriage curtain, and Xiutong exchanged a meaningful look with Tang Lie before the carriage sped into the night. Chapter 26. The Angry Fist, Part 1. Upon entering her quarters, Xian Xiling let out a deep sigh. The night rain had ceased unbeknownst to her, and the moonlight, cleansed by the downpour, shone particularly bright. A cool breeze accompanied the moonlight, rustling the drapes in her room. She removed her hairpin, gently swaying her head as her golden locks danced in the wind. Closing her eyes, she tilted her elegantly curved neck, basking quietly in the moonlight. A tall, dark shadow silently manifested behind Xian Xiling, extending a large hand to gently caress her delicate, smooth shoulder. Xian Xiling's slender form trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes suddenly wide open, her pupils constricting in an instant, revealing a hint of panic and unease. With an air of calmness, Xian Xiling articulated, in this world, nothing remains unchanged, including you and me. The intruder let out a chilling, raspy laugh as he enveloped Xian Xiling's fragile body, his chin resting against her fragrant shoulder. The moonlight illuminated his silver mask, which exuded a frigid and unyielding texture. A wave of discomfort washed over Xian Xiling, prompting her to furrow her brow involuntarily, followed swiftly by a sharp pain in her chest that elicited a soft moan from her lips. His voice, as cold as the mask he wore, taunted her. What have I done to you to bring about such a transformation? Xian Xiling sought to escape his embrace, but he tightened his grip, his coarse fingers ruthlessly clutching her form, using this method to vent his inner turmoil and dissatisfaction. You are hurting me, Xian Xiling reproached softly, desperately elbowing him in the abdomen. The intruder chuckled darkly, twisting Xian Xiling's slender frame, forcing her gaze to meet his own. His gray-blue eyes shimmered with an eerie brilliance under the moonlight, igniting a fire within her. Xian Xiling quaked violently, her ice-blue eyes glistening with unshed tears. Welcome. The infiltrator took a deep breath, inhaling the fragrant essence of Xian Xiling. You still carry the scent of that vile creature. He forcefully shoved Xian Xiling, who fell heavily onto the floor. I do not hinder your pleasures with any man, but remember your identity. Do not jeopardize our grand scheme. Xian Xiling's cherry lips turned pale. The infiltrator strode towards the window, his tall figure dissipating like smoke in the night breeze. Xian Xiling stared blankly at the window, and after a long moment, she sprang into action, hastily closing the window and drawing the curtains until not a sliver of moonlight could penetrate, plunging the entire chamber into darkness, whereupon she released a heart-wrenching sob of despair. Xianer gazed at the bruises on Tang Lie's body, her heart aching, tears flowing uncontrollably like glistening dewdrops that gently fell upon Tang Lie's arm. Tang Lie approached the entrance, where the guarding warrior demanded 5 copper coins, granting him a wooden token to hang around his neck, thus allowing him entry into the mansion. Traversing the winding corridors of the mansion, he arrived at the martial arts hall, which was approximately 50 paces in both length and width. Hundreds of wandering warriors sat cross-legged, their eyes brimming with anticipation for the future. Here, opportunities abounded. By showcasing their abilities, they might soon catch the attention of the esteemed guests observing from the second floor. And with a stroke of luck, one could become a personal warrior to a noble lord by the very next day, uninterested in the fierce battles unfolding before him. Tang Lie quietly inquired of a portly warrior beside him, My friend, could you point out Mr. Jixian? The rotund warrior cast a glance at Tang Lie, a smile curling his lips as he said, You have arrived at an unfortunate moment. He has just departed. Tang Lie nodded, disappointment evident in his demeanor. At that moment, the arena erupted in gasps, for the combatants had determined a victor. The fabric of Tang Lie's upper garments was rent asunder by the sheer force of his might, revealing a sculpted physique, with a blue dragon tattoo coiling and dancing upon his right arm. Slowly, he turned, his gaze ablaze with fury, and as he pivoted, his right arm executed a subtle rotation. Welcome. The dark-skinned warrior, momentarily taken aback, swiftly regained his composure, gripping his spear with both hands, desperately resisting the overwhelming centrifugal force emanating from the spear's shaft. The alloy spear began to contort and warp under the strain of their standoff, ultimately twisting into a helix-like shape. Get away. With a thunderous roar, Tang Lie raised his right arm high, lifting the formidable figure of the dark-skinned warrior into the air. With a powerful spin, he hurled both the spear and the warrior into the crowd, his right arm enveloped in a shimmering indigo glow as he exerted his full strength. The crowd parted swiftly, and the dark-skinned warrior crashed heavily to the unforgiving ground. Tang Lie's robust chest heaved violently, his gaze lingering on his right arm. For it was in moments of peril that he could unleash its latent potential, a force that had spared him from death on more than one occasion. The dragon tattoo began to fade gradually as his muscles relaxed. The expressions of the other warriors shifted from disdain to awe as they regarded Tang Lie. The ebony-skinned warrior lay motionless on the floor, prompting Tang Lie to question whether he had succumbed to death. A hunchbacked elder approached slowly, gently lifting the warrior's body. He is merely unconscious. Please assist in carrying him to the back room for some rest. Several familiar warriors hurried over to support him, guiding him away. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Tang Lie followed the hunchbacked elder. They arrived at a crystalline dome room nestled within a garden, where sunlight streamed through the transparent ceiling, revealing a canvas of blue skies and white clouds above. The space was adorned with a variety of flora, and the air was suffused with a refreshing fragrance that invigorated the senses. The elder gestured for Tang Lie to take a seat at the table and served him a cup of red tea. As he settled into the serene atmosphere, Tang Lie's emotions gradually calmed. He introduced himself, saying, "I am Tang Lie, and I have come to pay my respects to Steward Jixian upon the recommendation of General Feina." The elder smiled, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, his skin dry and coarse, exhibiting a pallid complexion that hinted at frailty. When he smiled, the myriad lines on his face deepened, creating an unsettling visage. His pale gray eyes, upon meeting Tang Lie's gaze, evoked an uncomfortable sensation, as if he were peering into the void. His body was hunched like that of a shrimp, with gaunt bones that spoke of a life filled with hardship. "I am Kunlun Nu," he replied, responsible for the daily upkeep of this establishment. Although his status was humble, his expression betrayed no sign of humility. A faint smile adorned his face, seemingly amiable at first glance. Yet, beneath that smile lay a profound mystery and indifference, evoking an aura of inaccessibility. Tang Lie nodded slightly and took a sip of tea. When he looked up again, Kunlun Nu had already stepped outside to tend to the garden's flora. After a full hour's wait, Jixian finally approached Tang Lie. His appearance bore a resemblance to that of a Nordic individual, perhaps due to prior instructions from Feina, which rendered his demeanor towards Tang Lie exceptionally warm, with a broad smile perpetually gracing his face. "Welcome." Before you could express your intentions, Jixian remarked, "General Feina specifically mentioned that Mr. Tang wishes to engage in martial arts practice. I shall promptly arrange for a specialist to accompany you." He paused momentarily and continued, "I have heard that Mr. Tang recently defeated the Iron Spike with a single move. It seems that the Blood Dance Hall has few challengers left for you." Tang Lie immediately grasped the implication of his words. He had initially arrived with a mindset of learning. Yet due to the recent incident, Jixian must have perceived him as someone seeking to showcase his combat prowess. A blend of amusement and exasperation filled his heart as he set down his teacup and replied, "Jixian, I have come to learn some combat techniques from you." Jixian erupted into laughter, only ceasing after an extended period, finally saying, "Mr. Tang, you are truly amusing. With your caliber, you could easily rank among the Golden Warriors. It is I who should be seeking your guidance." His words hinted at displeasure, as he misinterpreted Tang Lie's intent as a veiled mockery. Tang Lie nodded awkwardly, realizing that no one would believe he was unfamiliar with the art of combat after the recent events. He could no longer bring himself to speak of his pursuit of skill, exchanging only a few perfunctory pleasantries before rising to take his leave. Upon departing from the Blood Dance Hall, Tang Lie found the situation increasingly absurd. In the eyes of these warriors, he appeared to be a master. It seemed that he indeed lacked any true rapport with Jixian. Upon returning to the Chunwei clinic, he was startled to see a group of armored warriors stationed outside. Tang Lie's heart raced with the fear that Lester had returned, unwilling to let go of the previous night's incident. As he contemplated retreating from their scrutiny, one of the warriors spotted him and called out loudly, "Mr. Tang." Recognized, Tang Lie had no choice but to approach them. Though their expressions and attire revealed they were not affiliated with Lester, the leader of the group stepped forward. And Tang Lie quickly discerned that these warriors belonged to Prince Xinyuan. His heart finally eased, and he approached them confidently, smiling as he inquired, "What brings you to me?" The leader nodded and replied, "Mr. Tang, we have kept you waiting for a considerable time. The prince has urgent matters to discuss." Although Tang Lie had personally treated Xinyuan and had several encounters with him, the prince had never revealed his true identity in Tang Lie's presence. Thus, feigning surprise, Tang Lie responded, "I am an ordinary citizen. Why would the prince seek me out?" The leader chuckled softly. "Naturally, it is to diagnose a condition. Mr. Tang, please step into the carriage. Once you meet the crown prince, everything will become clear." Tang Lie, under the pretense of needing to convey some matters, made his way alone into the DU building to inform Xianer of his whereabouts. Upon hearing that Tang Lie was to meet the notoriously cruel crown prince, Xianer was filled with concern, tears welling in her eyes. "Master, he is treacherous and ruthless. You must exercise utmost caution." Xianer nodded tearfully. As he boarded the opulent carriage that had come to collect him, Tang Lie noted the extravagant interior. The seats were adorned with soft white tiger fur, and above hung a crystal lamp, exquisitely crafted with an octagonal design, its borders entirely fashioned from gold. Although Tang Lie had recently arrived in the Xuanwu kingdom, he could discern from the ornate decorations that this carriage was exclusively for royal use. It was highly likely to belong to the crown prince himself. Such a display of courtesy towards him suggested that ill intentions were unlikely. Tang Lie gently patted the medical kit at his side, feeling a sense of reassurance with it in his possession, hoping that the crown prince's summons was merely for a diagnosis. The four unicorns swiftly pulled the carriage forward. Due to the intricate design of the vehicle, the cabin remained remarkably stable even at high speeds. Tang Lie quietly drew back the curtain and peered out the window, observing the surroundings. Based on his observations over the past few days in the imperial capital, he realized they were heading towards the royal city. Having never entered the confines of the royal city before, he felt a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, pondering whether it was he who was unwell or if someone else was afflicted. Tang Lie lowered the carriage curtain, resolutely choosing to disregard the impending matters at hand. He closed his eyes and murmured to himself, "When soldiers come, let the generals respond. When water flows, let the earth cover. My sole concern is to tend to the sick. The rest is beyond my purview." Perhaps the interior of the carriage was too comfortable, for Tang Lie soon found himself dozing off. In a hazy reverie, he beheld Sima Feifei approaching him with an enchanting smile. She shed her opulent robe, draping only 2 pieces of golden satin over her most vital parts. "Have you forgotten me, you lecher?" Sima Feifei's alluring demeanor stirred Tang Lie's blood, compelling him to grasp her silken hair and draw her into his embrace. Her warm body writhed delicately against him, her lips trailing down his neck with tantalizing slowness. Tang Lie's breath grew heavy as he turned and pressed Sima Feifei beneath him, tearing away the satin that concealed her modesty, succumbing to a frenzy of passion as her hauntingly beautiful moans filled his ears. Suddenly, a weight pressed upon him, and Tang Lie jolted awake, only to realize he remained within the confines of the carriage, utterly alone. Yet, a dampness between his legs revealed the remnants of a vivid dream. A wry smile crossed his lips as he shook his head. It seemed Sima Feifei, that sensuous temptress, still held a considerable allure over him. Just as he contemplated regaining his composure, the carriage came to a halt. "Mr. Tang, we have arrived." Tang Lie tidied himself up, pushed open the car door, and stepped down. This was the rear courtyard of the imperial city, where, apart from their own carriage, an array of luxurious vehicles was parked, akin to a parking lot in the former world. "Welcome." Tang Lie followed closely behind the warrior leader, entering through the eastern corner gate. The leader whispered, "Mr. Tang, this is the palace grounds. It is best to observe with discretion and speak little." Tang Lie nodded, feeling rather uncomfortable due to the lingering effects of a recent dream, which left him damp in an awkward manner. It struck him as amusing. Aside from a few instances during his youth, such occurrences had been quite rare. His anticipation for Sima Feifei quietly grew, pondering whether he would have the chance to see her today. The leader, well acquainted with the palace's pathways, guided Tang Lie along lesser-known routes, skillfully avoiding other individuals within the palace. They soon arrived at the Blue Lion Palace in the southwest of the imperial city. The crown prince Xian Yuan stood atop a high platform, the evening sun casting a slanting glow upon him, enveloping him in an air of enigma. Upon spotting Tang Lie, he descended the steps with measured grace, his figure twisting and shifting on the staircase, mirroring the tumultuous chaos within his heart. "You have finally arrived." Even in his smile, Xian Yuan emanated an unsettling aura. Tang Lie offered a polite bow, expressing, "I was unaware of the crown prince's identity. I hope for your understanding." Xian Yuan amiably patted his shoulder and swiftly addressed the matter at hand. "I have summoned Mr. Tang here to save 2 lives. Mr. Tang," Xian Yuan intoned with respect, "your services are earnestly requested. I am gladdened by your ready compliance. The esteemed consort Luan has been in labor since yesterday, and despite the tireless efforts of the imperial physicians, a successful delivery remains elusive. Witnessing my father's mounting distress, I took the liberty of recommending your expertise." A shadow of concern crossed Tang Lie's countenance. It seemed he was being summoned to assist in the birthing of the consort's child. While obstetrics was not his forte, the delivery of a child should not prove insurmountable. He had, after all, successfully assisted a doe in parturition without the aid of modern equipment. Now, equipped with an array of sophisticated instruments, he surmised that a successful delivery should be within his capabilities. He nodded in affirmation. "Your Highness, I shall attend to the matter forthwith." A wistful smile graced Xian Yuan's lips. "As crown prince, I must maintain a certain distance. Therefore, I have arranged for Consort Yin to escort you." He gestured towards the horizon. "She approaches." Tang Lie followed Xian Yuan's gaze and beheld a captivating woman amidst a sea of blossoms, flanked by 2 maids. It was Sima Feifei, whom he had not seen in many days. Adorned in a daffodil gown, her slender waist swayed in the breeze, and her voluptuous figure undulated with each step. Recalling his recent reverie, Tang Lie surreptitiously swallowed hard. Sima Feifei cast a cursory glance at Tang Lie, her voice tinged with indifference. "Is this the individual the crown prince has recommended?" Xian Yuan nodded and said, "Your Highness, this Mr. Tang is undoubtedly a master of medicine." Tang Lie noticed the cold expression on Sima Feifei's face and felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he understood that, being in the palace, she could not openly express her feelings, no matter how much she yearned for him internally. Sima Feifei gazed at Tang Lie's heroic countenance, her heart stirring with emotion. Although she had ascended to the rank of imperial concubine of the Xuanwu kingdom, the passionate moments Tang Lie had once bestowed upon her lingered vividly in her dreams. Since her arrival at the palace, she had learned to conceal her emotions, and turning away with an icy demeanor, she commanded, "Follow me." After bidding farewell to Xian Yuan, Tang Lie followed Sima Feifei and 2 palace maids toward the Fenglin Palace, where the esteemed concubine Luan was in labor. As they traversed the palace gardens, adorned with blooming flowers and lush greenery, it was all too easy to forget their circumstances. If not for the presence of the 2 maids, Tang Lie would have longed to rush forward and claim Sima Feifei right then and there. Crossing a small bridge, Fenglin Palace came into view. Sima Feifei halted before a hexagonal pavilion, from which the scent of herbs wafted, indicating that it served as a temporary place for brewing medicine. She turned to the 2 palace maids and instructed, "You 2 wait outside. I must first explain the palace rules to Mr. Tang." The maids nodded in agreement, and Sima Feifei entered the pavilion, sending the apothecary who was preparing medicine inside out. Tang Lie adopted a demeanor of utmost respect as he stepped into the room. Sima Feifei traversed the shadows, and Tang Lie, captivated by her alluring figure, felt his heart ablaze. Yet, constrained by her status, he refrained from overstepping boundaries. Unexpectedly, Sima Feifei grasped his arm and pulled him into a dark corner, enveloping him in her embrace, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "You heartless scoundrel! Have you sought my demise?" Tang Lie's willpower, already tenuous, was ignited by her boldness. His hands, driven by desire, roamed over Sima Feifei's voluptuous form, kneading her soft curves. Her response was equally fervent. Her delicate fingers ventured beneath his waist, discovering a dampness that betrayed their mutual longing. In a hushed tone, she chastised him, "You lecher. Have you been up to no good again?" Tang Lie whispered into her ear, "On my way here, I engaged in a fervent encounter with you in my dreams." Sima Feifei's breath quickened, betraying her arousal. Despite the awareness that 3 others stood guard outside, they surrendered to their passions in the dimness of the corner. Once Tang Lie succumbed to desire, he disregarded all consequences, lifting Sima Feifei's long skirt only to find her entirely unclad beneath, clearly having come prepared for this moment. Sima Feifei wrapped her arms around Tang Lie's neck, lowering her voice. "Hurry, we don't have much time." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt Tang Lie's forceful and vigorous intrusion. The long-forgotten ecstasy nearly prompted her to cry out uncontrollably as her hands slipped from Tang Lie's collar into his back, her fingers digging deeply into his flesh. They both recognized the perilous situation they were in, their hearts racing with an exhilarating thrill, unabashedly embracing the sensations coursing through them. Time was of the essence for both, and they surrendered completely to the waves of desire, striving to reach the pinnacle of ecstasy in the briefest moment possible. Suddenly, Sima Feifei tightened her embrace around Tang Lie, biting down fervently on his shoulder as her breaths quickened to a halt. Tang Lie's passion erupted almost simultaneously with hers, their bodies teetering on the brink of union, their restrained yet urgent breaths eventually breaking the silence. The lingering fervor caused Sima Feifei's delicate form to tremble slightly as she forced herself to suppress her lingering thoughts. Breaking free from Tang Lie's embrace and hastily adjusting her exquisite gown in the shadows. Though Tang Lie felt a deep yearning, he understood his circumstances. Taking a deep breath as the storm of passion within him gradually subsided, Sima Feifei remarked, "This time, you might be facing grave danger." Tang Lie's heart jolted. There was certainly more to her words than met the eye. He feigned indifference, replying quietly, "I won't give up easily until I see the patient." Sima Feifei's alluring lips curled into a bittersweet smile. "Tang Lie, who do you think you are? Xian Yuan has evidently orchestrated a deadly trap designed to ensnare you. Regardless of whether you can save Princess Luan, your demise is inevitable." Tang Lie found himself perplexed by Sima Feifei's words, his brows furrowed in confusion. Sima Feifei gently elucidated. "Should Princess Luan perish, the Emperor will undoubtedly direct his wrath towards you, sealing your fate." Tang Lie silently nodded in acknowledgement. Sima Feifei continued, "Even if, by some stroke of fortune, you successfully assist in the birth and both mother and child survive, the Emperor will still seek your life." "Why is that?" Chapter 27. Nothing is impossible in this world. Part 1. Sima Feifei's crystalline eyes gazed deeply into Tang Lie's, revealing a hint of sorrowful helplessness. "Tang Lie, the reason Xian Yuan wishes to eliminate you is intertwined with the Crown Princess." Tang Lie appeared bewildered. How could this entire affair relate to the Crown Princess? Sima Feifei sighed and remarked, "Though I dwell within the palace, I have caught wind of the ambiguous relationship between you and the Crown Princess." There was a hint of reproach in her tone, causing Tang Lie's cheeks to flush slightly. He acknowledged that his private life had indeed been rather indiscreet. However, he attributed this to the substantial amount of spry injected into him by Yin Tianlong, which had led to peculiar changes in his body and a lack of sufficient self-control in matters of intimacy. Sima Feifei continued, "Xian Yuan harbors an obsessive love for the Crown Princess. He resents any man who shares a close bond with her. In moments of indulgence, you likely did not foresee the repercussions of your actions, did you?" Tang Lie inwardly cursed. Indeed, Prince Xian Yuan was utterly depraved, targeting even the schemes of his own aunt. Time was of the essence. The only chance for survival lay in escape. "I have already arranged a route for your departure." Tang Lie placed a hand over Sima Feifei's delicate lips. Having known her for such a long time, he had primarily indulged in her physical allure, never attempting to fathom the depths of her heart. At this moment, he realized that within Sima Feifei's tender heart resided a profound concern for him. This care stirred Tang Lie deeply. As the esteemed empress of the Xuanwu kingdom, she still dared to warn him of impending danger. In her heart, Tang Lie was far more than merely a physical companion. He could almost ascertain that Sima Feifei had developed genuine feelings for him. "I cannot leave," he whispered. "If I do, it will bring you trouble. Moreover, even if I manage to escape the imperial capital, evading the pursuit of the imperial guards will be exceedingly difficult." With tears glistening in her eyes, Sima Feifei gazed at Tang Lie, having unknowingly come to regard him as the most significant man in her life, even surpassing her own family. Though Tang Lie had never expressed love to her, she could sense his heartfelt devotion in every intimate moment they shared. To her, the palace felt like a suffocating prison, and she was merely a pawn in her family's quest for power and status, devoid of any genuine affection from them. The pivotal reason for her decision to assist Tang Lie's escape was her own longing to flee this stifling place alongside him. "Take me with you." With great courage, Sima Feifei finally uttered those words. Tang Lie stared at her in astonishment, as if he were meeting Sima Feifei for the very first time. "Take me away. If I remain here any longer, I shall surely go mad." Sima Feifei collapsed into Tang Lie's embrace, softly weeping in anguish. He gently patted her shoulder, gradually releasing her delicate form, revealing a tear-streaked face filled with yearning. For us, staying is the only viable option. Tang Lie's voice resonated with clarity and reason. Sima Feifei's beautiful eyes grew increasingly frigid, her lips pressed into a thin line. You would rather choose death than escape with me? Her heart felt as though it were being pierced by 1,000 tiny blades. The last vestige of hope had completely vanished, and she was left to confront this brutal reality. Tang Lie gazed at her with compassion. If circumstances permitted, he would undoubtedly choose to flee with Sima Feifei. Yet, he was acutely aware that to escape now would plunge them both into hopeless despair, leaving no chance for redemption. He knew he would someday leave this perilous land. But that moment was not now. In a low voice, he said, "Take me to see Empress Luan." Tang Lie remained motionless until blood began to seep from his wound. Only then did Sima Feifei silently release him, using her silk handkerchief to wipe the blood from her lips before discarding it carelessly on the ground. She turned and walked toward the door. Gazing at the vivid bloodstains on his arm, Tang Lie offered a wry smile and shook his head. He picked up the handkerchief Sima Feifei had discarded and hastily wrapped his injury, following her out into the world beyond. Women are indeed born performers. As Sima Feifei stepped outside, her expression instantly returned to its original state, making it difficult for anyone to discern any emotional fluctuations on her face. Leading Tang Lie to the front of the Feng Lin Palace, she coldly remarked, "Mr. Tang, take care of yourself. I shall not see you off." With that, she turned away, accompanied by 2 palace maids, not casting a single glance in Tang Lie's direction. Tang Lie sighed inwardly, reflecting that even though their affair had not culminated in elopement, there was no need for such a display of deep-seated sorrow. Sima Feifei was indeed enigmatic. Just moments before, she had been passionately entwined with him, yet in an instant, she transformed into a stranger. Were all women in this world so capricious? The 2 palace maids stationed at the palace gate approached him, visibly anxious, inquiring, "Are you Mr. Tang?" They had surmised his identity as Sima Feifei had led him there. Tang Lie nodded, offering the medical kit to one of the maids, stating, "Please take me to see the beloved concubine." As he entered the Feng Lin Palace, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. From the sound, Tang Lie deduced that the one in distress must be concubine Luan, indicating she was still in the throes of a difficult labor. However, her voice suggested that she still possessed considerable strength, implying that her stamina had yet to wane. Before he could approach the curtain, a commanding voice rang out. "You are all worthless. If anything were to happen to my beloved concubine today, I shall have you all executed. Get out." Several women, clearly flustered, hastily exited from the inner chamber. One maid gestured for Tang Lie to wait outside while she entered to report. Before long, a robust elderly man strode forth from within, embodying an imposing presence. He appeared to be around 70 years of age, standing approximately 190 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders and a stout waist. His silver curls were meticulously arranged at the back of his head, forming 2 substantial braids. A white, bushy beard adorned his jawline, while his deep blue eyes sparkled with an intense light, exuding an extraordinary aura of authority. He was none other than Xuanzi Jia, the sovereign of the Xuanwu Empire. Tang Lie, having deduced his identity from the previous conversation, hastily offered his respects. Internally, he cursed, "Damn it, this blunt emperor." Thankfully, Sima Feifei had warned me beforehand. Otherwise, even if I were to save the beloved consort Luan, the old emperor would surely not spare me for having touched his woman's most intimate parts. Clearing his throat gently, Tang Lie spoke, "I can save the imperial concubine, but I dare not do so." Xuanzisha's piercing gaze bore down on Tang Lie, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. A chill ran down Tang Lie's spine. This was what one often referred to as the presence of a ruler. Despite his advanced age, the old emperor's majesty remained undiminished. Strangely, at that moment, Tang Lie's thoughts drifted to Sima Feifei, and he mused, "What arrogance! I have just been with your beloved. Do you not feel that the crown is now tainted with green?" The notion was one he could contemplate, but would never dare voice aloud. "How could you presume to negotiate with me?" Xuanzi Jia, as the emperor of the empire, had never before encountered someone audacious enough to bargain with him. Tang Lie hesitated, mindful of the identity of the imperial consort. Following Xuanzi Jia into the inner chamber, they were met with a stifling heat. 2 midwives were diligently preparing for the delivery, and fortunately, the imperial consort, Luan, was not exposed. She was covered with a brocade quilt. The height of the quilt revealed the considerable size of her belly. Tang Lie pondered whether it was common in this realm to bear multiples. If Luan were to carry 7 or 8 fetuses, it would undoubtedly pose complications. Adhering to Sima Feifei's warnings, Tang Lie resolutely avoided gazing upon the consort's private areas. During his examination, he merely palpated her abdomen through the quilt, reasoning that the old emperor would likely not take offense, and that even if he were to recall this moment in the future, it would not warrant the severest of penalties. With his right hand gently resting upon Luan's pronounced belly, he reflected on the notable changes his physique had undergone since arriving in this unfamiliar world. Most prominently, his right hand had developed an extraordinary capacity for strength at critical moments, while his sense of touch had become increasingly acute and his movements more refined. All eyes were fixed upon Tang Lie, and in their minds, this young physician was likely engaging in theatrics. They had never witnessed a birthing technique quite like his. Did he intend to extract the child through her abdomen? With a soft sigh, Tang Lie addressed them. Your Majesty, the consort carries twins, their limbs and umbilical cords entwined, which has resulted in this difficult labor. Xian Xija, eager for a solution, inquired urgently, what must be done to save her? Tang Lie glanced at Xian Xija, picked up the nearby medical box, and slowly opened it, saying, if your Majesty trusts me, I can make an incision in the Empress's abdominal skin and extract the fetus. This was the most thorough plan Tang Lie had devised after much contemplation. Not only was the fetus's position exceptionally complicated, but even if he could manage a safe delivery, he did not dare risk the threat of execution in the future. A caesarean section would alleviate the difficulties faced by the Empress and ensure that the old emperor would not harbor jealousy or revisit past grievances with him, a truly advantageous solution. Xian Xija's expression shifted slightly. Although he had heard many accounts of this newly risen divine physician, he had never before encountered the notion of using a knife to open the abdomen. As the ruler of the Xuanwu kingdom and one of the mightiest dragon knights of the empire, Xian Xija was unafraid even in the face of countless foes. Yet, when it came to his beloved consort and their own flesh and blood, he found himself momentarily paralyzed by indecision, cold sweat gradually trickling down his spine. The anguished moans of the Empress felt like a whip striking at the very core of his being. He bit his lip firmly, his voice dry. Then let it be as Mr. Tang suggests. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of weakness and helplessness. A faint smile graced Tang Lie's lips as his gaze met that of the Empress. From the confidence and calmness reflected in his eyes, she felt a significant alleviation of her excruciating pain. Tang Lie softly reassured her, Your Grace, please rest assured, you will soon behold your child. In the world of Tang Lie, caesarean sections were a commonplace procedure. Although Tang Lie had never performed such an operation on a human, he had executed it on animals on numerous occasions. After measuring the most fundamental physiological characteristics of Princess Luan, such as her temperature, blood pressure, and heartbeat, Tang Lie was assured that she presented no perilous complications, thus enabling him to proceed with the surgery with confidence. He understood the necessity of allowing Xian Xija to witness the entire process, to ensure that the emperor was convinced of his propriety towards Princess Luan, thereby safeguarding himself from any future suspicions from the aging monarch. With a smile, he inquired, Your Majesty, would you be willing to assist me? Xian Xija nodded, his heart racing with an intensity he had rarely experienced throughout his reign over the Xuanwu Empire. As he aged, his concern for the next generation intensified, and Princess Luan, being the woman he cherished most, made the prospect of any misfortune befalling her and their child particularly unbearable for his weary soul. Tang Lie endeavored to minimize the exposure of Princess Luan's abdomen. The previous examination had already revealed the position of the fetus, and his keen sense of touch allowed him to perceive the rhythmic pulse of each artery within her body. After sterilization, he carefully incised the delicate, creamy skin of her abdomen with a surgical scalpel. It was undeniable that the old emperor's affection for Princess Luan was somewhat justified. Her skin bore none of the common stretch marks associated with pregnancy, feeling exquisitely smooth to the touch, akin to fine jade. Employing a horizontal incision, Tang Lie aimed to leave only a subtle scar on Princess Luan. The undergarment of Xian Xija was thoroughly soaked with perspiration. This formidable ruler of his generation found his hopes and fate firmly grasped in the hands of Tang Lie. With his right hand delving into the incision, Tang Lie deftly seized the legs of one of the fetuses, gesturing for Xian Xija to take the scissors. With a gentle pull, he successfully extracted a male infant from the belly of the noble Lady Wanan, the umbilical cord still tethered to the mother. Quickly cut, Tang Lie encouraged Xian Xija. With trembling hands, Xian Xija struggled before finally managing to sever the cord. Tang Lie lightly patted the delightful little bottom of the newborn, eliciting a resounding cry. He handed the infant to the midwife nearby and swiftly located the other fetus within the womb, guiding her out. This time, Xian Xija exhibited newfound experience. deftly cutting the umbilical cord. In the briefest span of time, Tang Lie detached the placenta from within and proceeded to stitch up Lady Wanan's wound, from incision to completion. The entire procedure took no more than 15 minutes. What filled Tang Lie with pride was that, aside from the wound site, he had ensured that no other part of Lady Wanan's body was exposed to others. Xianxia, holding the two children, beamed with joy, his smile wide. Leaning closer to Lady Wanan, he noted that although her complexion was pale, her expression had regained a semblance of calm. With affection, he remarked, "My dear, you have endured much." Lady Wanan responded with a gentle smile, her voice weak. "I owe it all to this miraculous physician. Otherwise, I fear I might never see you again." Turning to Tang Lie, Xianxia noticed that he had already cleansed his hands and tidied his medical kit. Preparing to take his leave, Xianxia placed his pair of children at the bedside of the beloved concubine and strode confidently towards Tang Lie, delivering a hearty pat on his shoulder. "Well done. What reward do you desire?" Tang Lie, bowing respectfully, replied, "Your Majesty, it is my duty to attend to the esteemed concubine. How could I dare to covet a reward?" Xianxia erupted into laughter, nodding in appreciation. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a golden jade medallion from his waist and personally handed it to Tang Lie. "Take this medallion and keep it close. In the realm of Xuanwu, should anyone dare to trouble you, it would be an affront to me." This gift was indeed of great significance. Tang Lie had effectively received a death-free pass. His heart surged with delight as he hurriedly knelt before the emperor, exclaiming, "I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty." Xianxia responded with a smile, "A mere piece of jade pales in comparison to the 3 lives that you have saved, Mr. Tang." For Tang Lie, this moment signifies far more than mere survival. The jade token bestowed by Xianxia serves as an affirmation of his position and identity. It will not be long before news of this event spreads throughout the entire Xuanwu Empire. Despite the animosity harbored by individuals like Lester, the presence of this jade token will inevitably instill a profound sense of caution in them, preventing any reckless actions against him. The news of the safety of concubine Luan and her children swiftly reached the ears of Crown Prince Xin Yuan. He had intended to leverage this incident to bring about Tang Lie's downfall. Yet he was taken aback by Tang Lie's remarkable skill in saving concubine Luan and her offspring through a cesarean section. Even from an adversarial standpoint, he could not help but admire Tang Lie's exceptional medical prowess, while simultaneously feeling a pang of frustration. Although his father had named him Crown Prince for many years, there remained an ambiguity regarding the timing of the succession, and he felt increasingly alienated in recent years. The twins born to concubine Luan, though still infants, were nonetheless the direct descendants of the emperor, posing a threat to his own standing. The more Xin Yuan pondered, the more vexed he became. Had he not foolishly lured Tang Lie into the palace, it was likely that concubine Luan and her children would have perished by now. This plan had, in effect, rebounded upon himself. Lost in thought, Xin Yuan struck the railing with a heavy hand, only to be met with a melodious laugh from behind him. His heart softened at the sound of that enchanting laughter, and he recognized it belonged to his aunt, Princess Xianxiling. Princess Xianxiling approached him gracefully. Though only slightly older than Xin Yuan, their differing ranks lent her an air of authority. With a gentle smile, she inquired, "Crown Prince, are you here alone? Lost in thought?" Xin Yuan's gaze gradually descended from the enchanting visage of Xianxiling to her subtly revealed, delicate curves. After a few days of absence, it seemed that the princess's bosom had noticeably enlarged, increasing the irresistible allure she held for him. From a young age, he had been unable to shake off his infatuation for his aunt. He had once pilfered her undergarments and daringly spied on her during her baths. Yet before Xianxiling, he had never dared to reveal his true feelings. He paid close attention to her every action, and whenever he heard of her entanglements with other men, it felt as if countless venomous serpents were gnawing at his heart. A torment that was difficult for others to imagine. Xianxiling awkwardly adjusted her collar, feeling unsettled under Xin Yuan's unabashed scrutiny. "I heard that Princess Luan has safely given birth, so I came to have a look," she stated. Xin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, but remained silent. She continued, "I didn't expect Tang Lie's medical skills to be so remarkable." Upon hearing Tang Lie's name, Xin Yuan felt a surge of anger and coldly retorted, "He is merely a quack from the streets. Why must you elevate him to such heights, aunt?" Detecting his disdain for Tang Lie in his tone, Xianxiling replied with a calm smile, "I heard that it was the crown prince who personally recommended him to the palace." Xin Yuan scoffed. "What is heard is not always the truth. I have also heard whispers of an ambiguous relationship between you and Tang Lie." Is there any veracity to that? Xian Ling's delicate visage was instantly shrouded in a layer of frost. Your Highness, my personal affairs appear to have no bearing on you. She wished to cease the conversation with Xian Yuan and, with a flick of her sleeve, strode toward Feng Lin Palace. However, Xian Yuan seized her sleeve from behind. Fuming, Xian Ling exclaimed, Xian Yuan, this is a forbidden area of the Imperial Palace. Do you wish to show me disrespect? Confident that no one was within earshot, Xian Yuan lowered his voice and coldly retorted, as the eldest princess of the Xuanwu Kingdom, you lead a life of debauchery. Where, in your heart, do you place the dignity of the royal family? His emotions, already frayed due to the incident with Tang Lie, ignited further upon encountering Xian Ling. And in a moment of heated impulse, he disregarded all consequences. Xian Ling let out a mocking laugh. Xian Yuan, even your father pays me no mind. What do you consider yourself to be? Do you truly see yourself as the prince? In the entire court of Xuanwu Kingdom, who does not know you as a worthless waste? Do not forget, the throne of Xuanwu does not necessarily require a male to uphold it. Should I expose your true nature before my elder brother, your grand ambitions would likely remain unattainable. Xian Yuan's eyes blazed with anger as he hissed in a low voice. Wretch! Xian Ling laughed gaily. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your feelings? Ever since you spied on me bathing as a child, I have known of your affection for me. Alas, I have never held any regard for a useless fool. Sensing that her provocation had not yet reached its zenith, she continued, even if I were to bed the men of the world, you would not be my choice. Xian Yuan erupted with a fierce roar, raising his iron fist high. Yet, upon meeting Xian Ling's haughty gaze, he found himself suspended in midair. Welcome, she scoffed, her voice laced with disdain. If I were to inform your father of your intention to assault me, do you think he would believe you, or would he trust me? Xian Yuan bit his lip, nearly drawing blood in his turmoil. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a distance. Xian Ling released her grip on Xian Yuan, adjusting her gown and revealing a sweet smile. A palace maid was leading Tang Lie towards them, though Tang Lie had not witnessed the preceding confrontation. Xian Yuan's pallor hinted at an unpleasant encounter between the two relatives. Tang Lie had come specifically to bid farewell to Xian Yuan. Aware that Xian Yuan harbored a desire to eliminate him, he understood that it would be prudent to avoid provoking him further before matters escalated. He bowed respectfully to both individuals, but Xian Yuan appeared still ensnared by the recent upheaval, failing to utter a single word to Tang Lie before turning to leave. Xian Ling, with a complex expression, gazed at Tang Lie and remarked, "Congratulations are in order." Tang Lie responded with a calm smile, "What joy is there in this?" From Xian Yuan's demeanor, it was evident that his resentment towards Tang Lie had deepened significantly. The future remained uncertain. It seemed that the wisest course of action would be to depart from the tumultuous capital as soon as possible. Although Tang Lie harbored no desire to accompany Xian Ling, fearing the potential for further scandal, he felt compelled to accept her invitation. The two individuals ascended into the carriage, with Xian Ling voluntarily leaning her delicate form against Tang Lie. Despite his lecherous nature, Tang Lie was acutely aware of Xian Ling's unpredictable temperament and dared not act boldly. As the carriage glided forward, Tang Lie suddenly felt a dampness upon his shoulder. Xian Ling emitted soft sobs, a display of vulnerability he had never before witnessed from the esteemed princess. He gently wrapped his arm around her, murmuring, "What sorrow burdens the princess?" At his inquiry, Xian Ling's tears flowed even more uncontrollably. After a prolonged moment of comfort from Tang Lie, her weeping subsided. And through her sniffles, she revealed, "That beast, Xian Yuan, dares to harbor ill intentions towards me." A jolt of shock coursed through Tang Lie, swiftly followed by an uncontrollable surge of rage. Having recently endured a tumultuous encounter, his resentment towards Xian Yuan had already taken root. Now, upon hearing Xian Ling's words, his animosity reached its zenith. Although his relationship with Xian Ling was more akin to that of host and guest, he nonetheless regarded her as a woman deserving of care, given their past intimate connection. Xian Yuan's actions were utterly intolerable to him. Tang Lie vehemently declared, "That brute shall one day pay for his transgressions." Wiping away her tears, Xian Ling's expression transformed in an instant, breaking into a smile as she softly inquired, "Am I truly so significant in your heart?" Xian Ling seemed to glean something from Tang Lie's profound gaze. Silently, she extricated herself from his embrace and softly spoke, "Tang Lie, you are certainly no ordinary person." As she turned to face him, her expression had completely regained its composure. "Departing from the capital may not be a poor choice for you. Xian Yuan is narrow-minded and harbors envy towards you. In the future, he will inevitably plot harm against you. The jade token from the Emperor can provide you temporary safety, but it cannot safeguard you for a lifetime. Tang Lie was taken aback. The fact that this person had approached him unnoticed spoke volumes of his extraordinary abilities. Instinctively, he took a step back. The old man raised his head, his face adorned with a puppet mask, and coldly declared, "Tang Lie, your death is imminent." His gnarled hand whirled in the void, drawing the river's flow towards him with an overwhelming force. A transparent chain of water leapt from the surface and into his palm. Tang Lie had never witnessed such an astonishing spectacle. The water coalesced into a flowing longsword in the old man's grasp, a sight so incredible that it temporarily alleviated his fear. The liquid sword, fluid and translucent, sliced towards Tang Lie's right arm with the old man's sweeping motion. Despite Tang Lie's continuous retreats, the old man remained motionless, manipulating the watery sword with effortless precision, altering its shape and length at will. No matter how Tang Lie attempted to evade, he could not escape the reach of the impending strike. The octopus holds no interest in the lofty protagonist. Every human possesses vulnerabilities, be it weakness, recklessness, lust, or malevolence. The myriad facets of human nature weave a vibrant tapestry of existence. There are no inherent strong men, nor are there eternally weak souls. No one is born a failure, nor is there a genius who contemplates every detail with precision. Chapter 28, The Dusty Past, Part 1. A formidable aura of murderous intent emanated from the water-quality sword, enveloping the surroundings. Wisps of mist swirled around the blade, casting an otherworldly glow under the moonlight. Fear had wholly consumed Tang Lie's heart. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. Under the onslaught of his opponent, he found himself devoid of any means to retaliate. Would he truly perish without understanding? No, I refuse to accept this. Tang Lie clenched his fists once more, the pain in his right arm intensifying. Suddenly, his sleeve tore apart, the fragments fluttering away like butterflies in the night breeze. His right arm had called forth extraordinary strength on multiple occasions, and he was mentally prepared for this moment. The blue dragon tattoo on his arm became vividly pronounced, amplifying the power within. The elder let out a cold snort, and in an instant, the water-quality sword transformed from tempered steel to a supple form. A transparent rope, woven from flowing water, ensnared Tang Lie's entire right arm. The dragon tattoo on his arm glimmered brightly as he struggled to free himself from the binding, only to find the restraints tightening further. In this dire situation, the attempt to retrieve the pistol from his waist had become an impossibility. A profound sorrow welled up within Tang Lie as he confronted the formidable adversary before him, realizing the extent of his own vulnerability. Even the possession of advanced modern weaponry proved futile. The elder tugged forcefully, causing Tang Lie to stagger and lurch towards him. The tangible stream of water dissipated into a fine mist, akin to a gentle rain, cascading upon Tang Lie's form. The elder's grip on Tang Lie's right arm was unyielding, his palm exuding an icy chill that seeped through Tang Lie's veins, rendering him nearly frozen. The blue dragon tattoo on his arm grew increasingly radiant, the intricate patterns of the dragon becoming strikingly vivid. Tang Lie experienced a tearing pain, as if the blue dragon sought to escape from his flesh. "Welcome." "Indeed. It is the sacred dragon tattoo," the elder proclaimed, releasing Tang Lie's arm. Staggering backward, Tang Lie's knees buckled, and he found himself seated upon the cold stone steps. With a lingering sense of trepidation, he gazed at the elder, now certain that this man was not there to take his life. Due to the mask obscuring his face, the elder's true expression remained inscrutable. He coldly inquired, "Tell me the origin of this tattoo, or you shall undoubtedly meet your demise." Tang Lie was not one to cower in the face of threats. However, an insatiable curiosity regarding the tattoo consumed him. Given the elder's assertion, it was evident that he possessed knowledge about its origins, and perhaps through his words, Tang Lie could uncover the answers he sought. Tang Lie rubbed his sore backside and gradually rose to his feet. "I am at the Chunhui Clinic just ahead. If the esteemed elder is willing, we may converse there." To his surprise, the old man did not oppose and walked alongside Tang Lie into the clinic. Tang Lie invited him to take a seat at the stone table in the courtyard, then went to the kitchen to fetch tea, personally pouring a cup for the elder. Throughout this process, he exhibited utmost respect. Although he had not discerned the elder's true identity, he sensed that this venerable figure would significantly impact his future. "Please enlighten me about the origin of this tattoo." The elder's tone had evidently softened. Tang Lie nodded, "To be honest, I am not entirely sure how this tattoo came to be." He secretly lamented that compared to Bai Yuan, Fu Mujin was far luckier, having not endured years of hardship on a desolate island. Reflecting on Bai Yuan's ultimate fate, Tang Lie could not help but sigh. Fu Mujin remarked, "Only today did I learn that General Mi Shufang has remained in your world all along." His voice carried a profound sense of remorse. Tang Lie responded somberly. "He was cast away on a deserted island, living among a troop of apes for 50 long years. When I encountered him, General Mi Shufang had already succumbed to a terminal illness, with no remedy available. The bond between Fu Mujin and Mi Shufang was exceptionally deep. After 50 years of separation, receiving news of his dear friend's passing unleashed a torrent of sorrow within him, and 2 streams of murky tears slowly traced the intricate lines of his weathered cheeks. At this moment, Tang Lie's right arm had completely regained its normal color. He couldn't help but ask, "General Fu Mujin, what do you mean by the holy dragon tattoo you mentioned earlier?" Fu Mujin sighed, slowly rolling up his sleeves to reveal his withered, wrinkled arms. To Tang Lie's astonishment, he beheld 2 reddish-brown dragon tattoos adorning Fu Mujin's arms, though the colors had faded considerably. Their forms were grotesquely distorted, exuding an unsettling lack of vitality. Fu Mujin explained, "Since you have consumed that crystal, your fate has undergone a profound transformation. When General Mixin and I ingested the crystal, we merely believed it would grant us the ability to traverse different worlds freely. However, upon swallowing the crystal and arriving in your realm, I soon realized that it began to alter my constitution. I became increasingly restless and agitated, living in a constant state of dread." Reflecting on his own experience, Tang Lie recalled the dramatic changes in his right arm since he had consumed the crystal. His strength had surged to unprecedented levels. Initially, he attributed these changes to the effects of supra, yet according to medical knowledge, the efficacy of supra could not possibly endure for such an extended period. Could it be that the true catalyst for his transformation was indeed that crystal? Or perhaps it was the unforeseen interaction between the crystal and supra that had precipitated this unpredictable change. In the desert, the one who rescued me was the venerable monk Jue Hui. His profound understanding of Buddhist teachings allowed him to see at a glance that I did not belong to your world. During my most tumultuous and restless moments, it was he who, through his spiritual wisdom, calmed the turmoil within me." However, a shadow of sorrow and guilt clouded Fu Mujin's eyes as he continued, "Ultimately, I could not control the power of the crystal, and in a moment of lost selfhood, I tragically took the life of Master Jue Hui with my own hands." Tang Lie gasped in horror, a chill coursing through him. Could Fu Mujin's past foreshadow his own future? Fu Mujin recounted, "Master Jue Hui awakened me from my bloodthirsty madness with his own blood. Before his demise, he warned me that the crystal I held would bring calamity to that world and urged me to depart with it." Tang Lie was completely absorbed in Fu Mujin's narrative. Following Master Jue Hui's guidance, I journeyed to the Mogeo caves, seeking the truth within Buddhist scriptures. For 3 long years, I found nothing, just as despair threatened to consume me. An unexpected discovery in a hidden cave finally unveiled the mysteries of the crystal. Tang Lie held his breath in anticipation. A mural within that cave revealed everything. The crystal I had swallowed was one of 8 remnants left from Yua's efforts to mend the heavens. There were 2 red crystals, which I possessed, a pair of blue ones, entrusted by the Emperor to General Mixifang, and 2 pairs in black and white, whose whereabouts remain unknown. According to the mural's depiction, these 8 crystal stones possess extraordinary powers, serving as talismans for the 4 great sea dragon guardians of your world. Those who possess a crystal shall become sacred dragon knights. This was the first time Tang Lie had heard of there being as many as 4 pairs of such stones, and he felt a surge of astonishment within, whispering, "You have already consumed 2 crystals, and now you are a sacred dragon knight." Fu Mujin revealed a bittersweet smile, saying, "Tang Lie, I am unlike you. To this day, I remain perplexed as to why these crystals have found their way to our continent. They rightfully belong to your realm. I consumed the crystal, and by all accounts, I should wield the power to summon the red sacred dragon. However, contrary to expectations, my physical structure diverges from yours. The crystal has induced anomalous changes in my constitution, and when my life reaches its conclusion, the red sacred dragon shall perish alongside me." Tang Lie finally comprehended Fu Mujin's implication. "Are you suggesting that only humans from our world possess the ability to merge with the crystals and summon the sacred dragons?" Fu Mujin solemnly nodded and lamented, "Though you have ingested a crystal, perhaps you shall never again have the chance to summon a sacred dragon." Tang Lie grasped the weight of his words. Another blue crystal had already been consumed by the white ape. Although his physical condition met the criteria of a sacred dragon knight, he would never have the opportunity to ingest a second crystal. He recalled the elderly appearance of the white ape, realizing that he and Fu Mujin shared a similar misfortune. Fumijin discerned Tang Lie's troubled heart through his dejected expression and softly spoke. These 4 pairs of crystals correspond with one another. When red and blue encounter each other, they can be combined into any crystal pair. Likewise, when black and white pairs meet, they too can be fashioned into a pair at will. Tang Lie's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Fumijin continued, in other words, as long as you can gather those 2 pairs of black and white crystals, you can reassemble 2 blue crystals, which would enable you to summon the blue sacred dragon and traverse between different realms. You are not deceiving me, are you? Hope surged anew within Tang Lie's heart. Fumijin nodded solemnly, however. Until you find those 2 pairs of crystals, the tattoo on your right arm will remain a troublesome issue. While your body may be suited for the crystals, your current physique is incapable of controlling them. Tang Lie gazed at Fumijin in confusion. Although I have not located the black and white pairs, I have heard that others are also in pursuit of the crystals. Should they discover that you once consumed a crystal, the consequences could be exceedingly troublesome, Fumijin warned gravely. Tang Lie sighed. It's a pity I cannot control this arm. Exposure is merely a matter of time. Fumijin gently patted Tang Lie's arm. If you're willing, I can assist you. A wave of joy coursed through Tang Lie. Yet he queried, why? Fumijin brought his hands together in a gesture of sincerity. Our encounter signifies a bond between us, and moreover, since General McZin Fong has brought you to this continent, I feel it is my duty to ensure your survival here. Since that lengthy conversation one evening, Fumijin has been diligently instructing Tang Lie in the art of combat each night. Initially, Tang Lie believed that the fighting techniques of this world bore little distinction from the martial arts he had known in his mind. However, upon engaging in earnest practice, he discovered that Fumijin's teachings emphasized the harnessing of bodily potential. Under Fumijin's guidance, Tang Lie's physical prowess has swiftly flourished. Alongside imparting techniques of strength, Fumijin has introduced various sensory training, which has proven to be delightfully novel for Tang Lie. After enduring a succession of setbacks and tribulations since arriving on this continent, Tang Lie has come to profoundly appreciate the significance of enhancing his own capabilities. He has immersed himself wholeheartedly in rigorous training. It's time for a drink, Xian Yuan cheerfully announced as she emerged from within, holding a cup of milk tea. Tang Lie leaned his oversized sword against the tree trunk and accepted the towel from Xian Yuan, wiping the sweat from his brow. Welcome. Fumijin observed Tang Lie with admiration. The young man's physical capacity exceeded his expectations. It seemed that the blue crystal had subtly altered his bodily structure, and under Fumijin's astute guidance, Tang Lie's strength has undergone remarkable transformation. Tang Lie drained his cup of milk tea and, still craving more, poured himself another, ultimately indulging in 3 cups before wiping his lips and sitting opposite Fumijin. Old man, he inquired, how do you perceive my performance tonight? At this rate, who knows when I shall master your water manipulation technique? Fumijin shook his head and said, your physical structure is entirely different from ours, and in terms of innate physical abilities, you are far inferior to us. However, your potential for postnatal expansion surpasses ours. Until your physical capabilities reach a certain level, you cannot practice the profound martial arts. Otherwise, you will only hasten towards failure. Tang Lie understood this reasoning and smiled, replying, practicing martial arts is not merely for the sake of combat. My primary aim is to strengthen my body. Fumijin gazed meaningfully at Tang Lie and asked, is that truly the case? Tang Lie chuckled softly, for he was not driven by the pursuit of physical fitness. His intention in learning martial arts and enhancing his combat prowess was twofold. First, to defend against the perilous foes surrounding him, and second, to seek out crystal stones in the future and seize them for himself. Fumijin continued, in a few days, you should be able to control the sacred dragon tattoo on your right arm. But to truly harness its energy, you must undergo prolonged and arduous training. He set down his teacup and solemnly presented Tang Lie with a tattered sheepskin scroll, saying, within this scroll are my insights on combat, as well as some information related to the crystal stones, which may prove useful to you in the future. Tang Lie was taken aback and asked, Elder, are you leaving? Fumijin nodded. There is something I must attend to. It is time for me to depart. With a smile, Fumijin added, Tang Lie, some matters must be resolved by me alone. He gazed at Tang Lie and said, while enhancing your physical capabilities, you must also learn to master yourself. I believe that one day, you will fulfill the desires of your heart. Tang Lie sighed and replied, in truth, I do not wish to linger here. The Crown Prince Xian Yuan has long held a grudge against me, and I have also offended Adams. Staying here will inevitably lead to my downfall. Fumijin chuckled. One's own affairs must be resolved by oneself. No one else can assist you." He lowered his voice and added, "Our secret must never be divulged to others." Tang Lie nodded solemnly. Were it not for the desire to pay respects to Yin Yu, he would never have ventured to Meixi's estate. His current status was no longer that of a mere slave, once summoned and commanded by Meixi. The tale of the Emperor Xian Xija personally bestowing upon him a jade tablet had spread throughout the capital and in the eyes of the populace. Tang Lie had become a benefactor of the emperor. Even Meixi had to treat him with a degree of deference. Upon arriving at Yin Yu's grave, he chanced upon Meixi, who stood silently before the pond, gazing thoughtfully at the water lilies. Upon hearing Tang Lie's footsteps, she hastily turned around, instinctively wiping her delicate face with her slender hand. However, the redness around her eyes betrayed that she had likely just been weeping. "You have come." Meixi rarely offered Tang Lie a smile. He responded with a cold nod, having consistently held Meixi accountable for Yin Yu's death. As time passed, the wounds in his heart remained unhealed. Meixi's gaze fell upon the grave of Yin Yue, and she pondered thoughtfully. If Yin Yue were aware of your deep concern for her, she would undoubtedly feel immense joy. Tang Lie could not help but recall the tragic circumstances surrounding Yin Yue's death, a sharp pang of pain coursing through him, his eyes betraying a glimmer of hatred. Meixi, however, did not direct her gaze towards Tang Lie, remarking, "Only a woman who is cherished by someone can be considered fortunate." Tang Lie retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "It seems that you must be exceedingly happy, for General Lang Yuan has always been preoccupied with you, has he not?" Meixi sighed softly. In his heart, perhaps I will forever be less significant than his military achievements. Tang Lie furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed by her lament. He had already set off for the frontier that very morning. Slowly nodding, Tang Lie began to comprehend the source of Meixi's melancholy. How wonderful it would be if there were no war in this world, Meixi expressed. Tang Lie suddenly recognized that this seemingly cold-hearted slave owner possessed a sentimental side. Where there are people, there will be strife, and where there are nations, there will be war. Women across the world often indulge in dreams. Yet reality is often brutally harsh. A cunning smile played upon Meixi's exquisite face as she queried, "Is that contract still of any significance to you now?" A surge of unnameable anger ignited within Tang Lie. He could almost ascertain that Meixi had indeed retained the contract he had signed, which now held little meaning for him. However, the past grievances and humiliations lingered in his mind, making them impossible to forget. Tang Lie replied coldly, "Do you understand why Lang Yuan has always been reluctant to marry you?" Meixi's heart quivered. This was a subject she wished to avoid at all costs. That damn Tang Lie had chosen to provoke her nerves with it. "You are far too intelligent, far too cunning. No man in this world would ever take a liking to a selfish woman such as you." Tang Lie uttered these words with a venomous edge. Meixi's delicate face drained of color, and she suddenly shrieked, "Get lost. You scoundrel, keep your distance." Tang Lie had anticipated such a reaction from her, and strode towards the door. To be fair, after provoking Meixi, he felt no sense of vindication. Rather, an inkling of guilt crept into his heart. Regardless of Meixi's past actions, uttering such cruel words was undeniably harsh, even unbecoming of a man. After Fu Mujin departed from the imperial capital, Tang Lie began to contemplate his future. From what he had gathered, this continent was far from tranquil. Beyond the perilous imperial city lay a battlefield soaked in bloodshed, where finding a haven of peace seemed nearly impossible. Xian Er appeared to sense something amiss in Tang Lie's demeanor. All she could do was care for him better, silently watching over his life. "Is what you say truly accurate?" Xian Yuan stared darkly at the palace steward, Hu Gao. Hu Gao's chubby face bore no expression. His diamond-encrusted nails raised imperiously as he replied sharply, "Absolutely true." Before the emperor ventured out to battle, he indeed personally drafted a secret edict, which has undoubtedly found its way into the princess's hands. Xian Yuan retorted with a cold laugh. "What exactly is Chief Steward Hu suspecting?" Hu Gao inquired. "Does the crown prince not find it peculiar? The emperor himself leads the expedition, yet matters of state are not entrusted to you. Instead, he has appointed the three ministers, Sima Tai, Palanki, and Adams, to jointly preside over affairs. Before embarking on the campaign, he even drafted a secret edict and summoned King Bao Shuxiuni personally on the day it was composed." Xian Yuan impatiently interrupted him. "They are all esteemed officials of the court. What is strange about the emperor summoning them?" Hu Gao chuckled maliciously. "King Bao Shuxiuni is the princess's maternal uncle. Palanki is a staunch adversary of the crown prince, and Sima Tai and Adams each harbor their own agendas. They do not seem to belong to the same camp as you, crown prince. Do you not feel a sense of impending crisis?" A violent tremor coursed through Xian Yuan's heart. Hu Gao's words pierced deeply. akin to a thorn. It was evident that the emperor had meticulously arranged everything prior to his campaign. If Hogeo's insinuations held any truth, the emperor might very well alter his intention to bequeath the throne to him. Suddenly, the words of Princess Xian Xiling echoed in his mind. The throne of Xuanwu Kingdom need not necessarily be held by a male. The emperor's decision to depose him in favor of Princess Xian Bo was not beyond the realm of possibility. The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him. It was imperative to ascertain who possessed the secret edict and what it contained. Hogeo, discerning the turmoil within Xian Yuan, whispered, "There is yet another curious matter. After the emperor's departure, the princess fell ill. Such an illness is indeed fortuitous." Xian Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. "Are you suggesting that the princess is not devoid of schemes? The authenticity of this illness remains in question. I fear she may employ this method to lower the crown prince's guard." Xian Yuan nodded. "According to Chief Steward Hua, what course of action should I pursue?" Hua's plump visage was shrouded in a chilling aura of menace. "Act decisively. Strive to unite all possible forces and seize the opportunity to eliminate all obstacles." Chapter 29, A War Without Smoke, Part 1. Tang Lie had not been this busy for quite some time, having just seen off the crown prince Xian Yuan's subordinate. He was soon greeted by the personal maid of Xian Si Ling, Chiotang. "Welcome. Did Sister Chiotang come at the behest of the princess? Or do you have matters of your own to discuss?" Tang Lie's tone was laced with provocation. Since the last encounter where Tang Lie had forcefully kissed her, Chiotang vividly remembered that bone-deep sensation. Her delicate face flushed slightly as she quietly replied, "The princess has requested that I invite Mr. Tang into the palace to attend her ailment." Tang Lie paused momentarily, recalling that the crown prince Xian Yuan had also sent someone earlier to summon him for the same purpose. What peculiar malady could this princess of the Xuanwu Kingdom have that warranted such attention from the royal family? Tang Lie nodded. "Someone from the palace has indeed come to summon me. I shall prepare to go at once." Chiotang smiled sweetly. "I have arranged for a carriage specifically to escort Mr. Tang into the palace." Tang Lie chuckled. "Then I must trouble Miss Chiotong." With a smile, he added, "What is there to fear? In my eyes, she is merely a woman of exquisite charm, much like yourself." This statement effectively placed Chiotong and Xian Xiling on equal footing, a masterful compliment indeed. Upon hearing this, Chiotong felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. Tang Lie hastily bowed to Xian Yuan, who surprisingly smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Mr. Tang, there is no need for such formality. I had someone sent to invite you long ago. Why have you only just arrived?" In truth, Tang Lie had noticed that he and Chiotong had arrived together, and he surmised that it was indeed Princess Xian Xiling who had dispatched someone to escort him. Tang Lie dared not deceive Xian Yuan, so he candidly recounted the events of being sent for by Xian Xiling, omitting, of course, the intimate encounter he shared with Chiotong in the carriage. He had anticipated that Xian Yuan might be displeased, yet to his surprise, her demeanor was unusually amiable. Xian Yuan led Tang Lie to a secluded spot and whispered, "Tang Lie, the princess has fallen ill quite suddenly. I have summoned many imperial physicians to attend to her, but all their efforts have been in vain. My father has just left the imperial capital, and I do not wish for this matter to reach his ears and distract him. You must ensure the princess's recovery." Tang Lie nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall dedicate myself fully to this task." Xian Yuan's keen eyes suddenly flickered, and instinctively, she glanced around before lowering her voice. "What do you think of my regard for you, Mr. Tang?" Tang Lie was momentarily taken aback, as he keenly sensed that behind Xian Yuan's words lay further ulterior motives. He immediately feigned an expression of overwhelming excitement, proclaiming, "The crown prince holds Tang Lie in immense esteem." Yet inwardly he cursed, thinking that the sentiment should be reversed. Had it not been for his own sacrifice in circumcising the crown prince, this fellow would not yet be considered a true man. Xian Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, stating, "Tang Lie, in my heart, you have long been regarded as a trusted friend and brother." Tang Lie humbly replied, "I am unworthy of such praise. I suspect that there are deeper issues behind the princess's illness. You must assist me in uncovering the truth. Should you discover anything amiss, please report it to me at once." Tang Lie nodded fervently. Xian Yuan continued, "As long as you serve me sincerely, I assure you, I shall not treat you unfairly in the future." He understood that the present moment was not conducive to prolonged conversation with Tang Lie, as it might arouse suspicion among others. With that, he parted ways with Tang Lie, having been reminded by Chiotong and subtly prompted by Xian Yuan. Tang Lie's mood grew increasingly heavy upon entering the Qingwei Palace. It seemed the princess's condition was far more complex than it appeared on the surface, and he feared he was again unwittingly ensnared in a vast conspiracy. in the treacherous environment of the palace, where deceit and intrigue reigned. Safeguarding oneself would prove to be no simple task. Upon entering Qingwei Palace, the eldest princess, Xianxi Ling, had already been waiting for quite some time. After the recent events, Tang Lie's heart was filled with trepidation. Regardless of the princess's ailment, he resolved to concoct an excuse and depart. For remaining would only invite greater peril. Has the crown prince confided in you about many matters? Xianxi Ling inquired with an indifferent expression. Tang Lie was aware that her informants were ubiquitous within the palace, and their earlier conversation with Xian Yuan could not have escaped her notice. He smiled and replied, "The crown prince is deeply concerned about the princess's condition and has specifically instructed me to devote myself to her treatment." Xianxi Ling scoffed. "He has finally learned to care for this sister of his." Tang Lie responded, "The bond of siblings is profound. The crown prince should not be an exception." Xianxi Ling raised an eyebrow slightly. "You certainly possess a talent for defending him." Tang Lie chuckled lightly before changing the subject. "In truth, even before the eldest princess sent someone to fetch me, the crown prince had already dispatched someone to summon me, though he may not voice it. He remains concerned for this sister." Xianxi Ling, growing impatient, waved her hand dismissively. "Do not speak his name in my presence. Go and attend to the princess's illness." Following Xianxi Ling, Tang Lie traversed through 3 layers of beaded curtains and arrived before the princess Xianbo's jade bed. Several imperial physicians were still occupied, and upon seeing Tang Lie, they hastily stepped aside. His remarkable medical skills had already become legendary throughout the capital, earning the respect of these physicians. Particularly after his extraordinary intervention saved the lives of the Lu Onfei and her children. Tang Lie smiled at the physicians, and the eldest among them approached, saying, "The princess has been in a state of unconsciousness since last evening, her body burning with fever, and she has not taken a drop of water." He had awakened twice in the interim, yet each time, he succumbed once more to slumber. Tang Lie nodded, taking a seat at the bedside. 2 graceful palace maids lifted the curtains, revealing Princess Xuanbo lying motionless upon the bed, her visage concealed behind a golden mask. Her long, golden tresses lay disheveled upon the pristine, embroidered cotton pillow. From her exposed neck, one could discern her skin, as pure and delicate as freshly fallen snow. Though she lay in repose, the gentle undulations of her figure suggested a beauty of remarkable proportions. Tang Lie furrowed his brow and inquired, "If she is gravely ill, why does she still wear a mask?" Xianxi Ling replied, "The princess's facial skin is sensitive to light. Exposure results in numerous rose-like rashes." With a wave of her hand, several imperial physicians hastily withdrew, leaving only Tang Lie, Xianxi Ling, and 2 palace maids by Princess Xuanbo's ornate bed. Tang Lie retrieved a thermometer, inserting it through the opening of the mask into the princess's mouth, while instructing her maid, Wan Yu, to roll up her sleeve to measure her pulse and blood pressure. Xianxi Ling remarked, "Chief Steward Hua Gao witnessed it firsthand. There can be no mistake." According to his account, the secret edict likely fell into the hands of King Baoshu Wang Xuanye. Adams coldly responded, "Why has the esteemed princess only now chosen to disclose this matter to me?" His words brimmed with indignation, and in the presence of the highborn princess, Adams exhibited a surprising lack of the respect one would expect. With a charming smile, Xianxi Ling gently grasped Adams' arm, lightly squeezing the solid muscle of his bicep. In a soft voice, she said, "I intended to inform you, but Xianbo suddenly fell ill, disrupting my plans." Adams scoffed, "Is Xianbo's illness truly unrelated to you?" Xianxi Ling nodded, saying, "My royal brother has long harbored great dissatisfaction with Xian Yuan's actions. It was only a matter of time before he was deposed. I had hoped to let Chief Steward Hua hint at the situation to sow discord, but I did not anticipate his swift actions. It seems there are still insiders within the palace." The gray blue of Adam's eyes flickered momentarily, since Xian Yuan is aware of the existence of that secret edict. He will undoubtedly seek it out swiftly. If it truly lies in the hands of King Sun Ye of the Baoshu, it will eventually pose a significant threat. Xianxi Ling inquired, "What should we do now?" A hint of scorn curled at the corners of Sima Feifei's lips as she nodded towards Pulong Qi, disregarding her father. Pulong Qi, understanding that the father and daughter had matters to discuss, discreetly excused himself. Sima Feifei asked, "Did you come today for state affairs or family matters?" Sima Tai awkwardly cleared his throat, and the 2 palace maids, sensing the uncomfortable atmosphere, turned to leave. With reddened eyes, Sima Feifei exclaimed, "Do you still consider me your daughter?" Sima Tai sighed deeply, observing the sorrowful visage of his daughter, a twinge of guilt stirring within his heart. He softly uttered, "In my heart, you shall always remain my daughter." As he spoke, tears glimmered in his eyes, revealing genuine emotion. Upon witnessing her father's demeanor, Sima Feifei felt a flicker of compassion. However, reflecting upon his past actions towards her hardened her resolve. "It is better for you to call me Consort Yin," she declared, dismissively brushing her sleeves as she turned to leave, leaving Sima Tai standing there in a daze. Two palace maids, intending to follow Sima Feifei, were met with her sharp rebuke. "Get away from me." Startled, they hurriedly knelt on the ground. The exchange between father and daughter, however, was observed from a distance by another individual. Sima Feifei, disheartened, turned down the corridor, her mind racing with thoughts of her father, growing increasingly agitated. In a moment of distraction, she bit her cherry lips and tightly shut her eyes, unaware of her surroundings, and inadvertently collided with the chin of an approaching figure. The other party let out a pained cry, covering their mouth. Sima Feifei felt a sharp pain at the top of her head, and, upon looking up, realized she had bumped into Crown Prince Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan covered his lips, from which a trickle of blood seeped through his fingers, as her headpiece had inadvertently grazed his lips. Sima Feifei, filled with remorse, exclaimed, "Your Highness, please forgive me." Xin Yuan smiled and said, "It is of no consequence, truly." Yet blood continued to flow from her lips unabated. Sima Feifei, reaching into her bosom, produced a silk handkerchief and offered it to Xin Yuan. As Xin Yuan accepted it, she audaciously pinched Sima Feifei's delicate wrist, causing the latter's cheeks to flush with crimson. Despite her youth, Sima Feifei held the esteemed position of Xin Yuan's mother, and such a bold act was undeniably reckless. Just as she contemplated making her escape, Xin Yuan called out, "Mother, where do you intend to go?" Seeing the seriousness in his expression, devoid of any frivolity, Sima Feifei reflected to herself, "Perhaps I was overly sensitive earlier. Xin Yuan may have merely brushed against my skin unintentionally." Taking a moment to compose herself, she replied softly, "I have heard that the princess is unwell, and I came specifically to pay my respects." Xin Yuan feigned a sigh and remarked, "I have just returned from visiting her. My royal sister remains in a deep slumber, tended to by the eldest princess." Sima Feifei, filled with concern, inquired, "How is the princess faring now?" Xin Yuan shook her head sorrowfully and whispered, "The eldest princess has summoned Tang Lie to attend to her ailment, yet I have just learned that Tang Lie finds himself equally at a loss." The mention of Tang Lie stirred something within Sima Feifei, but the memory of his refusal to help her escape the palace filled her with resentment. It seemed that in Tang Lie's eyes, she was merely a plaything, her worth overshadowed even by that of Xin Ling. Xin Yuan continued, "My father has always cherished this sister of his above all. Should anything happen to Xian Bo, his heart would surely be shattered." He shifted the conversation deliberately, stating, "It is indeed fortunate to be a daughter, as a father tends to shower more affection upon his daughter." Xian Yuan stepped aside, observing the graceful silhouette of Sima Feifei, a sly and inscrutable smile suddenly gracing her lips. Tang Lie spent a considerable amount of time attempting to persuade Wan Yu, yet she remained reluctant to permit him to unveil the golden mask adorning Princess Xianbo's face. In his frustration, Tang Lie ultimately abandoned this endeavor, patiently inquiring about the princess's recent eating and sleeping habits, hoping to discern whether her condition stemmed from food poisoning. Wan Yu replied, "The princess has not consumed any food for 3 days, having only ingested a small amount of pure water in that time." Tang Lie felt a flicker of surprise. According to their previous discussions, the princess's unconsciousness should have commenced merely yesterday, and yet she had ceased eating 3 days prior. A glimmer of doubt crossed his gaze as he calmly inquired, "Has the water source been examined?" Wan Yu responded, "The water the princess has consumed has all been tasted by me personally. There are no issues whatsoever." Tang Lie nodded, scanning the chamber for any signs of suspicion, yet found not a trace. After consulting Wan Yu, he once more placed his right hand upon the delicate wrist of Princess Xianbo. In a brief span, the princess's pulse underwent a remarkable transformation. This time, her pulse was in stark contrast to the previous one, growing increasingly rapid and forceful. With Tang Lie's medical expertise, he found himself utterly perplexed. He had never encountered such a peculiar ailment. For a healer, the more elusive and enigmatic the malady, the greater the surge of curiosity it ignites. Tang Lie once again measured Wan Yu's temperature, and to his astonishment, it had returned to a nearly normal state. This phenomenon, so contrary to medical logic, left him utterly perplexed. He desired to examine the princess of Xuanbo, but was thwarted by Wan Yu's interference, rendering any attempt futile. Just as Tang Lie contemplated giving up, he felt an unexpected twitch in the muscles of his right arm, a surge of warmth coursing through it. His fingertips suddenly became acutely sensitive. Since training under Fu Mujin, the tattoos on his right arm had remained dormant for an extended period, This sensation arose not from peril. So why did it manifest now? Tang Lie's right hand, which had been resting on the pulse point of the Princess of Xuanbo, inexplicably seized her delicate wrist. The fervent energy from his palm surged forth into the princess's pulse, causing his expression to alter dramatically. He attempted to withdraw his hand, yet it felt as though it were glued to her skin. Each movement of the energy flowing from his palm was vividly discernible to him. Soon after entering the princess's meridians, the energy encountered an invisible barrier that fiercely impeded its advance. To Tang Lie's astonishment, he realized that this barrier was driven by the princess herself. The searing energy continued to pour into her being from his palm. At that moment, an announcement echoed from outside. The noble consort Yin has arrived. Tang Lie's heart leaped with joy. Thank the heavens for Sima Fei Fei's timely appearance. No matter how fierce the princess might be, she would surely hesitate to act against him now, for the act of murder and the subsequent cleanup would require considerable time. Wan Yu, appearing somewhat flustered, inquired, "What should we do, Your Highness?" Xianbo reached out and grasped Tang Lie's right arm, her fingers revealing a gleaming golden scorpion that had mysteriously appeared. Tang Lie felt a chill run down his spine as he stammered, "You." Before he could finish his sentence, Princess Xianbo had placed the golden scorpion upon his pulse point. After a sharp sting, the creature burrowed itself into Tang Lie's right arm. The sensation of it crawling along his veins was alarmingly vivid, halting at the crook of his arm. With a frigid tone, Princess Xianbo declared, "Should you dare to utter a single falsehood, it will make its way to your heart, leaving you in a state of unbearable torment." Gritting his teeth, Tang Lie retorted, "You wicked woman." Yet, following his outburst, he dared not make any further movements. He stood there, transfixed by the bloodstain at his pulse point, terrified that any sudden action might awaken the golden scorpion, sealing his fate. Princess Xianbo reclined once more on the jade bed, appearing as if she were in a deep slumber. In his heart, Tang Lie silently cursed. A viper's tongue and a wasp's sting are both less venomous than a woman's heart. Who claims that women are the weaker sex? Their hearts can be far more ruthless than those of men. By the time Sima Fei Fei arrived at Princess Xianbo's bedside, Tang Lie had resigned himself to the harsh reality. In the eyes of both Xian Yuan and Xianbo, he was merely an inconsequential little doctor, easily dispensable. They could take his life at any moment should they wish. At that moment, his only option was to obediently comply. No other choices remained. "What has happened to the princess?" Sima Fei Fei inquired softly, though her true concern lay not with Xianbo. Her primary reason for coming was to catch a glimpse of Tang Lie once more. Wan Yue's performance was indeed remarkable, yet she expressed with a heavy heart, "She still has not awakened." Sima Fei Fei's gaze shifted towards Tang Lie, who sighed and remarked, "The princess's condition is quite severe. I do not possess the assurance to cure her." Sima Fei Fei let out a soft sigh. How could such a sudden turn of events occur? She seated herself by the bedside, grasping Xuanyin's delicate hand, and turned to Wanwei, saying, "Please fetch some warm water. The princess's palms are drenched in perspiration, and I shall assist in wiping them." Princess Xuanyin felt a slight jolt in her heart. What perspiration could possibly be upon her hands? What was the true intention behind concubine Yan's request to dismiss Wanwei? Tang Lie had long anticipated Sima Fei Fei's motives for sending Wanwei away, silently lamenting the situation. It seemed she was about to utter something ambiguous, unaware that Xuanyin was merely feigning unconsciousness. He found himself unable to offer a discreet warning, realizing the predicament had intensified. Chapter 30. When it rains, it pours, Part 1. After Wanwei departed, Sima Fei Fei slowly released Xuanyin's delicate hand and, with a cold glimmer in her beautiful eyes, turned her gaze towards Tang Lie, stating, "I have yet to congratulate you on the previous matter." Tang Lie internally pleaded for Sima Fei Fei to refrain from uttering anything inappropriate. Responding respectfully, it is the duty of a physician to save lives and alleviate suffering. He felt a sense of embarrassment, for in his heart, he regarded the noble consort no differently than any other patient. Sima Fei Fei bit her lower lip with intensity as she rose to confront Tang Lie, who involuntarily took a step back under the pressure. In a hushed tone, she questioned, "Is there truly no place for me in your heart?" Tang Lie felt a chill run through him, for Xuanbo was still nearby. Even a fool could perceive the implication of their past intimacy, let alone the astute princess. Sima Fei Fei slowly wiped away the traces of her tears, casting one final, penetrating glance at Tang Lie. "I swear, you shall pay dearly for your actions today." With that, she turned away in bitterness, leaving Tang Lie rooted to the spot, his mind a blank slate. What should not have happened had indeed transpired, and his current predicament was undeniably dire. Having uncovered Princess Xuanbua's secret and knowing that she was aware of his connection with Sima Feifei, he pondered how she would ever let him off the hook. The princess, with her golden mask slightly tilted towards Tang Lie, concealed her gaze. Yet he could easily imagine it was a tempest of hatred and disdain. Now that the deed was done, fear was futile. He mustered a smile for Princess Xuanbua and boldly took a seat beside her jade bed, whispering, "I cannot fathom why you chose to feign illness." Princess Xuanbua had overheard the exchange between Sima Feifei and Tang Lie clearly, and her heart brimmed with contempt for him. In silence, she resolved to eliminate Tang Lie. Astonished by his audacity to pose such a question at this moment, she chose to disregard him, retreating into her silence. Tang Lie deliberately sighed and remarked, "I never expected your ability to feign ignorance to be on par with your talent for pretending to be ill." Realizing that death was inevitable, Tang Lie's courage began to swell. At that moment, when you arrived, her expression one of surprise as she inquired, "Why did concubine Yin leave so suddenly?" Tang Lie responded with a dismissive laugh, "Since there are no outsiders present, you may as well kill me without hesitation. I welcome it." The long-silent Princess Xuanbua interjected coldly, "If you wish to die, I fear it shall not be so simple. The golden scorpion must crawl through your bloodline to your heart, a process that will take at least 2 days and 2 nights. In other words, you will endure 2 full days and nights of torment. Initially, you will feel a gradual pain in your veins, and wherever it has bitten you, the pain will swiftly transform into an unbearable itch. You may withstand the pain, but the itching will be insufferable, compelling you to scratch the affected areas until you yearn to tear your own flesh apart." Tang Lie could not help but shudder. Indeed, Princess Xuanbua was quite vicious. She continued, "If you wish to survive, simply follow my instructions. Once this turmoil has passed, I shall spare your life." The night was cold and the wind howled mournfully, yet it could not compare to the desolation in Sima Feifei's heart. Gazing at the moon, which hung in the sky like a fragile sheet of ice, she could not help but question why the heavens had been so unjust to her. In the eyes of her father and brothers, she was merely a pawn for political gain. In the eyes of the emperor, she was just one among countless playthings in the imperial harem. For the first time in her life, she had dared to invest her emotions, only to be ruthlessly rejected by Tang Lie, a physician of lowly status. Her tears had long since dried, yet hatred blazed within her like a roaring flame. "Let go of me," Sima Feifei exclaimed with fury. Xian Yuan sighed, "I have always been by your side." Suddenly, Sima Feifei raised her delicate hand and struck Xian Yuan sharply across the face. Xian Yuan did not react, softly stating, "Seeing you in this state pains me even more." Sima Feifei let out a series of cold laughs, causing Xian Yuan to feel a chill run down his spine. "What are you laughing at?" he asked awkwardly. Sima Feifei replied, "What is the purpose of the crown prince following me?" Gathering her courage, Xian Yuan confessed, "Feifei, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I have been unable to suppress my affection for you." Sima Feifei laughed until tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving Xian Yuan bewildered by her reaction. Suddenly, Sima Feifei's smile vanished, and she fixed a cold stare upon Xian Yuan, saying, "If you are interested in my body, I can offer it to you right now." She reached to untie her bodice, revealing her delicate, fair skin. Although Xian Yuan initially harbored the intention of seducing Sima Feifei, her unexpected demeanor took him by surprise, causing him to involuntarily step back. Sima Feifei scoffed, "Coward. The reason you speak to me in such a manner must surely be driven by ulterior motives." Stung by her words, Xian Yuan summoned his courage to advance, only to be met by Sima Feifei's imperious gaze, which rendered him unable to take another step forward. She rose to her feet, looking down at him with an air of superiority. "If I am not mistaken, your approach is not motivated by my physical form, but rather by my family." Xian Yuan felt a jolt of shock. Sima Feifei's astuteness surpassed anything he had imagined. She continued, "Though I reside within the confines of the inner palace, I have gleaned some insights into state affairs. With the emperor personally leading the troops to the front lines, he ought to entrust the governance of the court to you temporarily. However, he has chosen 3 ministers instead, which clearly indicates his lack of trust in you." Xian Yuan's expression darkened. For him, the most suitable role at present was that of a listener. Sima Feifei remarked, "Everyone knows that Pu Longqi has openly opposed your ascendance. The stances of Adams and my father have remained ambiguous. What you lack most at this moment are political allies, which is why you have turned to me." Sima Feifei cast a disdainful glance at Xian Yuan, remarking, "In this world, coincidences are rarely so abundant. Although we inhabit the same palace, encountering each other twice within a single day raises suspicions. I hazard a guess that the crown prince must have witnessed the quarrel between my father and me, and has observed my despondent demeanor today. It is likely he believes that by seizing this opportune moment, he can conquer me and persuade my family to align with his interests. Xin Yuan, taken aback, found himself momentarily speechless as Sima Feifei's insight struck home. Taking a deep breath, she declared, "I will assist you." Xin Yuan could scarcely believe his ears, his eyes widening in disbelief. Sima Feifei continued softly, "I am confident that we shall become the finest of allies." A surge of excitement coursed through Xin Yuan as he yearned to draw closer to Sima Feifei, only to be met with her frigid gaze. "There is one crucial point I must remind you of. Our relationship is solely based on mutual benefit." Xin Yuan abruptly halted, a forced, awkward smile spreading across his face. Outside the window, the faint rumble of thunder echoed, soon accompanied by the rhythmic patter of raindrops. A chill wind swept through the open window, extinguishing the candlelight before Tang Lie, plunging his surroundings into darkness. After a lengthy pause, his eyes gradually adjusted to the dim ambience. Behind him, the steady sound of breathing revealed that Wanyu, weary from the day's toils, had succumbed to slumber in her reclined position. The opportunity to accompany the princess through the long, endless night is not afforded to everyone. The other attendants of Qingwei Palace have long since retreated from the inner chamber, and Tang Lie is certain that Xian Bo has not yet succumbed to slumber. Darkness often evokes a sense of solitude and stirs recollections of the past. As Tang Lie's gaze drifts towards the curtains, an odd sensation washes over him, as if Xian Bo's eyes are fixed upon him. His instinct proves correct. The still awake, Xian Bo quietly observes the silhouette of Tang Lie. She is already familiar with his exploits, and today, as Tang Lie effortlessly unmasked the truth behind her feigned illness, she finally comes to believe in the veracity of the rumors. In the enveloping darkness, Tang Lie suddenly speaks in a hushed tone. "I know you remain awake. Before I depart this world, might you divulge the reason behind your charade of illness?" Xian Bo remained silent, prompting Tang Lie to exhale deeply and mutter to himself, "In truth, I need not ask, for I understand. The bonds of kinship among royalty are remarkably tenuous. I have heard that on this continent, men and women possess equal rights to the throne. Your pretense of malady is but a ruse to ensnare Xin Yuan, seeking an opportunity to seize the crown." A gust of wind suddenly burst through the window, compelling Tang Lie to rise and close it, murmuring, "Indeed, familial ties pale in the face of imperial power. Yet, I would advise you of one truth. For a woman, the greatest happiness does not lie in ascending to the pinnacle of power, but in finding a beloved man. Alas, even if I were to impart this wisdom to you now, it would fall on deaf ears. When you eventually achieve your desires, you shall come to comprehend the chilling solitude that accompanies greatness. Should you remember my words at that time, I would ask you to tend to my grave with care." Xuanbua could not help but smile faintly, and her disdain for Tang Lie diminished slightly. She spoke softly, "How did you know I wished to vie for the throne?" Xuanbua sighed mournfully, "Surely my elder brother thinks the same of me." Tang Lie detected a hint of sorrow in her tone and curiously asked, "Do you not harbor any ambitions regarding the throne?" Xuanbua replied, "If I had any aspirations for the throne, would I have waited until today?" After a lengthy pause, she continued, "Though my elder brother and I were not born of the same mother, we grew up together. He has always cared for me deeply. Yet as the years passed, he gradually grew distant." Tang Lie chuckled. "Naturally, in his eyes, you are the greatest obstacle to his ascension, and he would wish to see you removed at the earliest opportunity." A wave of sadness washed over Xuanbua as she murmured, "If I were to tell you that my feigned illness was merely to avoid conflict with my brother, would you believe me?" She sighed. "I am unsure why I share so much with you." Tang Lie retorted, "Perhaps you believe I am on the brink of death and would not expose your secret. Indeed, before my father departed, he entrusted me with a secret edict, instructing me that should any turmoil arise in the imperial capital, I am to emerge and take charge of the situation." Tang Lie was taken aback, realizing why Xian Yuan had appeared so anxious. Could it be that he had already sensed something amiss? Xian Bo remarked, "I initially intended to keep this matter deeply concealed, yet unexpectedly, the secret edict has been leaked. From various indications, it appears that my elder brother has already become aware of this situation. I find myself with no alternative but to resort to the desperate stratagem of feigning illness." From Xian Bo's statement, it is evident that his reasoning is quite logical, devoid of significant flaws. Tang Lie could not help but interject, "Do you truly believe you can postpone this matter indefinitely?" Xian Bo replied icily, "Do not presume that everyone shares your despicable nature. Although my elder brother is obsessed with power, I firmly believe that his intrinsic nature is not malevolent. Tang Lie let out a hearty laugh. This statement, I fear, is one you yourself cannot even believe. Suddenly, the room was illuminated, and a series of thunderclaps erupted from outside. This was destined to be a restless night. Many in the imperial capital remained awake. King Sun Ye sat alone on the wind-listening platform of his royal residence. On rainy nights, he would invariably recall the scene of his beloved wife's demise, leaving him unable to find solace in sleep. The cold wind swept around the high platform, causing the silken drapes to flutter, and the atmosphere within the space felt tumultuous. Gazing at the portrait of his deceased wife, he lamented, "Onru, why did you leave me here all alone? Do you realize the anguish and sorrow that have plagued my heart over these past 15 years? The night wind was chilling, and the sound of rain surrounding him only deepened his sense of desolation. With eyes tightly shut amidst the throes of anguish, 2 streams of murky tears cascaded slowly down his resolute visage. I cannot let go. Suddenly, the silvery strands of his hair fluttered as a faint tremor coursed through his ears. The traces of sorrow on his face vanished without a trace, giving way to an overwhelming sense of impending peril that loomed from behind him. An intangible yet palpable aura of menace enveloped him like a colossal net, ensnaring him at the center. Under such immense pressure, he astonishingly rose to his feet and calmly turned around. A tall figure clad in black hovered silently in the void, the icy silver mask sculpting the stern contours of his face, while the gray-green eyes behind the mask glimmered with an otherworldly light. The cloaked figure coldly remarked, "Truly worthy of being one of the 4 formidable generals under the Emperor." Sun Yi replied with composure, "Who are you? What is your purpose in seeking me?" Even in the presence of an adversary, he maintained a remarkable poise. The black-clad man sneered, "Before the Emperor embarked on his campaign, did he not personally entrust you with a secret edict? Within that edict, was there not a decree to depose the crown prince and establish the princess instead? You serve the crown prince?" A flicker of rage ignited within Sun Ye's blue eyes. "Surrender the edict, or forfeit your life." The black-clad man's voice was devoid of any human emotion. A hint of disdain curled upon Sun Ye's lips as the drapes surrounding the high platform suddenly surged upwards, shattering into countless fragments in the air, resembling petals scattered by the tempest. With his hands interlaced and fingers clenched into a fist, Sun Yi felt the muscles of his entire body contract in an instant. The tranquility that had enveloped him moments before was swept away by the night rain, as a violet aura enveloped him entirely. Since the death of his beloved wife, Sun Yi had refrained from striking for 15 years. Yet, when he finally did, it was with a blow of lethal intent. His fists moved slowly, as if the rain in the air was drawn towards him by an invisible force, swirling around his form. From a distance, it resembled a serpentine dragon of water dancing in the air, with a violet luminescence radiating outward from Sun Ye's core. The towering figure of the cloaked man remained suspended in midair, the cold silver mask reflecting the purple light emanating from Sun Yi. He understood the potency of Sun Ye's punch. The 15 years of anguish and despondency had not dulled his martial prowess. Today, Sun Ye's strength surpassed that of his former self. With a roar, 2 streaks of violet light shot forth into the sky like meteors. They were his fists, propelled forward with such velocity that friction ignited purple flames in the air. In that fleeting moment, the air, rain, and night wind ignited simultaneously. Sun Ye's strike was earth-shattering, a force of nature directed at the cloaked figure. Although he had not fought for 15 years, he instantly recognized that his confidence had never wavered. "No one could stand in my way," Sun Yi proclaimed within, a fierce resolve burning in his heart. Life is a journey of trials and tribulations. Even the most formidable must endure the process. In the narrative that unfolds, the figure clad in black made no attempt to evade, allowing the unparalleled fists of Sun Yi to collide forcefully with his chest. At the moment Sun Ye's fists made contact, he suddenly sensed a loss of purpose. His strength, capable of shattering colossal boulders, was rendered futile against an immense quagmire. His opponent embodied that very mire. The brilliance of his fists was swiftly engulfed by darkness, and the tremendous rotational force twisted Sun Ye's arms in opposing directions. Almost immediately, he heard the sharp sound of bones fracturing, a searing pain causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The black-clad man's fist loomed large before him, striking accurately beneath Sun Ye's jaw. Helpless to respond, Sun Yi was propelled backward, crashing violently into a pillar as thick as a man's embrace, which shattered upon impact. The corner of the lofty dome lost its balance and began to tilt ominously amidst a cacophony of sound. Undeterred, Sun Yi rose to his feet. rain mingling with cold sweat cascading from his brow. In a mere exchange, his arms had been broken, a feat possessed by only a handful within the Empire. Terror flickered in Sun Ye's eyes as he uttered, "You are a dragon warrior." The figure in black responded with a disdainful snicker. Sun Yi bit his lower lip with determination, his already drenched outer garment tearing apart due to the sudden surge of his muscles. With his broken arms wrapped around the immense stone pillar, he paused momentarily, propelling himself toward the cloaked figure like a cannonball. The figure let out a cold snort, delivering an unremarkable punch that struck the top of the pillar, causing it to shatter into fine dust under what seemed like a casual blow. His fist subsequently collided with Sun Ye's chest, and in that instant, a flash of golden light emanated from Sun Ye's fractured arms. As the blow landed, he managed to swipe at the figure's mask, sending it spiraling into the air. The silver mask flipped upward, revealing Adam's pale and cold visage before Sun Yi. Unfazed by the impact, Sun Yi seized the opportunity to glimpse the true face of his adversary. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Adam's lips, a clever ruse of diversion. Sun Yi suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, the bones in his arms emitting a crisp crackling sound as they miraculously mended from their shattered state. "I had suspected it was you all along. What is your plan? To conspire against the Emperor in his absence from the capital?" Adam laughed maniacally. "Among the Golden Warriors, your combat prowess is unparalleled. I have long heard of your formidable regenerative abilities, and now I witness them firsthand. Alas, tonight shall mark your demise." 7 columns of water surged skyward from behind him, converging in the air as he moved, while black mist coiled around the curves of the water, enveloping him in a shroud of darkness. "If you wish to kill me, why frame Shan Yuan?" Sun Ye's upper body was entirely shrouded in purple aura. "Where is the secret decree? Go die?" Sun Ye resembled a phoenix reborn from the flames, his combat power surging to an unprecedented peak, exponentially greater than before. Adam's pupils constricted abruptly as Sun Ye transformed before his eyes into a swirling mass of violet flames, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. The downpour before Adam's appeared to slow, forming 9 equidistant black curtains of rain between him and Sun Ye. The violet flames relentlessly shattered through layer upon layer of the dark veil. Adam's rain curtains posed no hindrance to Sun Ye whatsoever. Yet, Adam's true intention was not to obstruct Sun Ye. As the last curtain was breached, the flames left a distinct silhouette impression upon the rain veil. Fleeting yet sufficient for Adams. His strikes may not have been as resplendent or grand as Sun Ye's, but each punch landed with unerring precision. In the throes of life and death combat, such efficiency was paramount. Adams employed the same technique, delivering a powerful blow to Sun Ye's jaw, sending him crashing once more onto the platform. This time, Adams would not grant him the luxury of recovery. He swiftly broke a column in half, plunging down from the air to strike Sun Ye's chest with the jagged end, attempting to pulverize him into a mere pulp. Sun Ye emitted an agonizing scream, a low groan escaping his throat, seemingly calling out for something. Adams keenly sensed something amiss and looked up to the sky, only to behold a purplish light descending upon him with great haste. A dazzling bolt of lightning rent the pitch-black night, and Adams immediately discerned that it was a purple dragon. In his memories, the Empire possessed 5 dragon warriors, aside from the Emperor Zuensis and the deceased Badu. There were the formidable General Heidi and himself, alongside a dragon warrior whose identity remained a mystery. To his astonishment, the individual he had always regarded as a mere golden warrior, Sun Yi, had already ascended to the ranks of a dragon warrior. The ground beneath him trembled slightly as Sun Yi slowly rose from the dust and muck, his regenerative capabilities far surpassing Adams's imagination. As the purple dragon surged toward the high platform, a colossal shadow rushed upward to confront it. A fervent light burned in Adams's gaze. For years, he had longed for such a battle, and tonight his wish was finally fulfilled. The massive jaws of the purple dragon accurately clamped down on the black dragon's nape, yet its sharp teeth could not penetrate the hardened scales at the back of the black dragon's neck. The claws of the 2 colossal dragons clawed desperately at one another, the air thick with the scent of blood. Sun Yi and Adams charged toward each other simultaneously. The falling raindrops seemed to freeze in the air in comparison to their rapid advance. Their fists collided, causing Adams's black robe to tremble slightly before dissipating into wisps of smoke. Sun Ye's lip muscles involuntarily twitched, and to his surprise, 2 trickles of blood welled up from his eye sockets. Adams offered no respite, transforming his right fist into a palm that sliced through Sun Ye's left arm with lightning speed. Sun Ye let out a harrowing scream as his arm was severed by Adam's strike. A potent suction emanated from Adam's palm, causing blood to surge from the wound of Sun Nie's left arm like a gushing spring into the air. The purple dragon emitted a mournful cry as the black dragon twisted its head, sinking its teeth into the creature's neck, its sharp claws embedding deeply into the purple dragon's abdomen. Adams coldly declared, "This is not a fair duel." His reformed right fist struck Sun Nie's face with tremendous force, and he distinctly heard the sound of Sun Nie's facial bones collapsing and shattering. Sun Nie tumbled from the high platform, racked with agonizing cries. Meanwhile, the black dragon had completely torn open the purple dragon's chest and abdomen, its colossal jaws snapping the purple dragon's cervical spine, unfurling its massive wings and soaring into the night sky, carrying the lifeless form of the purple dragon with it. Adams bent down to retrieve the rain-soaked mask, his thick brows tightly knitted together. Though Sun Nie had mastered the means to control the purple dragon, he was merely a low-ranking dragon warrior. Adams murmured, "You are not. You are not." He could almost ascertain that the enigmatic dragon warrior within the Empire was certainly not Sun Nie. There was no need for Adams to search for Sun Nie's corpse. His demise was inevitable. The life of a dragon warrior and a colossal dragon had long since become intertwined. The purple dragon was dead, and even with Sun Nie's formidable regenerative abilities, he could not escape death this time. The bloodshed having commenced, there is no reason for it to cease. Adams' cold, greenish gaze fixed upon the dark sky, foreseeing that tomorrow's sun shall undoubtedly be different. Sima Tai and Pulongqi sat across from each other at the table, longtime friends who could discern each other's thoughts even in silence. The exquisite wine had been consumed, yet the dishes remained untouched. They exchanged glances, a faint, bitter smile appearing on their faces almost simultaneously. "Xian Yuan has been exceedingly tense these days," Sima Tai murmured. Pulongqi nodded, harboring no fondness for Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan is inherently inept. The emperor's choice of him as heir is indeed a grave miscalculation. Sima Tai sighed. His Majesty's personal expedition has designated the three of us to govern the court, evidently indicating alternative intentions. It appears we must re-evaluate Xian Yuan's future. Pulongqi remarked. His Majesty may have already resolved to depose the crown prince in favor of a princess. Sima Tai silently nodded, then suddenly asked, "Which princess do you think he will favor?" Pulongqi's gaze flickered momentarily, understanding the deeper implication behind his old friend's words. Sima Tai leaned closer, whispering, "One princess alongside Adams. Our future days may not be easy." Pulongqi fell into silence, pondering for a long while before responding, "What should we do?" Sima Tai turned his wine cup upside down, contemplating, "I wonder, on which side should we stand, Xian Yuan or Xian Bo?" Chapter 31. The Escape, Part 1. When Qian Xiling learned of Sun Nie's demise, she felt little surprise. Her primary concern remained the secret edict. She softly inquired, "What of the secret edict?" Adams could not conceal his disappointment as he replied, "I can almost ascertain that Sun Nie did not possess the edict." Qian Xiling's delicate brows furrowed in inquiry as she gazed at Adams. "Welcome," she exclaimed in astonishment. Adams continued, "The Emperor summoned him earlier. Perhaps he intended for him to head to the battlefield." Qian Xiling retorted angrily, "Are you suggesting that that scoundrel Huagao is deliberately misleading us?" Adams slowly shook his head. Huagao's loyalty is beyond question. The secret edict must indeed exist. If it exists, why have we been unable to find it? A cold smile graced Adams' lips as he remarked, "In every intricate scheme, there are inevitable oversights. Many matters are not as convoluted as we envision." "You mean, perhaps the secret edict has always been in the princess's possession?" Qian Xiling pondered. "But her illness. Women in your family have always been exceptionally wise." Qian Xiling's heart felt as though it had been pierced by the fangs of a venomous serpent, convulsing violently for a moment. Had it not been for Adam's reminder, she would never have imagined that her gentle and demure niece, Xian Bo, harbored such cunning. Adam remarked, "She too possesses the noble blood of royalty coursing through her veins. Within the court, the support she garners far surpasses that of Xian Yuan. Should the emperor encounter any misfortune this time, Xian Bo will undoubtedly be the foremost candidate for the throne." Qian Xiling murmured softly, "Xian Yuan has already begun to feel anxious. He will stop at nothing for the sake of the imperial seat." Adam smiled knowingly, "We are no different." The first rays of morning sun streamed through the window, warming Tang Lie's form. He keenly sensed the comforting warmth, stretching languidly and opening his eyes. The Qingyue Palace remained enveloped in tranquility. "What should I do?" Tang Lie pondered, repeatedly grappling with the inability to extricate himself from his current predicament. Outside, a maid announced the arrival of Princess Qian Xiling for a visit. Wan Yu approached Tang Lie, whispering a subtle threat. You ought to know what can and cannot be said. Tang Lie offered a wry smile and nodded. After visiting Xianbo, Xian summoned Tang Lie to a secluded side hall, closing the door behind them. Her delicate face was shrouded in a solemn expression as she inquired, Tang Lie, what is the true state of the princess's condition? Tang Lie deliberately sighed. I have never encountered such an unusual ailment. To this day, I have yet to discover a remedy. Xian Ling has always held unwavering faith in Tang Lie's medical skills. Since he spoke thus, her suspicions regarding Xianbo's feigned illness were immediately alleviated. Xian Ling approached Tang Lie with measured steps and softly inquired, How have I treated you, Tang Lie? Tang Lie hurriedly lowered his head in respectful deference, thinking to himself, Indeed, she has been quite kind to me while I was bedridden, but once removed from that setting, the princess's haughty demeanor swiftly reemerges. In a hushed tone, Xian Ling asked, If I were to ask you to take a risk for me, would you be willing? Tang Lie, discerning from her earlier tone that her question carried ulterior motives, felt a surge of anxiety within, though he maintained an outward appearance of respect and humility. Your Highness, command me as you wish. As long as it is within my abilities, I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water. Xian Ling placed a jade vial into Tang Lie's hand, whispering, Witnessing the princess's suffering is truly painful for me as her aunt. Tang Lie comprehended her true intentions. Feeling a chill of trepidation, observing Xian Ling's enchanting beauty, he was struck by the cold-hearted cruelty that lay beneath. A sense of revulsion towards her began to stir within him. Xian Ling leaned closer, planting a gentle kiss upon his handsome visage, reassuringly saying, Do not worry. This matter shall not implicate you. I will arrange everything for your future. Tang Lie slowly nodded, but inwardly he thought, How could I possibly trust you? If he were to poison Princess Xuanbo, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of all accusations. At that point, Xian Ling would likely distance herself from him, forgetting their past intimacy. Damn it, a widow devoid of compassion and a harlot lacking loyalty. Xian Ling embodied both traits, regardless of his desires. He found himself cornered with no way out. As he watched Xian Ling's retreating figure, Tang Lie instinctively clenched his fists, acutely aware of the foreign object within his right arm. The golden scorpion, implanted by Princess Xuanbo, remained. The tension in his muscles seemed to provoke the creature, and a slight pain began in the crook of his arm, gradually radiating towards his wrist. Tang Lie rolled up his sleeve and clearly observed a small lump forming on his skin, swiftly descending. He hurriedly opened his medicine box, intending to extract the moving scorpion with a scalpel. However, before he could grasp the scalpel, the scorpion had already shifted back to the spot where it had originally burrowed into his arm. After a searing pain, the scorpion crawled out from his arm, lifelessly collapsing onto the ground, appearing utterly devoid of vitality, remaining motionless. The dragon-shaped tattoo on Tang Lie's right arm flickered momentarily, suggesting that this tattoo had compelled the scorpion to emerge from his body. A surge of joy flooded Tang Lie's heart. The golden scorpion that Xuanbo had used to coerce him was now expelled, and he no longer needed to fear her threats. The 36 stratagems suggest that retreat is the optimal strategy, or rather, seizing the opportunity to escape early, thereby avoiding entanglement in the bloody and brutal court intrigues. However, he soon realized a stark reality. Escaping from this heavily guarded palace was not a trivial matter. Xuanbo softly inquired, What could possibly be more important than treating my illness? This was a private affair of Tang Lie, not suitable for disclosure to others. In truth, the princess need not worry. My life rests in your hands. Should you desire it, you may take it at any moment. How could Tang Lie dare to gamble with his own life? The fact that he had compelled the golden scorpion was unknown to anyone, which emboldened him to take such risks. Xuanbo sighed softly, You may go. Tang Lie responded affirmatively, secretly amused that this venomous princess could not fathom that he had already extracted the golden scorpion, posing no threat to him now. Xian Yuan coldly nodded, her mind rife with suspicion. Where is Mr. Tang headed? The princess's condition had shown no signs of improvement, and Tang Lie intended to procure some medicinal herbs, which might aid her ailment. Xian Yuan retorted with a disdainful smile, It seems that is unnecessary. Tang Lie's heart sank, yet he maintained an air of nonchalance, respectfully stating, If the crown prince has no further instructions, I shall take my leave. As he passed by Xian Yuan, she suddenly seized his arm. Tang Lie turned in surprise, meeting her gaze, which flickered with uncertainty. He forced a calm demeanor and smiled. Does the crown prince have any further matters to discuss? Xian Yuan whispered, What did the princess want with you? Tang Lie felt a jolt within. Xian Yuan was remarkably well informed. He had just conversed with Xin Siling. And now Xian Yuan was already privy to the matter. It appeared that he indeed had many eyes and ears within the palace. Naturally, Tang Lie dared not disclose the true purpose of Xin Siling's visit to Xian Yuan, instead forcing a smile and saying, "The princess merely inquired about the condition of the other princess and had no pressing matters to discuss." Xian Yuan nodded, though skepticism lingered in his eyes. Quietly, he slipped an object into Tang Lie's hand and murmured, "Please place this in the princess's medicinal bowl." Tang Lie inwardly lamented. As the physician for the Princess Xianbo, he had become the most likely suspect for poisoning in the eyes of these individuals. Both Xian Siling and Xian Yuan had approached him. If he were to poison Princess Xianbo, he would inevitably face a dead end. Yet if he refrained from doing so, would these people allow him to escape unscathed? Xian Yuan said ominously, "Once this matter is accomplished, I promise you a lifetime of boundless wealth and glory." Tang Lie slowly nodded in agreement, and Xian Yuan patted him on the shoulder, assuring him, "Do not worry. It will not take effect immediately. You should have ample time to distance yourself from this affair." The groundwork had been laid, albeit somewhat lengthy. Yet it was necessary for a narrative of this magnitude. Princess Xianbo had not anticipated Tang Lie's swift return. "Wan Yu, puzzled, inquired, "Did you not have urgent matters to attend to? Why have you returned?" Tang Lie whispered, "Please step outside. I have something I wish to discuss privately with the princess." Wan Yu hesitated for a moment, fearing that Tang Lie might pose a threat to the princess. She remained in front of the jade couch, unwilling to leave. Xianbo gently urged, "You should go out. Perhaps he truly has something important to convey to me." Only then did Wan Yu nod. Casting a glance at Tang Lie before exiting the inner chamber, Tang Lie slowly placed 2 jade vials on the small table before the bed. Xianbo's gaze was drawn to the vials, and after observing them for a considerable time, she finally whispered, "What are these?" However, her heart suddenly sank as she began to grasp the gravity of the situation. During this brief interval, Tang Lie's mind was embroiled in fierce internal conflict. He acutely realized that regardless of whether he aligned himself with Crown Prince Xian Yuan or Princess Xian Siling, he would be embarking on an irreversible path. Perhaps only by being candid with Princess Xianbo could he find a glimmer of hope. Tang Lie murmured, "The Crown Princess and the Crown Prince sought me out just now, instructing me to mix the poison from these vials into the medicinal concoction you are to consume." Xianbo retorted coldly, "You lie." The most distressing truth she had dreaded to acknowledge had come to pass. She could scarcely fathom that her own brother would resort to such treachery against her. What bewildered her even more was the realization that her beloved aunt had also aligned herself with those conspiring against her. Tang Lie replied, "In the face of power, familial bonds hold little significance." "Why?" Xianbo rose from the jade couch, her voice barely above a whisper as she asked, "Why do you wish to help me?" Tang Lie chuckled lightly. "They have overlooked a fundamental truth. I am a physician, trained solely to save lives, not to take them." Xianbo gazed at Tang Lie as if seeing him for the first time, and the previous feelings of aversion and disdain dissipated in an instant. "Welcome to you." Tang Lie's revelation of this shocking conspiracy was not born out of coercion from the Golden Scorpion, but rather underscored his noble character. Xianbo inquired softly, "What should I do?" Tang Lie replied emphatically, "Given the gravity of the situation, the most prudent course of action is to make that secret edict known to the public, allowing everyone to understand that you are the chosen heir of the emperor." Xianbo sighed softly, "But I have never desired the throne." He continued, "I must first consult with my uncle about this matter." Before he could finish, Wan Yu rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "This is dire. The inner palace guards have surrounded Qingwei Palace, and their intentions remain unclear. They claim it is a precautionary measure taken by the crown prince to ensure the safety of the princess." Tang Lie inwardly cursed Xian Yuan for his treachery. Had he poisoned someone, he would surely be branded a murderer. Rising, he approached the window and peered outside, only to find that indeed a multitude of guards surrounded Qingwei Palace, their numbers continuing to swell. At that moment, Xianbo felt an overwhelming sorrow. She could hardly fathom that her own brother could be so heartless towards her. Within the Qingwei Palace, a tempest brewed, reflecting the turmoil outside. Xin Siling approached Xian Yuan with a fierce demeanor, her voice laced with indignation. "Xian Yuan, you have surrounded the Qingwei Palace both inside and out. What is the meaning of this?" Xian Yuan replied calmly, a smile playing on his lips. "With father stationed at the border, it falls to me, as his son, to manage the affairs of the Xuanwu kingdom. I have heard whispers of a plot against Xianbo, hence the reinforcement of our guards at the Qingwei Palace." Shen Siling retorted mockingly, "You claim to care for your sister, Yet your actions will undoubtedly incite fear among the palace denizens. Why not consult with others first? Xian Yuan scoffed. Is it necessary for me to seek the approval of the princess for matters of state? Xian Xiling, taken aback by his audacity, found herself at a loss for words. It dawned upon her that Xian Yuan had undergone a profound transformation overnight. He exuded an unprecedented air of dominance and authority, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Had he perhaps discovered some hidden support or a secret edict? Xian Yuan continued, at this juncture. I find no reason to conceal the truth from you. The princess has been abducted, and the scoundrel behind this treachery is none other than Tang Lie. Xian Xiling's heart raced with shock. Had her scheme to poison Tang Lie been uncovered? Yet, reconsidering the situation, she sensed something amiss. Tang Lie had no motive to kidnap the princess. Why then had Xian Yuan fortified the Qingwei Palace without allowing anyone to intervene? His intentions were evidently sinister. Xian Yuan gazed at Xian Xiling with a sense of triumph, stating, everyone is aware that Tang Lie was personally invited into the palace by the crown princess. Now, he intends to harm the princess and has taken her hostage. Surely, the responsibility cannot be entirely separated from the crown princess herself? Xian Xiling retorted with a cold laugh. What excuse is needed when one seeks to fabricate a crime? Inviting Tang Lie into the palace for medical purposes was not solely my decision. Does the crown prince now wish to distance himself from this matter? Xian Yuan feigned a sigh and remarked, I am solely focused on rescuing my sister, which is why I inadvertently fell into this rogue's trap. The crown princess knows him far better than I do. Why did she not see through his treachery this time? Does she harbor some hidden agenda? Preposterous. Xian Xiling could no longer contain his inner fury and shouted, Xian Yuan, your ambitions are already known throughout the court. What is your intention in slandering me without cause? Regardless of what has transpired within Qingwei Palace, you ought to prioritize Xian Bo's life. Now, you have even dispatched people to seal off Qingwei Palace, clearly forcing Tang Lie to act against the princess. Xian Yuan laughed heartily. I truly admire your imagination. This matter is not solely my idea. Prior to the siege of Qingwei Palace, I had already obtained the consent of Prime Minister Sima and General Palanki. At this moment, Xian Xiling finally realized the gravity of the situation. It was no wonder that Xian Yuan dared to act so openly. It turns out he and Sima Tai, along with Palanki, had already reached a consensus. This was something she and Adams had failed to anticipate. They had been focused on the whereabouts of that secret edict, attempting to leverage it to bring down the Xian Yuan and Xian Bo siblings in one fell swoop, thereby seizing power while the emperor was away from the capital. However, as fate would have it, their meticulous plans had a flaw, and the very Xian Yuan they had underestimated emerged as an unexpected force, causing the situation to shift dramatically in his favor. Xian Xiling furiously waved her sleeve, saying, Xian Yuan, should this matter reach your father's ears, how will you explain yourself? Xian Yuan retorted with a cold smile. I believe that my actions today are justifiable before heaven and earth. It is the crown princess who ought to consider how to explain Tang Lie's affair to my father. Xian Xiling shot him a resentful glare before turning to exit, only to be blocked by two warriors at the door. What is the meaning of this? Xian Xiling demanded angrily. Xian Yuan replied calmly, until I ensure my sister's safety, I suggest the crown princess refrain from departing. Palanki, distracted, made a move on the chessboard. While Sima Tai chuckled, brother, today you are undoubtedly destined to lose. Palanki sighed, no more, no more. My mind is in utter turmoil at this moment. He reached out, scattering the chess pieces across the board, his gaze revealing a hint of guilt. Are we not being somewhat disrespectful to the emperor? Sima Tai's expression remained as tranquil as an ancient well, yet his heart was restless, akin to Pu Longqi's own. He spoke softly. Who do you believe should be the most formidable figure in the court? Sima Tai nodded and replied, the matter of the emperor's secret edict has been divulged through Huigao. Who exactly is Huigao? What is the intent behind revealing this to the crown prince? Pu Longqi murmured, Xian Xiling is Huigao's savior. It is highly likely that Huigao's actions are executed under Xian Xiling's instruction. His disclosure of the secret edict to Xian Yuan aims to incite Xian Yuan against the princess. Pu Longqi sighed and remarked, is this the true reason you persuaded me to support Crown Prince Xian Yuan? A complex light flickered in Sima Tai's eyes. And after a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Considering the future of the entire empire, Xian Yuan is the legitimate heir. Our actions are not unworthy of the emperor. In terms of our own interests, should Adams's conspiracy succeed, we would likely be the first targets. Pu Longqi nodded in profound agreement. The capital appears outwardly calm. Yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents are stirring. Adams could strike at any moment. Sima Tai remarked, the king of Baoshu mysteriously vanished last night. and numerous bloodstains and signs of a struggle were discovered near the high platform where he mourned his deceased wife. This occurrence serves as undeniable evidence that Adams has commenced his maneuvers. If we do not adopt decisive measures, we shall find ourselves at a significant disadvantage. Pu Longqi interjected. Yet the princess remains innocent. In the emperor's heart, she is the rightful heir to the throne. We have inadvertently caused her great distress. Suddenly, Pu Longqi posed a thought-provoking question. Will Xin Yuan employ similar tactics against us in the future? A cryptic smile appeared on Sima Tai's countenance as he replied. He would not dare. Adams gazed intently towards the royal city, his heart tumultuous with conflicting emotions. The unfolding events had far surpassed his expectations. He had anticipated grasping control of the situation, yet Sima Tai and Pu Longqi had unexpectedly allied with a cadre of elder statesmen to support Xin Yuan. This turn of events had completely derailed his plans. The Qingwei Palace lay besieged, the fate of Princess Xianbo remained uncertain, and since entering the palace, eldest Princess Xian Si Ling had fallen silent, leaving her current state, whether fortunate or ill-fated, ambiguous. Without the backing of Sima Tai and Pu Longqi, Xin Yuan was rendered utterly ineffectual. Adams still could not comprehend what had prompted the previously neutral Sima Tai to firmly align himself with Xin Yuan. Nor could he fathom the reasons behind Pu Longqi's sudden shift in allegiance after having opposed Xin Yuan for so long. Lester stealthily approached his father, saying, "Father, steward will request an audience." Adams nodded in acknowledgement and gestured towards the pavilion ahead. Hua Gao entered the pavilion with a grave expression, and upon seeing Adams, he sighed deeply. "General, the Grand Princess has been placed under house arrest by the Crown Prince. Why do you still not go to her aid? The Crown Prince has surrounded Qingwei Palace with layers upon layers of guards, publicly declaring that Tang Lie has kidnapped the princess, leaving no one privy to the true circumstances within." Adams chuckled. "It seems Xin Yuan has suddenly grown wise." Hua Gao murmured. "If it weren't for those two old geezers backing him, how could he dare to be so audacious?" Adams replied, for the time being, he would not dare to take excessive actions. His words seemed to offer comfort to Hua Gao. Hua Gao responded, "But the Grand Princess is already under his confinement. If he resolves to do so, after killing the princess, he could also harm the Grand Princess, thereby eliminating all threats to his throne. The general commands a formidable army in the imperial capital. With just one command, we could storm the imperial city and rescue the Grand Princess." Adams scoffed. "What do you take me for? A traitor? A rebel?" Hua Gao, frightened, hurriedly lowered his head. From within Qingyue Palace, the panicked screams of maidservants and eunuchs intermittently echoed, while flames and thick smoke surged around the palace. Tang Lie and Wan Yu sat beside Princess Xianbo's bed, their gazes unusually solemn. Tang Lie understood in his heart that Xin Yuan would not grant him a chance to survive this time, whether it was he or Xianbo. They were unlikely to escape Qingwei Palace. Princess Xuanbo's gaze, concealed beneath her golden mask, radiated a profound sorrow. In her pursuit of the throne, Xin Yuan callously disregarded the bond of blood that tied them as siblings, attempting to immolate herself within the Qinghua Palace. Outside, anguished screams echoed. The desperate cries of palace maids struck down by cold arrows as they sought to flee. "Princess, we must find a way to escape. The fire will soon engulf this place," Wan Yu exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear. Princess Xuanbo let out a soft sigh. Tang Lie slowly rose, striding purposefully towards the door. "What are you doing?" Xuanbo whispered. "If death is inevitable, I might as well charge out and take a few with me." Tang Lie declared loudly, calculating that his rough estimation revealed 10 bullets remained in his pistol. With a stroke of luck, he could potentially eliminate 10 foes. Perhaps even the scoundrel Xin Yuan. "We shall not perish." Xuanbo's resolute words brought Tang Lie to an abrupt halt. She lifted the brocade coverlet and gently pressed upon the jade bed, which then rumbled aside to reveal a seemingly bottomless pit. Tang Lie was taken aback with a mix of astonishment and joy. He had not anticipated a hidden mechanism beneath the jade bed. What had seemed to be certain doom suddenly transformed into a glimmer of hope. Xuanbo seized the candlestick from the table and resolutely descended into the abyss. Tang Lie and Wan Yu hurriedly followed her, traversing dozens of steps until they reached a bend. Xuanbo twisted a relief on the wall, and after 2 rotations, they heard the sound of the bed sliding above, effectively sealing the entrance once more. Xianbo softly remarked, "This underground passage is reserved for the royal family to escape when necessary. My father revealed this secret to me just before he set out for battle. Perhaps he had foreseen the events of today." Her words betrayed a profound sense of melancholy. "Tang Lie, still enraptured by the thrill of narrowly escaping death, quietly inquired. To where does this secret path lead? Xianbo shook her head. I have only ventured this far and do not know the exit of the passage. However, my father once mentioned that another entrance lies within the royal city. Even if we manage to escape, we shall not be free from the palace. Tang Lie's previously relaxed nerves tightened once more. If the exit were unfortunate enough to fall within Xian Yuan's control, they might still find themselves ensnared in peril. The trio navigated the winding path, traveling over a mile, when suddenly the candlelight extinguished, plunging them into darkness. Instinctively, Xianbo halted her steps, yet Tang Lie continued forward. Colliding with her soft form, Xianbo involuntarily let out a sharp gasp, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Fortunately, in the obscurity, others could not discern her current embarrassment. Tang Lie whispered, Do we have any embers left? Both Xianbo and Wan Yu replied in unison. None. Tang Lie declared, I shall lead the way. You two hold on to my sleeve to prevent losing your way. As a man, it was his duty to forge ahead in such dire circumstances. Xuanbo and Wanwei followed closely behind Tang Lie, their vision obscured by the darkness, rendering the path ahead indistinguishable. Relying solely on his hands, Tang Lie navigated forward, occasionally colliding with the walls. After approximately half an hour of exploration, they reached the end of the passage. There is no path ahead, Tang Lie murmured. Xuanbo, feeling along the wall, discovered a dragon-shaped relief on the left side. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, This is it. We just need to turn the dragon's head once, and we can escape. Just as she located the dragon's head and was about to act, Tang Lie grasped her delicate hand. A mix of embarrassment and anger surged within her, as she suspected Tang Lie was taking advantage of her. Just as she was about to reproach him, she heard him say, Listen carefully to the sounds outside before you speak. Realizing he harbored no ulterior motives, she calmed down. Tang Lie pressed his ear against the wall, intently listening to the sounds beyond. After a considerable pause, he lifted his head and remarked, It is quite tranquil outside. It should be safe. Xuanbo was taken aback, unsure of what he was contemplating. Straining her ears, she soon discerned the distant sound of flowing water in the darkness, and suddenly understood Tang Lie's intention. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she realized that this audacious fellow was relieving himself in the presence of two young ladies.